Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Rough wake up this morning. I was a little tired. I'm not going to lie to you guys. As I say, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. But you know what?
Dog,
you know who woke me up?
both.
You know who woke me up, though?
My dog? My baby?
No, I just saw Miles in SF.
Oh, nice.
Our boy Miles, man, who remember randomly, he's a guy from the city. He's on Twitter. He's working in a building down the street, just parked right next to him. It's like, Miles? It's like, Bonte? Now, remember Miles, we saw him randomly after the 2021 NFC Championship game, just wandering around sad, giving each other hugs, saying, yeah, I know, maybe next year. And then next year we said maybe next year. And now this year we're saying maybe next year when it comes to the 49ers. But anyway, shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And now you can download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we have added the QR code on both pages. The Xfinity mobile text line. And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. I'm not going to lie to you, Shasky.
No, lie to me.
No, yeah, I could. I could say, you know what? Let's start off with the Giants in there.
Cutter Crawford. Well, I have some Giants thoughts.
Lackluster loss at Fenway Park. This lineup is disgusting right now. It just is absolutely disgusting.
Except one guy.
Mike Yashevsky?
Yeah, I went deep diving. You let me know when you want me to go deep diving on 8 guys who are struggling right now.
No, we don't need to deep dive on all 8 guys. I think it's right there. We know. They're all struggling. All right? They're all struggling. But then you look at the NBA, and you had a couple blowouts. Boston beat Miami.
The Luka flu game.
And then Luka. And I thought Kyrie. Jamal Crawford made a great point. He had at one point 12.6 assists in the fourth quarter, but his impact on that basketball game, he was hooping. And when I say hooping, I mean he was doing a little bit of everything. And, this is why Paul George, when we throw Paul George as a candidate for the Golden State Warriors, I hesitate because of things like last night. I hesitate because him and Harden are known to produce a game like that, a big-time swing game in a Game 5 with the series tied to 2 games apiece, and you have a chance to take control of the series, and you just lay a dud. You lay an egg. I'm not going to put it on Russell Westbrook. He's coming off the bench. Westbrook gives you energy or whatnot, but to get blown out like that at Staples Center could be their last, Crypto.com Arena, could be their last ever home game at that building as they move into a new building next season, into a dome in Inglewood, which is right down the street from SoFi Stadium. You get James Harden going 2 for 12 with 7 points.
If I were to just say, give me the James Harden career arc all in one word, all in one sentence, excuse me, it would be something like phenomenal player, folds like a wet blanket.
Yeah.
Come playoff time.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
Well, Game 4, he balls out. Down the stretch, 13 points in the fourth quarter, cooks Luke. I said, wow, look at James Harden. You get credit for that. Clap your hands for James Harden. Then he comes back in L.A., 7 points, 7 assists, 1 of 7 from the three-point line, 2 of 12. And then you get Paul George, who made it look good later on with 15 points and 11 rebounds, but he was 4 of 13 from the floor. So you just never know what you're going to get from these guys, not to mention Russell Westbrook going 2 for 11 with 6 points and 5 rebounds, and you lose by 30 in a Game 5. You lose by 30, which is why when I hear Paul George, it's just that's not getting us nowhere.
What's a start? If you're looking for something to change things up, it is a start. But Bonte, I think we keep viewing all these things as a one-move thing.
Yeah.
I think
it's not a one-move thing.
No. I'm not saying you and me. I'm just saying the general consensus. One guy changes everything. It's I'm thinking they're going to have to do 3 or 4 or 5 things.
Yes. I think,
and it's probably closer to 5 than it is 3.
Well, it's funny on Threads. I posted that last week. It was
Threads.
Threads.
You're on there.
I'm trying to get active.
I did that
on
for
Threads.
24 hours.
Yeah, I'm trying to get active on Threads because I get the notifications it's tied to Instagram or whatnot. So anyway, I'm trying to do a little bit of Threads because you know what? It's non-confrontational. You know what I'm saying? It's good conversations on Threads.
Oh.
People aren't yelling at each other or trying to dunk on you every single way or each way or trying to troll you or whatnot. It's actually, it feels like a grown-up conversation on Threads.
Give it time.
No.
I bet they said this about TikTok. It feels very grown up. Next thing you know, you open it up, it's all just dances.
Instagram, it was just pictures at one point.
I have to say, though, about X, just for, I know a lot of people don't use it, but I do. The amount of pornography that is on X is out of control at this point. Now, like, there was a point in time where I was like, okay, whatever. It comes across the timeline. No big deal. You could post about anything and porn will just pop on.
Oh, my God.
Am I tripping? It's everywhere. And it is like, it's graphic.
Man. You know, it is the OnlyFans. Stop. What is it, Spinoni?
Stop it.
Because every tweet I get.
Why are you asking me?
Because you know, you brought it up to me.
Fanny.
You brought it up to me one time.
I only have one thing. It's my wife, Jade, and I love her.
No, I know you do.
Only one. She's my only one.
But you brought it up to me one time.
Thing, Odyssey?
She's his one fan.
I had
his
a tweet
only
of
fan.
Spinoni was like, Bonte, you even get the OnlyFans tweeting at you now. And I'm like, what? What is that? And so now I look down at my mentions. And so now when I look at my mentions, I look at my mentions, and it's like, this content is hidden. And then you can view it, and then you press view, and it's like...
We've all seen that same girl in that same outfit.
Don't talk about that.
It's blurry, then you hit the button to show,
Well, it's not the same girl no more.
Again.
It's not the same girl. It's a different girl every time. I'm like, where do these people come from? Where?
What's going on here?
I don't know what's going on here.
I think about it all the time. Like, on the real, I'm not going to lie. When I'm grinding through life, I go, God, how much do you think they're making on these OnlyFans? What a life.
Not five,
You just
not seven.
You just make 20 grand a month just doing OnlyFans. It's honestly, I'm jealous.
People are saying that's your algorithm, Shasky.
It's my algorithm. That's because I follow Tyler Miller, and I'm going to blame Tyler Miller. Tyler Miller posts things on the thing.
Snitching Shasky. Snitching Shasky. Don't do that.
Blaming someone else for your Twitter algorithm that you create. Like,
that is unbelievable.
This is crazy, by the way. I just looked this up real quick, and thankfully it's a work computer, so it let me. Just OnlyFans, there's money made by all content creators and user spending. This is from 2022. It was reported that $5.55 billion in total user spending happened on OnlyFans.
Wow.
That's incredible. It's the new podcast-itis for normal, good-looking young women.
I mean, snitching Shasky.
I guess they're not normal.
You know what? I'm going to do some snitching now. So what? You don't care about snitching? All right, now I will snitch. Since you want to throw Tyler Miller under the bus, one of our many good roasters.
I love Tyler.
He had a great story the other day. All-time.
Oh, yes, he did have an all-time story. Did you see it?
No.
Oh, my God.
Was it on Insta or was it on?
It was on Instagram. Okay. You know what I'm talking about.
What did he do?
Fonte showed it to me.
Yeah, oh, man, it was an all-timer.
Well, I mean,
Let's just say somebody was having some fun on the 35th floor of a high-rise.
In San Francisco.
Good for him.
Good for her, too.
And her. Or whoever.
They were having...
That's tough.
But see, you know, Shaz could be doing so much snitching because, you know, you guys always like to throw Guru under the bus for certain likes on Instagram or whatnot. Guru's like, I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway.
I am the system of this show.
But Spinoni and I, one day, we saw some things on Instagram.
Oh, for me?
And we saw some Butcher Boy 415s.
What was that like?
After lying for weeks about not liking anything.
I don't know, Joe.
Yeah, we don't. Michelle's still asleep, right?
Somebody probably hacked me.
Oh yeah, that's what it was.
That's exactly what it was. Yep.
Where is Tyler Miller?
Fake news.
I mean, how did Tyler Miller even find that? That was amazing content. Amazing.
Ooh, this is.
I haven't seen it, so I don't know how to speak on it. I'll tell you what's not amazing. Let me just read this off. Jung Hoo Lee is 4 for his last 24. Jorge Soler is 10 for his last 52. 19 strikeouts. Lamont Wade Jr., 2 for his last 15.
Has our YouTube page surged to Arch.
Yeah. Chapman is 6 for 28 with 11 strikeouts. Conforto, 6 for 27, 7 strikeouts. Estrada, 12 for 51, 11 strikeouts. Nick Ahmed, oh boy, he's anchoring. Nick Ahmed is 3 for his last 23, 5 strikeouts. Not a lot of strong contact.
Dude, none of these numbers sound good at all.
Patrick Bailey, 4 for his last 25, 6 strikeouts. The lone giant, that's 8 guys struggling. The lone giant, who's decent right now, and he's better than decent, Yaz, 13 of 40, 8 strikeouts, but 11 RBIs. Every other guy over the last week to 2 weeks is struggling.
Yeah, they are. They are struggling. By the way, Dalton Jeffries. I mean, you want to talk about a shutdown inning.
Sam lost his mind when he found out Dalton Jeffries got brought back up.
I mean, he went in there and Yaz lays down a great bunt. Giants are, got some momentum, and you know what? Don Jeffrey comes in, and this Durant kid with the Red Sox, this leadoff hitter. I like this kid.
Electric.
I like this guy. He hit the triple. I mean, he walked into third base. He just walked into third base.
Can you agree with me on this? Because I know there's a lot of people that want baseball homogenized where everybody has the same dimensions in the outfield and whatever. Fenway's quirkiness is part of its charm. Like the way that
the people want every dimension to be the same.
I've seen different arguments where people will say like, "Oh, everything, the numbers aren't exactly the same because your ballpark here." And
I don't like that. That's what makes baseball beautiful.
I love that. Exactly, I agree with you.
Same thing with football.
How many balls hit off the green monster yesterday?
Right. Yeah, it was
4
a lot.
or 5.
Yeah, it was
all right.
Getting tagged.
And the way that you play it off of the metal portion versus off of the actual wall portion. Then you have the kitty corner down the pesky pole where it's curvy as the wall. I love it. And I think the caroms and the bounces and the way you play them, to me, that's what makes it so amazing playing in that ballpark. And I kind of wish, there was more of that kind of stuff. That's why I like the Crawford boxes with the Houston Astros. I didn't love the little hill that they had with the pole and stuff.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like Fenway is really cool to watch a game, even on television.
No doubt. But this station, we'll get to the Giants a little later. Dave Fleming's going to join us at 8:30. Let's see if that could prevent a sweep today. Let's not get swept by the Red Sox, please.
That's BS, man.
The Red Sox quietly 18-13 on the season. Best pitching in baseball so far. Giants, one of the worst lineups in baseball so far, it feels like. I mean, it was depressing to watch yesterday. It felt like watching that game was like, they're not winning this. They're not having good quality at bats. No. I don't know what's going on here. Is it Pat Burrow? Is it the approach? Well, we'll see if they can salvage a game in Boston today, early game before they move on to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies.
Well, at least we're not the Houston Astros.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? 10-20? That's got to be the biggest disappointment in sports right now.
Yeah, sure. But you know what? They've had a historic run.
Yeah, trash can banging.
Well, no, they were good. They were good because everybody cheats. Everybody cheats. The trash can banging, yet they won Game 7 inside of Dodger Stadium.
They just demoted the shortstop who won ALCS.
Pena?
Yes, and he accepted the demotion. I mean, it's they're in a really rough. So again, I know things are bad for the Giants.
New manager, no Dusty. It's a change of the guard for Houston.
Bregman's a free agent.
He's not having a good season. So you know what? It's a change of the guard. Texas, it's their time now.
It is.
It's Texas's time. So. It is Seattle's coming along here.
Seattle they're not just coming along. Their rotation is elite.
Their rotation's elite. But their lineup is like, whose lineup is worse, the Mariners or the Giants? Mitch Henniger. 650. Hey, Bonte, boxing talk. Thoughts on Oscar Canelo?
Yeah, what did you think of that?
Yeah, I thought Oscar's trying to sell some tickets, and Oscar's feeling himself right now. Oscar De La Hoya. And I think he's a great character for boxing right now. A good promoter. They're putting on fight after fight after fight. But he had to check Canelo, say, hey, man, don't forget, we helped build you up. We helped you. We helped you and Mayweather. And my name's on this. Put some respect on it. So Canelo's a little, and I'm kind of down on Canelo right now because he's ducking Benavidez. He tested positive. He waited for GGG. It should have been a loss for him against GGG. So I hope that Canelo gets knocked out on Saturday night, to be honest with you. I'm kind of tired of him. I'm kind of tired of Canelo. I want this kid, Mugia, who's getting trayed by Freddie Roach. I wanted to put him on Canelo. Nah, I wouldn't bet my bottom dollar on it. By the way, Ryan Garcia apparently tested positive.
That was interesting.
And now he's tweeting nonstop, and the haters are tweeting back, and it's just, that's boxing for you. That's their lane. That's what they do. That's why I love it. They accept the crookedness. It is a crooked business, man, and I'm hooked on it.
I have never used steroids, period.
Champions League yesterday.
Speaking of which, just very quickly, as you bring up Jose, you know who's got a similar body type in terms of, and I know his dad was a world-class bodybuilder, or whatever, but like the steroid guys all kind of look the same, whether it's wrestling, whether it's baseball. This guy O'Neal, who played for the Cardinals, who's now with the Red Sox. O'Neal. I mean, just he looks inflated. He doesn't even look like it. Just doesn't. Come on, he looks different.
They're saying Abreu went down, not Pena. Was it Abreu?
Oh, Abreu. You're right. It was Abreu.
Okay.
Not Pena. Abreu.
My faves. Any Trey Lance news? I don't know. You tell me. Is there some Trey Lance news? Is there Trey Lance news?
Oh, they didn't pick up his 5th-year option.
Oh, yeah.
Cowboys.
There you go.
That wasn't.
I mean, no one's paying him $20 million a year.
No.
Which I believe what the 5th year is.
Yeah. No. Okay, that's the news. Good for the Cowboys. Sucks for Trey Lance.
The ghost of Trey Lance.
Best of luck, Trey Lance. Move on from Trey Lance, please. He's gone.
Cowboys,
on from him.
they're really starting Ezekiel Elliott as RB1 next year.
Don't they have Royce Freeman, too?
Oh.
Jerry Jones, man.
Hey, 2016, that's a sweet backfield.
Jerry Jones, man. Told you they'll never win a Super Bowl till he's dead. That guy.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
Oh, man, the Cowboys. Oh, boy. It couldn't happen to a better franchise. So we got boxing. We got Champions League. PSG blew a chance to tie the game yesterday. I was all over the place. And then,
I can tell.
And then I get on X later on in the day.
Okay.
And boy, 95.7 The Game had a better day on social media. It was all about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant. If people think Kevin Durant, there's a shot that he comes back to the Bay Area. Monty Poole. Here's Monty Poole. Katie's on the market. Warriors are shopping.
If you're the Warriors, you would be in on Kevin, and the question is whether Kevin would want to come back, because he has said, I don't really regret anything I've done. Didn't regret going to the Warriors. Didn't regret leaving the Warriors. Didn't regret going to Brooklyn. Don't know if he regrets leaving Brooklyn, but apparently not, because he doesn't. I don't do regrets. I just do what I do, and whatever's supposed to happen is going to happen. I've even seen that KD might go back to OKC. Wow, that would be a serious turn. But yeah, if KD is on the market, the Warriors are shopping.
That's on the Dubs Talk podcast with Dalton Johnson. They like that little music right there. Feels like I need incense and candles for that music. Willard talked to a few people yesterday. Apparently he's talking to people outside of it. He says that, what was the tweet that he said? Because I do want to dive into this, because I've done my own investigating personally. But Willard said, the more people I talk to, I'm telling you, this Kevin Durant thing could happen. This is realistic. So how realistic do people think this is? And I got to say, Shasky, I don't know, were you listening to Steiny Goo yesterday?
No. And I love Steiny Goo. I happened to be very busy yesterday.
All right, so, I catch him on the way home. I go in the house, try to take a quick nap, and then when I'm on the way to pick up Baby Chaz, they're in the car. And actually, Baby Chaz doesn't mind being Sports Circuit Radio being on in the car anymore. She's getting older. She's
pays
like
the bills,
singing, Like thank the heavens. But
hi, this is Baby Chaz in South San Francisco. First time, long time.
So, Robin calls the show.
Oh, hey, Sugar.
It's one of her best calls ever.
Can we pull it up? I'd like to hear it.
Maybe it's on her Facebook page. Maybe she posted something on Facebook. I tagged it. But she basically talked about, all these Warrior fans begging for Kevin Durant to come back and wanting Kevin Durant are big-time hypocrites. Now, maybe that's a strong word. I'm paraphrasing here. But she made a great point that the way Kevin Durant left and the way this fan base is like, yeah, we don't care.
They kicked him on the way out the door. Let's just call it what it is.
And now look at us, begging for Kevin Durant. And she made a great point. Because Guru was like, well, no, we appreciated Kevin Durant, the fan base, and, he won 2 finals MVPs, but the fans, Steph didn't get one. So there's like the Steph stands, and then remember the hashtag Steph Better, that was floating around on Twitter. And I remember in real time in Game 5 when KD tore that Achilles, tore the Achilles basically, but he called it calf strain.
I was doing the post-game show with, I believe, Kolsky that night.
Okay.
For that game, night. Just to give you an idea. And I remember the calls we took.
Yeah.
It was 3 straight hours of, that was Warrior basketball.
See, there you go.
And I remember almost fighting every single caller. And I want to say it was me and Kolsky. If it was Covey, I apologize. But I want to say it was me and Kolsky. We did almost 3 hours after that show.
I'll never forget it.
Spadoni, were you on the board back then with us at the night?
If it was probably Covey then. I believe it was Covey, not Kolsky.
It was one or the other. It was the ski team or it was me and Covey. I forget the specifics because we did all of those things. And there was you're down low when the Warriors win the championship, and me and Kolsky ended up doing the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Oh yeah, I remember shift. I came in for one of those shows. Remember?
Oh my God. Just my dad was listening.
I remember just being at Oracle Arena because KD up until that point was having an all-time postseason.
Historic postseason.
The postseason was starting to rival Hakeem Olajuwon in '94. Dirk Nowitzki in 2011. name in a year with Michael Jordan.
That was when
LeBron James. He was dropping 50 burgers.
And
guys.
don't forget, that was the first year of the Clippers dynasty per Pat Beverly.
Yeah, per Pat Bev.
The next 5 years are his.
Yeah, per Pat.
Remember
Bev.
that? That was
so. KD tears a calf or gets a calf strain, and the Warriors are struggling. Like Steph Curry was struggling, and they finally got their act together. They win in the fourth quarter. They go down to Houston to win the Game 6, of course. But just looking at the Twitter timeline and hearing fans in front of me at Oracle, because you can hear everybody. Well, now we're back to Warriors basketball. None of this ISO stuff. Now we can play ball movement and play better. Now Steph is back, blah, 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 blah. Almost like a celebration to prove that they could win without Kevin Durant. It was like, he's one of the greatest players to ever play the game, who chose to come to this market and play for this team. And we all misremember how the fans treated Kevin Durant. So my thing is, why would Kevin Durant even want to come back here? Would Kevin Durant even want to come back here? Why would he want to come back here?
Can we talk about this more? I want to go back to that night because I'm telling you, fans were so disrespectful.
Oh, I know.
To Kevin Durant. Not all of them. Not all of them. Not all of them.
Not all of them.
But a
lot of
loud
people.
segment.
So why would Kevin Durant want to come back here? Anyway, that's coming up, brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, save $8 on a pair.
I love watching the Niners play.
Yeah. Where did you watch the Super Bowl? How was that experience?
Where was I? I was in Arizona, and I was at my buddy's house. We were all Niners fans, watching the game, and yeah, it was heartbreaking. Yeah, to say the least.
Are you giving Brock Purdy a deal that resets the quarterback market next year?
Ooh, that's a good question. Yeah, I think he deserves it. I think all the slander, I don't see it. I think the guy's been competing and kept him in every ball game and got to the Super Bowl. So I mean, you don't see why not.
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Kyle Harrison getting peppered by Sam Lubbock, producer extraordinaire. Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Make sure you subscribe to it. Sam Lubbock, Joe Shasky, best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area every week, all season long, win or lose. And you hear exclusive interviews with players like Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison coming out tomorrow. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you listen to or you like to listen to your podcast. Sam Lubbock, I'm so damn proud of you. I'm so damn proud of you, man.
Oh, thank you, Ponte.
That's pretty cool, man.
Could you imagine asking Kevin Durant about Jimmy Garoppolo back in 2019 in the locker room? Hi, I'm Sam Lubbock and KD. Who the hell are you? What do you think about Jimmy Garoppolo's rehab from the torn ACL? Do you think he's going to have a good year this year?
KD would be all in on Jimmy.
Oh, you know what? It's funny. We did ask KD about that, actually. Media day.
Yeah, but in a locker room?
No, not in the locker room. It was media day.
While he's naked?
We were doing a show. Media day had a one-on-one. They don't get naked in the locker room. They don't do interviews naked no more. That's all. That's the thing of the past. They usually wait to put their clothes on, and then he just says, all right, now he's ready to talk. Players like to get dressed first. So they're not naked anymore like they used to. You've never been in a locker room. I'm just educating you.
What you sow,
right,
brother.
right, Lubbock? Right? They really do interviews and they get dressed first.
Yeah, no, everyone's clothed now in the clubhouse afterwards. It's very civil.
I'm just trying to give you some game about the locker room. That's all. What happens?
I've had enough.
You know what I mean?
Oh, that guy. Just that. Somebody crying on X.
But Jimmy Garoppolo tore his ACL against Kansas City in 2018, and we had it was Warriors media day the very next day. So we had Kevin Durant on, we had Steph on, we had Kerr. We were asking him, what would be the message to Jimmy Garoppolo? And I remember Sean Livingston, we did an interview with him because he had the devastating injury, and you bring that up, I was like, wow, they did have messages from Jimmy G. They're all in on Jimmy G. We're all in on Jimmy G. Jerry Sosa, take a lap. Take a playoff, please. Please, please, please. Robin, her call yesterday. And I want this to jump off with the KD stuff. Because everybody here at the station is running with the KD, and KD is. So we're going to get Eddie Johnson, who calls Suns games at 7:30. Robin had a call yesterday with Steiny Guru as they're getting into KD. And what the fan perception was with Kevin Durant, whether or not he got respected or whether or not he felt respected. And I have a lot of thoughts on that. Here is Robin Sugar. And she texted me yesterday on Facebook. And she's like, I can't call no more because I got to be at work at 8:30, but I'm always listening. Well, she called Steiny Guru yesterday, and it was one of her best calls. Let's take a listen.
Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how you doing? Are we bringing KD back?
No, I mean, you know what? Look, I can stand backpedaling like a bunch of hypocrites. This fan base mistreated KD. Now it's revisionist history. We want KD. When he was here, oftentimes people get mad at me. Oftentimes when KD was here, right, he was the best player on the floor. He was even better than Curry. Oftentimes, sometimes he would put them on his back even when Curry was on the floor. Oh, the fan base don't like that because can't nobody show up Curry. Curry, this is his team, and blah, 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 blah. Don't be backpedaling now. Life is about moving forward, not going back to the same thing because that's what you're going to do too, okay? Why would I go, and this is what I don't like about KD, sitting up lying on Day-Day show, you know what I'm saying? I would never go back to who disrespected me, you see what I'm saying? Because, let me tell you something, I never said something here, what went down, and everybody talking about KD was wrong for clapping, that's because he didn't need to wait on because Curry was out. Remember, he don't need to wait on Draymond for no screen. He's like, give me the ball, let me put to my spot and do what I do. So you know what? Miss me with all that KD talk. Now let me dream a little bit. Who I would really love to have on the Warriors, I'm just dreaming, y'all,
Sure.
is Bam. That's my boy. I love me some Bam, okay? If we could get someone like that, that's cool. But let's just face the music. The Warriors are caught in between a rock and a hard place because what dictates everything for the Warriors is money, baby. Money talk and all the rest of that BS walks. Bye, baby.
Robin, in the city, and my fams, you make a great point. Word did have a good call right after that, or maybe before because I was listening during that time frame. And Word did come in and was like, stop dreaming, guys. Kevin Durant's not coming here. Why would he want to come here? So that's the jumping off point. And we're going to talk to Eddie Johnson at 7:30 about KD and what's going on in Phoenix. Is there a possibility? We got plenty of sound on KD, the cap. It's going to be a heavy Kevin Durant show because I'm sure everybody's in on Kevin Durant coming back. We're not even going to ask that question. Who would be out on that at this point?
It's so funny because, like, I was labeled a KD stan because I appreciated him. And I felt like this was my feeling of that particular time toward the end. There was a football game that I believe you and I went to together.
It was the New York Giants. No, it was Monday Night Football. New York Giants and 49ers.
Did we go together?
We went together because we did a video at the Hyatt Hotel.
So, all right. The next day, I'm doing the night show, and I don't remember what your show was, but we used to do this thing.
It was Afternoon Delight.
Yeah. We used to do this thing called This or That. And I don't know what your topic was, but I remember specifically, I said, if you had to make a choice of trading one of the two away right now after the fight, I'm talking about the clapping fight between Kevin Durant and Draymond Green where KD clapped his hands and said, give me the damn ball, and there were some heated words exchanged. Right. I said to everybody, and even did a video, I'm trading Draymond Green away like immediately. Yeah. This is a top 10 player of all time in Kevin Durant, and I'm doing whatever to appease him. I was in the big minority. Everyone wanted to run Kevin Durant out of town
because he wasn't homegrown,
and you know, he was angry and people didn't like him, and he was soft, and he was this and he was that, and I came to the realization that night. Not all Warrior fans, but it felt like there were two camps. There was the, I appreciate Kevin Durant. Oh my God, we landed a top 3 free agent all time in sports. Thank God he's here. This is incredible. And then there was the other side, which was, Kevin Durant's lucky to be here. Kevin Durant shouldn't have anything to do with the the Warriors would be winning without him. He's just riding the coattails. And I'm not saying it was, I don't even know what the real, like, in the arena breakdown was, because social media and phone calls is not representative of the actual like Warrior fan base.
I heard people in front of me in the media section saying, well, and people were like, they were happy about the win, but they were also like, boy, it was, and because they were seeing me and they'd be like, hey, Bonte, man, what do you think, man? It sucks for KD, but we got the old Warriors back.
They're happy. Look at the joy.
That was disgusting to me.
No, I totally agree.
Disgusting to me.
Totally agree.
Because I remember the day when he did sign July 4th, 2016. Yep. I said, to hell with 4th of July. It's Happy Kevin Durant Day for my life because they signed Kevin Durant that morning. I was like, this is a guy I've been watching my whole life. Was like, I would love to have a player like KD. He's different, right?
He's one
different.
Of the greatest free agent signings in sports history.
Ever. And he signs here, and it was like, wow. In that first year, like when I see Tommy Gunn, and he's tweeting about the Warriors being unfun with Kevin Durant, I'm just like, what are you talking about? 2016, 17 was some of the best basketball ever.
I can make an argument it's a top 3
team
duo on the court of all time.
All
Steph
time.
and KD.
All time. So what Robin is saying is, I think, true. Because I did see the Steph is better. And I did see let's get Steph that ring without Kevin Durant. Let's get that ring before Kevin Durant. Now, everything that went in with that, the way he was an ISO player, like Kevin Durant would say things like, hey, look, we could all run the motion offense. But at some point, you got to just go get buckets. Yep. And that's why I'm here, to go get buckets.
What was the thing that Steve Kerr said to him about Michael Jordan in the finals?
Oh, yeah. It's like, he was like, Michael Jordan. We got to find out audio.
The way it was perceived online was like, this is why KD, this is why we'll never love Kevin Durant. Right. The coach has to explain it to him. Now everyone hates the coach online. And it's funny to me because.
But Steve Kerr did the same thing to Steph Curry one day. Madison Square Garden, Steph Curry struggling one game, and he got him mic'd up and he goes, hey, my son, you see this? I know you're not shooting well, but you're plus minus. Your impact is felt out there.
Exactly.
Just keep playing.
It's crazy to me that we've done this revisionist history. And look, if you're connecting dots, Draymond Green, he's not the sole reason. There's many reasons. Draymond was in part why Kevin Durant left. There are other ones. He's in part why Jordan Poole completely, bottomed out where he is. He's in part financially of why they are where they are with their finances. He's in part why they are where they are, sitting at home and not in the playoffs right now. And I just feel like we've done this revisionist history on Kevin Durant. But I remember in real time, everybody sided with Draymond, at least on this show or the show I was doing at the time, and nobody was ready to put their arms around Kevin Durant. And I thought it was egregiously unfair to one of the greatest players of all time.
And that's part of the problem. Kevin Durant never fully felt appreciated here. He didn't. And I want to know if Warrior fans did fully appreciate him. Now, he got the standing ovation when he came back because I think Warrior fans are classy. And I don't think all Warrior fans represent what social media does or what people in the barbershop does.
Totally agree.
Fans at Chase Center was ready for Kevin Durant. They were like, dude, KD's an all-time great. It was great to see him in the building here. I love Kevin Durant. I do. I love everything about him, man. I think he was a great, great player for the Golden State Warriors, and I appreciate what he did. 3 straight finals appearances. He came here to do a job, and they got the job done 2 out of the 3 years.
And I don't think they win the championship unless he comes here. My opinion.
2016-17, that Cavaliers team was all-time great. Now, everybody's talking about the Nuggets and the Lakers 5-game series being one of the best ever 5-game series.
Yeah.
I will put that NBA Finals as one of the best 5-game series of all time. That game 1, Shasky, was Michael Buffer on the court saying, let's get, can't say it because we will get sued.
Great save right there.
I was just fooling you. Tony and
Michael
Fremont,
Buffer
Stephen
needs to
Oakley.
get over himself.
Tony and Fremont, Stephen Oakley. We're getting to you on the other side. I want to hear from you guys. Hang tight here. We'll get you right after the break here on the Morning Roast. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's.
and he kept trying to score. And he was scoring, but we weren't getting anything going. Phil Jackson said, "Who's open?" I said, "John Paxson." I want you to trust your teammates early. What you're doing is you're getting to the rim, and then you're trying to hit them. I want you to trust the first guy, and then move. Still attack, still look to score, but trust these guys, okay?
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Now, Steve Kerr and Kevin Durant, as this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Western Conference Finals between the Rockets and the Warriors in 2018. That series went 7. And a lot of people made a big deal about that. I think the Warriors were not happy that audio, per se, got leaked. I don't know if it was because Kevin Durant felt sensitive about it. I don't know what the hell was going on. I didn't personally think, I thought that was great coach speak. I thought that was great. You know, when we look for mic'd up in situations and want to hear the audio of player and coach, I thought that was great audio. And he's basically saying, hey, KD, it's like Don Nelson. Don Nelson used to tell Tim Hardaway Sr., look, I know you could get your shot at any point, but I want you the first time down the court, pass it around. Just pass it around once. The next time you get the ball, then you attack. But let's get some other guys involved here because I know you could get yours. And that basically was a message to Kevin Durant. Look, let's get everybody rolling here. Go ahead, Spinone.
I have Kevin Durant. He was asked about this after the game or whenever it got leaked, and someone asked him about that whole interaction with Steve Kerr, and this is what he had to say post-game.
I really enjoyed that conversation, just having somebody that was that close to the legend, Michael Jordan, tell me, and feel confident that I guess we were in similar positions at the moment. Made me feel good about myself, that he can relate that moment to Michael Jordan. I really, really appreciated that moment. I needed it as well.
So that he didn't feel like it was a big deal, but remember it got overblown? It got overblown like it was a big deal. I was like, huh? That's just good interaction between coach, and it just showed the greatness and the level of respect Steve Kerr had for Kevin Durant's greatness.
It's so funny. Like, just all of the rhetoric that I see from people, and I'm seeing a text message here, and I'd like to bring this up because I've seen lots of people bring this up. Kevin Durant had 1 foot out the door, 408. Kevin Durant had 1 foot out the door, 510. I'm like, guys, let me just read you. This is when the Draymond Green incident happened.
Yeah.
That was on November 12th. Let me read to you his numbers the first 13 games prior to that game.
Situation.
Okay. 27, 38, 20, 22, 30, 41, 34, 14 because they blew somebody out. 24, 33, 22, 17, 28, 33 that night. Oh, yeah. He totally checked out. Totally had a foot out the door.
Well, you know why they said that?
It's insane. What were you watching?
I don't know. But
it drives me crazy.
But it was funny because, that situation. Well, I think a lot of people had a problem with him signing the 1-on-1 deals.
Even though he took a slightly less so they could afford an extra player.
He was leaving money on the table so you could bring back Sean Livingston. You know what I'm saying? Bring back Andre Iguodala on a 3-year, $45 million deal. You know what I'm saying? He'd signed the 1-on-1s. He was coming back. But I never thought KD was going to be a Warrior for life. That was when he signed here, I was like, dude, if he gets us 4 years, great. Great. It would have been great if he was a Warrior forever. By the way, something I want to get to Tony and Fremont here. And Steve, you brought up, did Kevin Durant make the worst decision?
I think it's one of the worst sports decisions ever.
What about Kawhi Leonard? I was thinking about Kawhi Leonard yesterday. Well,
so it's funny that you reference that because being the number 2 in when you go to a brand, certain brands, the Jets. Yeah. I'm sorry, that brand is not good. Yeah. It's just not a good brand.
Right.
Even the Mets, and I think the Mets are a higher caliber version of the Jets. The Nets, these are all second-tier brands. The White Sox, second-tier brand. Even the lovable losers, the Cubs, as bad as they were for as many years. There's a huge precipitous drop-off. You went to the Clippers, Kawhi Leonard?
Yeah, exactly.
That might be the 5th or 6th brand in SoCal.
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe 7th or 8th.
You had an entire country behind your back.
That's a great point. But at least he was teaming up with Paul George and a billionaire in Ballmer, who I have faith that he can do some good things as an owner.
Paul George.
You went to the Nets?
Could have gone to the Lakers too. There was talks with that. AD and LeBron.
Both of them made terrible decisions. I think we could agree on that one.
No doubt. No doubt.
Let's go to Tony at Fremont. Tony, what's happening, man? Good morning to you.
Good morning, gentlemen. Can you guys hear me okay?
We got you.
I work in the sticks. So, all right, excellent. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Kevin Durant, no doubt, great player, all-timer. Just when I look around the league, my question to you gentlemen is, you look at the 1, 2, 3, and 5 seed in the West, and they really don't have a star overage. The couple, but they're probably going to get beat by the Mavs, right? Oh, the Mavs have Kyrie Irving.
Yeah, Kyrie's 32. But he's right. Other than that, all these stars, I believe Jokic is 28 or 29.
Yep.
SGA is 26 right now?
25, 26.
Yeah, Luka's 24. Yep. Yes, and there's no question about it. All the best players are really young.
Yeah, very young. And I'm kind of in the camp of I don't want to get older. I wouldn't mind, as I think about it, as we throw all the names out there, and we'll get to Steve in Oakland in just a second. I wouldn't mind taking a couple steps back to take a major step forward. And that may mean a couple seasons where we're not pleased with the brand of basketball. But in order to get this cap right, in order to get your draft picks, and in order to move forward here, I don't think the answer is just going out and signing LeBron and KD. Because to me, that's not winning you a championship. That's just not. It's just a glorified trio. And we've seen this movie before in the NBA. Oh, like Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett got traded to Brooklyn. It was like, oh, they're going out of Brooklyn. Didn't work out.
This has a Karl Malone, Gary Payton feel going to the Lakers.
Steve Nash, Dwight Howard.
That's a good one.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, all right, are we sure this is the move? Let's go to Steve in Oakland real quick. Steve, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Yeah, man, I think Kevin Durant is a good choice to come back. I mean, he's been here already. He's not the same player he was when we had him. So, of course, his pace isn't going to be the same. He might blend in a little bit better with the players now. I mean, the window of opportunity is closing quickly on the Warriors, and this might be our opportunity to win a couple more before people retire. So,
win a couple more?
A couple more championships, for sure. Yeah, why not? We got a great team. Draymond, Steph, Clay, bring back KD.
Okay.
Keep a couple of our young players, build around that. I mean,
who are you surrendering to get Kevin Durant, though? Like, you have to give something up, right? You understand that, like, the other team's going to want something back, right?
Well, we have a couple young players that we can give up. Keep our core, bring back KD, and add a couple of, intangible pieces here and there, and we have chances. We definitely don't have a chance with the team we have now.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you want to bring back an all-time great?
All right. You know what, Steve? I respect your opinion. That's fair. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. 888-957-9570 is the Xfinity mobile text line. If you want to text in. 888-957-9570. I mean, do people feel like, Steve, or if you bring in a Kevin Durant, that's the difference? Because I can make the argument just to play that game with Steve.
It was 5 years ago that those guys were all good.
I agree.
Together.
But you hear Steph Curry say, hey, look, man, we're 3 games away from a top 6 seed and being in the first round series. The players may feel like they were closer to a championship had they been in a first round series because of the championship pedigree. Now, we may not agree with that. I'm not saying I do agree with that. And I'm not saying that if Kevin Durant comes here and you bring in other assets and ancillary pieces, that's going to help you win a championship in today's day and age. I don't know. I have my doubts about that. I would rather get younger, personally. How can you get younger? That's my philosophy.
The only way you're getting younger is some miraculous trade with the New Orleans Pelicans to land a Zion or something like that, where you're surrendering a ton of things, or through the draft.
Yep. Yeah. I
mean, look around. Nobody's just going to hand you a 23-year-old ready-to-go player.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. I'm trying to live in the real world here.
Well, and that's
in the real world, to me, does not have Kevin Durant coming to the Golden State Warriors. It just doesn't. Hey, I'm sorry. I'm listening to James Jones yesterday. It sounds like they're going to keep Kevin Durant.
Why would? And then can I just? Do we really think Kevin Durant wants to play with Draymond Green? Could be realistic here.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I don't know. Well, they did have to sit down in 2021.
Oh, that just means nothing to me.
Yeah. Go ahead, Spinoni. What you said? Oh, James Jones on the bottom. Here's James Jones right here. Yesterday, he was talking to the Phoenix media, and I was kind of laughing about it. But here's James Jones on Kevin Durant.
Figure out how to maximize Kevin Durant. No one's done it yet. I believe we'll be the first team to do it because we can maximize him. We can maximize our entire roster. we're a better team. But that's not an issue. I think Kevin had a phenomenal season this year offensively. And when he's playing at the highest level, he makes us a really, really good team, and we're damn near unbeatable. And you saw that at times this year. But like every great player, what we may view as being like awesome, Kevin thinks isn't good enough because he wants to be great. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. And so the moment he becomes satisfied with the way he's playing, I think that'll be the moment he'll tell you that it's probably time to think about something different.
That's James Jones yesterday. So he's talking about maximizing Kevin Durant. Maximizing Kevin Durant. And he doesn't believe nobody is maximizing. Well, James Jones, you forget about 2016-17, 2017-18, 2018-19, when Kevin Durant had all-time seasons and won the Finals MVP. I think the Warriors did a damn good job of maximizing Kevin Durant. You can make the argument that Kevin Durant played the best basketball of his life in the Bay Area.
I would say he played the best basketball. Like, there's this saying that the Miami Heat said, we got the best years of LeBron. And they might feel that way. Like, his prime years. There's not a question in my mind. We got the prime years of Kevin Durant. And it was the best I've ever seen. And I'm talking both ends of the floor.
Right.
That's the part people don't understand. Both ends of the floor, he was dynamic.
Yep, both. He was in, I think he was in play for DPOY. We sat down at media day and I asked him, I said, Kevin Durant, man, you think you can win the DPOY, man? You were hooping. He goes, hey, they would never vote for me. And I asked him why not. He goes, well, they hate on me. And they do hate on him. Listen to this. David Dennis Jr. was very close to Steph Curry. They went to Davidson together, now on ESPN. And I respect his work, David Dennis. He's a good follow on Twitter. But this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Kevin Durant. When it comes to Kevin Durant, this is crazy to me. Like, the way he gets portrayed, he's a top 10, top 12, top 15 player. And the way people talk about him is as if he's a role player.
And I know why, but I want you to play this.
Kevin Durant has no hive. That is the thing. He is the best player we've seen that has no hive. I could tweet out right now, it says before, I could tweet out right now, KD stinks, and I will not have, ain't nobody gonna be in my mentions, like doxing me and looking up my kids' names and trying to go hunt me down. Ain't nothing's gonna happen. I say that about LeBron, my social security number gonna be on social media the next day. KD ain't got no hive, which is a really fascinating thing for somebody as good as he is.
So they got all these stands, and when he says hive, it stands. Like, we got LeBron fans, where LeBron fans will go wherever LeBron goes. You got Steph fans, Steph stands. You got stands all around. Kevin Durant, no hive, no stands. Kevin Durant has a lot of fans, I thought, right? Why does he get discussed like that? Why does he get discussed like that online? Why do people attack Kevin Durant the way they do? Because he left Oklahoma City and joined the Golden State Warriors? Why?
I think him, Kyrie to a lesser degree. I might even throw Harden into this just a little bit, but Kevin Durant to me is the ultimate. When I look at athletes right now, all of the athletes out there, he's got a tortured artist kind of prism. Van Gogh, Beethoven. Just go right down the list. Look at you musicians. Look how many musicians are tortured artists where they're almost their own worst enemy. There's like a psychosis,
right.
Not that they have a mental illness. What I'm saying is that he cares so much about basketball and playing it on an artistic level that I do believe he does not sit back and enjoy what's going on. And I think that the average fan out there is like, why can't you enjoy us? Why can't you enjoy it? Because he's always chasing that next piece of art.
Right.
And he reminds me so much of a musician or a band where they've got all of these issues and, you see some of these things. Right. Not that he's bipolar. That's not what I'm saying. But there's some sort of a disorder where it's like, it's never good enough, and he's constantly chasing. And I don't think that makes him a bad person at all. I just think it makes him who he is. There's people in our lives, and I have people in my life where they're never fully satisfied with whatever they're doing, and they're always looking for the next.
But we assume that about Kevin Durant. We're not.
No, he said that. He has said that.
He has said that before, he has said that chasing, but at the same time, we psychoanalyze him so much.
I think he's obsessed with hoop.
He's great.
Obsessed with hoop.
Don't we love that? Don't we love that?
No, but I think what ends up happening, and it's unfair. No, we do love that. But if you don't smile, why can't you be like David Ortiz or Steph Curry?
Did Jordan smile a lot?
Jordan is in his own category of athlete.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think we even really respected Kobe till he tore his Achilles like that.
I don't think we respected Kobe until he passed away.
That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying?
People said this about Muhammad Ali. We didn't really wrap our arms as a country around Muhammad Ali until he couldn't really speak anymore.
So I want to revisit.
I don't think this is exclusive to Kevin Durant. Reggie Jackson had this stigma around him for a long time. For a long time. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Does Kareem Abdul-Jabbar get the appropriate just due?
No. Because,
how about Barry Bonds?
Because you look at the way Winning Time was portrayed and the way people discussed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like he was standoffish for a very long time. He didn't want the limelight. He didn't want the fame. He didn't want to be bothered. He just wanted to play basketball.
But I think Kevin Durant, like some of these guys, though, they all fall into the same bucket.
Back to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, that is the reason why he doesn't get discussed as the greatest player of all time.
Agreed.
He may be the most accomplished player in basketball history. I mean, Bill Russell, Kareem, Magic, Jordan, they're all on a short list. Kareem was exceptional as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. And don't forget, you can also watch us right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter/X streams. So log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. And shout out to the Xfinity Mobile Text line.
Look around sports the last 40, 50 years, right? Kareem's just a great example. Reggie Jackson. I think Randy Johnson suffered from this for a long time in his career, where people were like, what is Randy Johnson's deal? Why can't he smile? Why isn't he beloved? And then I look at someone like David Ortiz. And David Ortiz, a Hall of Fame player, don't get me wrong. But when I list the greatest players of all time, I don't have him in that upper echelon of all-time greats. He's in like that mid to lower tier of all time. And that sounds absurd, but you get where I'm going with this, right? Like, it's because he smiled. He almost has elevated his own status because he's leaned into the character. I feel like Kevin Durant has been crushed because he hasn't leaned into the character of being lovable. And I don't think that's a wrong thing. I just think the media wants to blast him at every turn.
Well, when he left Oklahoma City, that's when it started. That's when it started. When he joined the Golden State Warriors after winning 73 games, that was the start of it. It was Stephen A. Smith. I'll never forget the morning when him and Chris Broussard are arguing back and forth as I'm popping some Santa Rita wine from my guy, Uncle Marty Lurie, and I'm popping the wine. And Stephen A. is going crazy saying this is the weakest move you've ever seen in professional sports. And I was like, well, he was a free agent. Now, how many times the Niners signed big-time players? I know. Was it the weak move for Deion to go from the Niners to the Cowboys or from the Falcons to the Niners? You know what I'm saying? Within the division? We never talk about Deion like that. No, think about that.
Never.
He was with the Falcons in the division with the 49ers as they were in their heyday. And I get they didn't win 73 games. They didn't win the championship before. They lost in the NFC championship game. But we never talk about that. Like Kevin Durant was the first time I ever heard somebody say, wow, like LeBron James, Joey forces Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh, and they were organizing this move for 2 seasons.
Well, see, how many teams did Shaq try to ring chase with at the end?
I know. Yeah.
But you know why Shaq smiled. I know this sounds absurd, but I'm telling you, there's this thing. If you act quirky, it could quickly turn into surly, and we'll, like, I'm talking about the nation, will turn on you. And I don't think it's fair.
And let me say this, Kyle Kelly, we didn't say KD didn't have no hive. I don't get caught up into that hive in stands. That was David Dennis Jr. from ESPN
but I don't think he does.
Who said that he doesn't have stands. I'm a big KD fan. I love watching KD play. So don't put that on us. Don't put words in our mouth.
Like when I look at who are the beloved athletes, right? The beloved ones. Think about it. They all have that smile. Like Steph Curry has this quality about him. Ken Griffey Jr. has that quality about him. Like there are certain guys that can pull it off. And I bring David Ortiz into this. Like they just, the way that they act, the aura elevates them, right? KD, his aura unfairly has lowered him, and it's ridiculous.
Outside the Bay Area, people love Steph. No doubt about it. He's a global icon. But there are some people outside the Bay Area who say, man, look at him hot dogging.
Yeah.
Look at him big head bouncing. He's dancing. He's showboating. He's doing all this. He's showing people up. There are people who kind of scoff at that when it comes to Steph Curry.
I think you're right.
I don't. I think it's great entertainment.
But I also believe that I
hear your point, though.
In this modern day, there's haters everywhere. For everyone.
Yeah, everyone. Let's go to Tyler in Oakley. Tyler, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, gents. How are you? So I got a few things. First, I don't think KD would come back because of Draymond. I think that's a big hurdle. I would love to have him back. I don't think he would want to play with that again. And 2 things on our fan base. The first is, it seems that Draymond gets an incredible amount of passes for the amount of garbage that he does. I mean, we wouldn't even be talking about needing a 5th championship if he was a grown-up and didn't kick old boy. You know what I mean? So, and then you add in, punching Jordan Poole, not being a mentor to younger players, just being, Draymond. Everybody kind of gives him passes. I don't. I think he needs to go. If there's one that needs to go, I think it's him. And then I want to know what universe some of our fans are in when they think that if we keep this core together and add a KD or add a LeBron, that we're beating an Oklahoma City, a Denver, or Minnesota. I'm sorry. What I just saw Minnesota do, it ain't happening. And the ones that thought, hey, if we, get in with the play-in, we can beat OKC, it would have been ugly. I'm glad we lost ugly to Sac. That's just, I don't see it. If anything, we need to get rid of the bad contract, move off of Wiggs, get rid of Chris Paul, get some guys that are just dogs. That's what we don't have anymore. We don't have dogs on this team.
Good call, Tyler. Good call, man. Good call with that one. Let's go to George in the Jungle. George in the Jungle, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
First off, Majewski's a dog. He gets it done. He gets his nose in there and he roots it out. So don't say we don't have dogs. The other thing is, I'm looking at the all over 40 team. We had Chris Paul this year. I never thought I could root for Chris Paul, but I found myself rooting for Chris Paul. Next year, if we add he who should not be named, that might be fun to watch. I don't know how good a brand of basketball combining him with the Warriors would be, but you never know.
I hear you. Here, let me play this. Good call, George in the Jungle. Long time no hear. Kevin Durant. And this was with who? Was this when he was sitting down with Draymond Green? Correct, 2021?
I think it was. Sorry, I couldn't find my mic button for some reason. I think this was, sitting down with either his pod or on Draymond's pod, one of them, but it was talking about and reminiscing about 2019, if he knew that was going to be his last season going into that year.
If that was the case, I wouldn't have played 78 games that year. I would have just waited to the end of the season and tried to play in the playoffs. I played every game. I went hard every day. I cared about every matchup, no matter who was on the floor. Just my look didn't feel as energetic or opening as it was before. And I like that. I like that I was closed off and focused on my work. I just maybe should have communicated that with more people who were interested in knowing what I was going through, but I had the most fun locking in and completing the task. You know what I'm saying? Because I knew we was going to win every night. And it's rare to get to that point as an NBA player. Knowing you're going to win every night. So I just try to focus in and stay in the moment more than anything.
All right, that was with Chips, with Draymond Green on Bleacher Report. Chips with Draymond Green on Bleacher Report basically saying, I was just locked in. I wasn't targeted. And I want to dive into this more. We got Eddie Johnson coming up at 7:30. We got KO in Oakland coming up on the other side. We'll take your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We got the Xfinity mobile text line, 888-957-9570. Those are the numbers there if you get in on the conversation. Kevin Durant, you in or out? But also, why would he want to come back? We got more coming up with Kevin Durant. All that stuff coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help.
And I think they want peace and they want to win. And I think they're both sacrificed for the greater good to do that. They know that there's a formula, a group that has made it happen. Usually, don't see many groups. Very few like big threes work smoothly, or big fours or whatever. But with him there, they know they can win. They might go there. I don't know if he'll entertain it because of all the media and backlash he's got for going there in the first place. To go back again, I don't know if he want to handle it.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
That's Danny Green, who's on with Steiny and Guru yesterday, saying that it's water under the bridge between Draymond Green and Kevin Durant. He doesn't doubt that they could play together. Again, if they did join forces with the Golden State Warriors. By the way, download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app directly from the QR code on our Twitch and YouTube channels, and you can catch every single Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Catch amazing interviews you missed too, like when Amin El-Hassan joined Willard Dibs yesterday. I'm going to play a cut from him in just a second. Let's go to KO real quick in Oakland. KO, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, great show. Hey, I don't know what these people are watching, what brand of basketball they've been following. KD is not the answer. KD sounds all and good, coming back to the Bay, but he is not the one that's going to take us over the hump and win us the title. We need a big. We need somebody to clean that board, get rebounds. We need role players. Any championship team always needs role players. KD added to the team, to the older team. It's not a team that he came on before. It's a different team now. And to be honest with you, this organization's got some pressure on them. As long as you have Stephen Curry on your roster, you have got to do something.
Yeah.
What that is, I don't know what that is, but I know it's not KD.
Yeah. Listen, KO, I may be with you on that one. I'm kind of in the camp of taking a couple steps back to take a major step forward. Because when I look at the landscape of the Western Conference, Minnesota's not going anywhere. OKC's not going anywhere. Houston's getting better. San Antonio has Wemby. They're going to get better. What the hell is Portland going to do? They always seem to reload at some point. Our whole life's Portland. They'll have a little dip, and then they'll figure out a way to be in contention again. Not title contention, but a perennial playoff team. Luka Doncic and Kyrie, we saw him last night with Dallas. It looked good, really good. So is KD the answer? Is LeBron James the answer? Is getting older the answer? I don't know. All those guys are out of the playoffs right now watching. Everybody, including Steph. We're all watching. It feels like the motto of the 2024 playoffs is out with the old, in with the new.
There is a lot, but Bonte, there's a large contingent of fans who actually don't think it's over in terms of what they have currently. And that's where we just disagree. I'm like, it's done. It's done. With this version of the team, it's done. And they have to make some dramatic moves. And I think people think a tinker here, a tinker there, it's just no. You need to make wholesale changes and sweeping changes. That's the only way this thing is going to, turn around. And even then, you're still, I think, far away. You're uphill climbing. I want to get back into the Durant thing because the move to go to the Warriors. Well, that's why everyone hates him. That's the big thing. He joined a 73 win team.
It was the start.
What?
It was the start of the hatred, in my opinion.
Why does Kareem Abdul-Jabbar not get any of that stuck to him, leaving where he was at to join the Lakers? Even though I know his team was winning in Milwaukee.
I don't know. Did he? I wasn't alive. It
feels like we don't talk about it that way.
I would have to hear from somebody who was alive during the mid-70s.
I do think there was some of the racial relations back then being in that market and going to California. Yeah. That had a lot to do with it as well.
And he going back to, obviously he played his college basketball at UCLA. So we went back to LA. I know LA accepted him, but I don't know if there was any blowback. I couldn't tell you. It was 1975, 74, 76, whatever, mid-70s. I don't know if there was any blowback.
How about Roger Clemens joining the Yankees?
You don't think there was blowback from the Boston market for anybody?
From Boston, yes, absolutely.
Baseball?
I mean, but
because you know why? He didn't go straight from the Red Sox to the Yankees. He was in Toronto, and he got lost to Canada for a while.
Okay, but Deion joined a 4-time champion 49ers who had been in the NFC Championship game 2 years in a row. And then literally won the Super Bowl and went to the other team who had won 2 Super Bowls the two years prior to the Niners winning the Super Bowl.
Right.
No one ever said anything about that.
We were pissed off about that.
We were.
And I don't know if nationally if there was.
I don't think his credibility or his persona took a hit.
I can't really speak to that because we didn't have the daily talk shows.
That's
we
true.
didn't have social media.
Okay, well, what about a modern one? Let me give you a modern one. What about joining a team that has won 90 plus games 11 years in a row? What about Shohei Ohtani? 92, 94, 92, 91, 104, 92, 106, 106, 111, 100. That's the team Shohei Ohtani just joined, and no one batted an eye.
No, because he played for the Angels who lost game after game after game after game. And it was like, well, what else can Shohei do? He's great, but he doesn't have a team around him. Let's see him go to a team. I had no problem with it.
No, I know, but like...
I think the situation is completely different because KD went to a team.
I mean, come on.
And I don't agree with this, but think about it. It wasn't like Shohei lost to the Dodgers in the World Series. Kevin Durant lost to the Warriors in the Western Conference Finals after his team had a 3-1 lead.
And everyone could kind of see...
It's completely different.
Yeah, but I think everybody who could see was like, you want to play with Russ? You want to play with Steph? Come on.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
He was a free agent.
I agree with that. I totally agree with you. But
what organization would you rather at that time? The team that traded away James Harden because they didn't want to get into the luxury tax, or the other team that has all their pieces locked up and ready to go for the foreseeable future?
I'm agreeing with it, but as a sports fan, taking a step back and being devil's advocate, he did join a team that he lost to in the Western Conference Finals, and he had a 3-1 lead on. And he joined that team. Now, you could say, yeah, whatever, because it's your team. But outside the bubble, again, when we go outside the bubble, a lot of people view it like a lot of basketball people is like, yeah, oh man, this is weak. This is weak. A lot of people thought that. Now, did Reeves go to the Patriots after the Jets, or did he make a pit stop to Tampa Bay?
Kevin Durant was not the first player to jump from one good team to a slightly better team.
No,
in
he's not.
Sports. He just wasn't. I mean, it's categorically false.
Reeves went to Tampa and then New England and then back to the Jets.
I just think that we took out all of this, not us in this market, but like nationally, we took all this rage out on him, and it was just
but don't
unfair.
You get the context though?
Yeah,
don't
I get
you
it.
That? Like he lost to a team. It'd be like
the irony of that though is
it'd be like Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon or the Lakers losing to the Rockets in the Western Conference Finals in 1986. And then Max is like, you know what? I'm going to go down to Houston. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's similar to. And some sports fans saying, like, you went to the team that you lost to and you had a 3-1 lead on.
You don't find the irony that every single person commenting on it would leave their job to go to the competitor if they thought that they could make more money and have more success in a heartbeat? How many people have left newspapers to join some other platform or another newspaper because they think they can get more money and have a longer career or a better career?
Well, that's the key, more money. That's more money.
Well, but in the NBA, the currency isn't money because the money's equal.
And the NBA
it's
is
winning.
different.
It's winning, and it's about legacy.
It's different. It's different when it comes to newspapers in the NBA and sports. You know what I'm saying? When you're going from newspaper to news, I was at another radio station. We're at another radio station.
And you came
Guys
here for what?
More money.
And more success.
A chance.
Yes,
and a
exactly.
chance. So that's why. So Kevin Durant, necessarily, he could have got the same money in OKC.
But the currency isn't money. The currency is legacy. And that's what he needed.
But a lot of
here.
people still taint his legacy,
which is unfair.
Because he joined a 73-win team.
And I think that's ridiculous.
I think it's ridiculous, but that's what people feel.
I know, and I think
I guarantee you, if you weren't a Warrior fan, you would think differently about this.
I'm not a Heat fan. I'm not a Heat fan, and I thought it was great that LeBron and Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh.
The Heat stunk.
I'm just saying. I thought that he was in a good situation in Cleveland. He went to a better situation in Miami.
It wasn't a great situation in Cleveland. He had one All-Star, and that was Mo Williams, who was an All-Star replacement. Situation, and you can't get free agents to go to Cleveland. Those teams have trouble getting free agents, and I think that move was weaker than Kevin Durant's move because they sat there for 2 years and organized that move. And I love Dwayne Wade. They constructed that move for 2 years.
Look, if you play basketball for 25 straight years and you don't get to choose where you go because you're drafted, at one point you're allowed, when you hit free agency, you're allowed to be able to go wherever you want. I am about freedom. You can go to whatever school you want if you choose to. You can go to whatever college you want. But once you get drafted in the NBA or in any sport, you're kind of stuck. Once you hit free agency, it is your right that you have earned to be able to go wherever you want.
I hear you. I hear that. I'm with you. But you got to at least play the other side for a second and say that, damn, he lost to a team in the Western Conference Finals that he had a 3-1 lead against that won 73 games. How can you be mad at people with the way they view saying, you know what, that was, gosh, really that move?
Monte.
I don't agree with it. I don't agree with those people.
Monte.
I don't. The Warriors did what they had to do, and he chose up. He chose up to play the best basketball of his career. I get all that, but I also understand the other side of it.
I was working nights, and we were doing okay. And I couldn't wait to jump at the opportunity to work with you in the morning because I thought it would boost my particular professional profile, and I wanted to play with you. I wanted to be on this stage working with you. I get it from KD's point of view.
I get it too. But I also get why people would be mad at Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I just feel like we've taken that. But all the people that are mad about Kevin Durant, again, would leave their current employer in a heartbeat for the competitor if they could make a little bit more money and have a little more job security and have whatever legacy we're in that particular industry. They would do it in a second.
I don't know if they would. I don't know.
How many people left their newspaper to go to The Athletic?
Yeah, well, newspapers are dead. Yeah. Newspapers are dead.
So was Oklahoma City.
How many people are getting laid off from newspapers? You know how many friends I have in the newspaper industry can't get a job right now? Newspaper industry is dead. It's a sinking ship.
Well, that's the way Kevin Durant viewed Oklahoma City in comparison to Golden State.
This Titanic that may hit sports radio one day. You don't think that, you know what I'm saying? You don't think we're out here looking for the next move? Of course you're going to do that. You want to get elevated. You want to challenge yourself. You want to go to another platform. That's all that is. You know what I'm saying? And in The Athletic, you're still basically writing for a newspaper, but you got to get more money. You got to set up your family. I get that in the real world. They're playing with monopoly money in the NBA. Let's be real. They're playing with monopoly money.
Again, the money isn't real because it's all equal. Durant's going to get a max wherever he goes. The way that they actually have currency and how they exchange currency is, can I win and can I boost my legacy? The only way Kevin Durant could add to his profile was winning championships.
Could he have done that in OKC?
Maybe he made the equation that they weren't being able to.
They had a 3-1 lead against the Warriors. 3-1. 3-1.
Yeah, but they also had a coach nobody believed in.
I got more on this too, because I want to start with the Draymond and Kevin Durant stuff before we get Eddie Johnson on. I guess we're working on Eddie right now, but remember the situation down in L.A. when they got into it, and Draymond spat back, when KD was clapping at him and talking to him on the bench, and Draymond said, well, who the F are you talking to? And according to multiple sources, Green went on to make it clear that, he's been making plays for the Warriors for years, and we've won championships for years, and he reminded Durant that the Warriors were winning before Durant showed up, so he wouldn't stand for KD talking to him as if he were a scrub. But Green also accused Durant of making the whole season about him, even though he was going to leave after the season. And Green let out his frustration about Durant, how he handled free agency, keeping his options open, and keeping the story alive, consuming the Warriors in their season with the talk with what Kevin Durant do. Now, Eddie Johnson is going to join us in a second, and I hear from players all the time, it's sacrilegious to worry about another man's free agency and another man's career. You don't touch that. You don't touch another man's money, and you don't pocket watch in the NBA. That's what they don't do. That's sacrilegious, especially to the old school guard and the old guard in the NBA. But also, it wasn't the media had a hand in hijacking the season about Kevin Durant's free agency. Not us. I was talking about a three-peat. How are they going to three-peat? The media kept that alive, not Kevin Durant. Anyway, let's go to Eddie Johnson.
Why do you, before you go to Eddie, what you say that because people asked everyone on the team every single day?
Every single day. What about New York? You see Chris House get traded to New York. He's like, right. Dude, and they were like, you haven't talked in 12 days. Well, I don't see the same thing about Klay Thompson and Draymond Green or anybody else. They hammer Kevin Durant every day about free agency. We don't do that with other players around here. But why do we do it with KD? Anyway, Eddie Johnson, our main man, color analyst with the Phoenix Suns, works with our boy Justin Termini, Sirius XM NBA Radio. They do a great job there. But we got to wish our main man happy birthday.
What?
Eddie, happy belated, man. Happy 40th birthday, my main man. What's going on? I hear you're still getting buckets these days.
Well, I like the fact you said happy birthday. You playing a nice song for me. But the 40-year-old stuff, you need to get out of here with that.
All right, 25.
I wish.
25, Eddie. You dress like you're a young man.
25 plus 40. You got it.
No, you made it there. You look great. You sound great. And we always love having you on here. Obviously, Kevin Durant around here. Look, I don't know if I have no idea what's going on. I hate speculating, and I hate playing a hypothetical game, but it is funny to me that a lot of Warrior fans who couldn't stand Kevin Durant all are begging for him to come back. It's pretty funny. But KD's future in Phoenix. We heard from James Jones and GM yesterday. He says he wants to maximize Kevin Durant, which he believes hasn't been done in his NBA career. I would disagree with that. But what? Kevin Durant's not going nowhere, is he, Eddie?
No, he's not going anywhere. I mean, look, our ownership, I don't think no way he's giving up after 1 year. I mean, this is an owner that has been very successful in what he has done, the mortgage business. He is determined. He's young. He's aggressive. He only knows one way, and that's to win. And no way he's giving up after 1 year. I mean, people would love to see that. People would love to see the Suns give up after 1 year. And then if KD's name was thrown out there, if Bill's name is thrown out there, those teams will call. So no. That's just, when you lose, everything goes south. People's emotions get caught up because they have no control over it. But those players do have a control over it. Ownership has a control over it. And, we just got to get back to the drawing board and see how we can make this thing work.
Why do you think Kevin Durant is he occupies such a unique space? Like, it feels like he doesn't get the appreciation that he deserves as an all-time great. Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, obviously, it goes back, obviously, to going to you all. I mean, if you all didn't have guys in the parking lot crying and begging KD to come after you lost in 2016, he wouldn't be in this position.
Damn.
You'd have joined him too.
Okay.
Eddie, seriously, what did you think about that move in real time? We were just discussing that. And look, as a Warrior fan, I'm happy he had the right to choose whatever team he wanted to choose after serving OKC for so long. But I do understand why other NBA, if I take myself out of this Bay Area bubble, I do understand why NBA fans will say, man, you went to the team that beat you and you had a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals and you joined them who just won 73 games. I understand why people will be a little ticked off about that.
Well, I don't think, for me, I just speak for myself. I'm not going to speak for, everybody else, but I wasn't ticked off about it. I just knew automatically the Warriors wouldn't lose a championship. I just automatically knew that by him going there. I mean, he already joined a team that was tremendous with Clay and Steph and Draymond. And so to add him, it would just be virtually impossible to beat this team. Now, LeBron is one of them guys that can make the virtually impossible happen. And so, yeah, those Cleveland teams still pushed them, still had a chance.
Yep.
But KD was the difference maker, man. And, yeah, I mean, like, KD, and I've told him this, KD is one of my favorite players ever. And because I love the way he plays, I love how efficient he is. He's very unselfish. And I fell in love with that Oklahoma City team. Without a doubt I did. And, yeah, when they were up 3-1, I thought, man, this is their swan song. This is going to happen. And then when he went to Golden State, I have to admit, I was a little perturbed by it. Mm-hmm. He knows it. He knows it. And, and I didn't like it, but not because I thought that he shouldn't be able to do what he wanted to do. It's more so because a rival now, to the Suns, and the Suns wouldn't have a chance.
Yeah.
Because of it. And then I said to myself, once it happened, I said, look, they weren't going to, in my estimation, this is my estimation, I don't think you all would have beaten Cleveland if you didn't get it.
I agree.
I'm with you. I'm kind of with you.
I agree.
I'm with you.
They were teetering.
Yes. And so I don't think you would have beat them. And so, yeah, they needed to get him, and they got him. And I said to people, I said, he's going to be the difference. They're going to win. And I said, if he goes there and he gets finals MVP and he plays a huge role, like down the stretch, every NBA game comes down to the last 2 or 3 minutes. I said, if this guy shows that he's more so the focal point, then I can't be mad. Because he went there to help them get a title when, obviously in his mind, he knew that they needed him. So that's just how I flowed with it. And so I stopped. Like after, 6-7 months of just, being upset about it, I backed off. And I said, if he won Finals MVP, I said, I'm not going to say anything else. And I never have. And he won back-to-back. And so that's how I viewed it.
Eddie, forget what you think, just nationally, because you've got a good feel on this. If all the variables were exactly the same, but instead of Kevin Durant coming to the Golden State Warriors, he joined the Lakers, would it have been perceived differently?
No, I think any team that he went to that didn't win the title or had a chance to win the title, played in the finals, like if he had gone to Boston, I don't think it would have been an issue. If he had gone to New York, wouldn't have been an issue. I think at that point in time, if he had gone to L.A., because they weren't winning titles, it wouldn't have been an issue. Because now he would be going to take control, just like him leaving Brooklyn and coming to Phoenix. Like, it wasn't an issue. Like, it was, people didn't jump all over him because the Suns have never won an NBA championship.
Yep.
So I think that was part of it. He was just, he went to a team that had Steph Curry, man, and Klay Thompson, and just had a tremendous, y'all had a tremendous, feel for the game and how to beat people. And that was just the ultimate cheat code. Like, how in the heck are you going to beat them now? If Steph is off, guess what? KD is on. I mean, no. It's like that. That's why people responded to it. It had nothing to do with dislike of KD or anything. Now, what are the Warriors supposed to do? Do exactly what they did.
Yep.
They went and got an unbelievable player. You can't blame Bob Myers. You can't blame Steph, Klay, and Draymond for going after him. We make fun of Draymond because, word is after they lost in 2016, he got in his car calling up KD asking him to come. I didn't like the fact that KD came there, that Draymond didn't appreciate that past the titles. Like, that was amazing to me, with his language and how he reacted and all of that. And he still reacted. I mean, even today. I mean, after they beat the Suns early in the year on the Steph Curry bucket. I mean, just, I don't know how close he and KD are, so I had no idea. I think sometimes Draymond is a lot more mouth than anything else. And I think, when you see him on TV, you think he's more irate than what he really is. And I get that. And for what I understand, he's a tremendous young man. I had a chance to meet him when he was in college. I called Big Ten games. He was one of my favorite Big Ten players. But, when you react that way to a guy just because you think he might leave, and that guy actually helped you get 2 titles after you, in 2016, got suspended, in Game 5 and shouldn't have been, that maybe cost them an opportunity to win another title. You shouldn't be the one complaining. That's just how I look at it.
Eddie Johnson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, the birthday boy at JumpShot8 on X, NBA Sirius XM Radio with our main man, Justin Termini. When you look at the Warriors, Eddie, because you're tapped in with the league, as Shasky says, you have a real good feel for the league. You cover the entire league, even though you call Suns games. How far away do you believe the Warriors are from the top of the Western Conference? And is there a move that could get them right back into that top 5, top 6? Because I'm looking at Minnesota, I'm looking at OKC, I'm looking at Dallas and Denver. I'm like, boy, them dudes are going nowhere. So how far away are the Warriors from the top of the West, and what move can get them there to the top of the West?
Well, first, it's going to be tough for anybody because the new guard is starting to rise and shine. And that's just the history of the game. Although we have so much, we got good medicine now, we have drive and motivation to try to play as long as you can because in your 14th, 15th year, you can still make $15 million a year. So it's no reason to think that you have to go. Back in my day, you could go get a job after you're in your 15th, 16th year and probably make just as much money as what you were making in the NBA. Those days are over. I mean, these guys get paid extremely well even when their skill set goes down. And so, the new guard is here, and they're playing well, despite we still having LeBron, KD, James Harden, all the guys that, carried the face of the league for this stretch of time. Now you got Shea, you got Luka, you got Jokic, you got Embiid, you got Maxey, you got you got these guys, and so it's going to be tough, man, is what I'm saying. You got to really build around Steph, figure out what's going to happen with Clay, hope that Draymond can continue his role and how he plays. But, let's look at it this way. You all probably don't be in the play-in if Draymond doesn't get suspended 20 games. Mm. So, I mean, it's those things and those actions that I think put you down. So, to me, it's hard to evaluate you because he got suspended, and that was a huge part of the season to do it in, and now you found yourself in the play-in. But Steph is like Benjamin Button. Like, it doesn't seem like he's getting older. He's playing at a high level. Clay is going to be up and down, guys, and I'm not hating on Clay. I love Clay, one of my favorite ball players ever, he and Steph. But the lower leg injuries take a toll.
You told us that earlier in the season. Like, the first game of the season, you said, man, Father Time doesn't wait on nobody. You had the same sentiments about Clay in game number 1 of the season. I'll never forget, Eddie.
Yeah, I mean, it's you get, look, if you're blessed enough to play long in this league, then you go to get old in front of everybody. And then that's just the way it is. That's why the legend of MJ keeps hanging on because, he took 2 years off, then he took another 2 years off, and, he pretty much ended his career, even though he didn't win in Washington, still getting a 40-point game or averaging 20. So, you really couldn't see. You saw the age creeping up on him, but he still was able to be highly productive in an environment where they weren't winning and people ignored it, and that's fine. But with Clay, he's on a team that everybody expects to win. And so now his age is going to show a little bit more. And when the roller coaster ride of having a great game and then not having a good shooting game, those are normal things that happen to an older player. And I just can't understand the criticism of Clay during the year and people wanting to say this and that. And you just get old in this league, man. Like Charles Barkley in Houston, man, once threw a cross-court pass to a 38-year-old Eddie Johnson. A 28, 30-year-old Eddie Johnson would have snatched that damn cross-court pass up and did what he needed to do. Man, he threw that ball to me, man, my whole body froze. I couldn't even move at 38. And, he laughed at me. He said, hey, man, why you didn't go for it? I said, Charles, I sent a signal to my legs, man. I just couldn't move. It's just inevitable, man. Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with it.
Eddie, let's say that Adam Silver comes to you and he says, Eddie, I need you to pick 1 or 2 guys to usher in this new era and be the face of the league. The face of the league, the way LeBron or Steph have been for the last decade plus. Who is the name or who are the names that you're recommending to Adam Silver?
Right now it's Jokic, man. Right now it's him. And you can see lately.
Are you selling Jokic to the American audience, though?
I'm not selling. Look, here's the thing. Trust me, I'm not selling him. But my point is, he's probably getting ready to win his 3rd MVP, even though I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should get it. It's my opinion. But you can see he's starting to get commercials. You see it.
Yeah.
He's getting commercials now.
Mm-hmm.
And his English is starting to improve because he knows. And all I'm saying is, it's hard to sell a European player as the face of the league. You're normally going to lean toward an American. And that's why probably, if Anthony Edwards keeps playing the way he is, he'll be there. Obviously, Devin Booker has gotten his attention. His shoe is extremely popular. I mean, and I know the foreign player gets upset or the foreign supporter gets upset, but I played over in Europe for a year, and I was extremely popular in Greece playing, but the European player there always got the attention. I was going to be happy to get my salary. That's it. So, no, I mean, I think it's hard for them. But with Jokic, he has a weird personality about him, man, that I think is growing on the American public. And I could see him up there. But, again, I can see Anthony Edwards, who's very funny and polarizing and mixed in with that. Like I said, a lot of young, tremendous players. Like I said, we have Devin. So you just never know. I think they just got to keep playing at a high level to see how it shakes out.
Nah, the league is in great hands here. We're watching it during these playoffs. It's been riveting stuff the first round. I've really, really enjoyed it. Last one for you, because I know you can't get inside Kevin Durant's head, but even if it was remotely possible, and say there was an avenue that it could happen, because a lot of people are talking about it around here, would Kevin Durant even want to come back to play for the Golden State Warriors? Would that even be an option in his mind?
When I look at Kevin Durant, I just look at a dude that just loves to play basketball. Like, that's and you know what? You can have your criticisms of it. You can say, hey, man, I'd love for you to be more talkative. I'd love for you to be this, be that. But the bottom line, if I was a teammate, I wouldn't even bother him, because I would be like, hey, man, as long as you're going to play between these lines and give it all, we'll make up for whatever people think you don't do. Like, that's what a team is, right? And so I don't see any reason why anybody would not want him on their team. And that's why the Suns are going to keep him. Like, I don't see any reason why. His efficiency and unselfishness on the basketball court is ridiculous. And, you know, it's just going to take some tweaking for the Suns to make this all work. And I can't see them giving up after 1 year.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that is fascinating stuff there. The Kevin Durant thing, I mean, a lot of Warrior fans are clamoring for him to come back, and obviously the contract and the details. I just don't know. Do you ever talk to Kevin Durant about his days with the Golden State Warriors? Does he feel fully appreciated about his time here in the Bay Area?
Be quite honest, Katie doesn't talk much, man.
Okay.
So, you know, for me, no, I have not. But I try to give players their space.
Mm-hmm.
They come up to me and they want to engage in a conversation. Then they'll get Eddie. They'll get the talkative Eddie. But other than that, they're just going to get a hello.
Yeah.
Or a support quote from me or something like that if we cross paths. But I too much don't try to get into their space.
Yep.
Unless they enter my space, and then we're going to talk. I once had a player, tremendous player for the Suns, call me up, upset that he said I said something on the air, and you know how it gets from one person to two people to three people, then it finally gets to him, and the story is so backwards. I kept him on the phone for 45 minutes. He never called me again. Because now, see, you entered my space. So now I'm going to tell you how I feel and why I said it and what I think.
Right.
And he was trying to get off the phone, and I wouldn't let him get off the phone. So that's just the way I am.
Yep. Hey, our text line right now on YouTube is saying, I know how you feel, Eddie, in that situation. I may have had a situation earlier this season about something I may have said on this radio program that, you know, had some good back and forth on television.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Anyway, Eddie.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Eddie. I promise next season we're all playing golf together. I promise.
Yeah, y'all been promising me golf forever, but, you know, my golf clubs are still here, so it's no problem.
Well,
I play enough golf to, you know, be able to be patient and wait till I can get on that nice golf course out there in the Bay Area.
Olympic Club.
But you know what?
Shasky doesn't want to lose his money.
Hey, I'm going to come out there probably at times during the football season because actually you guys, the 49ers, you drafted a player that I know extremely well. I trained him when he was young, when he wanted to play a little basketball. I actually got him with some of the top wide receiver coaches when he was in high school to work with him and talk to him. Roy Green, Frank Sanders. Talk to him, and you know who it is.
Ricky Pierce
had him on the show yesterday.
And I want you people out of the Bay Area to understand one thing. And I heard quotes coming out of that Bay Area about this young man. I am telling you, you got a gem. I'm telling you. I am telling you. You talking about somebody that can stand in front of a franchise, somebody that is an unbelievable kid that just does everything right and is an animal on the field in regards to his work ethic. You all got somebody special. And I'm a Bear fan. I hated that you all got him.
Was he a hooper, though?
Well, you know, initially he wanted to play, but when I trained him, the thing that caught my eye was that the way that he ran on the basketball court. I said it's almost like he was running on a pillow. It's like his stride and the way that he plays, you all gonna love him. and Purdy is going to love him. I could see him becoming a favorite receiver for you all. Oh, yeah. And I'm not trying to market Ricky Pearsall. I am telling you all, you got a gem. And for those people that didn't know about him and they want to criticize and wonder why they drafted a wide receiver, you're going to find out. This kid over the middle or deep, it does not matter. And he will catch everything if you put him in his radius. I'm just telling you. Ooh. So remember I said that keep this audio so people can remember that tape. I said it. And people can remember that I said it. He is going to be special.
Oh, we love it. We love it. We love you, Eddie. We love that. We can't wait to see you up here. Ricky Pearsall. Right, Eddie, good stuff, man. Eddie Johnson, one of my favorite guests. He really is, man. Suns broadcaster, Jump Shot 8 on X/Twitter, NBA Sirius XM Radio with Justin Termini. A lot there. Says Kevin Durant doesn't speak much. Just to be locked in. He's just locked in. But he says Kevin Durant's going nowhere. Will that kill the rumors?
He sold me on Ricky Pearsall much better than he did Jokic as the NBA face. I do want to bring something up about the young guard in the NBA, and I think we're going to see a trend that is either going to continue or is going to have to dramatically change regarding the hierarchy of the NBA just since the 50s. There's a trend, and I want your opinion, Bonte, because you know the history of this league inside and out, and I'm curious. I don't have an opinion.
Yeah.
I want your opinion because I don't know where I fall on this.
Also, I go back to the first question with Eddie. Kevin Durant's going nowhere. Will that kill all the noise here in the Bay Area?
No, because we're going to link ourselves to anyone. I just got an update. LeBron James, the 5 teams that he's going to go to, and what are the odds?
Eddie says KD's going nowhere. You believe him? I mean, he's tapped in with the Suns. He's tapped in. I don't know. But let's get to the injury report here on the Morning Roast. All right, the Bucks down 3-2 gets the Indiana Pacers. Game 6 tonight. Gainbridge Fieldhouse, 3:30 p.m. Bucks Pacers. And will they get Damian Lillard, and Giannis Antetokounmpo? Will they get them back? Well, according to Doc Rivers, they are very close to returning to action and could be on the floor tonight against the Indiana Pacers. Giannis did not play in these playoffs due to a calf strain he suffered earlier last month. While Dame Dalla has been dealing with an Achilles injury he suffered in game number 3. Both players are listed as game time decisions. You also got the Knicks and the Sixers at the Wells Fargo Center. The playoffs heat back up tonight, folks. Some game 6s. We're to go home if you're the Bucks or the Sixers. Will there be a game 7? We shall see. Oh, give me all the drama. Give me all the drama. All right. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Curzon, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises, more for phone calls. Kevin Durant, you just heard from Eddie Johnson. Eddie Johnson, we know what we should have asked Eddie, and I forgot to ask this one. I forgot to ask whether or not the Warriors are still a free agent destination, but we could ask our roasters here at 888-957-9570, also the Xfinity mobile text line. 888-957-9570. Are the Warriors still an attractive destination for free agents? I don't know. Plus, we'll play more Kevin Durant sound. That's all coming up here on The Roast.
I had an amazing morning.
Crack, crack, crack.
Oh, baby. I'm starting to feel like I'm alive, like I'm awake. Boy's back. I can't wait to go to Stretch Lab today. Oh, my back is tight. It's tight. Like Tuco in Breaking Bad. Shout out to YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter /X, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our YouTube and Twitch pages, as we've added the QR code on both pages. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. 888-957-9570 is the number to the Xfinity mobile text line. We just heard from Eddie Johnson. Says KD doesn't believe it's going nowhere. He also doesn't talk to KD, right? I know you got something here. Real quick, though. I want to set this up because it just kind of spurred my brain here. Kind of toggled everything in here. Does KD have a better chance to win in Phoenix or with the Golden State Warriors? Or does he have the same chance to win?
They both feel bleak. Can we, right now, as they're currently constituted, they both feel very bleak. I think they've got better assets to acquire to put things around. So, if we go off this, he comes here, does Steph have more value as a player or as a trade piece? Mm-hmm. They'll never trade him, but you get where I'm going. Mm-hmm. Than Devin Booker.
Don't know.
I feel like Devin Booker's probably got a longer runway, though not the better overall player, clearly.
Yep.
Where he's at in his career.
Devin Booker still has a tough time creating for others. He's not a natural point guard.
Then I guess my next question is, who's valued higher across the league if you're going trade pieces? Wiggins, Draymond, Kuminga, etc., or Bradley Beal? I keep coming back to, I don't think there's either or. I think they both are very bleak.
Yeah.
Bonte, both teams stink. Relative to the NBA
Is this Charles Barkley?
But you're asking me to choose between rearranging the chairs on the Titanic on the deck.
It's Charles Barkley last night saying on Inside the NBA, stop getting off Frank Vogel and Darvin Ham. Both teams are trash.
Well,
get at James Jones and Rob Pelinka. By the way, Matt Ishbia, did you see the Suns owner yesterday? Basically saying he's going to be part of the exit interviews, and he believes they're closer to winning than they are to blowing it up. So that's where Phoenix's mindset is at. Now, Matt Ishbia is wild.
Well, but Warrior fans need to get a grip here. To think that we have infinitely more assets than Phoenix. Yeah, we've got our first rounders, which I don't know how desirable those are in the modern NBA landscape. Yes, we've got Pajemski or Kuminga or Moody. But really, I don't know how teams are viewing them. You tell me that the guy from Toronto didn't even want Kuminga.
Yeah, from my source that I trust, the year before, 2023, sure, he was interested in Kuminga, but he was trying to take the Warriors on the ringer.
Yeah.
Now, you could say he just played the Warriors and said he used them as leverage to get off of Siakam and OG a year later. But at this past deadline, from what I was told, and I trust this source very, very well, it's never been wrong, that Masai Ujiri, bless you, president of basketball operations with the Raptors.
God bless me.
I said bless you too.
I know. I was it's a thing I have to say.
Masai Ujiri basically was like, and you think about it, just look at Toronto. Why would he want Kuminga? Not because he's a bad player, but he already has Scotty Barnes and RJ Barrett. At the time, everything was shaking, right? He already had those players. Or if he wants Kuminga, well, he has OG Anunoby.
At the time.
So, why would he really want Jonathan Kuminga? So that's what the source told me. It was hey, and I believe the source has never been wrong. People could disagree with that, whatever.
Okay,
reports came out about that, but whatever.
If I had to make the choice, I'd say he can win slightly more here because there's more things the Warriors can do, attaching younger players, attaching draft picks that Phoenix doesn't have the ability to do. Yeah. I would say that Phoenix has the one chip that can get them, as in Bradley Beal, that can probably get them slightly more in a trade than anything the Warriors can. But I go back and forth. They're both, we're talking about teams that are 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 in the West.
I know. And then one team, and the Warriors didn't make the playoffs, and the Suns just got swept. Blown out in 3 of the games. blown out.
So I don't know.
So here's Eddie Johnson. He just joined us here, color analyst for the Phoenix Suns.
I feel like we're grasping. Honestly, Bonte, before you go to the cut, I just feel like we're all like, as a station, and it's not anyone's fault. As a fan base, as a region, we're grasping at straws. We're grasping at straws, praying that the old guys still got it. We're grasping at straws that there's some life.
I don't think we're grasping at straws. I think people are just having a dialogue.
No, I'm saying that to think that there's like there's a cure-all. I don't think there's a one-move cure-all.
Well, you kept coming at me about LeBron James.
I think it's a good start.
All right. So
I think it's a good start. But I will actually say this. I think LeBron's got infinitely more left in the tank than Kevin Durant.
All right. KD just had a great season.
No doubt. I'm taking LeBron over KD currently.
All right, that's fine. But they both got bounced. 1 and 5.
No doubt.
One got swept.
No doubt.
All right. And their numbers were very similar. You know what I'm saying? Very similar. So it's not, nobody's grasping the straws here. We're just having a dialogue. No, we're having a dialogue.
No, I'm saying to think that so you asked me the question, does he have a better chance to win here?
Right. It's a legit question. Does he have a better chance to win or have more success in Phoenix than he right now with Golden State? I don't know the answer to that.
Get into the second round?
More success. Whatever you deem as success.
Well, I guess that's another question. Success for the Warriors is not going to the first round. Success for the Warriors is competing for championships.
I agree.
So on that, algorithm of success, no, I don't think either one of those situations is successful enough for Kevin Durant's liking.
Well, we're playing the game because everybody's talking about it. And this is what we do. It's the offseason. And we said when we get to the offseason.
Agreed.
We're going to discuss this. Now, I find it laughable that, and I don't even know, I can't gauge Warrior fans. Social media is its own entity. The streets are one. But I do remember how we acted about Kevin Durant overall as a fan base. I don't think we truly appreciated him. But here's Eddie Johnson on if the Suns will actually move Kevin Durant.
No, not going anywhere. I mean, look, our ownership, I don't think no way he's giving up after 1 year. I mean, this is an owner that has been very successful in what he has done, the mortgage business. He is determined. He's young. He's aggressive. He only knows one way, and that's to win. And no way he's giving up after 1 year. I mean, people would love to see that. People would love to see the Suns give up after 1 year. And then if KD's name was thrown out there, if Bill's name is thrown out there, those teams will call. So no. That's just, when you lose, everything goes south. People's emotions get caught up because they have no control over it. But those players do have a control over it. Ownership has a control over it. And, we just got to get back to the drawing board and see how we can make this thing work.
So, this is the offseason. And I don't think anybody, when you say grasping at straws, there's going to be a lot of moving and shaking this year in the NBA, I believe, this offseason.
Doubt.
And so once the Warriors did sign Kevin Durant, they're now at the table. And I've heard Steiny say this for years, and I've agreed with it every step of the way. Every freaking step of the way. Once you sign a Kevin Durant, you're now at the big boy table in the NBA. And now when the star is rumored to go somewhere, your name's always going to be thrown over there. The Lakers, always thrown in, right? The Celtics, always thrown in there. The Miami Heat now, always thrown into the conversation. South Beach, even Houston. They haven't won the championship since 94, 95. Are always, hey, guy would love to play in Houston or whatnot. The Warriors are in the mix. So whenever there's a big name, I don't think we're grasping here because Joe Lacob is star-driven. Joe Lacob once sat in the studio back in 2018. He said, look, man, I'm going to have 4 stars on the floor. It may not be these 4 stars, but I will try to get 4 stars on the floor at once. That's how Joe Lacob thinks. He thinks big. He's thinking championships. He's thinking stars. He's thinking big names. And now the Warriors are in that conversation. But are they still that destination for big stars? That I don't know. And how they're going to pull off these moves here, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, trades are going to have to happen. Things are going to have to get broken up around here to make big changes to take that next step. And right now, for me, forget all Kevin Durant. I'll say this right now. Kevin Durant and LeBron James and all Paul George, watching him last night, I was like, gosh, I really don't want Paul George. I'll take Embiid, though. But I will take Embiid over Paul George all day long. I'll settle for Paul George, but I don't think Paul George is helping you win the championship either. Guy can't get out the second round for crying out loud. Made one West Finals appearance, and of course with the Indiana back in the day. But I'm at the point where I would be willing to take 2 steps back to take a major step forward in the future. Because I just don't see how you can just turn this thing around so damn fast at the snap of a finger. Like Kevin Durant, to me, bringing in Kevin Durant, okay, great. What is that getting you?
It depletes your assets and makes you better in one area, but creates more holes in other areas.
All right.
Right. Like I keep coming back to all right, everyone, trade Wiggins. Well, you're going to have to staple Kuminga. So now I'm losing 2 separate, right now on the roster, the best perimeter defenders.
Yep.
So let's say whatever deal you're making, the hypothetical deal that you're making, whether it's to get Durant or LeBron, let's stick with this one. Who is the defensive player who is going to be paired up with those guys, with Curry, that's going to be able to offset all of these elite guards that are in the West?
Yeah, it's a great question.
Because you're going to give up both of them. You're not giving up.
It's a great question.
And so then I would say, then you're attaching draft picks. So now you can't use certain draft picks to go get those guys. So what are you going to play, GP2? 35 minutes a game? What's that going to look like? Everyone's just going to sag off at GP2, and he's going to be the one left open. Well, that's not a recipe for success.
Well,
I'm
no, I hear you.
I'm trying to play this out.
And if he plays with Draymond Green in the half court, now you got 2 guys getting sagged off.
Yeah, I didn't even think of that.
So anyway, let's go to the calls, man. BPA, Brian and Palo Alto. What's happening? Good morning.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's even comparable between who's got more assets between the Warriors and the Suns. I think, Beal is not an asset. Beal is pure liability. Nobody wants to pay Bradley Beal $55 million a year. And so, Phoenix, you look at the top 8, Phoenix, Boston, Denver, Milwaukee, Miami, the Lakers, they're all already over the second apron next year. The Warriors, if you subtract CP3, they're down to 19th in active cap. They're only going to have $132 million in guaranteed contracts. So there is. It doesn't have to be KD or LeBron, but they're not in the same situation all those other teams are that are absolutely host beyond the second apron and are going to be paying through the nose. There's a lot of options on the table. I don't think it's fair to compare, really, right? They have picks. Phoenix doesn't have picks. They have Kuminga. I mean, I read the opposite, that Toronto insisted on Kuminga and that the Warriors didn't want to do the deal, right? So, I think Kuminga is an asset. They have picks. So, there are a lot of options. I think to say that they're in the same situation that Phoenix or even the Lakers are is not accurate, in my opinion.
BPA, that is definitely being reported. I'm just reporting what I was told around Siakam because I started doing my own investigating. I put my reporter hat on around all those rumors, and I was told Masai wasn't really interested in Jonathan Kuminga. Now, reports are different, and we see it is always Lion season. There's maybe a point in time where he was, but now I'm trying to take myself out of the Bay Area bubble and just look at it from a basketball sense and being objective. Okay, the Raptors, it's reported they want Kuminga. Okay, so they already have Scotty Barnes and R.J. Barrett and the logjam at the wing spot. All right? At the time, too, you still had Pascal Siakam. When Toronto came down here, remember they blew him off the floor, ran him off the gym at Chase Center. That ugly 2-game stretch where they were down. They gave up 70-plus against Toronto in the first half, then they gave up 70-plus to New Orleans in the first half, and they were getting roasted.
There were boos that night,
There was boos that night. Yep. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, was Masai Ujiri really interested in Kuminga? They had Siakam, R.J. Barrett, and Scotty Barnes at the time. So then they make a trade say they trade Siakam for Kuminga, whatever. So now you got Kuminga, Scotty Barnes, and R.J. Barrett? I don't know. It seems a bit redundant to me.
I just think everybody's overrating Pascal Siakam in general when we're doing this math equation of making the Warriors slightly better. And here's the thing.
We talk about Pascal Siakam
like
around here like he's Kevin Durant or something.
Like he's Karl Malone.
He had great game one, and he had moments throughout the series. But Draymond Green said after game one, I will cut his water off. And for the most part, he did. Now, Siakam would get his buckets against Alfonso McKinney and Jordan Bell and stuff like that. But come on, man. I'm with you with the Siakam stuff. He's a good player. When we talk about him like he's a Hall of Famer, he's not.
Well, I just feel like we're selectively outraged over these fringe guys who could help the Warriors slightly, but one of the guys who is basically done in multiple seasons, we just give him a pass and ran out one of the greatest players of all time in Kevin Durant. I think that Warrior fans are entirely too nice to Draymond Green in general, and they just don't hold him accountable. I think we look the other way too much, and to me, it boggles my mind.
Well, when they sat down here's Draymond Green and Kevin Durant on KD being done with the Warriors.
In my opinion, after year 2, you were over it. You were done with it, and you were on to the next thing. But we had the opportunity to three-peat. And in my mind, what brought you back to Golden State for year 3 was just the opportunity to three-peat, but it didn't feel right for you no more. Am I right, wrong?
That's interesting because a lot of people, that's just a talk around me the last few years, and I get what people are saying because before I got to Golden State, I was just happy-go-lucky, like just bright-eyed to the experience, not knowing what was ahead. By the first year, I knew exactly what we needed to do in order for us to win every night. I knew what my role was to the T. Teams before, I didn't quite know what my role was every night. Did I have to be the scorer? Did I have to be the facilitator? Did I have to get other guys involved? Did I have to make threes? I knew exactly what my role was, and I locked on it with so much focus and determination to not around every day. And you've seen it. From workouts to practices, shoot-arounds, film, I was super locked in, and it made people on the outside look at me like, hold on, is he enjoying this? When I dive into something like that, with that level of focus, I don't want to be anywhere else in life. That's the most enjoyable experience I ever had after that first one.
It's Kevin Durant. Later on, they talked about the arguments impacting KD leaving. Here it is.
And for my own personal sanity, how much did our argument against the Clippers drive you to ultimately lead the Warriors?
It wasn't the argument. It was the way that everybody, Steve Kerr, act like it didn't happen. Bob Myers and tried to just discipline you and think that would put the mask over everything. I really felt like that was such a big situation for us as a group. The first time we went through something like that, we had to get that all out. I remember watching The Last Dance, and when Scotty didn't go into the game, the whole team in the locker room said, Scotty, that was up that you did that. We needed that. We just needed to throw all of that out on the table and say, yo, Dre, K, like, that was up that we even had to go through that. Let's just wipe our hands with that and go finish the task. I don't think we did that. We tried to dance around it. I just didn't like how all of that, just the vibe between all of that, it just made weird to me. And I'd rather us be who we say we are, family first. Communication is key. Like, we didn't show that, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way more than anything.
Wait. The Warriors as a whole, players, front office, coach, looked the other way with Draymond Green having the situation, and they didn't address it, and they come out, wow, I'm shocked. I am shocked. I mean, this sounds so this is like history repeating itself. Listening to it now, a couple years removed after everything that we've seen, it's like,
yeah, I have a hard time blaming Bob and Steve Kerr. Look, man.
No, I'm not blaming them.
These guys are basketball coaches. These guys are GMs. These guys, you're in the basketball world, right? You're not the moral police. Now, you do have to massage egos. You got to manage people, and that's part of the gig. No doubt about it. And I remember being at Oracle the next day because on the Afternoon Delight, we're kind of laughing about it. We didn't think it was a big deal. And then I remember about 3:05 that day. I got off the air at about 2:56. 3:05 as I'm getting in my Toyota Corolla. No, I had the Batmobile at the time. Got the Batmobile, and boom, what do you know? Draymond Green is suspended. And KD went to a presser later that night, and he was popped, and they were trying to have dinner together. It was just a weird vibe, and that was the tipping point, man. It really felt like that was the beginning of the end of the Kevin Durant era with the Golden State Warriors. But remember that night against the Clippers? He's like clapping, and then Draymond Green just unleashed on him on the bench. He unleashed on him. Called him all kind of B words, say, hey, we won before you, we'll win after you. Now, they end up winning after him, no doubt, in 2022. You get credit for that. But you berated a guy on the bench, and Klay Thompson's there trying to be a mediator. Sean Livingston's trying to be a mediator. So it's not a good situation.
I mean, Draymond was basically questioning his dedication to the team.
Yeah, with the free agency. And as Eddie, we didn't get into it with Eddie because we were running out of time, but that's the thing. You talk to NBA players. You talk to NBA players, you talk to people around the league. You do not discuss another man's contract. You do not discuss another man's free agency. You don't even go there. It's there, and people were like, yo, we know it's there, but you don't touch it. And it felt like that was a little bit of a violation there. It felt like that. You know what I'm saying?
Too much for me.
It's just.
And Green was not happy how it happened. Let's go to Ryan in San Jose. Ryan, what's happening?
Hey guys, see, I know we've talked about it before, but Bob Myers saw this coming a long time ago, and he's 100%. Like, "I'm out. I don't want to deal with it. I want to just enjoy, retirement." And I think the big thing is that we're done either way. I mean, if we go older, we'll only 2-3 years until we're back at this situation again, and going older may put more money in the pockets, but it's not going to make the team better. We got to figure out. I mean, I hate saying, but blowing it up a little bit. We cannot keep holding on. We got to move on. And KD's not going to help. LeBron's not going to help. I just think we're in a really tough situation. And Dunleavy's going to have to do some magic to make a presentable team on there. But Warrior fans, we're not going back to the championship with this group. And 1 or 2 older guys come in. It's not going to fix it. And that's it. I'm out. Thank you guys for everything.
Anytime, Ryan. Anytime. David Frisno, real quick. Then I want to play this cut from Amin El-Hassan. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Hey, thanks for getting me in real quick. I'll be real quick. Yeah, all this big name talk, KD, LeBron, that all sounds great. But to be honest, let's not overthink this, not overanalyze this. The Warriors need a consistent guy. 18-22. All the great teams, the Jamal Murrays, those second guys, if you're going to be a great team, you got to have 2 guys that you can count on every day. Now, it doesn't have to be a big name. It's DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. I don't know. Maybe it's Kuminga. And if it's Kuminga, the Warriors need to empower him, encourage him, embrace him. Like, hey, you are a second guy. That means no pulling in and out of the lineup because you have a bad game. You need to make sure he understands that you are the second guy. And he's not going to be the second guy. You got to go find it. It doesn't have to be a big name, just some consistency, because Clay, Wiggins have not shown they can be that. They can be on some nights, but it just needs to be a guy that can be counted on consistently. Now, KD and LeBron are very consistent, so yeah, those are obvious names. But like I said, DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, there doesn't have to be a big name. It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, I want to see the ancillary pieces. I can't wait to see the full free agency list once everything happens, all the opt-outs. Going to be fascinating here. Real quick, Shasky, Amin El-Hassan. With Joey Willard or Dibs yesterday. Kenny Caraway's best friend.
He used to work in the front office for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah. KC calls him Coffee Boy. Their beef is funny. Here's Amin El-Hassan. Why KD wouldn't want to go back to the Warriors?
Kevin's been searching to kind of distance himself from what he accomplished in Golden State. And specifically, Kevin definitely has sought to distance himself from playing that style of basketball. So going back to kind of being an auteur, this savant who does everything isolation and basically can get his bucket any way that he wants. He doesn't want to come off of down screens and split action and all that stuff. If he did, he would have done it in Brooklyn. He would have done it in Phoenix. But he's resistant to that kind of play, I guess, because he finds it insulting, or maybe deep down, like I said, it just reminds him of his time in Golden State where he wasn't his version of himself. He was kind of the Warriors version of himself. So I just think there's a lot of baggage there from him specifically that will kind of prevent that from happening.
Well, I saw that online, so I did some more investigating on that comment.
Oh my God.
The response I got was cap. Like the cap Shasky's wearing, but as the kids use it. Cap. That's a load of hot garbage. That's me. That's me moving my foot.
Oh.
Moving the chair.
Thought it was a mouse in the studio.
No.
I was like,
you guys playing footsie in there?
I didn't know what was going on.
I was playing footsie with myself. I got the coffee kicking in.
I said, what is going on? My bad, P.
But no.
I heard this scratching. I was like, is there a cat in here? A mouse?
That's me. But I was told.
My bad.
I was told, and I'm on Amin El-Hassan. He's tapped in.
Is in the studio.
Amin El-Hassan is tapped in. But I was told that was cap. That's what I was told. I don't know. What do you think about it?
I say make sure you don't miss that break, bro.
It sounds absurd that he would distance himself from his greatest achievements on the basketball court. So on the front end, I'm going to say, I think it's an exaggeration.
Yes. And that's exactly what I was told. All right, Dave Fleming coming up. Well, let's get into the Giants. And I want you, I know you didn't bring it up this segment. I want you to bring up what you were going to bring up in the 8 o'clock hour after Dave Fleming. That's coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by the Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose? Great.
I just want you guys to talk about me the way you talk about Mike Florio.
All right, Dave Fleming coming up here. Dave Fleming coming up. He's in for a little surprise. As the Giants have lost the first 2 games of their 3-game set against the Boston Red Sox, and the bats have just not shown up. They just haven't. I don't know what's going on with this lineup. They scored 3 runs in each of the 3 games against the Pirates. They do win a series, not scalding the baseball. And then you see the first game against Boston, they get shut out 4-0. Yesterday they scored 2 runs. And so, what to do about the bats? Now, Logan Webb didn't have a good start Tuesday night against the Red Sox, but the Giants only amassed 4 hits last night. You know, they did a Yaz bunt to score a run or 2.
It's actually a great bunt.
Night. It was a great bunt. It was a great heads-up play by Yaz. I love to play. I love the opportunity to just create a run.
So let me just go off. Giants struggling right now. Okay, some of these are a week worth, some of them are a couple weeks worth. Jung-Hoo Lee, 4 for his last 24. Jorge Soler, 10 for 52 with 19 strikeouts. Lamont Wade, 2 for his last 15. Chapman, 6 for his last 28, 11 strikeouts. Conforto, 6 for his last 27, 7 strikeouts. Estrada, 12 for 51, 11 strikeouts. Nick Ahmed, 3 for his last 23.
Wait a minute. Are you pulling the Bonte Hill here with the splits?
5 strikeouts.
Are you pulling the Bonte Hill? The 7-day splits? 15-day splits?
It's not just that. It depends.
Oh, it depends.
It bothers me.
Patrick Bailey, 4 for his last 25, 6 strikeouts. The only guy that's really got a decent batting average over the last 2 weeks is your boy Yaz, 13 of 40, 8 Ks, but he's got 11 RBIs. This is a team that hasn't scored runs.
You're trying to give him the backhanded compliment, 8 Ks, but he has 11 RBIs. Well, no, and now he's my boy.
I just think the strikeouts as a total for this team are like they're starting to really do them in. They got to put the ball in play. You know, like whether it's moving runners over, getting runs in with runners in scoring position, this team just can't seem to get the big hits. And they also can't seem to get guys on base.
No, they're not getting anybody on base. No situational baseball. They're not running. This lineup just is a snooze fest. And again, it's all about staying in a race until the deadline so you can try to trade for a bat or 2 because this lineup ain't it. Their rotation will figure itself out. Yesterday, by the way, Dalton Jeffries, that's the game. Poor guy. First time we saw him around, he got lit up by the San Diego Padres. What was that, the 4th game of the season? 2 innings, 9 hits, 9 runs, 1 strikeout. Yesterday, 2 2/3, 5 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 3 Ks, and Hunter Pence on the broadcast is like, yeah, they're squaring him up. Those are some big boy swings.
Hunter
and
good Dave are really good together.
Yeah, no, they're solid. They're solid. Very, very good.
There is something that I find super cool. I just love watching games at Fenway. I think it's so cool. Seeing the ball bounce off the wall. A couple times, Conforto actually played it pretty well off the wall. And then the one in right field, seeing how that thing can, jukebox around that bad boy is pretty cool. I don't know. I love Fenway.
This Jaron Durant kid is special.
He's got speed.
I like him. He's got a lot of speed. He's giving the Giants problems on the base paths there. Pitching, the Red Sox had the best pitching in the league. Crawford, man, was dealing yesterday. 6 Ks, 7 innings.
That was the first home run Cutter's given up all year.
Yeah, no, he's good. I like Cutter Crawford. I like him a lot. This Giants team, though, 14-17, they're on pace to be a team that's hovering around 500 with his current core.
You look around the bigs, there's some randomness going on. It's still very early. I do feel like this is a big trip, though. They got to get a win here, and they got to figure out what they're doing on their way to Philadelphia, because Philadelphia, you know how what they're about. They're about them bats and them pitching.
All right, we're efforting Dave Fleming. We can't hear from him. So you know what? You want to talk? You want to continue to talk Giants, or you want to talk?
No, I wanted to bring up a couple of things.
Yeah,
here.
Bring up what you were going to bring up in the 8 o'clock hour
about the NBA.
About the NBA.
So
yes,
you would consider yourself at this station one of the more historians when it comes to the NBA.
Okay. That's limiting me.
Okay, well, then I would be calling you one of the... No,
I'm kidding. I'm joking,
not
man.
That you don't have other things in the
joking. I'm just kidding. Good Lord. Listen up a little bit.
So I don't know where I stand on this, because I'm looking at today's television. So let me lay this out, and we can talk about it. Stars can come from anywhere. I will agree there. And the way that we consume television on the iPads and everything. You can watch it anywhere. But the league, the NBA as a whole, has really been about big major cities. Boston in the 50s and 60s, the Lakers in the 70s, the Lakers in the 80s, Boston in the 80s, Detroit, a bigger city, Chicago, I'm going into the 90s, Houston, Chicago again, San Antonio, Miami, the Bay Area, and now more recently Denver. Big, huge cities that have big, iconic brands.
Well, San Antonio is a small market.
That's where I'm going with this.
Market.
So just let me lay it out.
All right.
I don't think that San Antonio resonated for the NBA fan when they were winning.
No.
And I think that I don't like using the television ratings as the only metric, but like it just didn't feel to me like those teams gravitated NBA fans.
Well, because your superstar was pretty quiet.
Agreed.
Kind of like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Different. But Tim Duncan wasn't outspoken. He wasn't a guy who's going to be, look at me, I'm flashy, look at me. Like, you look at the way he dressed, his basic fade haircut. You know what I'm saying? Tim Duncan did what Tim Duncan wanted to do.
Well, and
he wasn't going to sit there and be, hey, put me out in front like Kevin Garnett and Kobe Bryant. That wasn't his personality.
But they also had, what I would say, other international players that didn't necessarily, like, Ginobili everybody liked, but he didn't, like, resonate as a...
You don't think so?
I don't
Euro step?
No, he was a great player.
Yeah.
People loved him. But I'm talking about face of the league, carried the league television-wise.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Like, Jokic, to me, is actually very comparable to Duncan in how he conducts himself.
Right.
He's understated. He's amazing. He's an all-time player. But I don't know if people are running to the television, you know, to like the kids are, to hype him up. Now, it's going to be OKC's league here. It's going to be OKC. That is not a major market. Now, they've got a style of play.
Minnesota?
No, I'm going to get to them too. They got a style of play that's infectious. I look at Anthony Edwards. He checks some of the boxes. He's looking at your American superstar, young, athletic, swaggy, plays defense. He's got a quality to him. I don't know if Minnesota's one of those teams. Could they become them? The Warriors were never one of those teams, even though they're in a major market, and they broke through, right? Miami was never one of those teams. They broke through. Now, they had Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. They had something that was very, very unique. I'm looking at where the league is at right now, and if you're going to tell me, Bonte, young, long, athletic teams are going to dominate for the next 5 years, can you sell that to this new audience? Because you're going to have no KD, you're going to have no Steph, you're going to have no LeBron.
You can sell it to me.
No, but you're in.
Yeah,
you're in.
You can
I'm
sell
talking
it to
about
me.
the 12-year-old.
I think you can. Victor Wembanyama is not sellable. I'm just asking you. I mean, you tell me.
I
you're
didn't
into
think
this
we
stuff.
gave him
Like,
enough. I don't think we gave him enough hype this year.
I think he got the hype.
No, I don't think the kids are rocking his stuff, though.
Not yet? Okay.
I do think John Morant crossed over. Now, I know he's in trouble and stuff. The kids
Give it time.
loved Ja.
Give it time. It took Ja a couple years.
It did.
All right?
It did. But
Give
he
it
had
time.
a style of play that all the kids gravitated toward.
Give it time. Victor Wembanyama, I think, is going to resonate. If he doesn't, then I don't know what the hell people are watching. I mean, I don't know what what makes a 12-year-old tick. Let me just put myself as a 12-year-old.
Charisma is one of the things.
When I was growing up watching the game, was it charisma that got me there? Because I loved Tim Duncan. When I was a kid, I loved Tim Duncan.
Who was more popular?
I loved David
though?
Robinson. I loved Hakeem Olajuwon. He wasn't flashy.
Yeah.
You know, I love Patrick Ewing. I just loved the league. I loved the players. And I loved them whether they had personalities or not. To me, it didn't matter as a 12-year-old. I wanted all their jerseys.
Yeah, I would say that there was a point in time
That's
where
just me, though.
Tracy McGrady and Vince Carter were more quote-unquote famous, you know,
They
and
were.
more popular than Duncan, even though Duncan was clearly the superior player.
So, like, Travis Irby, I get it. He's asking about the casual fan. I guess you can't sell him to the casual fan. But I haven't been a casual fan, so I don't know. I personally, it's tough for me to answer this because I've never been a casual fan.
Yeah, but you're doing the pre and
You know what I'm
post, and
saying?
you're selling different
we are selling.
players.
And obviously
So, like,
Steph-
right now, I think
Steph is selling.
I think Anthony Edwards is an easy sell to the young generation.
See, I think I could see me personally, and again, I'm different. I'm just not. I'm just cut from a different cloth where I could be sold on players. Like, you talk about the grindhouse, right? Mark Gasol, Zach Randolph, Tony Allen, were they sellable?
No.
But I was sold on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I think you
And
also
the
like counterculture stuff
right.
as well.
I was sold on it. Like Malone and Stockton. I couldn't stand them, but I certainly watched them. You know, were they sellable to the audience? The Utah Jazz? I don't think so.
To a certain demographic, absolutely.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
Maybe. Was Dirk sellable? Oh, we got Flip?
I don't think Dirk was lovable really till the end.
Let's get back to this conversation.
Okay.
Let's get back to this conversation. Because, like, I don't know what cash, I'm not that guy. Anyway, Fleming, out in Boston, B-Town, Fenway Park. And the Giants, they brought their uniforms, Flem. They brought the bats. They brought the balls, but I don't know if they used the bats yet out in Fenway Park. They outscored 10-2 in the first 2 games, and that's the thing right now that I'm hyper-focused on is how can we get these bats rolling? Everybody's in the slump outside of Mike, your sister. And good morning to you, Flip, or good afternoon out there in Beantown. Hopefully you're enjoying the lobster roll.
Yeah, good morning to you. Sorry about the little delay. This park was built in 1912, and I think they have the same cell phone network that existed back then. It's you got to find a spot to take a call around here.
That's hilarious.
Not the easiest place, but it's a wonderful place to be. Despite the Giants' struggles, it is obviously the big question: can the Giants' offense get going? Because it's not just a question for today. We're headed to Philadelphia. You can't score 2.5 runs a game and beat the Phillies. That's not going to happen. And as much as the Rockies are struggling big time right now, you probably can't go to Coors Field and score 3 runs a game and expect to win those games. So they have to get the offense going. That's pretty obvious.
I referenced to Bonte before you came on. There's 8 guys in this lineup right now that are kind of struggling, whether it's a week's worth of data, 2 weeks worth of data. Really, the only guy who's got a decent batting average right now and is delivering is Yastrzemski. If you could pick one guy to kind of get going, Dave, who's the guy you want to get going?
Soler. I think Soler's the guy who, number one, he's the guy who can impact the ball with power more than anybody else. And Chapman's a close second for me. I mean, at the middle of the order guys have to do it. And those guys are in their primes, and they're strong, and they're healthy. And there are some questions with some of those other players who are struggling. There aren't questions with those two. Like those two. And Soler last night, look, you can't hit the ball harder than he did basically every time up and get nothing to show for it. So if he does that again today, he's probably going to go 3 for 4, 4 for 4. But he's obviously frustrated. Those are the two guys, I think. Andy Baggerly had the thing this morning where, it is kind of impossible to believe. I think the number now is Soler's come up this year with 88 guys on base, and he's driven in 3 of them.
Yeah.
88 and 3. Like that for him is almost impossible to believe. So those are the guys. That's who is expected to be the middle of the order on this team, and I think they will be. But the Giants are waiting for that to happen.
In the NBA, they would call that a -85 for Jorge Soler in the plus-minus department. That is not good for Jorge. Hopefully he gets it rolling there. Matt Chapman, we know who he is, and he's still an excellent defender at third base. What's the expectation for him at the plate? Because last year, obviously, he had the finger injury, and his numbers struggled. A lot of people say, hey, you got to wait on Chapman. That's the guy I'm hyper-focused on, too, because there's a lot on the line for Matt Chapman, Flem.
He told me yesterday, I had a long talk with him yesterday, and he told me, this is the place I want to be. I love it here, and I want to be here. And I think, like, when you look into, I don't want to make this, like, existential, but, like, he kind of was, like, looking me right in the eye when he said that. And you get the sense that this guy's putting a lot of pressure on himself. He is grinding it out right now to try to make a good impression, show he belongs, show this is a good fit for him. I do believe that whatever it's going to take, whether it's just one, week of swinging the bat better or a couple blue pits fall in or whatever it is, I think if he gets that feeling, he's going to be the Matt Chapman we've seen for all these years, which isn't to say he's going to be hitting 350. That's not who he is, but he is definitely a guy who should be hitting for more power along with all the other good stuff that he does for you. But my sense is, it's just purely a guess, is that this guy cares so much. He comes to the park every day. He's like the pro's pro. This guy is focused on not just getting himself ready. He's checking in with all his teammates. He walks around the clubhouse. He's talking to a young guy. He's talking to a pitcher. He's talking to Nick Ahmed about turning the double play. He's talking to Tyro Estrada. Like, this is a guy who is going about his business like a team leader, but it's really hard to be the ultimate team leader when you're struggling the way that he is. And I think he just needs to alleviate a little bit of that pressure, and you're going to see the normal guy back.
Dave, as a baseball dork like I am, watching a game on television, and I've been to Fenway, so I understand how cool it is there. Just seeing the ball bang off that green wall, that green monster, seeing the ball ricochet near the pesky pole. I don't know. There's just something cool about it. I get a kick out of it, Dave. Like I think it's a beautiful setting for a game, and aesthetically on the television, it just presents so well.
You should get a kick out of it, dude. None of us should ever take it for granted. It looks great on TV. The green looks greener here. You know, everybody, it's funny, and I have the same memory of the first time I ever came here. And there is something about the wall, the paint, the grass all together. That color, when you come out of the dark tunnel, you know, you walk up to the ballpark, and on the outside, it's that old weathered red brick, and the streets are lively. The sausage and pepper guys are out there, and they're guys beating the drums and everything. But it's got that sort of red brick neighborhood warehouse feel. And then you come inside, and it's dank, and the ceiling's low, and it's dark, and it's crammed in, and all the Boston accents are yelling at each other, and people are spilling beer on you. And then you climb up those old stairs through the tunnel, and after you get about halfway up the stairs, you get a peek of it. And there is something about this place where that green just pops in a different way, and it's beautiful. It is. This is the place where baseball matters as much or more than anywhere else in the world. Like Yankee Stadium, Oracle Park, Dodger Stadium, Wrigley Field. Yeah, you could have a debate about, you know, baseball towns and what baseball means in certain cities, but there's nowhere where it means more than it does here.
Flynn, what do you think about the Red Sox?
Weird, interesting team. You know, they have a no-name.
No, hold on, Flim. Now, you know what, Flim? I'm not going to let you do that. I'm not going to let you. You just saw him for 2 games. I'm going to bring in a real Red Sox expert who knows the Sox inside and out. Go ahead.
Hey, here's what I think about the Red Sox. It's time for baby brother to sweep big brother. That's what I think.
Oh, Lord. Here we go.
What's up, Will? Good morning to you, Will. Thanks for joining in on the Morning Roast.
Hey, I always listen to Big Brother on with you guys, so thanks so much for having me, and we're trying to be good hosts, even if it's not been that pleasant so far for the Giants.
Hey, Will, who's the better golfer, you or Dave?
I wish I could lie, but no, I mean, it's not even close. But then again, I don't belong to 7 country clubs and have all these days off and all this extra time. So,
wait, what kind of a question is that? What kind of a question?
That's your boy. How is this here, little bro? Though I know you guys are gonna get. I was listening to you guys the other day before the broadcast,
that was great.
And you guys are talking how you're gonna see each other every year now because of the new scheduling and whatnot. But what is it like seeing baby bro out there in Boston? Hopefully he's treating you well, Dave. Hopefully he got you a lobster roll and taking you out for some good clam chowder.
Yeah, he's treated me really well. I got to spend some time with his boys. Went down to Rhode Island on the off day where Will lives. We had a really fun day. Will's become a mainstay here. It's funny, this Red Sox fans are a little fickle. It takes them a while, and now you walk around town, walk into the ballpark, everybody gives him a high five, and Alex Cora gives him a hug and all that.
Wait, is this Dave or Will? I can't tell.
Hey, Will, do you get jealous when you see Dave at the Masters? Because I do.
I do. I mean, that's the coolest thing he does for ESPN. I'm not as jealous when he spends half the winter in Spokane, but when he's at Augusta, it is. I mean, seriously, if you're a sports broadcaster, it's about the coolest assignment you could ever have, and who knows? The more he plays, maybe he'll be in the field someday. But it is the coolest thing to do, and it's so fun for me. Like growing up as such a huge sports fan and a golf fan, I've spent hours and years watching the Masters, and to hear your own brother call those shots of Tiger Woods and John Rahm, it's just that's one that makes your head spin a little bit.
Hey Dave, I want to ask you this one. When you guys were kids, did you guys turn did you turn the television off and do play-by-play? Like, did you both know you wanted to do this?
No, because my dad was too cheap to have cable, so we couldn't even watch any games.
Me and you both, Flynn. I'm in the same boat.
I never had cable TV until I went to college, ever.
Wow.
I mean, and we didn't have a team in Washington, D.C. So we were relying on. We got to watch some Orioles games, and I listened to John on the radio, and Will and I would sit in the back seat of the Remember the old station wagons where the way back you face the car behind you?
Oh, yeah.
Face backwards.
Yep.
So we had one of those. We'd go up to Memorial Stadium or then Camden Yards and watch the Orioles and listen to John do the highlights and the out-of-town scores as we drove home. But I don't think either of us had any idea this was coming. I mean, I figured I'd go be a lawyer or something boring like that.
Who was Dave's favorite player growing up?
Who was my favorite player?
Yeah.
Well, when you were an Orioles fan like I was, it was hard to pick between Cal and Eddie. Like Cal and Eddie, even the Orioles weren't that good a lot of those years, but those two guys were awesome, and I liked them both. I think I was an Eddie Murray guy even more than a Cal Ripken guy, but I loved Ozzie Smith. Giants fans didn't love Ozzie, but I loved Ozzie and the backflip and you'd watch the playoffs and you're a 10-year-old and you watch him run out there and do the backflip and do the diving stuff. I loved Ozzie too.
Will, I want to ask Will a question here because you're obviously calling Red Sox games. We know how prestigious the Red Sox are in the New England area. Taking that job when you first signed aboard, how much pressure was on you? Because Fleming, he had to come in with the Giants. You Kruk and Kipe and Miller. And we're like, who's this young Dave Fleming guy? We sure he's going to fit with him? And Dave Fleming's a staple here. He's one of the great voices we've had, and we cherish him. Going to the Red Sox and calling those games, I think Dave is right. That is a pressure-packed job there. They are insane about their Sox.
Yeah, they are. And I think, what's interesting is having watched David go through it he gave me really good advice, which is don't act like you know everything right away. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds phony if in your first year you're trying to talk about the impossible dream and Carlton Fisk and all these things. Just ease into it. And like David, I had Joe Castiglione, who this year is going into the Hall of Fame with John, and this is his 42nd year. So I just leaned on him. But there's no question that I knew if I sounded stupid and made mistakes, I would hear about it. So, yes, it was pressurized. And I think that brings out the best in all of us. I really relish the fact that our fans care so much and they're so invested in it. There's no place I'd rather be.
All right, I want to ask Will first, and then we'll ask Dave. I've been impressed with this Durant kid from the Red Sox.
Yeah, he's good.
Didn't know much about him, but boy, he's been phenomenal. Who's the guy on the Giants, Will, that you've been impressed with through 2 games?
Jung-Hoo Lee, not even close. He has hit the ball hard just about every time he's been up, and he could have 5-6 hits easy. He's been unlucky. He's been a kind of a victim of Fenway and April weather. There are a couple balls he's hit that could have been home runs. But yeah, to me, David gave me a little scouting report on him, and he has lived up to it. He looks like the genuine article, and I think Lee's going to be a really good player for a long time.
Yeah, what about you, Dave? Looking at this Red Sox team, obviously they're a couple years removed from Mookie Betts and Jackie Bradley Jr. They still have Devers out there at third base. He made a great play on a Soler when he tagged one down the third baseline. Who's impressed you on the Red Sox?
I like this no-name guy, Wilyer Abreu.
Yeah.
That guy can play, man. I didn't know anything about him when we came here, and he kind of came over in a minor trade, and I think a trade that even the Red Sox got criticized for. Like, why are you selling when you still have a chance? And man, that's going to look like a really good trade if this guy keeps playing like that. I like Wilyer Abreu, and I will say this about Lee and Durant, since you guys brought those two up. Like, you saw it last night. Jung-Hoo Lee leads off the game with a base hit. Here's an area of growth for him. Durant, when he gets out there, he's looking to wreak havoc. And he is a confident base runner. He wants to put pressure on the defense. And right now, it doesn't look to me like Jung-Hoo has built up that confidence yet. He was tentative over there at first. He doesn't want to make an out. I understand that. The Giants have made too many outs on the bases. But the next step of growth for him is when he gets out there to be willing to maybe take a few more chances and put some extra pressure on the other team.
Will, our last one for you. Expectations for Boston. Obviously, you guys had a couple down years. That division is stacked. The Orioles, we know about all their young talent, the plethora of talent they have coming up through the farm system. The Yankees are the Yankees. They have Juan Soto hitting the ball everywhere. You got Toronto, who we'll see if they get rolling here with Vlad Guerrero Jr. and company, and of course the Tampa Bay Rays, who are struggling. What are the real expectations now that you see in the Red Sox through the first month of the season, their chances in the AL East and actually making a run at a playoff berth?
Well, my answer now is very different than it was when we left spring training. And you're right. The division is impossible, especially, with the Yankees and the young Orioles up top. It's just a very hard division to try to win right now. But your guy Andrew Bailey has transformed everything this team is doing on the mound. And so that changes things. And this young core, whether it's Durant, Abreu, Cedon Rafaela, these young players, Connor Wong, who's got an OPS over 1,000 after a month and is a great athletic catcher. Look, things have really broken well for the Red Sox in a year where they've been besieged by injury. I mean, 80% of the rotation they thought they'd have in spring training has been hurt and is on the injured list, but they've just found a way. So I tell you what, my expectations evolve and change every day. Whether they can win the AL East or not, I mean, that is a harder mountain to climb because of the Orioles. But look, it's been a month, it's 30 games now, and they're a game and a half out from those teams having been swept by the Orioles. So it's really impressive what they've done, and so it's going to be a fun ride, I think.
All right, boys, last question. In our family, we have a golf tournament, and the winner gets to wear the green jacket at Christmas, for the big Christmas. He gets to sit at the head of the table. Does Dave wear his 3 World Series rings at the head of the table for Christmas dinner?
He should. He absolutely should. 3 to 5 years. It's so funny. I mean, those things are like bigger than his hand, and he needs to get... He's got one for each of his children, and it's time for me to get one for each of mine. So
that's great.
Maybe the next couple of years we can match jewelry for jewelry.
Well, has Dave been a good uncle this week?
Yeah.
Awesome. He can't eat lobster roll. He can't eat clam chowder, so those are off the board. But
no seafood. I didn't know that.
Yeah, come on. We've had a lot of good meals, and my boys absolutely love their uncle. And my oldest son Bailey, we're taking him out of school today. He's playing hooky. He's got the Xander Bogaerts jersey on, the gold chain, home run celebration around his neck. He's got the sleeve on. He's full decked out Red Sox, and he may sit on his uncle's lap for a couple innings of TV. That should be fun.
I bet his jersey is nicer than the ones the players are wearing on the field these days.
Don't get him in trouble.
What the hell is going on? What is going on with Fanatics?
Hey, Alex Cora told me yesterday he's been wearing the old ones all year long, and I think a lot of our players have too. So
I noticed that, Will, because Will Devers was wearing the old, the newer one, and everybody else had the old font on the numbers. Yeah. Something was up. And I'm glad you brought that up.
That's pretty cool. Hey, this was a fun try. I'm glad we could do this. Will, thanks so much for joining in on the surprise there.
Yep.
Dave, we had to do it to you because I know it's a special moment between you guys. How cool is it for brothers to be calling the same teams, the same games? You guys are going to do it every year now with the new scheduling. So, guys, have a good call today. And let's see. Hopefully, Will, you're calling a losing game. Hopefully, by the end of the game, you're saying, well, the Red Sox dropped that one.
Hey, either way will be good.
I'm glad you guys did this. The bottom line is I get credit for coming on with you guys, and I didn't have to say a word. That's how it is when you're the big brother.
The check is still cashing, no doubt about that.
Dave, I'll see you in 2 weeks in the playoffs for SFYBL, buddy.
I can't wait. I'll see you soon.
All right, guys.
See you guys next week.
He's the best.
No problem. That was a lot of fun, man. That was a lot of
fun.
They
sound identical.
Will Fleming, of course, caller Red Sox games. Those were a lot of cool. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun there with the Flemings.
Good stuff, Lubman.
Yep.
That was really good.
That was good. Speaking of Lubman, caller Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky bringing you the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area period every week, all season long, win or lose. Also, hear the exclusive interviews with the players like Jordan Hicks and Kyle Harrison coming out tomorrow. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you like to listen to your podcast.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
Oh, already? Damn. All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco at Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. I'm going to pick up the conversation we were having before we brought the Flemings on. And this text is very, very interesting.
What's that?
Because you were asking me, will the casuals, will they, jump on board with the Wimbies? Will they jump on board with some of the young players?
It just feels like to me as I look at and now again, this is a new era of media, but when I look at the way that the league has survived over the years, superstar player who is larger than life and playing for a major market. Those things, when those dots connect, you get a franchise-altering type of a player who dominates the league for a decade.
Now,
Larry, Magic, Michael, Steph, LeBron. LeBron's unique, and he played for Cleveland, but he did go to Miami.
Now, this text is interesting for me from the 415.
Give it to me. I want to hear it.
Because I don't know what 12-year-olds do. I don't have a 12-year-old yet.
Well, I've been coaching. That's why I always bring that up.
But I'm dreading the day I have to have a 12-year-old girl. Oh, boy, that's going to be something else. 405, City Mobile text line. Guys, today's youth don't watch the games. They only watch short clips on their phones. It has to be a highlight reel for guys to resonate. Now, is that true?
He's right. He's right. They consume it via Snap. They consume it via TikTok. They consume it via Reels on Instagram. And that's why someone like LaMelo Ball, for example, not now, but 2 or 3 years ago, was humongous. I mean, all the kids like LaMelo Ball. Now they're like, he's hurt all the time. He don't play. But, like, he's a guy that he was very consumable in short clips because he'd throw the long passes and he'd do some wild stuff.
So that's it right there with social media. With all the technology, because we're in a different day and age.
Totally different.
Duncan and Jordan, and even Kobe. Like, Kobe's prime, really social media wasn't around. Like, Facebook was just starting, but Twitter was in the beginning, and we weren't watching YouTube like that. So his prime years wasn't really captured like that. Really, the LeBron, back in 2010, 2011, KD, Steph, and all that stuff.
That's the forefront.
Again, I don't know what 12-year-olds are doing. I just know me. I can only put myself and speak from my experience. But again, I don't know how I would have responded. How would I have responded if there was YouTube or social media or Twitter? Would I be watching full games? Would I be doing that? I would like to think I would because I was a fanatic. But if you're not a fanatic and you need something to like, okay, I need a player to spark my interest. Wasn't Giannis like that? Didn't Giannis resonate with a lot of people?
Yeah, and I also think Giannis has a charismatic personality that's grown as time's gone on.
Damian Lillard,
but I don't hear the kids saying Giannis.
Right.
Now I see them wearing. I do see them wearing his shoes.
Right,
they're
shoes are
they're
popping.
Really cool shoes.
The shoes are popping.
Absolutely.
Damian
Lillard resonates. Absolutely.
James Harden resonated. Whether I like him or not, he resonated.
Absolutely resonated.
What about Russell Westbrook?
That I don't know. I know that the shoes did really well at times. So did the Paul Georges. But Russell Westbrook I think. I'm caught up in the last 3 or 4 years, and maybe that's not accurately portraying what he was 8 years ago, 7 years ago, because I think he was extremely popular.
So when we talk about small markets, big markets, like Orlando's considered a small market, right? And even before the social media age, when they had Shaq, Penny, Nick Anderson, Dennis Scott with Brian Hill coaching that team, there was a lot of Orlando Magic jerseys sold in the Bay Area.
Well, Shaq had a national Reebok deal on shoes, and Penny had the Penny commercials with Nike, which were larger than life. And they were as fun and as charismatic, and they felt very new age. Right. They had it's different, but they had a Fab Five feel to them in terms of the phenomenon taking over the country.
So what about the Charlotte Hornets? Because there was a lot of Charlotte Hornets growing up in it. Charlotte Hornet jerseys growing up in the Bay, whether it's Grandma Ma,
I was just
Larry
say
Johnson,
that.
Alonzo Mourning, Georgetown, who we saw, and also Larry Johnson. Not only the commercials with Grandma Ma, but we saw him on that UNLV team. And a lot of people love the UNLV running Rebels, especially in the inner city.
I agree.
A lot of black folks was rocking the UNLV. Hell, Tupac in the music video classic what had the UNLV running Rebels beanie on, or was it the jacket? I forget which one it was, but he was repping UNLV. So I don't know if it has to do with the market more so than the player. Well, look at the market, because like even LeBron James got drafted to Cleveland and Ohio, but he was LeBron. So he was able to elevate them. They're on national television. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
so
he was
it's more
also
so about the player.
He also had his high school games televised and was on the cover of magazines when magazines were big.
No doubt. But I'm saying,
like De'Aaron
but you're
Fox.
kind of making my point. It's more about the player than it is the city and the market.
So like De'Aaron Fox, for example, we all agree he's a great player. I don't know if he'll ever resonate into that top tier type of superstar. When I mean superstar, I mean like if you bring up De'Aaron Fox's name in Memphis, kids like, yeah, I want to be De'Aaron Fox. Like he's awesome. You know what I mean? Awesome.
He did play in Kentucky.
No
he
doubt.
Probably resonates with that region.
I just don't think college basketball isn't what it was back then. You know what I mean? Like, and you're only there a year.
I'm just saying in that region.
Yeah, that's true.
They probably grew up watching him in SEC country. One and done, but he's playing for
like
Calipari in Kentucky,
or
and they may be Elite Eight.
In Chicago, are kids rocking De'Aaron Fox jerseys?
I don't know.
And I've been using him as an example as a small market team.
I don't know, but a lot of smart Orlando. Paulo Banchero's next, right?
Yeah.
OKC's a small market.
I'm very interested on Paolo Banchero. Like, is he going to resonate? Because he has a very Carmelo-like game that you've described for quite some time.
And you brought up LaMelo Ball. Well, he is in Charlotte. They're not the biggest market in the world. Zion's in New Orleans. But they're not the biggest market in the world. And I get what they have. But you're kind of making my point here. It's more about the player than it is the city that they play in. The player can make the city relevant.
Yeah, but are you carrying television deals the way that these other franchises did? And so I'm wondering, like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going to be a very interesting case study. If OKC could peel off a victory here, is that a team that can actually break through as a small market team with sex appeal?
Absolutely. You know why? Because Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, Serge Ibaka, and James Harden did it. They were in Oklahoma City.
It's true.
They were next. We loved Oklahoma City. Their games was on national television every single week.
Yeah.
We could find an OKC game. When LeBron was in Cleveland, we could find a Cleveland game. Orlando, even when they had Dwight Howard and Hedo Turkoglu.
Yeah.
They were a national brand. They were. Dwight Howard jerseys was everywhere. How many Warrior fans wanted Dwight Howard? We were begging for Dwight Howard during those days. We got to get it big. We got to get it big. We got to get it big. Kevin Garnett, Minnesota. So I think it's more so about the player, and the player can make that city relevant and take that city to another level.
Carry the league, though?
Cleveland did with LeBron.
Well, LeBron is
I know he's one of one,
he's a comet. I mean, he's an outlier.
He did.
Has there been another guy in a small market team? Because even Cleveland is a larger market than we give credit to because of the history as a sports town. Like, is there I can't think of, like, even, as great as Tim Duncan was, I feel like there was a lot of, like, yawning during the Spurs era, which is unfair.
I don't know how television ratings, we talk about radio ratings, right? Or Nielsen ratings, are they accurate or whatnot?
Points.
Skip Bayless always brought up the Spurs. He loved the Spurs.
He covered them.
Yeah, he covered them. I worked with Pop, who was a big Spurs guy because he broadcasted for them. I know. I thought the Spurs were a national brand. In my opinion, I maybe I'm just a basketball purist. I don't know, Spadoni. I
was going to say Steve Nash of the Suns. I know the Suns.
That's a fun one.
That's a fun one. He was 2-time MVP. He was flashy. That's a fun one. Different than everyone else. So that's what I think of.
He was definitely the face of the league for a couple years. Absolutely.
So I see, and now I believe it's more about the player than it is the market in the city. The player can carry a region in a city. So Anthony Edwards in Minnesota.
I think he's next up.
His shoes are selling off the hook. Off the hook.
I just think his style of play, his aura, everything about him is, I think, going to be embraced by America.
And does it matter that he's playing in Minnesota?
No. Does it matter
that SGA is playing in Oklahoma City?
No.
Does it matter that Ja's in Memphis? Everybody calls Memphis an NBA dump.
But let's play the other side of the coin. I agree with you. They are down 10% on viewers right now.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you're not going to have Kevin Durant in the second round. You're not going to have LeBron James in the second round. You're not going to have Steph Curry. So I'm very interested to see. Like, I don't think Denver resonates. Denver's an awesome team.
The ratings are not going to resonate. The ratings are going to be down, and people are going to look, nobody's watching. And then I look at social media, and then I talk to my boys, and everybody's watching the playoffs. I'm talking to my guy, Matt Payne. Shout out to Big B. We're texting yesterday, and I was like, boy, I'm struggling sticking with this Giants game. I ain't struggling.
Yeah.
Because the intensity is just night and day.
It's first week of May.
But Matt Payne played baseball.
Yeah.
And he's been saying this for years. He goes, Bonte, I can't do it. It's just not entertaining to me.
Well, the sense of urgency isn't there. Like, we're an event culture now. So anything that's an event, the NFL, 20 Sundays. That's what it is. Couple of Thursdays if your team's playing. It's 20 Sundays. Those are the events. The NBA, when's the event? Playoffs. That's when we tap in. Baseball, same thing now. Baseball's I'll tap in the playoffs.
But it felt like people would tap into the NBA around Christmas. Christmas is like the unofficial start date of the NBA. I don't know.
We didn't have Netflix. We didn't have Amazon Primes and, all these other Apple Pluses. And we're in just such a wild market now.
Yeah. I can only speak for myself. I'm locked in, man. I'm locked in. This is what I do. I live this. So I can't
So let's say we get Oklahoma City versus, not Boston because they're a big market. But let's pick another market.
Oklahoma City.
Indiana. Let's say we get Oklahoma City, Indiana. You get Tyrese Halliburton, one of the fun players in the league, against that. You're out?
No, I'm not out. I
think America the casual fan.
I think America
the casual fan is out, but I'm not a casual fan.
I don't think any of us are here at the station, but we're talking to a lot of casuals.
No, there's people. I remember we were doing a show with Kate Scott. I'll never forget this. I'll bring this up on the other side. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
It is gone, but caught.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
I'm a Warriors fan all the way.
As I take a aggressive sip of water here, Bonte's walking in. We were getting into a heated little argument in the hallway.
Lucky
Guru,
us.
Steiny, Evan Ginnings, Bonte, myself. And I said, I just threw this out to them. I said, hey, Oklahoma City versus Indiana. And Guru was like, no, that cannot happen. Like, that's the finals matchup. He's, no, it can't happen. And Steiny said, oh my God, that would be a nightmare for the league. And then I said, if Oklahoma City runs the table for a couple of years, would that be good or bad for the league? I don't know what the answer is. I think I'm open-minded to it. And then Steiny goes, it'd be horrible. And Guru said exactly what Bonte said, which is Oklahoma City did resonate back in the day.
Well, this is funny. This is great because I'm glad you brought this up. And it brought me back to, I remember the show, and I was ticked off at the break. I really was. It was during the summer. Remember, the schedule got shifted back. It was my first year on Warriors pre and post. And the NBA Finals were taking place. And it was the Milwaukee Bucks and the Phoenix Suns. It was a 6-game series. Phoenix had home court advantage, and I thought the first game, the intensity was just through the roof. I was like, wow, this is high-level stuff right here. Chris Paul's hooping, Devin Booker, you had Giannis. I thought it was just high-level basketball.
That was the bubble.
That was the year after the
year
bubble.
after the bubble. That's right.
Fans were still going to games. Fans still going to games. And I remember I was dying to get into it. And you and Kate were reluctant to get into it. We're like, nobody really cares. And I remember I threw it out, and the lines lived to talk about the series because as Warrior fans, we were interested, right? And I'm not coming down your road for anything like that. But I think basketball fans will follow no matter what. And it was funny. You two were like, yeah, Milwaukee and Phoenix just doesn't do it for us. And I was like, there's Giannis, there's Chris Paul, there's Booker. Giannis is going for his first championship. CP3's finally in the NBA Finals, and the lines lit up. And then we moved off the subject, then we played some cuts, and it was done. And I just remember being in Tahoe during the final 2 games of that series, and the bars were packed watching that game. Now, is OKC and Indiana going to resonate with the casual fans? Absolutely not. And the television ratings will dip, but at the same time, I don't know how television ratings are measured, just like we don't know how radio ratings are measured. Sometimes we see some numbers, we're like, huh? And when we see some numbers like, huh? Is that right? Is that right? Is that wrong? Is that wrong? Indiana became a powerhouse in the 90s with Reggie Miller. He was a charismatic character, no doubt. He was charismatic. He had personality. He had the Davis brothers, Rick Smits. And I love those Pacer teams. I was locked in. Indiana, New York, small market versus big market, big boy versus small town. I loved it. So would OKC, Indiana be good for the league in ratings? Yeah, everybody's going to knock it in. Indiana and OKC, oh, that sucks. Stephen A's going to go on first take saying, I hate these cities. I would rather be in Miami or L.A. But me personally, I will watch because it's Chet, it's SGA, it's Tyrese Halliburton.
That's not the
and
question,
I want to see Siakam. But is it going to resonate with the casuals? Of course not.
So, I'm looking
Casuals are front runners to me. Casuals are bandwagoners.
Yeah, but that's how the league thrives. And so,
I hear you.
Right? So, I'm saying, you brought up the Milwaukee Phoenix, and I just pulled it up right here. And you just scroll through the data, and outside of the bubble season, which was one of the lowest rated finals ever, that one was... Just throw that out the window. It was so many different things with that. The start times, everything. It's pretty low rated compared to others. The very next year, the lowest rated Warriors-Celtic game is higher than the highest rated game from just the year prior.
No, the casuals didn't want to watch it. But I thought it was a fascinating series. I thought it was great basketball. And I'm saying to the casuals, you missed out on some great ball. The Giannis block on DeAndre Ayton is one of the great plays I've seen in NBA Finals history.
Do you know what the highest rated ones? I'm just looking at it right here. Some of the highest rated ones, I mean, they're getting like freaking 18 shares. Like, these are crazy. Some of these Warrior Cleveland ones with LeBron were rating fantastically.
No, I hear you.
Fantastically because of the name recognition.
I hear that.
Like the final Miami San Antonio was even worse. Than that Milwaukee Phoenix, which is crazy. But I think that the San Antonio thing, people were just on it.
Casual see San Antonio and they're like, oh, boring town, boring players, blah, blah, blah.
Fair or not?
And that's what
but that's not the only algorithm that the league is looking at. They're looking at a lot of things. They're looking at overall attendance numbers. They're looking at merchandise. They're looking at a variety of things. And look, as long as there's people like Amazon willing to pay, they don't care who's watching. As long as there's 15 deals up and Peacock and ABC and Disney, they're all bidding for it. It really doesn't matter.
This is why I don't go crazy over ratings, because I don't know who's watching, and people watch differently. They're either illegally streaming. They may be using somebody else's password. Who the hell knows how people are watching these days? I have no idea. I have no idea how these things are measured. But if the casuals, because I'm not a casual. I don't know what it's like to be a casual. I'm locked into NBA. I've watched every NBA Finals since I can remember. I watched every World Series since I can remember.
We all have.
I've watched everything.
We're also in it. We're knee deep in it.
So I don't know, honestly, if the casuals want to miss out on that, like the Bucks-Suns series was a really damn good basketball series. Really good. And a lot of people missed out on it.
And it was an opportunity for Chris Paul to win his first championship. Giannis got hurt and came back. There was a variety of angles on that one. But again, I'm looking at for the league as a whole. So if you had, let's just say, Denver versus OKC in the Western Conference Finals, that can happen, correct?
It can happen.
Yeah. So that's your Western Conference Finals.
Great series.
It would be a great series.
I think.
I'm interested to see, would America think it's a great series?
Probably not.
That kind of sucks.
Probably not.
You're looking at a generational player in Jokic and a team on the rise that might be the blueprint for the next decade for the rest of the league.
So basically, what I'm getting to here and what I'm gathering, you got if you're not out there acting like a clown, if you're out there not being a podcaster, or if you're not out there doing every single commercial, or if you're not super outspoken, nobody's going to care about you. That just sucks, because Jokic is one of the great players we've ever seen in this league. He can go down as a top 10 player of all time.
But what about I don't think
hold on, Jamal Murray.
Yeah, but did Buster Posey resonate nationally?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I
put him in the Jokic category, where it's like great player, but I'm not asking him to carry my league.
And by the way, those Giants World Series
were not rated well at all.
Very low rated. And you know what?
At all.
I don't really care.
No, I don't.
You know what I'm saying? And now,
but baseball did.
Baseball did. But you know what? It is what it is.
Baseball wanted the Philadelphia versus Houston rated really well for baseball, and they wanted that. They wanted that Eastern Seaboard market. They wanted everybody who hates the freaking Astros, they like when the Dodgers are in there. If baseball had it their way, it'd be Yankees, Dodgers every year.
Every year. But the Giants they had great characters. They had great characters on those
Kansas
teams.
City.
Lincecum. But no, think about the characters they had.
They had great ones.
Lincecum, Kane, Bum, Panda, Hunter Pence. Even in 2014, you had Jake Peavy. He was a madman. It was an absolute crazy.
But how many of those guys were national?
I don't know. I don't think, we're going to have the Kentucky Derby this Saturday. We're going to have a special guest about the Kentucky Derby tomorrow. And I've said this about 6 years ago.
Give it to me.
And as I'm watching baseball right now. Now, boxing's trying to make a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
And horse racing's trying to be relevant. But those sports, like boxing, 80s, 70s, I mean, one of the top sports is up there, right? Is baseball going to fall down to that point to where it's just looked at as honestly,
how
you know how tough it was for me? There's afternoon games on, and I'm like, the Champions League is on. I'm watching PSG against who they play? The team from Germany, Dortmund. I'm like, this is fascinating. The day before is Bayern Munich against Real Madrid, and I'm like, I felt more entertained watching those two soccer games than I have watching a baseball game all season long.
Well, what's your algorithm? Are we going profit? Are we going viewership? How are you?
I'm just saying entertainment value.
Well, okay, so let's go viewership.
Forget the numbers.
World Series and the NBA Finals are always, at least in the last 4 or 5 years, within 1 million viewers of each other. One is a little higher.
No doubt.
The other one goes a little higher. They're right next to each other. Now, there's this misnomer that the NBA is worldwide and Major League Baseball is not. I didn't realize how big baseball is. Humongous. I'm talking Major League Baseball in Vietnam, China, Japan, in Central America. Humongous. I didn't realize how big it was internationally. And so I always thought, the NBA is way bigger globally than Major League Baseball. But Major League Baseball has made huge inroads in a variety of continents in terms of trying to get their sport there. Like the NFL is not as deep worldwide as the NBA and Major League Baseball, and that's surprising for people.
Because football is big. Football with the U.
Exactly.
It's bigger in Europe.
That's the largest sport in the world.
So But I'm looking at soccer and I'm like, heck, half the time you guys hear me talking about tennis. I get more entertained watching tennis than I do baseball at times. Baseball's got to do something here. They got to figure something out, not get the viewers or whatnot. Just as an I'm telling you, my entertainment value.
That's you.
My entertainment value, and I love baseball.
They broke an attendance record last year.
That's great.
No,
awesome.
I'm just saying, they would tell you, I agree with that.
But the product on the field is not appeasing. It's not.
Well, I think there's too many games.
It's home run strikeout, and now they're trying to get away from it, get more speed into the game or whatnot. The balls are always an issue. Now we got jersey problems. There's always something going on. But at mainstream media, they don't even talk about baseball no more because it doesn't hit. It doesn't hit. Why do we talk less baseball on the show? Because it doesn't hit out there the streets no more.
Yeah, but in Boston it still does. In New York with the Yankees it still does. Yeah, there's certain markets. It's regional. Like it's become what college football was 10 years ago. It's extremely regional. But Bonte, I would also say that the NBA doesn't hit. Like we talk about the Warriors every single day here. We know we went to Boston. They don't really talk about the Celtics to that degree out there. The Lakers do. The Lakers are the number one team down there, and that's who they talk about every single day. So it's really market to market. But nationally, there's no question we do not discuss baseball like we did in the 90s.
No, we don't.
And it ain't coming back.
It's not even close.
But Ponte, I would also say, I listen to Colin Cowherd talk about this all the time. It used to be 60-40.
And I don't know if they don't talk about the Celtics. You sure about that? I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, they talk about what their algorithm is on what their mix, their diversity mix. When Colin Cowherd first started, he said at ESPN, he went 60-40, NFL to others, right? Now it's literally 85-15, NFL.
Yeah.
And now the 15%, college has now taken a huge chunk of what was NBA conversation, what was MLB conversations. You're just not seeing it. But that doesn't mean it can't be a thriving business, but it's never going to be what it was in the 70s and 80s. That's not coming back.
And I'm starting to snooze a little bit more as I get older. Hype flicks. The NBA doesn't do well on television, but they do dominate social media. I think the NBA embraces social media.
NBA does better on YouTube than NFL, which is nuts.
They do great.
There are bigger streams of people, their reaction to watching NBA games than there are NFL films breakdowns.
Yep. I'm just saying, me personally, as I get older, and what attracts me and what gets me going, like basketball and football, they got me. College football, they got me. I'm locked in.
College football,
I'm locked in. I got League Pass up every day on my cell phone. I'm watching all these guys. You guys laugh at me. I just love basketball. I love all basketball. I can't watch college basketball as much as I want to, and I just don't think the product is as good anymore. It's a little watered down. But basketball, football, they got me. The Champions League. I'm driving to go pick up baby Chaz. I got the game on, just listening to it because I can't get enough of soccer right now. I'm so excited to go to the U.S. Open later on this year because Spadoni and I talk about tennis all the time. We'll text on the side about tennis like, yo, you watch this match? Like, it is fascinating to me. And, just the presentation, the broadcast, the level of play. Baseball's got to fix. And I love my Giants. But you tried out a lineup like last night. How watchable was that game at Fenway Park? Other than Fenway Park, what else is keeping you locked into that game?
I mean, but you saying that, I can say that about a lot of different NBA games. The Warriors played in particular that were very difficult to watch.
There's some bad teams they played against, but you still watch it because of Steph Curry.
I think both sports have actually very similar issues right now in that the NBA, first off, I just want to make sure we're very clear. The NBA and Major League Baseball are wildly profitable and can, even if they become a even smaller niche than what they are now, can make a ton of money as they're both $11 billion industries. $11 billion industries. I mean, you know how many companies would die to have that kind of money?
Well, I'm also interested to see where boxing goes here because I think boxing, they're starting to figure it out. They're starting to figure it out.
Well, the UFC...
UFC...
I was going to say, the UFC partnering with ESPN and doing what it's done, it has come to the forefront. I don't think it will ever be one of the big major sports, but that doesn't mean it can't be huge.
See, I think UFC's entering a realm where they just had UFC 300 and I watched.
I watched it. It was awesome.
But I think they watered down the product by having events every single week. Boxing's starting to figure it out. And boxing... with this young man from Saudi Arabia, from Dubai, I forget his name, His Excellency, something. Somebody on YouTube and Xfinity Mobile text line is going to drop the name. But now boxing is starting to stack their cards. They're starting to have 4 to 5 fights like UFC that are very, very intriguing. You got De La Hoya and Canelo, right? He's still a big draw. Ryan Garcia, Devin Haney. They did a lot of buys there. I think they did damn near 1 million buys pay-per-view, which is really good for those two guys. Made a lot of money. I think Devin Haney made like 30+ million. Ryan Garcia made damn near 50 million. A lot of money still in boxing. They're starting to figure it out. And there's something about prize fights that still gets people together. It gets people jacked up. I'm very interested to see where boxing goes over the next 3 to 5 years because Mayweather, as great as Floyd Mayweather was, destroyed the sport in terms of handpicking opponents, waiting on opponents, dictating things. It was just a lot. We weren't getting the best fighting the best. And now all of a sudden, you're starting to get the best fighting the best again.
The thing that boxing has in its corner is that it's an event. And so, like, you only get a couple of them, right? You know what I mean? Right. Like a couple times a year. These are events. That's why the NFL is so big. It's event viewing. I look at the NBA and Major League Baseball. NBA, not as bad, but still, there's just too much inventory of regular season games that don't have sense of urgency. So most fans are like, give me the big game. I'll tap in for the big game. I can't, not everyone, but I'm not going to tap in for the Tuesday in February. I'm not going to tap into the baseball series in June even, like, or July or even August. Like, wake me up when there's like a week to go in the playoffs.
And then baseball has their postseason during prime
Which
NFL
is the
season.
Worst time to have it. It's the worst time to have it.
Mike in Daly City, what's happening, Mike?
Hey, guys. Just want to say the Spurs would have appealed more to the casual fan if the best power forward I've ever seen had a more outgoing personality and game. Because if you look at his game, I love Tim Duncan, but you see his ESPN highlights, bank shot, turn on hook, jump. That doesn't appeal to anyone. And if he had a person like, let's say, Kevin Garnett, where like when he dunks, he screams or something.
Yep.
That would have been shown more. But to me, I love Tim Duncan, but to the casual fan, if I ask them, hey, remember Tim Duncan? They'll say, is he the guy that got kicked out of a game because he was laughing on the sideline?
Yeah.
That's what they remember him for. I ask my friends that. I'm like, you need an exciting player or an exciting outgoing personality. Like LaMelo Ball, he just flashes all the time. He's got that big smile and everything.
And he barely plays.
That's the thing. You're talking about soccer, football. What do they have in an abundance of?
They got stars, baby.
Personalities and stars that are as big, if not bigger, than the sport as a whole.
No doubt.
Individual superstars.
And it's always the young guys.
100%.
It's always some 18-year-old, 17-year-old phenom.
Look, I knew who Wayne Rooney was. He wasn't even
England, exactly.
And he's like on the pecking list of football stars in the last 25 years. He's a star, but nowhere near the level of other guys.
It was crazy. I don't know if you guys watched that David Beckham doc on Netflix when it had it.
Phenomenal.
It's still on there, obviously.
Phenomenal.
But he was a Comet. It was like 4 to 5 years. And then he was in the MLS.
Right.
Like, that's how quickly they move on in other countries and other sports like that. Overseas here, we're clinging to LeBron and Steph and
Messi. They're going to make they're one of the best teams now in their division.
Yeah, well, they got Luis Suarez as well.
And he's been hurt.
Suarez from Uruguay, who loves to bite people, but he's a hell of a player.
To bite people.
He's a hell of a player, and he's polarizing. By the way, Champions League yesterday, I didn't know the guy. I've heard him a couple times. What's this, Roy Hudson? Was it Ray Hudson, color commentator? Shasky, this guy yesterday, whenever somebody he is so energetic and so
Ray
passionate.
Hudson, yeah, he's funny.
He is hilarious. If you find a call, find something for Shasky here.
Okay.
This guy will get you hooked in it because I can tell you're not into soccer yet. It took me a while. I'm all in. I'm all in. And I've been kind of trending that way since 2015. I'm all into it. I love it. I love it. I love the entertainment. I love the way they package their games. And I think the NBA, I always said this about the NBA. They should go to that Premier League model. Not necessarily just playing 32 to 34 games a season, but you play 2 to 3 games a week.
Well,
you have your Monday night games,
Yeah.
your Saturday showcase, your Sunday showcase, your Friday night special, whatever it is. You play 2 to 3 games a week, and instead of doing the conferences, East and West, and you're doing 1 through 8 or the play-in or whatnot, give me one table, and you get the NBA. You get 3 points for a win. You get no points for a loss, and you want to like cut down on some of the wear and tear. How about this? At the end of regulation, if you're tied, you just get a point for a tie. Now, people will be upset. They will be upset. We hate ties, right? But you know what? In the regular season, You have that win-loss tie, and you have a point in the table. I don't know. I think it could work. I think it'd be fascinating.
Honestly, the problem, I mean, everyone always says to me whenever I suggest solutions for either the NBA or Major League Baseball regarding their calendar or their schedule, they'll never take less money. The gate is a portion of the money. I get it. And believe me, the Giants right now are averaging close to 30,000 or a little over 30,000 per game. That equates to 2 million fans a year. That is a lot of money. I'm not denying that. But the television money is higher than whatever the gate money is on your average ticket price, okay? And so if they can make more money via television, they're going to pivot that way. I just don't know how you set it up to where it's an event viewing like that. Like, to your point on the NBA, 82 games everyone acknowledges is too many. It's just too many for the regular season. It doesn't, like, right now you spent 82 games. You got 70 plus out of Durant, Steph, and LeBron. And none of them is in the playoffs, right?
Well, that's part of the team, you know.
No, I know, but I'm saying, like, if I know, like, if I'm running the NFL right now, like, I kind of know, like, Patrick Mahomes is probably going to be in the playoffs if he plays, you know.
But even if Mahomes
9 out of 10 of their games.
But even if Mahomes wasn't in the playoffs.
Oh, no, but the NFL is different than anything. I told you, if the Houston Texans were in the Super Bowl, we'd all still watch no matter what.
We watch. Jacksonville's in there. We watch. You know, the Arizona Cardinals are in. We watch. We're going to watch the NFL no matter what. JJ San Jose just spent $4.99. Thanks, JJ. The 73-9 was the best thing we had ever seen, and also growing regular season ball for the future. We changed to only playoffs matter after that.
That's a good point.
Yep.
It's a good point. It sucks. And, like, everything was negated that you did during the regular season because you didn't win it all. It does suck that way.
All right. Amin El Hassan, speaking of all these stars or whatnot, he joined Will and the Dibs yesterday. LeBron's future, right? We don't know what his future. I think he sent the tweet the other day about his future. Hey, guys, hang tight. I'm going out with my family. I'll let you know what I do. Blah, 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 blah,
hold
blah.
Tight.
Well, what does the future hold for LeBron? Here's Amin El Hassan.
I think he stays depending on what happens with his son. He's put it in his mind that, like, playing with his son is a priority for him at the end of his career, right? I know people are saying, well, is he going to retire? He's not going to retire, guys. Come on. You think he's just going to walk out like, enough of this? I've had enough. No, when he retires, he wants the Kobe treatment. He wants the pomp and the circumstance of going in every arena and getting a little video tribute shown to him, and everyone gives him flowers and praises and things like that. He's not just going to walk away. I think like I said, I'm not saying that wherever his son goes, he'll go too, but I think he's going to opt out of his deal and then sit back and watch what happens with his son. And depending on where he lands, and if there's a need for him and an availability for him there, then I think he might go. If not, I think he just says, okay, I'll stay another year with the Lakers and see what happens there. Or maybe sign a 2-year deal with an option on the second year so he can always have that flexibility.
What do you think about that? All contingent on his son. What if his son, I guess instead of just like worrying about LeBron James, where's Bronny going to go to school? What if he goes to SMU? When we say the Dallas Mavericks? What if he goes to play for Kelvin Sampson in the University of Houston? Is LeBron going to Houston? What if he goes to Dayton?
Is it Thanos? Who's Giannis's brother?
Thanasis.
Okay, I apologize for mispronouncing it. If someone can keep him on the team, someone will find a spot for Bronny. Like, if you want LeBron, the package deal is you got to take Bronny. I think teams would sign up for that.
Yep.
Don't you? I mean, come on, we had Island Smailagic for a while. Like, we don't act like there aren't guys on the roster who are there, and we all kind of question why they're there.
Yep. Ray Hudson, Ray Hudson's the guy. You find a cut. I want you to play it for Shasky. This guy's unbelievable. They got like a highlight package of Ray Hudson. Highlight package. Oh, we got a special guest. Special guest. We'll go to that special guest in about 5 minutes. Oh. It's a tease, folks. That's a tease.
All right, the ball led to absolutely Archimedean precision, and then this hit is 1.21 gigawatts of power, and absolutely astonishing skill in this Robin Hood arrow of a hit. Wonderful touch to control.
How many metaphors?
Locks his target and detonates.
If soccer had more 1.21 gigawatt calls in it, I would definitely be watching more.
I'm telling you.
You'd be surprised. In the Premier League, there is very good commentary.
Oh my God. Soccer and tennis. I'm telling you, Chris Fowler, the McEnroes, McKendry, we got our boy Brad Gilbert, BG Tennis Nation. their presentation and broadcasting, what they inform you with, and the way they break it down. Same thing with Champions League. Who's my guy from Arsenal? Thierry Henry.
Thierry Henry.
He's the one.
They got Micah Richards, Jamie Carragher, Kate Abdu. They all do very well. Carragher was going nuts yesterday. He was on assignment in Germany in the Borussia Dortmund, part of the Bundesliga, the German top league over there. And yeah, he was just going nuts. They just do a great job presenting the product to an American audience too, which I think is very important there. Don't sleep on soccer, to your point though, Bonte.
Yeah.
Overtaking and becoming potentially that third sport, not in the next 10 years, but 20, 30 years, potentially.
Kate Abdo, you got the presentation, you got the players, they endorse their game. They don't, the problem with the NBA, I'll say this about the NBA. You get ESPN and you get all these guys, and Barkley's been on it, get a lot of talking heads and a lot of clowns, basically diluting their own product. For example, Warriors are playing the Celtics. We're getting ready for game 1. That whole lead up to that NBA Finals in the 75th anniversary season of the NBA. And you got West Coast versus East Coast. You got an iconic franchise with the Warriors against the Boston Celtics, all their banners and the parquet floor. And what are they talking about that week? Is Kevin Durant going to stay in Brooklyn?
Well,
I mean, they don't do a good enough job of promoting their own brand and bigging up these players. Like, I would rather you be homers about your league and be like soccer. They embrace their guys. Now, they'll criticize when they need to criticize, and they're harsh about their criticism. But they don't do anything to kick the game down, saying, well, back in my day when I played, this would have happened.
There's a condescending way that the NBA coverage is presented to you that's insulting to your intelligence as a sports fan. But I would also say people that like JJ Redick, and I'm going to call him out in particular, I'm going to tell you and I'm going to educate you. And I'm going to just do it. Don't tell me about like when Dan Orlovsky, whatever you feel about Dan Orlovsky, he gets in front of the telestrator and he geeks out, and there's a genuine authenticness to him that comes across, whether you like him or not. When Baldy or Greg Cosell or any of those guys, they don't tell you, I'm going to teach you the sport. They just do it.
Yep.
And then you just kind of like consume it. And you're like, wow, I now learned something. Yep. JJ Redick thinks that he's like Red Auerbach and he has to jam it down your throat how he is better than you.
It's too much.
And he will teach you. But that's the problem right now. Is like, and it's not just him. I'm not. He's one of many who aren't presenting the sport in the right way. Like, okay, I don't love everything John Boy Media does for baseball, but they're one of the good things that's covering baseball currently.
I will say
because of the way they present it.
To your point, Shasky, and especially in the NBA, and to your point, JJ Redick, because what he said it pissed me off. Who was the guy he slandered? The Celtic great, the legend. I can't think of his name
Bob
right
Cousy.
now. Bob Cousy. Said, he's playing against Plumbers. Like, you don't see that in the NFL. They're not dogging Jim Brown. They're not dogging, the Joe Montanas of the world. No, they're elevating the past.
Montana played against a bunch of nobodies.
They talk about the evolution of the game.
Yeah,
they're not dogging the past. And that's something in the NBA that's so weird to me.
And JJ Redick, for crying out loud, if he played in the 90s, 80s, his career would have been cut short by 2 years because they would have dominated him. They would have hand-checked him and punked him out of the league. He would not have made it in that league back in those days. Those are facts. You want to disrespect Bob Cousy, and Bob Cousy came out and said, who the hell is JJ Redick? Bob Cousy would have cooked JJ Redick's ass every single day.
But there's like a disrespect for the past from the current players.
And not only the disrespect. Hold on real quick, sorry to cut you off. But JJ Redick was a role player. Kendrick Perkins was a role player. Why are these guys talking about these stars? They don't know about that life.
Who is the Mike Krukow of the NBA? I would say at one point in time it was a Jim Barnett.
Oh, in terms of
like a champion of the sport who, when you hear their
Antonio Daniels,
good
Eddie
call.
Johnson,
very good call.
Eddie Johnson, these guys do a great job.
I love Stu Lance.
Stu Lance is good with the Lakers. Clyde Frazier with the Knicks. I think Scalabrine does a good job with the Celtics.
Like I think about like Harold Reynolds at one point in time really resonated for baseball.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I listen to Jalen Rose, he does have good information, but I go back, he presents it in a condescending way that I think is off-putting to a lot of people.
Real quick, I want to get this cut in before we go to the lines. Eric Pincus, an NBA salary cap expert and senior NBA writer for Bleacher Report. Last one on KD. We already had Eddie Johnson saying on if the Suns will move on from KD. He said, no. Well, if they did try to move for KD, here's a potential trade package. He was asked about this trade package. Here's what he said.
assuming that they give their pick, they don't win the lottery.
Right.
They're not going to win the lottery.
So
but if they don't win the lottery, now their picks open up a little bit. Now they could trade 25, they could trade 26, 27, 20, 29, but they have to have one every other year. So it's a couple of picks. It's not like a crazy number, but it's something. And so, yeah, the picks exist if you're Golden State, if you're including a Kuminga, a Moody, along with Wiggins, and it's a commitment, on the Suns. Wiggins isn't cheap, but he's certainly cheaper than KD, and maybe you're adding depth. I don't know that they care about picks, but at least maybe they could trade those picks or get another team involved who wants those picks and get more help, because the Suns just need bodies. That starts with Kevin saying, I don't want to be here. He's a headliner, right? So he's a star player, a Hall of Famer eventually. So I think it would take that.
All right, let's see if Kevin Durant wants out of the Phoenix Suns here before we end the show.
Help us, Kevin Durant. You're our only hope.
The bat signal was put out.
Well, okay.
It's not Ken Opener Cal. Where the hell is Ken Opener Cal from St. Louis? Where the hell are you?
It bothers me.
Where's Clark the Shark? I miss you, Myrtle Beach. It
bothers me.
It does bother me.
Fonte Billafonte.
I miss him. I miss Clark. I miss Ken Opener Cal. I miss everybody. I especially miss Tony in Oakland.
What?
Where the hell have you been, Tony? Talk to me, Tony. I need to get into the zone.
I'm out of the penalty box. Your boy Sam finally let me out. Okay, so I made a prediction in March 2023. We were going to the Super Bowl with Purdy, and that happened. This year, I'm saying that Purdy is going to be the best quarterback ever. So move aside Lamar, Joe Cool, Dax, and all the rest. And this is why. Okay, the boy just recently got married, and being an evangelical Christian, they wait to get in the mix until they're married. So you know why? Because then they get into it with the beloved as well, and they get the singular energy going on. Okay, for all you little nerds who read Harry Potter with the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah, Mattson.
This is the Philosopher's Stone. When you go in and you get in the mix with the divine, and it's the male-female energy combined with the divine. Sorry, Bay Area. We're not going with all those little combos you want to make, okay? So the boy gets married, and then they're in the mix, and now he's got the stuff. And you know what? When you are of the divine, like Medvedev in tennis, then you can look like you're nothing, and suddenly you get it going on. And the other people don't have a direct line to the way that Purdy does. The dude has the singular energy, and, he's going to it degree by degree. So this is my prediction, because that's what happens when you get in there with that stuff.
All right, Tony. It's good to hear from you. It's good to hear from you. Oh, we had to do it.
Was it good, though?
Shout out to our friends at Fleming and Train. We got to call it to the roast. Better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed like Tony and Oakland. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Train. Oh, I don't know where she was going there. I wasn't ready for that. I don't know if I'm in the zone. I may be a little discombobulated after that call. Somebody said, Chico said she did have a point. Medvedev is a little more philosophical.
She was going down a path that I was like, all right, we're going to have to flush her. I don't even know what.
You were like Padme in Revenge of the Sith.
No. You know what I was ready to do? I was ready to cut my dude in half like Darth Maul got cut in half.
All right, go ahead, Shasky.
Don't lick the wild mushrooms, Tony. No, I'll start here. What?
I say nothing.
Okay. My final thought is this. I truly believe the Warriors are going to have to bottom this thing out, and I don't think anybody's prepared for it and ready for it.
Yeah.
I just don't think there's a magic carpet ride to the playoffs or a trade or a magic bullet or any of those things. And I know I sound like a hater. It's just my opinion. You can disagree, but boy, they feel a lot farther away than everyone else thinks they are.
After seeing everything happening on social media about Kevin Durant, we had Eddie Johnson on who says basically Kevin Durant's not going anywhere. And I'm with you, Shasky. Believe it or not, Jocelyn, who said I didn't never agree with you. That's not true. But I do think that maybe taking a couple steps back to take a major step forward might be the move here. Might be the move. Because these stars, what is Kevin Durant getting you? Where is he getting you? Where's LeBron getting you? You know what I'm saying? I'd rather get a younger player like an Embiid. I know he has injury histories, but I don't even think he's going near. Why would Embiid want to leave Philly to come join Steph's team? He's got his own team in Philly with Tyrese Maxey. They got $65 million of cap space. What the hell do we want to leave? I don't know, but I am intrigued with this offseason. I can't wait to see what players are going to opt out, what the moves are going to look like, and I'm very, very intrigued to see what the Warriors do here. I just don't know what's going to happen.
It is an exciting offseason. So many players and teams, it's up in the air on what they're going to do, and I think it's just a credit to where the league is with their young stars that's forcing these teams to take a good, hard look on how they build franchises and their rosters around them. Speaking of a team that's in that boat, the Lakers. And this is per Jovan Buha, who covers the team for The Athletic. Love Jovan.
Yeah.
Quote, the latest I've heard is the plan is to still move on from Darvin Ham at some point, likely by the end of the week, potentially as early as tomorrow. Then the head coaching search will start for the Lakers. So Darvin Ham looks like he gone.
Tomorrow is the end of the week. My final thought is, did you guys see that the trailer for that FX show Clipped about the downfall of Donald Sterling?
I sent it in the thread.
We talked about this last week.
Yeah.
We did talk about it last week?
Yeah.
Shows where I'm at. I don't know. I just thought of the Clippers getting a show. I don't know how I feel about that.
This is where the whole Hawaiian punch joke came in.
Well, see, I just kind of wasn't listening to what you were saying.
Well, no, it was Guru. Whatever. You know what? I'm just not going to.
I don't know. I wanted to bring that up. Wow. I just don't like the fact that they have Lawrence Fishburne playing Doc Rivers.
Why?
Because Lawrence Fishburne's a great actor. Why should he have to schlep and play Doc Rivers?
I mean, Ed O'Neill's also a great actor. He's playing Donald Sterling, who's a horrible human being. Sometimes great actors have to play horrible people. Al Pacino, Joe Paterno.
Wow.
That's true.
I never watched that. Don't need to watch that.
I did watch it.
Did it? Was it good?
Well, it only talked about Paterno and his journey. It didn't get into Sandusky or anything like that because that's cringeworthy.
Cringeworthy?
Paterno,
like one of the worst.
What Paterno did die because I think he felt the guilt.
Yeah, the guilt.
He
Absolutely.
felt the guilt. It was like, oh my gosh,
but
I did nothing about this.
But that being said, I am very excited for whatever, dramatization TV show gets done about the Warriors someday. I mean, after watching Winning Time, Clipped looks interesting. I mean, it's going to be so many great TV threads.
They already did it. TNT did it for the game leading up to the ring ceremony for Draymond Green. We already saw the dramatization.
No, we still needed 30 for 30.
That's tough.
I want like a Winning Time type like dramatization that covers like all like 10 years. I want
How many times does Bob cry in that sit down?
Like there's so much drama you can get out from like all the way going back to when like Mark Jackson got here all the way to now. There's so many things that would make for great TV.
I just want the 30 for 30.
I mean, they're right on the table. I mean, Bonte, you got to be part of that doc, right?
Maybe Lawrence Fishburne will play you.
Maybe not. People get too much Bonte.
Lawrence Fishburne playing Bonte. That's funny. That's funny.
Oh, baby.
We're going to get Fred Van Vliet to play Bonte.
Who's playing Shasky?
Macaulay Culkin.
One. I was thinking of
Who you say?
I said Macaulay Culkin.
Oh,
I was say Mark Wahlberg. But
Mark Wahlberg. I like that.
The Rock.
Bonte, I'm losing my mind. I don't think the Warriors going to win this series. I'm really worried right now.
Now I got to go work out.
I'm gonna see you later, guys. I'm gonna go work out now. I'm gonna go to the Olympic Club. It's gonna be a great time.
He does play a lot of golf and he does work out.
Shots.
I know he's crushing me. Who's playing you? Carrot Top?
All right, guys. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to get a haircut. Going to pick up LJ. I'm going to get a sandwich. I'm going to do this. Thanks. We really know what you're going to do for the rest of your day.
And then Sam wants to call me every day when I'm on the diamond.
Well, no, we have a show call every day, but we have to do the show call around Shasky's schedule. So who's really the diva of the show?
I'm a busy
Who's
man.
really the king? Mm-hmm. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. That was a fun one today, folks. Tomorrow's Friday. It's a fun day, too. It's not quite as a Monday. Not quite fun as a Monday, but it's a good day. It's Tiny Guru next year on 95.7 The Game.
Adam, it's too much for me. have. Great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Things are percolating. Things are percolating.
Steiny A. Smith, I'm giving you a 4. One more time.
Things are percolating.
That is great. That is great, man. You got him down.
Hey, I don't know when legal tampering starts. I think July 15th. It's already started.
Well,
NBA offseason is underway as far as
we still got games being played. I don't know what that was in LA last night, but other than that, we still got games being played.
But we got 2 things happening at once. We got the games happening, and then we've got action centering on free agency, some coaches, and it's all fun talk because the Warriors are linked to all of it.
Yeah,
because that's who they are, and that's what Joe Lacob does. But a couple things just to catch everybody up right away. Darvin Ham looks like he's going to be fired by tomorrow.
My boy Handy, maybe.
We'll see.
I gave a care package to Spadoni.
Oh,
yep,
nice.
Laker gear. Yep.
Okay. How about this report from Ramona Shelburne? This one's an interesting one.
This bothered me.
The only thing that bothered me about this was the timing.
That's what's bothered me.
Okay, but the Clippers are reluctant to offer Paul George a max contract in the offseason. He's a free agent.
And today's his birthday. You guys do it like that. That's dirty.
How old is he?
Evan told me 34 years.
Oh, he's young.
Yeah.
Paul George is young. Woo.
Hey, I think you're running that bit in the ground.
And then a lot of stuff surfacing with KD yesterday and what the Suns are going to do. They're in a tough situation. They may need to do something whether they like it or not. And here sit the Golden State Warriors. Didn't make the playoffs, but looking for a way to get better, Goo.
Yeah, and to me, it's a smorgasbord. Everything's on the table. As a fan, I know I'm not the capologist. Shout out to Willard and Dibbs because they had a few of them on yesterday. And Steiny, I love and lead with my heart, man. I am ready for a big dog to come accompany Steph Curry. And I don't know how, but just get her done. Larry the Cable Guy. And at the top of my list is Kevin Durant. That could be a dream, but damn it, MLK had one and DLJ has one. I want Durant with the Warriors, Malcolm X, by any means necessary.
Well, hold on. I may give you a choice. I may give you choices.
Shout out E40.
Don't necessarily take. If you want to take Kevin Durant, you can take him. That's fine. But I might give you a couple other choices. And as long as we're going the big game hunting, I'm going to throw some other names at you.
Give it to me.
Now, there's one name I'm keeping off the list. And the reason I'm keeping this player off the list is because I think if I put this player on the list, he would be the unanimous consensus of Warrior fans that they would want.
Okay.
And so
I got my catcher's mitt. I'm ready.
I'm taking him out, and that's Giannis.
Man.
I'm taking Giannis
out.
That
is the dream.
Because I got to believe that most people, if the Warriors are swinging for a grand slam, they'd want Giannis.
No doubt.
All right. You can't have Giannis, but I'm gonna give you a lot of other choices. I just put that 5 names. 5 names. You ready?
Let's go.
Kevin Durant.
Okay.
LeBron James.
Number 2.
Paul George.
Number 3.
Horrible.
Joel Embiid.
Number 4.
Or DeMar DeRozan.
Number 5.
What if I asked Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, just forget, they're all going to cost you at least Kuminga and a couple draft picks. Let's just put it out there and simplify it. It's going to cost you. Which one of those 5 are you taking?
Now, I don't want you to throw me under the bus.
Let me do the names one more time.
I feel like I'm in court.
LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Paul George, Joel Embiid, DeMar DeRozan. Which is the one that you would want if I gave you a choice among those 5. And we could also do it if there's one of those 5 you absolutely don't want. We could do that. But we can keep it simple today as long as we know that Joe Lacob's already made a call about LeBron James. Kevin Durant's already been a Golden State Warrior. Paul George headed toward free agency. DeRozan headed toward free agency. All right, I set it up. 888-957-9570. What do you think, Gil?
I hope you don't throw me under the bus.
There's no wrong answer.
I know there's not, but there's going to be a different answer than what I gave you and Evan earlier because I was having a bad morning, y'all didn't know, and I just blurted out. But I'm sorry. It is the best big man since Wilt Chamberlain, and I'm one of his biggest fans. He has a game tonight. Game 6 is Joel Embiid. If you pair him with Steph and the pick and roll and all the things he could do, Steiny, you're right back. So I didn't even think about him yesterday. So Durant, I'm sorry, buddy, but I'm going over here to get Joel Embiid, who I believe is still in his prime, Steiny. I mean, now I'm getting goosebumps thinking about what that would be.
Played 39 games this year.
Got hurt.
Missed more than half the season.
A little scary.
Over the last 5 years, he's only played in 70% of the Sixers games.
He got MVP last year,
which actually was a little more than I thought.
But he just got MVP a year ago.
And he's coming off an injury.
I would do that and risk it all.
I think I have maybe the most unpopular one. If I had...
Now, how are you guys judging that? We're going to hear from Evan, too.
Well, here's why. So many of you out there, including the guy sitting across from me, suffer from recency bias.
Oh, it bothers me.
And they will actually cite one game from last night. But I really think it is funny. Of all those guys, I think I might take Paul George. And the reason I'm
not mad at you.
The reason I'm not taking Embiid is I'm just too scared. Like and I say we because we're the Golden State Warriors. Here's what we can't do. We can't get somebody in here to play with our older guys, but who is injury prone himself. That to me is asking for big trouble.
Okay, but that's the risk I'm willing to take.
That's fair.
I'm not mad at Paul George about last night. Shout out Rob Lowe, but I am, Steiny, because he was coming off a game to where he's shown everybody just how good he is. And for whatever reason, I'm not going to say it was the Mavericks defense and their ball pressure. It looked like the stage was too bright, but that's neither here nor there.
Biggest shot of the game in game 4.
Yeah, but the size that you get with Embiid, all the different things you can do on the Rubik's Cube basketball-wise with Embiid is why I would go Joel. God, you got me thinking and dreaming, man. And he's got a game tonight.
See, the issue I have with Embiid is he's just hurt too much. He's just hurt too much. And I feel like if you get a guy like Embiid, and we're talking about the Golden State Warriors and their offseason, in case you've just joined us, some more nuggets from the offseason coming in. Darvin Ham expected to be fired by tomorrow. Paul George, Ramona Shelburne of the ESPN, reporting that the Clippers are reluctant to give him a max contract. We have a lot of talk about KD could be possibly on the move. So we're talking about the Golden State Warriors, a team that's already called the Lakers about LeBron James a few months back. So I'm giving Warrior fans a little bit of a choice here. I'm going to give you 5 names. Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, DeMar DeRozan. I'm giving you your choice. They're all going to cost the same amount, and I'm just going to describe it as a lot.
Yeah. Let's throw it to Evan real quick. Who was your choice?
It's real quick. It's going to assume it's going to take Kuminga and 2 draft picks. Plus other stuff.
If I'm giving up the house for one of those 5 players, I guess DeRozan be a free agent. So the 4 guys we're talking about.
And Paul George is a free agent too. But
but you'd probably have to move him in a sign and trade type scenario. Right. So It'd be Joel Embiid, because I understand that he's injury prone. Honestly, all of these players at their ages are probably injury prone for one reason or another, and Joel Embiid is the best of them, I think, right now.
Stoney, a lot of people want to know why you didn't include Bron.
I did include LeBron.
Okay,
James.
gotcha. All
He's
right.
one of the 5 names. Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, DeRozan.
All right,
those are the 5 names.
2 Embiids.
Yeah, I'm
not mad at PG. He's a great player, and
here's the
real
thing.
quick, the Warrior way, Steiny, shout out to the street. Yeah. I think whoever comes here, you're going to laugh, and this is after a year they didn't make the playoffs. They become a better version of themselves playing with Steph in this Warrior system under Steve Kerr. That's just that's a reality.
Somebody on a text line, where is it? Says he says, "Goo, the Warriors don't run a lot of pick and roll."
Well, you would when he got to. They didn't do it with Durant and Curry. That bothered me. But you would with this big fella. You would change that.
Yeah, the one thing. Here's how this conversation got started on the.
Can you imagine how much space Steph Curry would have if Joel Embiid was on the block?
Just,
I mean,
just think about it.
Boy,
Steph Curry behind the 3-point arc is more dangerous than Joel Embiid anywhere else on the floor.
But if you have those, nobody will fight you today.
Not if you shoot.
What if you just have? Yeah. What if you have both of those as an option? Good God.
How many games are they playing together?
Well,
see, I'm Mr. Practicality.
Some saying PG has missed more games than Embiid.
Well,
last 4 years, yeah.
He got hurt.
Well, Vegas.
I'm looking at the recency. Embiid missed half this season. Paul George played a full season.
Well, Curry played more games than Embiid, but do you think he's going to be able to play 75 again next year?
No.
So why would Paul George?
He probably won't. Just give me 68. That's all you're going to get anymore. Best season's going to be 70.
I'll take that.
And here's how the Vine started. The Vine started with the 3 names: LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Paul George. That's how our game started among Evan, Guru, and me. And to me, that one's easy. That one's easy. I'll take the only guy on that list who plays defense, and that would be Paul George. That's the reason I'm going to get Paul. That's the reason Paul George is is my choice, because he can defend.
Yeah.
He still defends. He's 34, which is less than LeBron by a significant margin. I feel like he's still a little younger than Durant. Embiid's a different animal altogether. I love him. He's a beast, but his injury history scares me. And as far as like kind of star/superstars, I think Paul George is pretty low drama. I think he's a player that can fit in anywhere and be. He's got
a little
really,
Wiggins in him though, Steiny, mentally, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's pretty damn good.
Oh, he is. So is Wiggins. But Paul George, Steiny, I don't know what that was last night. And it's kind of funny. Miss Shelbourne didn't have, and this is nothing at her. That report didn't come out about them being a little skeptical about giving PG-13 the max after Sunday's spectacular performance Sunday, and then all of a sudden after watching Ballmer under the basket last night, he looked sick. It comes out today. I think that's kind of weak.
I mean, look, if you're the Clippers, would you really want to re-sign Paul George at a monster number when you're sitting there with Kawhi, who's already
you messed
up there?
up? Can we admit they maybe did that too soon? I know they're going into a new building. This guy can't even play, and you gave him an extension already.
Yeah,
so
tomorrow night could be the last stand for the old guys. If the Clippers go down.
That's it? Well, we got Milwaukee. Yeah. They can lose today. Game's at 3:30.
Yeah, no way.
Yeah, 3:30.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, 3:30.
Let's go to V in Pacifica. V is going to be, I think, a little bit of an outlier, but I'm all ears. What's up, V?
Hey, what's up, Steiny Guru?
Hey.
Love the show.
Thank you,
baby.
This might not be the most popular one, but I've been thinking about this since the deadline this season. But I would love to get DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah,
I like him a lot more after seeing him against the Warriors 2 games.
Exactly. And listen, he played for the Spurs system, the ball movement. He knows the system. We run the same system with Steve Kerr. And if we could pluck maybe Caruso or like Vucevic in a like type of deal, we finally get a big man that can score. We get another scorer, DeRozan, and yeah, that's 2-3 options with Steph, man. Solves our problem. Maybe Andre Drummond too. So,
all right. Well, listen, DeMar DeRozan, I'm with you. He's a player who, last I checked, he led the league in minutes this year.
And man, that shocked you.
And he's
at his
35.
Age. So I think you focus too much on age.
I do.
Man.
I do.
Is it because we're older?
Well, no, I focus on age because I'm watching the playoffs. I'm watching the NBA playoffs. And
I just want to fight you.
You
right
apparently
now.
seem to be the only guy left watching basketball that doesn't respect these young guys. That's
no,
right.
I do.
That's where you. I forgot how I left the show yesterday.
What happened?
You said you. What did he say? Oh,
I'm perplexed.
He said, "I'm scared of Willard." About the Lakers. You threw in there. Oh, that was just a bad matchup. Bad matchup.
Oh, I stand by that.
Had they gotten Minnesota or Oklahoma City, they would have won. Shame on you.
No, I mean that.
Shame. I know you mean it. And that's why I'm saying shame on you. Shame on you. Lakers would. Come on, Goo. Those two teams are good.
No doubt, and so are the Lakers when they don't play their kryptonite.
They would not have won.
Okay, meet me halfway. The Lakers did not embarrass themselves in that gentleman's sweep with Denver.
I don't necessarily agree with that, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, wow.
You don't think they were splintering at the end?
Well, I could go to coaching.
Well, exactly. That's my point.
And my point is their pedigree.
Okay. And that was going to cost them.
But that's heavy. All right.
The bottom line is,
I'll give you that.
Oklahoma City and Minnesota right now are together. Like they're playing great ball. They don't have agendas. They're trying to win a title. With the Lakers, they got a coach they don't believe in. They had D'Angelo Russell going his separate way.
And yet every game was close.
They got there are two guys who may be in and may be out.
But Steiny, I still think that what they had and what you just put out there, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Are you listening?
It wouldn't have came to the forefront like it did against the great Nugget team that had a physical component that I believe OKC doesn't have, and AD would have been Jokic to the Thunder, and the Lakers with LeBron James would have been able to just take a deep breath and been like, oh, we're up against it, and I'm telling you, Steiny, they would have had action against anybody but Denver, and I'll stand by that.
I mean, the Lakers were the benefactors of great matchups for them last year. No John Morant in the first round against the Grizzlies, and then they just match up well size-wise against the Golden State Warriors. This year, they weren't. Like, it wasn't a great matchup for them to play Denver round one, although I thought if you play the champs in the first round, that's the time you would want them. Hey, listen, they're 2 buzzer beaters away potentially of that being a series, but that's what the playoffs is. Everyone's just saying it. Maybe the Warriors are a Lonnie Walker fourth quarter away from advancing to the conference finals last year. It is what it is, unfortunately. I know we all hate that phrase.
No, but the reality of the situation is, I mean, honestly, and it's fine. Yeah. It's fine.
They got your glasses.
That is utter. But you clearly disrespect what the Minnesota Timberwolves and Oklahoma City Thunder have done, and I guess that's what bothers me most.
And that hurts me that you think that.
Well, let's back up a little bit.
I think the youth component can be taken advantage of.
How was it taken advantage of in their first round series?
They were better than the two teams they played. And Zion
Phoenix didn't have experience?
No, Phoenix was just a train wreck.
Okay.
They didn't have a point guard.
You know what? So all year long, I got to listen to you say, Steiny, if the Warriors get in, Oklahoma City or Minnesota, they don't want the Warriors. They don't want the Warriors. If Oklahoma City, if the Warriors get hot, they can get on a roll. Those teams are young. They don't have any playoff pedigree. They're going to feel the limelight. The light might be too big. Okay, Warriors don't make the playoffs.
And it hurt.
They get in as 2 or 3. One team sweeps, and one team wins in 5 games, and you're still not giving them any respect. You still just said but you said an 8th place team would have beaten them. And in a way, I feel like, well, clearly, honestly, that shapes your thinking about wanting to get an older guy in here. and not thinking that what you're seeing with this young new crop
I appreciate you saying
is not all it's cracked up to be.
And I'm not robbing those two teams, shout out Batman, of any glory, Steiny. They've earned it. But, man, I'm an astute watcher of this game. F what you say, and I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the masses. I can give OKC their credit and watch the game and say, you know what? There was no Zion. You guys handled your business. You're a great story. You're going to be around for a while. And I can look at Phoenix. That was just a train wreck.
That's fair.
And I can do nothing. Minnesota may have the next Michael Jordan and Anthony Edwards. They're complete. They got high. Steiny, you
don't.
Now, what bothers you about that? Because Anthony Edwards, his roof, Steiny, it could be heaven.
Because I don't do that. I don't do something like after one series.
We're talking about a season.
We're talking about the greatest player of all time.
I understand that.
Okay, you think? Okay, so
I'm not saying he's there now. I'm saying physically and mentally, this dude. That's not a crazy assessment.
He can be Michael Jordan. He can be Michael. He can win multiple Defensive Player of the Year awards. He's going to have 6 titles in his future. How many MVPs did Jordan win?
I don't want to put that all in
you just
Jordan.
did.
No.
Don't say Jordan then.
It's endless on what this guy can
be. That's fine. Don't say Jordan.
Well, we heard Baby Jordan all the time with the dudes.
Well, that was as a joke because he dunked.
Yeah. But you know what I mean? I'm giving those two. I hate that you feel like I'm not giving them love.
You're not giving them love. You still think an older core is the way to go. And that's fine. I'm just taking in these playoffs and wondering how anybody could think that an older team playing 82 games and needing to win 4 playoff series, an older team can win it all. Because if they're an older team, they're gonna have to win it from 5 or 6 because of the way the game's load managed.
But that's back to the Bay, Snotty. That's what the reality is for the Warriors.
Exactly. So, I mean, here we go again. So you're pissing me off now.
You're pissed. You're doing it to yourself. I'm just here.
You're
doing it to yourself.
You continue to talk up these two teams, the Lakers and the Warriors.
Now, they're gone now.
As some standard. But the two teams that won 58 games and just were super impressive in the first round, Minnesota and Oklahoma City, you're not giving them respect. You're not.
Okay. And that's getting to me.
And it's funny because all year long, you laughed at them because they didn't have pedigree and they were so young and they were going to get their hats handed to them.
Hey, hold on.
And
now.
They went in
were both
and they
great
kicked
stories,
ass.
Donnie.
Right, they still are great stories.
And let me tell you who else are great stories and why you side out those two teams. I still believe in Steph Curry. I still believe in LeBron James, and I believe in Anthony Davis. And I'm not here for excuses, but the bottom line is if you look at both of those teams, the Lakers and Warriors, you can look around to find out what the problem is. That's how I feel about those 3 gentlemen that I just mentioned. So if you can get creative and crafty and get better support around those 3 fellas, Donnie, I'm still in on those guys because Anthony Davis, I can't say Steph because he wasn't in it, and LeBron James did nothing for me to sit back and say they can't do it anymore on the big stage. They balled their asses off.
Who did?
LeBron James and Anthony Davis. They had no help. And the teams that you're citing and this is what I hate what you do because you do it so well. You're putting something at my doorstep that I didn't order. A package I don't need
You ordered
delivered.
it all year with Minnesota and Oklahoma City.
That you say I'm not giving credit for, what they have together is they fit. They got help all around. LeBron, Steph, and AD don't have enough help.
The idea that the Golden State that you're going to sit here right now and still maintain that the Golden State Warriors would have beaten Oklahoma City or Minnesota when they went 0-4 in the regular season against Minnesota. They went 1-3 against Oklahoma City.
I'll give you that.
I mean, if you're still not convinced that they're a tier above you, then don't make any changes. I dare you.
No,
I dare
waving
you
the
this
white
year to make
flag
sense.
on that assessment. Steiny, I love you to death. I'm giving you that.
What do they have to do? They got to beat Denver?
No, you got to get Steph help.
They got to get. I'm talking about Minnesota. Where they have to beat Denver for you to respect them. If they lose to Denver, you still won't respect them.
No, they're on the come, Steiny. They could get swept. Minnesota, what? You think I'm blind?
They won't get swept.
No, and I know that they might win it. They're good enough to win it all.
Right. And how will you feel after having denigrated them all season
that's what
long?
I'm not doing.
All season long. Where are you all at today? Okay. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Then Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your
And I am the system of this show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell you if you want to do it. I know who my vote
Kanye.
is. Go. We put a poll up on 95.7 The Game Twitter.
Evan did.
And it's something we're discussing today because things are percolating with NBA and free agency upcoming. Just a couple things from today. Looks like Darvin Ham's going to be gone by the end of the week, which is tomorrow. Paul George, reportedly the LA Clippers are reluctant to give Paul George a max. That's according to Ramona Shelburne of ESPN. And the KD stuff to the Warriors is out there. If you don't believe me, take a listen to Monty Poole.
If you're the Warriors, you would be in on Kevin, and the question is whether Kevin will want to come back, because he has said, I don't really regret anything I've done. Didn't regret going to the Warriors. Didn't regret leaving the Warriors. Didn't regret going to Brooklyn. Don't know if he regrets leaving Brooklyn, but apparently not, because he doesn't. I don't do regrets. I just do what I do, and whatever's supposed to happen is going to happen. I've even seen that KD might go back to OKC. Wow, that would be a serious turn. But yeah, if KD is on the market, the Warriors are shopping.
So there you have it.
Money.
There you have it. So on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page right now, because we know Joe Lacob likes to go big game hunting.
Big Joe.
If I gave Warrior fans their choice to land a big fish this offseason, and I give you 4 names, who would you want? You ready? Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, or Joel Embiid? We got a poll up right now on 95.7 The Game, and it's surprisingly tight.
It is.
Apparently.
This shocked me.
Guru wants Kevin Durant.
Embiid. I want Embiid.
Oh, you want Embiid?
Yeah,
Evan's talking Embiid too.
2 of us.
Embiid's injuries scare the you-know-what out of me. I like the idea of Paul George because he's a two-way player and because he's the kind of guy to me that can fit into any system, doesn't necessarily have to be the system. You bring Embiid in here, everything's going to change, which may be fine. But 888-957-9570 is the number you want to jump in. NBA free agency is going to be incredible this year, and the Warriors are going to be right in the middle of it.
How many of those 4 guys are playing right now? I should know 2. Embiid, PG-13, right?
They're playing for another day.
Okay,
they got one more day left.
The answer is yes. Okay.
I got to ask you this.
Yeah, I'm right here,
I think it's.
Let's go, baby.
Because you have talked about getting a number 2. How come the excuse? How come we're always making? I'll say Guru.
Okay.
How come Guru always makes the excuse for Steph that Curry needs help? Curry needs a guy. The guy's played with 3 Hall of Famers. Come on,
right? And now when you look at what's going on around the league, even with the young guys in OKC and Minnesota, it's a duo. It's a trio. So, okay, I don't know what to do with that. But Stoney, I'll keep going. If you're telling me Steph has fell off, I'll fight because I don't feel that. If you're telling me Steph at this age is what he was 10 years ago, no.
Well,
because that natural element. No, Stoney, let's go, man. What's fallen off is what's rotted around him. You got the enigma that is Anthony Wiggins. You got Draymond, never bringing on. So as he gets older and he ages, he needs some help. More now than ever, it's apparent, and that's which way I would sell my soul in the future to go in on trying to get number 5 and 6 for the Warriors.
5 and 6.
Steph. Yeah, I'm going for 2.
And 6.
Yeah, back to back. Shout out Drake.
Dude, what'd you do on the way into work today? I mean,
listen to some Marvin Gaye.
Did you do that phrase I learned? What is it called? Were you driving, not hot boxing were you driving?
I ain't smoking these days.
Well, that does make sense.
Driving dirty? Is that what it is?
It was probably ain't no mountain high enough because apparently the Warriors can just
now that's
get
a
right
4.
back to the top.
Marvin ain't Evan is special.
I think that's Diana Ross.
It's a duet.
I think. Well, a lot of people say. I think
Marvin's on that.
Diana Ross definitely did a cover of that.
Oh, I hope Marvin's with her, right?
See, you're guessing, and I have a vague recollection.
And Evan is like, oh, boy.
67.
Matt, here's what's going on today. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl the Guru Johnson with you. A lot of NBA news, 2 games last night. And Darvin Ham, he's going to be fired. It looks like Ramona Shelburne reporting that. Paul George, apparently the Clippers reluctant to offer Paul George
Let's
a
talk
max
about
contract.
That. The timing. We both agreed.
Hold on one sec. And what was the other one? Oh, Kevin Durant's out there. So basically what's going on right now is we got a poll up on 95.7 The Game's Twitter page. I'm going to give you a choice of 4 stars. Since Joe Lacob loves to go big game hunting. Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, or Joel Embiid. Which one would be your pipe dream?
Man.
All right, go ahead, Gil.
No, I was just, last thing about PG-13, do you find it odd? Do you think the Clippers had anything to do with that timing, him coming off a bad performance? I think that's kind of weak. And again, it just may be natural, but why didn't that come out Monday when he kicked ass Sunday against Dallas? But for him that was a bad night for him and Harden. I don't like that. And I know I can't control it. I don't know who to be mad at. But was that timing odd to you?
Well, we don't know who to be mad at. Maybe Paul George, late night last night in the interview, she said to him, you think you're going to end up coming back? And he might have said to her, you know what? They don't want to give me the max. There's your story.
Yeah.
So who knows who she got the story from. Let's start out with, let's go to Foster City. Talk to Pat. What's going on, Pat? How you doing, man? Oh,
Patty.
The dreaded drop.
Don't take it so hard. It was good.
Yeah, I don't.
Speaking of Patty, I saw Patty Mills jacking threes for Miami. It's weird.
Oh.
I thought about our guy Green. If Patty can shoot him, he can too.
Let's go to City Boy. What's up, City Boy? How you doing, man?
Our guy.
Hey, what up, fellas? What up?
Hey.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, those choices that you laid out, Matt, I don't want anything to do with any of those dudes. And there's a reason why the Clippers are, there's a reason why the Clippers are reluctant to give the max to Paul George, because he's not a two-way player anymore. He can't defend at a high level. He just can't, especially game in and game out. He gets hurt a lot too. And I'll tell you what, Kuminga is the guy who I don't even care that he's 2 years away from being his best self. I mean, he's 3 years younger than the Niners rookie wide receiver. This is a young kid, and he's made strides. I'm investing in him. And Guru, I told you yesterday, I would get your boy Handy with him to work. He
definitely needs that.
Handles.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting him now.
Yeah. So if I'm the Warriors, and I want to make a point, okay, Jaylen Brown, as good as he is a $60 million player these days. That's where salaries are at. So when we talk about we don't think that Kuminga's a $30 million player, I'm here to tell you that $30 million in 2 years is going to be a steal for Kuminga. So if they can sign him to a 5-year, $30 million deal in year 5, you're loving life. He's going to be good. Look, he's got all the athleticism of Anthony Edwards. He's a bigger player. He doesn't have the killer instinct. He doesn't have the handle yet or the jump shot. But I'm not saying he's not terrible in those facets either. So I think you got to focus on player development. They got to spend some money on getting Handy in here. Who's the shot coach that worked with Kawhi? There's like a shot doctor.
His name is Chip Englund, I think his name was.
Yeah, you call Chip and you call Handy and you lock him in a gym for 3 months with Kuminga. That's what I do.
So you want to run this back? It sounds like, City Boy, you just want to run this back, huh?
Well, I don't mind adding, but I'm not giving up Kuminga.
All right.
You're not going to get a big boy without giving up Kuminga, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm out on the big boys.
I'm with this. Thanks, City Boy. Appreciate the call. And that's essentially where I am. I wouldn't, if I pick Paul George off this list, it still doesn't mean that I want to give up Kuminga for him.
But I know you have to, though. If you
exactly
right.
That's exactly right. But I don't want to. I don't like the idea of a quick fix. But if that's the way the Golden State Warriors have to go, among those 4 names, that's the guy I would take.
Well, you know what? And again, I'm a big fan of Kuminga, but the reality is setting in. And you know what's my phrase, Donnie? Tomorrow is not promised.
Availability is
no, that's one of them.
Availability.
Tomorrow is not promised. I'm not good coming in here next year or the year after and getting closer to Steph Curry retirement, and all that we're celebrating is the Warriors got to the playoffs.
But we're not even celebrating that.
Yeah, no doubt, and it hurts. And I'm looking at you like I want to do everything that I feel under the sun can give me the best chance to win a championship, and I just don't feel like that can happen waiting on Kuminga, to take it 2 or 3 steps up. He is an ultra talent, and he's going to get there. I just believe it's not going to be fast enough to coincide with Steph Curry and him playing still at top-tier basketball.
So you're willing to give up Kuminga for a 1% chance that you can win a title?
Well, that one to me is 77% if we were able to land one of those guys that you list. Like, I'm there. Like, I'll sleep better knowing I mortgage my future with bringing in a guy of that caliber that's on that list or somebody that's not on that list to go with Curry, and we hit the ground running next November thinking we got a chance, not just to qualify, because I'm assuming offs, but be able to go deep and win those 4 series that you talk about.
I am not at the point where I'm assuming if the Warriors trade Kuminga and Wiggins would have to go, maybe one of the other young guys, couple future first-round picks. I'm not convinced that team is a title team at all. And I might not even be convinced that they're a 46-win team because guys are going to miss games. Like, I am absolutely factoring in the missed games portion of this.
But weren't you proven wrong last year?
What?
Not that you were trying, not that their victory last.
What?
When we look at Steph's ledger and see the amount of games him and Clay and Draymond, for that matter, played.
Right. But they...
You know what I mean? You could have said what you just said a second ago going into last year.
I did.
And they showed you.
I always did.
Along with DeRozan at 35 playing the...
No, you're
sometimes
absolutely
that
right.
might be wrong, to think or assume that they're not going to be available.
Last summer, when the Warriors re-signed Draymond Green or re-signed him, and they had Clay under contract for 2 years, Steph under contract for 3 years, and Draymond for 4, I'm like, yeah, they're old. They might get hurt. Guys get hurt. Yeah. They're more likely to get hurt. Yeah, I sing that too. But that to me is maybe even the more alarming part. Is 2 of the 3 didn't get hurt. Well, 3 of the 3 didn't get hurt.
Well, okay.
And they didn't make the playoffs. Like, I think there's a very real scenario in which Joe Lacob, not like he's got a rule or something, but your idea that Steph hasn't fallen off and he's still a number one. And I think Joe Lacob might look at it as though, well, if Steph can't get us to even the playoffs, maybe he's not. Maybe he, I don't want to say doesn't deserve, but maybe we just can't build around him anymore because he's not.
It's almost
quite
like you're
that
saying,
player.
what else do we need to see?
I mean,
because he was available. That bothers me when you look at it that way. They didn't make it, and those guys played as many games, except Draymond.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're also going to get into a little KD talk the next hour.
We have to, man. We have
to. Because there's some real interesting things to look back on that I want to get into. Via in East Palo Alto. Hey, Via.
Yeah, hi. I was going to bring up a few points for you guys. One is that any successful organization has a long-term plan. So if you don't have a long-term plan, you're going to lose on a short-term basis. The second thing is any successful organization has high reliability. The way they produce the high reliability is they eliminate single-point failure. In other words, they don't rely on one person, because if that one person is having any kind of problem, the team is gone. The third thing is bringing up is any good organization has a plan for development. So in other words, Warriors were, excuse my expression, but fat, dumb, and happy with winning 2 or 3 or 4 seasons, and they didn't plan on player development. So now they're stuck with trying to find a temporary, quick solution that is not going to solve the team's problem. But, well, okay, so they may win a few more games and they may get lucky and get to playoffs and so on. But if they don't have the first three items, I don't believe they will succeed.
Thanks for the call, Via. My bad.
No, you're right. Whoops. Yeah, he got his point. We heard him.
It's kind of like when you're in the elevator, the doors are closing, and somebody runs to get in, and you fake pretending to hit the buttons and stuff.
They call that fake hustle.
I'm sorry. No, thank you for the call, Via. Appreciate it. Hey, look, as far as player development goes, I don't hold that against the Warriors at all. They're in a dynasty. You're not going to develop players. You can't. So, I don't say
they got a couple that popped.
Like the one thing about the Warriors I don't say is how could the cupboard be bare? That's fair to say.
Well, it wouldn't be fair if one guy didn't slug the other. So they did develop Jordan Poole. I'm checking that box. I'm sorry.
Let's go to Marvin's in San Francisco. Hey, Marvin, how you doing?
Real good, guys. At the trade deadline last year, I was looking at the team and I said, I think if you think in terms of trading, say, Draymond and Wiggins for DeRozan, who was in his last year of the contract, and Alex Caruso, and maybe a draft pick on top of that. I think the play of sending Draymond to Detroit to get the center back would be another thing that I'd consider in this offseason. But having said that, the big problem the Warriors have is they're on the second apron. Yep. And if you read the collective bargaining agreement closely, they can't do any of the things that you guys are dreaming about because the rules on what they're allowed, they don't get to just take 5 salaries and lump them together and swap even numbers anymore because they're in the second apron. So I think, unfortunately, the only thing they're going to be able to do is drop Paul and Clay, and that's $60 million, and that gets them underneath that cap.
Well, they're in the apron right now.
I thought after July they
have a mechanism to get out of that apron and kind of go down that route. I'm not going to deny it's a long shot, but if they come off Clay and come off Chris Paul, I'm pretty sure they're under that second apron, and then it allows them to aggregate. But I read something that if they even do that, then they're hard capped. So there are challenges to this. Absolutely.
Well, they have to go 2 years under the second apron before the benefits kick in fully. You may be right about what you said, but when I read an article just yesterday, I'm happy to send it to you. Your assistant there, I can give them get an email and send a link to you. This article explained the collective bargaining agreement in detail, and boy, I looked at that and I said, man, the only possibility is either a Kevin Durant for a guy with equal salary, or they have to think in terms of getting under the apron, and the moves they make will be involving that. As opposed to, I think, if I had to pick of all those guys, it's Paul George. We got a wing that can play defense on anybody, can make clutch shots, and he's never been on a team where he wasn't expected to be the guy like he would be on the Warriors. And he had Draymond on for a podcast.
I like him. Thanks, Marvin. Appreciate it. No, I like Paul George a lot more after the podcast situation.
He was him and Dre?
Dre's on every podcast. I don't know.
But which one was PG on?
PG has his own podcast. Okay. Yeah, it's the best one out there.
Now, why do you say that?
Because it's not about him. He actually has guests on, does research, asks some really good questions, and has great conversations. It's not a guy saying, I had the wrong angle when I looked at the ref as I was walking off the floor in Orlando.
I might have to check it out.
It's
but
called
that's high
Podcast
praise.
P. Okay, with Paul George.
Yeah,
not playoff P. Not last night.
PG.
This is what he does.
Wait. I got it.
What he does.
I got it. PG 4 for 13.
Now,
that's awful.
13's his number.
That was his line,
but it's awful.
Oh no, it's what if he had been 8 for 13? He couldn't say that.
The fact that it was PG was vintage you.
4 for 13.
It's vintage you.
Who's the biggest advocate for Harden and PG? It's your boy. They let me down, both of them, and I knew I said they're done. They wanted no part of last night. The lights were too
Celtics are in trouble.
Come
after 1-1,
talk to
you
me
said,
in 3 weeks.
After 1-1, you said Miami has action.
Now, this is when you troll your own partner. That's when I thought your boy the Butler did it. I thought he was coming back. Speaking of injuries, good God.
Well, but you think the Warriors are just going to roll into 2024, 2025
Butler gets hurt in the
with
playoffs,
5 35-year-olds, and we are going to be ready to go baby. Come April.
Shout out Big Gay.
Preposterous. Shaka's in Berkeley. What's up, Shaka? How you doing, man?
What's up, man? How y'all doing, man?
Talk to us.
We are loving it, man.
Hey, okay, man. Hey, y'all killing it, man. I must say that. Hey, man, if I had to pick a player out of them, I would have to pick the guy who has the most to lose, LeBron James. He's trying to catch Michael Jordan 6 championships. So he wants to win badly himself. He's an all-time leading scorer. He would also help Kuminga become the player he can become. You know, we also need an offensive player and he plays a lot like Magic Johnson. He likes to pass the ball. So I think that would be a win for us. But we also got to work out these young guys, man. You got to understand that Kuminga sat on the bench for so long last year. Then when he got active, he had double-digit scoring for like 25 games. Yeah. That was a loss.
Yeah.
So we got to get out there. Moody played real good in that playoff game. Everybody's always down in our youngsters.
Wow.
We got to get them. We've got to get them moving. This is a young men's game. We have great all-time players, and they're going to get their due, and they have gotten their due. We 4 championships because of them. We're very proud of all of them and what they've done for the Bay Area. But we've got to do something about the coaching, man.
Oh, Shaka, thanks. Appreciate the call.
He went at Kerr.
You know what? I finally figured out kind of what Goo does.
Because we know
Give me the smile first, so I know that you're ready.
Go ahead, because I just hate that
it's the side by side of Paul George and Klay Thompson. So Paul George has a game last night where he goes 4 for 13, and it's all about the 4 for 13. Oh, Steiny, he was terrible last night. Steiny. Paul George, he stunk. Okay. When Klay Thompson goes 0 for 10 in a play-in game, he says he spends 2 milliseconds.
And he is me, right?
Yes. Okay. Daryl the Guru Johnson spends 2 milliseconds saying, Steiny, I know he shot 2 for 10, but he can make shots, and he can get it going, and he can get hot, and so can Paul George.
No doubt.
Yeah.
But I will say
you didn't criticize Klay's on our hometown team, and you didn't criticize him like you just did Paul George.
I wanted to send him some roses. I felt so bad for him. But what you don't know about me, Steiny, is it wasn't the box score. It wasn't that they missed. It was both of those guys, Harden and PG-13. Steiny, before they were down 4 points, their body language was telling me they are somewhere mentally.
Right.
Now, Klay has always been Robin. The Batman is Steph. And I'll always criticize when it's time to criticize Klay. These two dudes had a moment after a monumental win Sunday in front of the nation to just mentally meet the assignment that was needed, and they both looked like they were somewhere else in Beirut somewhere yesterday, and that's what turned me off.
Yeah.
That's why I'm disappointed. It's not the 4 for 13. So it's the body language.
It was the optics, the eye test.
Oh, talk to me.
Right?
We gotta go. Yeah.
That's why. Oh, you know what? Noted. That's the same guy who said he saw into Andrew Wiggins' eyes.
Oh, boy.
And he saw fire that would not be extinguished. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see y'all. Don't go anywhere. Bobby, John, Drew, Chris. Don't forget to download the Odyssey app. That segment was brought to you by Liberty Mutual.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Never heard of us? We know. But to help it stick that our local agents are insurance experts, we're going to say local agent 3 times in the next 5 seconds. Local agent, local agent, local agent.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com.
Now Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Edward from Richmond. Our garage door broke and could not open. We called RNS and less than an hour later the door was working perfectly. The cost of the fix was very reasonable. RNS Erection of Richmond is the group to call when a garage door won't go up or down.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Hey, Bay Area, find your fill at Jack's Restaurant. As a brother-owned and operated establishment, Jack's Restaurant has always believed in making great
I'm pregnant with this next take I want to get off.
That's really important.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. Yes. I don't care what anybody says. It feels like free agency has started, along with the games. There's a lot of action, activity. There's buzz.
I'm right
There's
behind
rumor.
you.
There's innuendo.
Is that because our team didn't make it?
No, I think.
Is there? I got to feel like, to be honest, real stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what are you doing? You ain't got a job?
Well, let's talk about the player. Paul George, he's still playing. LeBron James might have something to do with it. But, look, there's a lot going on. And just today, Darvin Ham reportedly is going to be fired. Paul George, Los Angeles Clipper forward. There's a report from Ramona Shelburne that the Clippers don't want to give him the max. And there's all kinds of stuff about Kevin Durant out there. We had Amin El-Hassan on earlier today. He says doesn't think it's going to happen. I know, I butchered it. Nobody's going to know.
Theater of the mind.
We also had Monty Poole on either yesterday or today, and he said, Kevin Durant's available. The Warriors are absolutely going to go shopping. So we're batting around some names, and I'm just throwing it out to Warrior fans. If I gave you these 4 names, who would you want to drop onto the Warriors? They're all going to cost a lot. They're all probably going to cost you Kuminga and a bunch of picks. They're probably going to cost you Wiggins and maybe another player. But does Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, or Joel Embiid, any of those 4 float your boat? We know Joe Lacob likes to go, as they say, big game hunting.
And that would be Joel Embiid. But damn it, Sonny, I'm going to be real. I know this is not part of the activity. But if you got either one of those 4, I would be happy and more excited about the future for the Golden State Warriors and the immediate impact of being a factor again starting this next basketball season. But Joel Embiid, to me, is the one that I would just, that would, man. And what that would do for Steph Steiny to operate, he'd be surgical.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any wrong answers here. Embiid's injury history scares me a lot. How many games are they going to play together? That would worry me. But all 4 of these guys come with some, I don't want to say baggage, but Paul George ain't a spring chicken. He's 34. LeBron James is 59. And
I'll give you one.
Kevin Durant is 35, and we're not even sure if he wants to come back here and play. Let's quick go to Bobby B in Hayward. What's up, Bobby B?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
Going well.
Good. Gosh, man, I find myself disagreeing with both of you guys. Embiid, as good of a player he is, as like great of a marriage as that would be, I just don't think he would stay healthy. I mean, when he's out, now Curry has to carry the team. And like you said, Steiny, he's going to be out. He's just too big, and that's too many games. Then for Paul George, I don't like that either. I think that guy is he's not clutch.
All right.
He just always seems to disappear. In that fourth quarter.
So do you have another guy, or you don't like any of the names?
I would probably go with DeRozan just because he's a free agent, and you don't have to lose Kuminga. Kuminga's off. I still say he's off.
Okay, that's fair.
The market. So that's my take.
Thanks,
fair, guys.
Yeah. Good stuff, Bobby B. Appreciate the call. I mean, again, none of these guys are perfect.
And I get everybody not wanting to get off Kuminga, but my point is, Donnie, if you do that, then you're not getting the big boy that we're talking about.
One of the things
caliber.
I was wondering was, all right, so Kevin Durant was here for 3 years and then he left.
Incredible run.
People feel certain people feel a certain way about Durant, others feel another way. But the idea that the Warriors should pursue him, it seems to be something that a lot of Warrior fans would be okay with. What I'm more interested in is whether or not Durant would want to come back here. My question is, why would he want to come back here? And so what we did before the show was we kind of revisited the old sound about Durant and Draymond Green and the Warriors and why he left. Remember when Kevin Durant did this podcast with Draymond Green? It was in 2021. This is fascinating. I'd forgotten about this.
And for my own personal sanity, how much did our argument against the Clippers drive you to ultimately lead the Warriors?
It wasn't the argument. It was the way that everybody, Steve Kerr, act like it didn't happen. Bob Myers and tried to just discipline you and think that would put the mask over everything. I really felt like that was such a big situation for us as a group. The first time we went through something like that, we had to get that all out. I remember watching The Last Dance, and when Scottie didn't go into the game, the whole team in the locker room said, Scottie, that was up that you did that. We needed that. We just needed to throw all of that out on the table and say, yo, Dre, K, like, that was up that we even had to go through that. Let's just wipe our hands with that and go finish the task. I don't think we did that. We tried to dance around it. I just didn't like how all of that, just the vibe between all of that, it just made weird to me. And I'd rather us be who we say we are, family first. Communication is key. Like, we didn't show that, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way more than anything.
Oh my, can I tell you how I feel? I want to give Kevin Durant a hug right now. And I mean, my goodness, all I've hitched my wagon to during this whole run, Steiny, was the Warriors culture. And right there's a guy telling you that not just the antagonist, which was Draymond Green, how the whole system act like it didn't happen. And why I'm so passionate about it is the cycle repeated itself with Jordan Poole. Am I wrong to go to default to Jordan Poole, where there was no disciplinary action towards Draymond Green? So it's almost like the Warriors didn't even learn from what Kevin Durant really was bothered by during that fallout with KD, with Draymond. Like, I don't think they've learned from that. That was heavy for me, man. Wow.
Yeah, I'd kind of forgotten about that. But what it got me to thinking was more so about, I've always said the NBA, I feel like, is a sewing circle. It's just a big gossip group that talks about everybody else. Media's involved too. I'm involved. You're involved. Players are involved. Everybody just talks. And I feel like if players around the league, I really wonder what the Warriors' reputation is around the league with players. Because I do think at this point there's something about, if you go to Golden State, it's Steph, it's just all about the big three. Like, everything we do is about the big three. And somebody would be like, well, no kidding, Steiny, that's the way it should be. But there's something there with Durant. I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's that thing about, it's like what I call, it's an incongruity. On the one hand, I think it's really easy to play with Steph, Draymond Green and Clay on the court. I think it's really easy. But I think there's a part of it off the court that is really, really hard, and something that's hard to understand. And some players just may not want to deal with it. They just may not want to deal with it.
Well, I don't know how to say, Steiny, I disagree with you or you're wrong, because now is the first time during this run that they got to use that credit card. They got to use that credit card of, hey, we need help. Come play with us. And guys, look at Golden State as a possible destination or not. And you reminded me yesterday, like getting hit in the face with hot water, Steiny, that Chris Paul was traded here. I do wonder about his experience. Nothing popped off during the season outside of the U coaching before the season started. So I don't have the answer to that question, but I will say this about Draymond Green. You didn't ask, but I'm going to tell you all. So you're telling me you're just now getting the answer to that question about Kevin Durant? And how much that fight, or you two getting into it, led to Kevin Durant kicking rocks Okay, and the word I'm looking at is closure. And then you did the same thing with Klay Thompson. If you really didn't know how he felt about you getting thrown out of games when you had him on the podcast just not too long ago. So we talked about the PG story, and we both didn't like the timing component of it. But I'm gonna say this to that: Draymond's asking questions, and if he's being honest, how the hell are you just now asking these questions and not knowing the answer? Is concerning to me.
Who?
Draymond Green.
Oh. Well,
like, that means there's been no closure hey, Steiny, let's grab a beer and talk about it, or let me apologize. So and the reason I'm bringing this up is, the one thing about that clip is, I think Kevin Durant might come back, because Steiny, when it's all said and done, what irritated him the most was not just him getting into it with Draymond, it was how the whole job didn't talk about it. It was swept under the rug.
I think there were a lot of things he wasn't crazy about here. I don't think he liked the style of play. I don't think he was a huge.
Well, now he's singing that song about the style of play in Phoenix, too.
Why is it so hard to tell the truth? He didn't like Steve Kerr. He wasn't crazy about Steve Kerr.
If there were a possibility, you think we're bringing this up, you think there would be a barrier to where it would be bigger than basketball on why he wouldn't come back?
After hearing that, I don't know why he would want to come back. Because what I heard there is he was involved in an incident with Draymond Green. And this is the way Kevin Durant feels is they gave, what they do, suspend Draymond one game? He feels like the Warriors try to sweep it under the rug and mollify everybody, mostly Draymond.
Wow.
And he wanted closure on it. He wanted to address it.
Talk about
he
rat on the
talk
table.
About the elephant in the room, the rat on the table. And he feels like the Warriors just were like, business as usual, we need Dre. Business as usual, we need Dre. And so at that moment, Kevin Durant, I think, started checking out. Or at least that's when he said, I was just focusing on the day-to-day. I was not going to do. He stopped talking to the media for about 2 weeks.
And he had Shotgate. Remember, he wasn't shooting the ball. And then he went up real quick, Steiny, and I thought we played with joy. That to me now, hearing that was a Kerr. So I thought we played with joy around here.
I ask you one more time. Why would Kevin Durant want to come back to the Warriors?
And I'm being
Steve
so real
Kerr's
with this answer.
Still here.
Okay. Sometimes, Steiny, as you live and you proceed in life, you forgive. And I'm just looking at his situation, what the debacle that was Brooklyn, what's happened in Phoenix. And again, Steiny, maybe he's matured enough. And I'm not saying he doesn't have any blood on his hands. I know I may be too strong about what happened. And maybe he has a new outlook just on life and his basketball life. And maybe that's why he would try it again.
I doubt it. I doubt he wants to. I wouldn't. You know, the other big issue here is, and we've danced around this for a while. Actually, we haven't danced around it. Sometimes it was the dance floor. We danced on it 2-3 years ago with Iguodala. There is something that is indescribable, or you can't really put your finger on it, about the big three and the veterans and kind of how tough it is to break into that clique. And I purposely called it a clique just because we've heard it now over the years that the rookies, you know, there was a disconnect last year between the rookies and the old guys. Mm-hmm. And part of it is just natural. You got 3 or 4 guys that have won 4 titles, and their standards are high. And they're exclusive, and they don't want to let everybody into their club. And if you're a young player and you come onto this team and you think you're better than you are, we're going to put you into your place, and Draymond's going to police it and all those kind of things. And that works fine with some young players. Some aren't going to deal with it, but I'm talking about guys who then come in here. So a guy like who came in here and Kevin Durant, and it's clear that he feels like he couldn't break through into the inner circle of the Golden State Warriors. Whoever's in that circle, whether it's the big three and Looney and Kerr and Lacob and Meyer, like it feels like he just didn't think they would let him into the club. And that's why he left.
Well, that was well said, but Stoney, it's twofold. We got to be careful, and we don't have to be careful, but the bottom line is we don't know if that's a Warrior problem or that's a Kevin Durant problem. He is a complex. He's a different type of guy. So who's to say Steph could sit up and pull up on us right now and say the door was opened all the time, Steiny, and he chose not to go in there.
Well,
whatever.
It wasn't. He's saying it wasn't open.
Well, whatever happened, they were one of the greatest teams to ever be assembled, on the court. So they had that success, and I guess the bottom line, Steiny, is, some people don't like hanging out at the water cooler or the coffee machine at work. They just want to come and be a part of a team, get that job done, and go home to their family. What if Durant is at that point to where he believes the Warrior gives him that, and he would come, and it's not about, friends and kissing butt and all that kumbaya stuff. Just a thought. Because it hadn't been pretty for him since he's left, Steiny.
Yeah, you know what? I think there's a perception. Like if you told Kevin, let's just use Kevin. I want to use Kevin Durant because I don't want to use any other player. Right. Hey, Kevin, how about that Warriors culture? What do you think he'd say? Tell me about the Warriors culture. You want to be Durant in this?
Just do it.
Hey, welcome in Kevin Durant. Kevin, you've done a lot in this role. Real quick, we talk about how was the Warriors culture?
It's rigged, and it's not as good as they portray it to be. And it let me down and cost me my tenure with the team.
Can you be more specific?
You can ask Jordan Poole about the Warriors culture. You want his number? I got it right here. And that's how I'm serious, man.
Exactly. So why?
That is, wow.
So what kind of I believe that kind of in the league, and this doesn't work for every player, and it doesn't mean the Warriors will never sign a free agent as long as these guys are here. But I got to believe that a lot of players think the Warriors culture is a joke, and a guy like Kevin Durant tells them, there's no culture. It's whatever Draymond wants there. It's what Draymond runs that place.
I hope you're wrong, Steiny, man.
Have we seen anything to indicate the opposite?
Chris Paul. Well,
what are the phrases we've heard over the years? Warriors are afraid of Draymond.
Yeah,
I believe there's truth to that.
All right.
I mean, I'm not physically, but I think they are. They walk on eggshells around Draymond. A lot of people
totally
do.
Agree.
So,
and it turns some fans off.
Right,
and I think still root and love the team.
Right, and I think it might turn some players off.
Well, I guess we're about to find out because they never needed to go get help, Steiny. And you talk about that clique, and it's rightfully so.
They needed to get help when Durant came.
Wow.
Did you hear Eddie Johnson today? Boy, he loves to stick it.
No, what did he say? We got the sound.
He said, y'all crying in the parking lot after you lost to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah. Norm would call that a tall tale. If that you don't believe that happened.
Yes, I do. It's been documented.
They were up 3-1, but we won't get into it. I'll fight you at the bar tomorrow.
I mean, that's the other thing. Just the idea that I don't even want to get into it.
No.
1 hour after you just get beaten Game 7, you're on the phone with Kevin Durant.
What is wrong? If you, real quick, and this is not going to Warrior Day, Andrew Bogut and Harrison Barnes will tell you that courtship started way before them losing the finals. Think about that.
That makes it worse.
No doubt.
John in Berkeley. Getting mad now. Hey, John, how you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm good. Break it up over there, guys. But,
what's up, baby?
Well, we know that, Steph has earned the right to decide if he wants to stay or not. It sounds like he wants to stay. But under what conditions? Is he going to be okay staying on a team that's maybe improved, maybe competitive, but not a real contender? Is he going to be okay with that? And, I don't know. I don't think so. That could be really, really pretty brutal. And the other question is, or comment is, Paul George, he's a little bit of a black hole, has been his whole career. I mean, what are his assist numbers? He's a good player, very good player, plays defense, but I don't think he's a transcendent, superstar player that they really need, like an Embiid might be. But the last thing is, if Philadelphia's going to ship out Embiid, that means they're going for a rebuild, right?
Yeah.
The Warriors need to do a rebuild. They just need to do a rebuild, I think. I know it's going to be painful. I think Clay is gone. There's going to be too much money somewhere else that he's going to want to grab that, which is fine. He deserves that, right? And let's just speed up the rebuild. Let's let Trace and J.K. and Paz and Moody and those guys play a lot of minutes next year. Fans will still embrace them.
What about Curry? What about Curry? What about Curry doing all this?
I think Curry will stay and have his moments, and even with those young guys, maybe they'll get a couple of vet minimums, keep the salary cap where it needs to be for Lacob. Maybe they'll be competitive. Maybe they'll dabble with the 6, 7, 8, 9 somewhere in there, and that'll be fun. If Curry's okay with that, again, this is all depending on what Curry wants. But if Curry sees how limited they really are, how handcuffed they are in terms of really trying to turn this roster into a contender, I think Curry might, say, you know what, I'm going to do what I can, but I'm going to be low pressure. I'm going to hang with my family a little more if I need to rest here or there. I mean, I think that's a real potential scenario we'll see in the next couple of years. Unless Steph says, you know what, I still got some juice. I still want to play on a contender. And then they, Dunleavy, they start looking around to see what's there. There may not be nothing there for that either. But, it's going to be interesting to see. We're lucky to be Warrior fans, though, man. It's been a great, great run. We'll see what happens in the next couple of years. And I'm here for it all, man. I'm here for it all. I'm grateful for it all.
Me too. Thanks, John in Berkeley. You know what? I just thought of something while he was talking.
What?
Remember, how yesterday, you
were on fire.
I came in. My main theme yesterday was Draymond's such a big force. I just I just don't think he can. I think I said progress, evolve, and grow with him. And if anybody asks why Steiny, listen to Kevin Durant again. Listen to this answer.
And for my own personal sanity, how much did our argument against the Clippers drive you to ultimately lead the Warriors?
It wasn't the argument. It was the way that everybody, Steve Kerr, act like it didn't happen. Bob Myers and tried to just discipline you and think that would put the mask over everything. I really felt like that was such a big situation for us as a group. The first time we went through something like that, we had to get that all out. I remember watching The Last Dance, and when Scotty didn't go into the game, the whole team in the locker room said, Scotty, that was up that you did that. We needed that. We just needed to throw all of that out on the table and say, yo, Dre, K, that was up that we even had to go through that. Let's just wipe our hands with that and go finish the task. I don't think we did that, and we tried to dance around it. I just didn't like how all of that, just the vibe between all of that, it just made weird to me. And I'd rather us be who we say we are, family first. Communication is key. We didn't show that, and that's what rubbed me the wrong way more than anything.
And that's why the more I heard that, the more I think that's why my number one priority for the Warriors is to move off Draymond Green.
Wow. And maybe it's too late, Stoney.
It may be, and you're absolutely right. Wow, it may be too late, but you're right. That was 3-4 years ago. And then last year, Draymond, whenever he did the pool, what he did to Poole, there were no ramifications. And that was the reality of the situation is that all these things are why I see the Warriors challenged unmercifully as long as they have Draymond Green on the roster. They can't, if this is who they are and they're kind of catering to Draymond, and they knew that they had a big incident and the front office, we'll just suspend him one game and then hopefully it'll be over, when it clearly wasn't over for Durant. It does sniff of, they've enabled Draymond Green, and if they've enabled Draymond Green, it probably is impossible to get him back.
I hope not if they try.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what we're doing today. We are talking NBA free agency. It feels like it already started in a way. And Paul George may not get a max in L.A. Darvin Ham's probably going to get axed in the next day. Kevin Durant's name is out there. We'll get some of the sound. We got Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, saying if Durant's available, the Warriors are in. Got some other people that say it's going to be a little bit tougher. LeBron in play. Let's talk about some big-name free agents. And the bottom line is this. If the Warriors are going big game hunting, who do you want them to pursue? 888-957-9570 is the number.
The Big Three have provided us some incredible memories, and we will bring them to you.
What's his title?
Sports, man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. We got food in the building.
It's a wrap.
No, it's not. If it's a wrap, it's a chicken Caesar wrap, Priest. We got Mexican food out there.
Yeah, I'm in.
I am too.
But I don't like beans. No,
I love beans.
Refried beans are my kryptonite.
I love black beans. We're talking about the Warriors and upcoming free agency and everything under the sun.
What you would do and what you wouldn't do.
Correct. And here's Amin El. I can't believe it.
Oh, you're having a good moment.
Amin El Hassan.
Let him try it, Evan.
First of all, I actually like him.
Yeah, he's good.
Well, I shouldn't say actually like he's one of four.
Did you see him go viral at NBA All-Star Weekend?
No.
For how he shot a three-point shot?
Evan,
why do guys do that?
This is what I live for.
Came
How did I
off his
miss
hand
it?
sideways, and the way that his release followed through, instead of just using the gooseneck,
So he can't play then.
Off to the
Yeah,
side.
he
It was
can't
like
play.
he threw a football.
Right.
Dude.
Show me a person shooting a basketball, and I'll tell you how good out of an athlete they are.
What about me? You see me in your backyard where I won the tournament.
Yeah.
You said it slipped.
Oh, I know how good of an athlete you are. I saw your shot. Yeah, I know.
Who's laughing back? Dude, I won the tournament.
Yeah.
Tell the people the ball went in. You're trying to say it like my shot was
No.
nasty.
I don't even watch the result of the shot. If I see a guy take a shot, I'll just look at him. And I'll be able to judge what kind of an athlete he is by the way he takes a shot.
So how was I? Because you saw me bowl.
I know.
And you're about to hit me. See
No,
me
what I'm saying is I know what kind of athlete you are.
Which? What's the report?
Yeah.
Above average.
I don't know.
You saw me throw a bowling ball. You're about to see me hit a softball.
No, you're strong. Oh. You're a very strong
So
man.
I like that already. Where
you're
we going?
Strong man.
Yeah, where we going?
But that doesn't necessarily make you athletic.
Oh, good.
You got some heavy feet.
They call me Johnny Lightfoot.
Yeah, it feels like there's cinder blocks on your ankles.
Wow.
Anyway, would Kevin Durant really want to come back? This is
Sonny, but before you play that piece of sound, I do want to get to a couple of these super chats because JJ in San Jose has donated $5 to say that the 73-9 team was the best thing we had ever seen and also ruined regular season basketball for the future. We changed to only playoffs matter after that. And finally, Rich Mitchin donated $1.99.
Why would you laugh, Evan? I got cinder block his feet in now.
Not the great Rich Mitchin, but Rich Mitchin. Trade anyone and everyone but Trace Jackson Davis and Steph. Now you can play Amin El Hassan style.
All right, and this is why would Kevin Durant want to come back, or would he?
Kevin's been searching to kind of distance himself from what he accomplished in Golden State. And specifically, Kevin definitely has sought to distance himself from playing that style of basketball. So going back to kind of being an auteur, this savant who does everything isolation and basically can get his bucket any way that he wants. He doesn't want to come off of down screens and split action and all that stuff. If he did, he would have done it in Brooklyn. He would have done it in Phoenix. But he's resistant to that kind of play, I guess, because he finds it insulting, or maybe deep down, like I said, it just reminds him of his time in Golden State where he wasn't his version of himself. He was kind of the Warriors version of himself. So I just think there's a lot of, baggage there from him specifically that will kind of prevent that from happening.
Oh, boy.
I'm all over the place.
I'm not that concerned, believe it or not, with the style.
Either am I. It was the style of play that got you 2 NBA final MVPs.
It's the style of Draymond Green.
Well, and then you could have also, at any day at practice, hey, coach, can I talk to you in your office? Close the door. Hey, I'm not feeling this stuff. Dude, come on. You guys were the best, one of the best teams ever. I don't buy that. Because he said that.
Oh, my God.
Steiny, do you know what's going on? Jones, the GM for Phoenix, was up there lying.
What don't you buy?
That he didn't enjoy the style of play because he said the same thing in Phoenix.
Okay.
He just said the same thing 2 days ago.
Okay.
So this is just who he is when they look like, come on, miss me. Steiny, I'm not saying he could have truly not liked it for 3 years, but dude, stand up and say something about it if you were truly that appalled with the style of play.
So let me get this straight.
You hated it with Russ.
So let me get this straight.
Allegedly.
Okay, this is why he left, okay? Because you want him to come onto this team that's already won a title and tell Steve Kerr, you need to change the style. I don't like the style. First of all, that's the issue. If he would have done that, I don't know what I would have thought. I would have been like, this guy's unbelievable. But he wouldn't have even asked that because he knew it's Steph's team. And maybe that's the kind of thing he's talking about. I can't go up and
he's
ask
singing
him
the same tune in Phoenix, and Vogel's about to get fired. What offense did you run in Brooklyn, KD? Did that appease you? What are we doing?
This is kind of what you do. You don't allow for any room that Kevin Durant might not have had a good time.
No, I want you to man up. You were here 3 effing years.
He didn't like
You're
it.
Kevin Durant.
He didn't
if you don't like the offense, speak. You couldn't stand up to Draymond Green. Quit walking on eggshells is all that I'm saying. I don't want to hear about it now.
Dude,
that's all I'm saying. Quit being a coward. If you really didn't like the effing offense and you are the offense, say something about it. Quit crying. That's all. And you know why I'm excited?
Clout.
He just said this 2 days ago. You got it in Phoenix. You just got swept, and now you're saying you didn't like standing in the corner. Why you waiting till a whole season goes by? That's all I'm saying. And then you went to Brooklyn. What offense? I don't know what you ran, but I know it didn't work. What are we doing, KD? Speak up, pal.
No. Had he spoken up, he would have been further villainized. Can you imagine the stories? Kevin Durant goes into Durant. Listen to me. Kevin Durant's gone into Steve Kerr's office, and he doesn't like the Warriors' motion and split action. He wants to go to more pick and roll and isolation. How can he do that? They won titles playing one way. They won 73 games playing open offense.
You did that in OKC with Russ, and when you left them dry you left them high and dry. You said you got tired of that.
They don't have the stature of our big three. Right. He can't come onto the big three and say change the style of play.
You know what, Stoney? I'll meet you halfway with the Warrior thing, but I don't know why I'm exploding, and I'm exploding at him because he's singing the same, and Frank Vogel's about to get fired because you said you didn't like the style of offense. You are the man, or one of them. Speak up.
The idea that Kevin Durant, right off the bat here, would have come into this system and expressed his displeasure. It's like, he's not that dumb. He's not that stupid that he's like, when I get to Golden State, I'm going to change their... No, he came here to win, and they won, but he wasn't crazy about the system.
I don't know
That's
why.
obvious. Yeah. And you know what? He wasn't crazy about Kerr either.
Well, that's the real one.
Well, Kerr's still here.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob's still here. Draymond's still here. Anthony's in Oakland. What's up, Anthony? How you doing, man?
Hey, Goro. Hey, Stein.
Hey.
Just give me a minute.
Sure. Take your time.
This is a great conversation because you're talking about the culture of an organization, and I'm so glad you played the Durant quote. So let me tell you what I would do if I was the general manager. I played D1 ball, PhD, UC Berkeley, worked with kids in Oakland, New York City, San Diego. I have a lot of experience working with people and also in D1 sports. So first you said, Steiny, that this was Durant's team, and then you said it's Curry's team. Durant would not. Draymond Green's team. They would get rid of Draymond Green in a second if Curry said get rid of him. Curry would not be who he is without Draymond Green. So because Curry wants him there over the years because he's scoring, Draymond Green is great in terms of setting him up, they're not getting rid of Draymond Green, but I'm with you. They need to get rid of Draymond Green. I mean, it's like you don't have a team if you have someone taking up all the oxygen in the room 24/7. It's like how this... So here, let me just say this. Kerr is great. He has all these, he has these great sides. So is Myers. But the way they were codependent with this guy year after year, if Durant was upset, he's probably looking at this organization and saying, look at this talent, but look at this guy. It's like, don't get me wrong. Draymond Green is a great player, but it's like, how they let this go on for the years. And I just want to say something. For these young players coming in, listen, for these young players coming in and watching what's going on, it's like, who the hell does want to come to the Warriors? I mean, I'm really serious.
I know.
If I was the general manager, the other thing is, and I sympathize with Kerr because you got all these head cases. Unfortunately, people like Clay, I think he's a lovely guy, but he's out to lunch. You watch him on the court, and he's like lost on the court. Yes, he can shoot. No one could shoot like him. I'd get rid of him. I hate to say this, too. Wiggins, as lovely as he is, he's another head case. Listen, I'm 70 years old. I went to work every day, even with family problems at some time. But you go to work. I don't give a shit if you're getting paid.
Oh, that's going to cost you.
He was rolling though, Stoney, with that New York accent.
Felt like only a matter of time, though.
Now, there was some
Cal Barkley, shout out the Bears. He was rolling.
Very strong sentiment.
That was good stuff,
and
man.
let me guess, you're not going to be crazy about it, but I absolutely, positively think there's a lot.
Oh, my God, I agreed with almost everything.
Well, and I think the Warriors, look, it's not going to work for every player. If Saric is going to sign here, no matter what. Yeah. The Sariches are signing here.
You need a job. Gotcha.
But I'll tell you what, if you're a player with some stature, I don't think you want to play with Draymond Green. And it's not just Draymond Green. It's listen, you go to Golden State and it's Draymond's team.
I got you, man.
It all revolves around Draymond. And it's exhausting.
I agree with you, no doubt.
And
he's got too much power,
I think, yes, there's a certain amount of players that I bet would love to come here and go alongside Draymond Green. Another dog, if you will. But I think there's a lot of really good players who are like, I don't need that hassle. I'm not going into that organization where I see that guy from afar and you're telling me they've given him all the power? Wow. And that's why,
man,
I think it's setting the example for the young players, all that kind of stuff.
And it's Donnie, I agree with you, and I'm going to say this part. If Draymond was, this is not beat up Dre days, Donnie, but if he had the talent and was as good and built this thing like Steph Curry did, I would look the other way and be okay with the antics or the double standards or the Jordan rules per se. But I know Kevin Durant and others are like, this dude's good, but he's good at being him. He ain't me. So how's he running all this? But they've created Frankenstein, and now they got to deal with it. And I hope you are wrong, Stoney, and that nobody else looks at this as a destination. We're going to find out.
I got to be clear. I'm not saying, players don't want to come here. Right. I'm not saying that. But I know damn well there's certainly some that don't. I have no doubt about it. There's a segment of players in the league that don't want to come to this situation, just also not just because of Draymond and the fact that, the organization has catered to him, but also because they might think a million other things like, well, they're over the hill. Why would I go there? They can't win anymore. Or, I don't want to live in California or whatever, but I'm just telling you, what KD said was pretty.
That hit me, and it evoked emotions from the Jordan Poole situation. I wasn't expecting.
Let's have some fun and listen to why KD first came to the Warriors.
In my
it was
opinion,
a basketball decision, but I knocked down not giving a ladder with that too. You know what I'm saying? It kind of knocked down two birds with one stone with that. It was a basketball decision, but I knocked down not giving a ladder with that too. You know what I'm saying? It kind of knocked down two birds with one stone with that. But it was mainly, I felt like I was the absolute perfect fit what you guys were doing on both ends of the ball. And I knew my game had reached a point where I needed to really see what that looked like. And I thought that was just a no-brainer. I would do that shit a million times. And, again, I didn't second guess at all. And I knew that's what I wanted to do when I was going into these meetings. But I really just had to confirm, go through the process. But, I knew from watching the games, just looking at interviews, just saying everything that y'all are about. It's that's the way I wanted to play, and that's the way I need to go to continue to keep getting better as a player. So once I tunnel vision on that, I knew everything would come afterwards, and it was just me going through that experience and see how I was going to deal with it, and it went perfect.
Wow, so it sounds like
Yeah, he was excited to come here, and it wasn't all he thought it was cracked up to be. It doesn't mean
focusing on the offense.
Doesn't mean it wasn't. It just means
obviously
that
wasn't.
He came here for a reason. Beautiful basketball, all that kind of stuff. He thought he'd fit, and he did. All those things are true, but like 3 straight trips to the finals. You hear that voice in KD, and you're like, man, I forgot how excited he was to get here. And not only that, him making a point of saying, basically acknowledging he knew he was going to catch grief, and he's like, I don't care. I don't care if I'm going to catch grief. That's where I want to play. I want to play that style of basketball. So over the course of 3 years, he soured. Yeah. He didn't like the style of basketball. He didn't like the organization as much, and it probably had a lot to do with Draymond Green.
Now, I asked you yesterday.
So why would he want to come back?
Off the air.
Ask again.
I'm just about to ask you, have you ever left a job, fired, or just decided to leave and came back in your lifetime?
I got fired and then rehired.
Okay.
But I've never quit.
But you decided when you got rehired that whatever you got fired for.
I got fired from here. Me and OC.
Come on, Steiny.
Yeah.
And then who
11 months. We went 11 months.
And who brought you back?
Then the
same guy that let you go?
Correct.
Wow. So you did it.
Yeah, to start back on weekends.
Okay, but you still
came
back.
I had a full-time job, and then maybe like 8 months later, he called me and said, you want to do a Saturday show?
And during that time, I imagine, had he called you a month after he let you go, you might have said, F your weekend show.
I would have taken it.
I can't put that on you. My point is,
I didn't want to.
I hear about the Kevin Durant, and we're thinking and speculating where he's at. Do you think his time in Brooklyn, and he could have had a good time, it didn't work on the court, him going to Phoenix and what they are now and no future draft picks, Steiny, do you think maybe Kevin Durant is looking around now to say, you know what, they've grown, talking about the Warriors, they've fallen on quote-unquote hard times, basketball version, because you didn't make the playoffs. And I'm just wondering if he could put some of that ill will, maybe that's gone away through growth from both parties.
Tell you what,
to where a phone call,
here's one thing.
A date or dinner over apple martinis and Henny, maybe that'll change.
It seems to me, maybe what you should do, and I've seen this in other cities and other areas, why don't you make a little video for Kevin Durant and basically do what you just did?
Oh, that didn't work for Aaron Judge.
And beg him to come back.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, maybe if we had a martini, and maybe you know what you need? You need a Memorex. The only way he's coming back is if you can erase the 3 years here before. Like, there's no way he wants to come back here.
I hope you're wrong. And again, you're gonna have to move mountains to make it even happen. But damn, if it was just about his decision, Steiny, I don't know where he's at, man. He might now. What if he just focused on the good about his experience, which is Steph Curry and others, and then was like, okay, Dre is but
dude, what would you do? What would you do if you were Kevin Durant and Draymond Green did you like he did you?
Well, you went on his podcast, so if you weren't lying, it wasn't all bad. And if you were mad, we just heard the soundbite, Steiny. He's not just mad at Draymond. He was mad at everybody.
That's even worse.
Okay, all right. But there is no Myers. I'm sure he's not holding, and I'm guessing,
why
no ill will, because Myers is gone.
No, the one you're getting to.
Steph Curry.
No. How about the coach?
Oh.
He doesn't like the coach.
I don't know why that's the one I'm kind of not.
I shouldn't say he doesn't like the coach, but he clearly is not crazy about Kerr or the system.
Well, he's going to play for Team USA, and I hear what you're saying, Matt. You got to get it done, though.
Like, there's no way Kevin Durant is sitting in Phoenix right now, and he's hearing trade rumors.
After getting swept.
There's no way that how do you know, Steiny? Here it comes. There's no way Kevin Durant is sitting in Phoenix right now after getting swept, and he's hearing his name come up on every national show. There is no way he's saying, well, I'll tell you what I'd really like to do is go back to the Warriors. You can, no chance. Like, that to me is
think
just
you're underselling his relationship with Steph.
How about Draymond?
He's still
and
there.
He doesn't like the coach.
But time heals.
Oh, my God.
Time does heal, Steiny.
Let me say this for the umpteenth time. I'm out on this general idea. Let's go to Christian in Santa Rosa. What's up, Christian? How you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Listen to the show.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks a lot.
Hey, so I just wanted to ask, do you think Klay Thompson is going to get that same appreciation when it's all said and done like Kevin Durant? We're talking about Kevin Durant and why he wants to come back and why he left. He wanted to break bread like Guru. But, like, what do you think about Klay Thompson also in this?
How so?
Like, you see they just want to play basketball. Klay Thompson, Kevin Durant, they both are kind of second fiddle to Curry in terms of fan ranking.
Oh, I think Klay is different.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, he's an original one. There's a future statue, Stoney, I believe, of Klay, possibly. And I don't know, was he going to where he feels like Klay's not getting that love? I do wonder now with everything that's going on with the decision that we'll find out which way the Warriors and Klay decide their future is going to be, together or apart. I do wonder if Klay feels like the Warriors didn't do right by him in regard to reducing his role when he was struggling. I do wonder if that is a seed of ill will. And, of course, he went back to work. He was a pro. But if Stoney, if you feel like, all that I've done for you guys, and again, it's twofold. They've had his back when he was injured, but I do wonder. But I think Klay, to his point, if I'm following correctly, he's loved. Like of
course he is. Yeah. They're all three of them are. One, I think, to a lesser extent than the others, and that would be Draymond, obviously.
Well, we'll find out what the Warriors offer Klay, right? That'll show us how much they love him.
Maybe they don't make him an offer. Maybe somebody comes in first with an offer that's so crazy, they're just like, we can't challenge this.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the Sixers tonight, and I'm just thinking of, I don't know their cap situation, but Stoney, they don't have a Klay Thompson, a knockdown shooter. My goodness.
They got a Steph Curry.
Yeah.
He's good. Max, he's good.
He is.
888-957. Boy, you've said some things today that.
So have you.
No. Yours are more. Mine are pretty level. Yours are kind of outlandish.
No, we're on.
Like you said, the Warriors could.
Let me help you out.
Beat a one or
we're doing the same thing, but the words that come out of your mouth, you say them like they're fact.
No,
and then when I say them, because I'm dreamland, then you're like, it's different. But we're on the same street, partner.
No, I mean. I'm saying I don't know, but I
think people grow and evolve on both fronts.
That's fair.
And I do believe Kevin Durant.
What about Draymond? Is he growing on all fronts?
And that's the key. Okay. That's the key. And I don't have the answer to that. And I'm leaning towards no, because you put your hands around Gobert, you hijack the season, and then you do this podcast calling the guys out, and I know that might be small, but still, man, I don't know the answer, Stoney. But if I'm tired, how are the Warriors not tired of his act? Draymond.
And I'm not sure they aren't not tired of it anymore. In fact, according to Zach Lowe, they are tired of it right now. Will they do anything about it? I don't know. Will there be anything to even do about it? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, there's two issues here
if you want
to talk about Draymond Green. And one is, would we move him? And if you ever decide yes on that, then you got to find a partner. And that's going to be limited in terms of teams because it's going to have to be some kind of contender. And then you're going to have to get it back. You're going to have to get something back that you find valuable. Hey, on the other side, I was talking to Evan today. Here's what we're going to do. One, the Golden State Warriors are going into free agency. Let's think about it like this. They're going into free agency, and they've got all their options open. If you were Mike Dunleavy, give me one other than Steph Curry. Who's your most untradeable player? All right? Other than Steph, who are you not dealing under any circumstances for the most part? And then two, who are you targeting? Who's the guy you want to bring in here? All right, so one guy that you're definitely keeping, and if it's more than one, that's fine. And then another guy that you're targeting. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. Also, what's coming up next on the game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
This week at Safeway, get amazing digital deals for members. USDA Choice Boneless Beef Chuck Roast, $4.97.
bothering me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, a reminder, you can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru on the free Odyssey app. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. Talking about the Golden State Warriors and what they're going to do this offseason. The playoffs have started. The Warriors aren't in there. But that's not stopping the rumors from flying. Darvin Ham looks like he's going to get fired by tomorrow. Clippers are talking like they don't want to give Paul George the max. And Kevin Durant's name is back in the news because the Phoenix Suns were eliminated, and they don't have a lot of options other than to look at trading one of their big three guys, except Bradley Beal's got a no trade, and everybody kind of has thought that Booker's their franchise guy, so maybe they'd be willing to move off Kevin Durant. Warrior fans, you want that? You want Durant back? Would you want Durant back? Would you want... I mean, here's the way I said it. It's kind of not fair because he's not the only guy responsible. But you want the drama back that might come with Kevin Durant? 888-957-9570. Or do you think that's overblown?
I'm being proactive. I don't want the pain of not making the playoffs. So I'm willing to deal with whatever comes with Kevin Durant because I feel like, time heals. So, Steiny, I don't think there'll be any drama, but I'd rather deal with the drama than deal with what we're dealing with right now in Dub Nation, and that's watching our team with no playoffs and another year wasted in Steph Curry's just incredible career.
The one thing that, and obviously I can't prove it, and the other side can't prove it, but there's this assumption that I don't subscribe to, and that is that if the Warriors were to be able to put a deal together for Kevin Durant, that they would be better. Like I absolutely positively reject that assumption. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I reject the assumption that if you trade for Kevin Durant, you're going to be better next year.
What's your biggest number one reason, if I said, Steiny, you can't go to age, why that can't happen? Why they wouldn't be better with the acquisition of one Kevin Durant by, let's just say, losing Wiggins and...
I mean, it's hard because you took the main answer away. That's just a fact, though, Goo.
Man.
Like, to me... right now, I feel like the Warriors are caught. They've got three guys who are older. So if each of the three and Durant or not Durant, if each of those three play a pretty full season, and they're still playing the amount of playing time that they've played, I believe at this point they're incapable of making a 2-month playoff run. Now, there's another way to do it. You load manage your older guys all season long, and then you get to the playoffs and you feel fresher. But you're going to have to do that from a 7 play-in seed because you're going to take losses during the regular season when you load manage. Like, that's where I think it's and then, yes, the biggest, to me, if you're a GM, I've got to allow for the worst-case scenario. And the worst-case scenario would be you give up draft picks, you get Durant back in here, and somebody gets hurt.
So you'd be Phoenix, essentially.
No, worse. Like somebody gets hurt, and they're going to miss a year. And now you got Durant making what he's making, and now you're down a player, and you even have less opportunity to get better with young guys. That would be, to me, a nightmare. That's one of the reasons I'm just worried about it.
And it's not, I hear your passion. Sometimes it sounds like hate. I'm like, this dude yelling at me because he's mad. But we're trying. It's not that. Either one of us do not know the answer. But I guess I'm shocked that you think this team, without the Draymond Green suspension, wouldn't have been a 4 or 5th seed. So that's already where we differ.
I think
they would have.
3 wins. No, Steph talked about 3 wins. That gets him to 6.
Oh, man. So that's just like, and I'm thinking they could have had 8 or 9 more wins, but that's neither here nor there. My point is, Stanley, I don't think this team is currently constructed is as far off as you think. But why you differ with that is I'm trusting Draymond not to get suspended.
And I think,
because we're doing all this, and I think the leader in the clubhouse on what's going to happen, is they run this thing back. They're going to try to pull this off, but if they can't, CP3's gone. I think Clay's back, and we hope Draymond can behave. And I'm not telling you I'm out on that, but I'm watching. I don't think that can win you a title, but it damn sure could get you to the offs and out the play-in.
I'm not. See, the problem with the big 3 now is I don't assume anything. I don't assume anything.
But they're really not the big 3.
We don't know how like they may decline at a more rapid rate next year. They may stay pretty much where they are. They may be fully healthy. They may be hurt. I'm just telling you the odds are with each passing year. The odds are grow that these guys are getting worse, and unfortunately, they're getting older. And somebody's got to make up for the decline in play of the big 3.
Wow, man.
Edgar's in San Leandro. What's up, Edgar? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you guys?
Hey.
Doing well.
Right on. Man, so many things to touch on. Man, I was thinking about this the whole time I was on hold. Honestly, I think this organization was cooked the moment that they signed Draymond up for $20 million when he was already getting outplayed by Kevon Looney in the 2022 playoffs. And that says a lot because Kevon, I mean, he wasn't even born a center, but he kind of became a really good guy for us. And anyway, I think that comes with Steph. Steph wants his boy. They got to pay him. But I think at that moment is kind of when you could really just be like, damn, nobody really wants Draymond on their team, much less for $20 million. We got Clay on $40 million. I think even in 2022, he was kind of like, yo, this guy's not coming back from an Achilles like Kevin Durant did. And so now we're in this situation where you got this really toxic employee in Draymond. I know you guys can't say that because you guys probably see this guy, so you guys can't say stuff like that. But you have this super toxic employee in Draymond. You have Steph Curry and Klay Thompson who want to keep him around. Klay's not getting any better. He finished the season great and then totally, messed up all over himself during the playoffs.
What's the bottom line?
Super cooked franchise.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Edgar. Appreciate it. He got to it. He slid it in there right before the buzzer.
Well, they're not
super cooked franchise.
Stoney, I love the mob movies and I love loyalty, but I will forever scratch my head as to why Joe Lacob did the Dre deal. And that tells me they feel like they can still move full speed ahead with him. And hopefully they can add. But I'm looking right now, man, like I don't know what one word, your 2 parents are school teachers, Donnie, English teachers. How would you describe what Joe Lacob is facing, this task? What word would, like if, I don't want to give you the easy way out 1 through 10 because I'm at 11. After not making the playoffs and the books being the books,
okay.
What one word would you describe this offseason and task for Joe Lacob? And it's kind of, I know I'm giving that to you on the fly, but
I want to get the word right. What he's facing.
Yeah. What to fix this? Whatever you think ails this.
He's facing an overwhelming cascade of challenges.
After
the
all
Warriors
that,
are facing an overwhelming cascade of challenges that they're facing, not just this season, but moving forward. And I would say that about any team you asked me about that, who's on this side of a dynasty. They have challenges that may not be able to be overcome because they're a dynasty. I'll watch, and if they can, I almost caught this is where, if I said this, they got to find a way to stay on top. They're not on top anymore. Like they're not. They finished in 10th place. So I mean, by my way of thinking, and we can do it this way, we know guys are going to come and go probably this offseason. We don't know if they're going to be big names, Goo, or not. But if I have one guy I don't want to trade, other than Steph, of course, because I don't think anybody wants to trade Steph. Okay. So forget Steph. And then one guy to go after. One guy to go after. I mean, the guy I don't want to trade is, I don't want to trade Kuminga. I don't want to trade Kuminga. He's the guy I don't want to trade. The guy I would target, the other thing is, don't forget, you can target a guy years out. Okay. That's really the best way to target a guy.
I think you're about to take my answer.
Not necessarily target a guy that's available this offseason, but you start looking ahead a season or two,
I know where
and you start
going.
doing the groundwork. I'm not saying that, but
well, my word is critical. I think it's critical you make the right decisions, Donnie. And one wrong move, I mean, this could be the norm, and you're sitting with Curry. Then his future becomes, we got to do right by him, or him saying, this is not how I saw the back nine of my career. This is not. And I wonder how close we are to that. That night in Charlotte, I can go to that. It's random, but I will. Something changed to me in Superman's mind about everything in Warrior Land. That was bigger than Draymond too, Steiny. That was everything. And the reality is one wrong move can set you back, Steiny. I don't think that move's already been done. I know the caller said the Draymond.
I think there's been about 4
But if you move Draymond, you can right that wrong if you deem it that.
Well, he can't make up for the last 2 years.
Well,
whether he was at the end of his contract or
well, all you can do, as Norm would tell me, Steiny, is move forward. You got to do that anyway. I think in regard to your question, Giannis would be
okay.
That something's going on in Milwaukee and it's not good. He's giving little nuggets and whatnot, but Steiny, that if I'm Joe Lacob and Mike Dunleavy, that I'm monitoring what's going on with Giannis in Milwaukee like a mofo.
I mean, it's
everybody wants Beyonce guru or but still, man.
We threw 5 names out earlier in the show: Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Joel Embiid, and DeRozan. Just because DeRozan's a free agent, Paul George is a free agent, LeBron James and Kevin Durant. Well, LeBron James can opt out, so he's a free agent too. Kevin Durant, his name is coming up all over the place in terms of trade ideas. And then Joel Embiid is kind of I wanted to put him in there just to see what the interest is for him. But the reason I don't have Giannis in there is because I do think we all agree if they could get Giannis, yes, go get Giannis. Like that, I think he's a completely different animal than these other guys.
It would be so perfect, man.
That's why I purposely left him off the list. But what
if he ends up being the more realistic one though when it's all said and done?
Who knows? I mean, estimated eyes on the YouTube chat. Giannis is not the answer. He might not be.
What's the
but he's the closest thing that I see out there too.
And how old is Giannis off the top? Snotty?
27, 28.
God, he's just the Greek freak.
Something like that. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Hey, Doug, how you doing, man? What's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I'm doing great. How you doing?
All right.
Doing well.
So Steiny, you put out something that I never really thought of. Like you're saying, they'd be the same if they got Kevin Durant or anybody great. And I think that they would be better. But I believe that no matter who they get, they're unlikely to go all the way and win a championship. They'll be better with KD. I'd love to have him back, but I don't think that he is the end-all, be-all. When you put, historically, I think more times when you put older players together, they join because the names are big and you want to win a championship, it doesn't work out. To me, the Spurs are the best example of a dynasty, and they changed. They were new iteration like 3 times. Pop didn't stick with exactly the same formula, and that's how they were great over 12, 15-year period. But unless we were to change our style of play, we're not as young, we're not as fast. We couldn't get away with all the turnover. We don't get away, and even with Durant or somebody, we wouldn't get away with all the turnovers that we make. Kerr would have to change the style of play. So all of these things are intriguing. I do think we would be better with KD if we got him back. Regardless, we'd go deeper. We wouldn't be a play-in team. But I don't know that that's the answer. And then one other thing that was said earlier about trading Clay. Some other team might want a knockdown shooter. I love Clay. We all love Clay. But Clay is not a knockdown shooter anymore. I mean, I'm watching these playoffs, and there are guys that are knockdown shooters. Clay was, and he's an all-star. He's a Hall of Famer. But unfortunately, the injury was unfortunate. He lost the best years.
Fair enough.
And thanks for taking the call.
Thank you, Doug.
To defend Clay, and we love you, Doug. Stoney, on the year, he did shoot the food's here. He did shoot 38%.
Lowest of his career. Yeah. Do you expect him to shoot better next year?
I'm not willing to say.
What are the odds? Do you think
you think I'm playing?
No, but that's
like I wouldn't be blown away if he shot 40 again.
I kind of would. I mean, it's just
all that he had to deal with that he shared with us. Credit to him, and he still got up off the mat, got demoted to not starting, and when it was all said and done, he came out in the red 38%.
Yeah.
Good off season, and I know he's dealing with his future right now, so I don't, you know what I mean? Starting like how many guys would give their right arm for 38%? And I know how you are.
In a way,
you're going to be like, "Goo, I could break that down." He's just not.
In a way, I don't care how many. Like, I mean, you're sitting here, and it sounds like you're saying Clay had a good year.
This is what I'm saying,
he's not,
partner. He's put himself, and this is it.
It's not good enough
But
anymore.
I don't
want to say he's not good enough. But
if he got a $30 million offer from another team, would you be shocked? I would not. I'm kind of expecting an offer. Stein, I think what you said we did shows not too long ago. You're like, Goo, your boy made him some money.
He might have, but that doesn't mean he had a good year.
He wasn't very good. Answer that. I said he put himself in position to get 30 thrown at him when before it looked like 15 might be it, Steiny.
But let's put the route on the table. Of all the three Warrior players, who's declining the fastest?
Well,
it's probably Clay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know it sucks. It's his injury.
Okay.
But those are facts. And Clay especially, I am not expecting like a rebirth. I think you got to look at him as a player who you got to bring off the bench and hopefully he'll be able to help win you some games because of his shooting. But I can't ask him to do much more. I can't ask him to guard guards anymore. You just can't. I mean, I think the Warriors are starting to realize they can't run Steph and Clay out there anymore defensively. So what do they do? Let's go to who's waiting a little bit. Let's go to Rolando in Napa. Hey, Rolando, how you doing?
Doing good. Love listening to you guys. It's a beautiful day. I love living in Napa, so listen to you guys. I love it, and you guys do an awesome job. So you guys keep up the good work.
Thank you.
I want to bring up something about this whole Warrior situation, and I don't know, nobody's mentioned it, but Bill Walsh had a great philosophy where trade a guy a year too early than a year too late, and the Warriors would not be in a situation if they were when they won the title against Boston. I think they should have made moves right then and there. They should move off of Draymond, and I hate to say it, man, but I think Clay's not coming back. I disagree with Guru. Was like, which team is going to offer him $25-30 million a year? I can't, from that production. There's no way. I'm thinking he's probably going to get less than maybe 15 an offer from
my
team.
gosh.
There's no way.
Orlando Magic on line one. Yeah, they need shooting.
I'm dead serious. It's like, after that production, who in their right mind is going to offer Clay a $30 million a year contract for that production? There's no way. I think he's going to get offers less than maybe 15.
Oh,
I hate to be a jerk, but
I think and thanks, Rolando. I think the non-taxpayer mid-level starts at 12.9.
Oh, man.
If I'm not mistaken.
Well, Steiny,
he'll get offered that.
I can't speak for Rolando, but he's beating Clay up for the 0 for 10.
Okay.
And we got to look at the whole season.
Eric Pincus joined Willard and Dibbs. He's a capologist. He really knows what he's talking about. They asked him about Clay's value. Take a listen.
I could argue Orlando could use some shooting. Wouldn't hurt to get a shooter. Is Clay the right age and fit for them right now? It may be on a short deal. I could squeeze my mind into it. Maybe the Sixers strike out with Paul George, decide they don't want Buddy Hield back, think they want, a shooter that has more experience in the playoffs. Maybe it's Clay. Maybe they go for Clay for 20 and somebody else for 20, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a pathway where he might get paid. But, the reality is he's had some serious injuries, and he's probably worth more to the Warriors than he is probably to anyone else. The idea of Clay, hell, everyone loves Clay. But the reality of 6, 7 teams that have very limited time to use that money, and they're going to, rebuilding teams just have no interest in why Klay Thompson. So, and that's without even looking at, who else is out there? There are other guys out there that might get paid. So is Clay the number one guy who's going to get that money, or is it going to go to someone else?
So basically, Eric Pincus doesn't think the free agent market will be very robust for Klay Thompson. It's kind of what I heard there.
And are the Warriors, just from a shooting standpoint, we don't talk about this enough. We've brought it up. Are you in position to lose that shooting? Even though I know you said it was all-time low for his standards, but boy.
Yeah, are you in a position to continue to play defense like you're playing? That's a question the Warriors have to ask themselves. I
didn't think defense was the problem against Sacramento. I think it was offense.
Well, I think one of the reasons Clay didn't start is because their defense. No. I don't think Steve Kerr's comfortable playing those two guys together defensively in the backcourt 30 minutes a night together. That's just kind of what I was seeing. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about Warriors. Their season may have ended two weeks ago, but listen, we knew things were going to heat up, and that's what's going on. Kevin Durant in Phoenix, they were eliminated. They were swept. A lot of talk about Kevin Durant. LeBron James.
Bron.
He's going to opt out of his contract to become a free agent. Is there any action there with the Golden State Warriors? We know that Joe Lacob called that team at the trade deadline.
That's what's crazy about all this. Hey, Goo and Sturdy, quit talking about that. And that Ramona Shelbourne, I'll never forget that report. Man, Steiny, that let you know then. And I know you said Goo was early. They were down a little bit, but they ended up being down, outside the 14-4 stretch and a couple good stretches throughout the season. LeBron James, there was an attempt to be acquired by the Golden State Warriors. So think about that. If you think this is all just hogwash.
All right, 888-957-9570. This is from the 415 Xfinity Mobile text line. I'm starting to think this too.
Oh boy.
I don't think he says no one's paying Clay 30. I would have to bet under 30 also.
All right, 25, Steiny.
I don't know if that $24 million report's if that $24 million report was true, if it's true that Clay turned down 2 years for $48 million,
and I hope it is,
did what he do this season make you want to pay him more or less? And I unfortunately know my answer.
Well, I'm on the other side of the street. What I don't like about that is you're getting $1 million less than Draymond. Why? You knew Dre what he would.
All right, let's say 25.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Well, but I guarantee you, if I throw out there, would you be okay with Klay Thompson getting the Draymond deal?
Wow, that's a hell of a one.
That's a lot for Clay.
Yeah, that's a hell.
Let's say 3 years. Anyway, we could talk about it all on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number, and. We got
food, too.
A lot coming up on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Prize Picks is America's #1 fantasy sports app with more than 5 million members. It's the most fun and exciting way to get in on the action while you match your favorite sports and players. You pick more, you pick less on 2 or more player stats for a shot to win up 100 times your cash. Testing my skills on Prize Picks this playoff basketball season is the most simple way to get in on the action. You just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. Quick withdrawals, easy gameplay, and an enormous selection of players and stat types are what make Prize Picks the #1 fantasy sports app. This playoff season, the star players mean more on Prize Pick. Keep an eye out for the star players on the bench, and you can receive, get this, a 10% payout boost if they're in your winning lineup. Last night, I had Paul George over with more than 27.5 points, took a L. I'll be back. Download the app today and use code GURU957 for a first deposit match up to $100. That's code GURU957 on Prize Picks for a deposit match up to $100. Pick more, less. It's that easy. Download the Prize Pick app now. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
The Big Three have provided us some incredible memories, and we will bring them to you.
He's wonderful, marvelous.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Wow, what a call. Wonderful, marvelous.
They talk about Warriors culture and whether it's real or not. Whether it's truly a family atmosphere. Don't get me started right. Don't get me started right now on Odyssey culture.
What happened? Oh, no steak.
So we're having Fiesta Day, and there's all kinds of food.
Cinco de Mayo.
And they put the food out at 12 o'clock. And and I was going to go put a little steak on a tortilla, sprinkle a little cheese on it.
Willard was in line.
Knock it back, and he actually took the last serving.
Wow.
Get out there.
I got a little plate of something. That's a lot of...
Not steak.
No, but I'm okay.
So, anyway.
You all right?
Classic. Culture's not what it's cracked up to be. All right. Let's just... we're talking about... we're talking about everything Warriors related. Let's start it. You got anything? Or otherwise, I'm going to start it with a call.
Well, I've never heard you say you got it. Like, you'd be okay if I didn't have nothing.
Well, I just wanted to make...
I got a plate full of food, so let's go to callers.
Jocko's in San Francisco. What's up, Jocko? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Can you hear me okay? I'm in a kind of a funny spot.
All right. Well, now you're in a bad spot.
Yeah, he was... Yeah, not funny, bad spot.
Let's go to Matt in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing, buddy?
I'm out. Gorgeous day. Hope you're having a good one.
Thank you.
Well, there's what I want to have happen and what I think is going to happen. And let me just run the people down. Clay, his best move for us would be to be a backup 4 who can shoot on the big vet men, whatever it is, 15. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think Orlando will offer him some money, so he's gone. I agree. Draymond is a disaster. He needs to go too.
Man.
Hard no on LeBron. Hard no on Paul George. The two guys who interest me, who I don't think they could get, would be KD or Giannis. But I think this team's looking at some dark times, man. They don't really have anybody who's... Kuminga's not going to be a superstar. Maybe the other kids could be... They could be decent, but they don't really have a starting lineup that impresses me. And I think it's really time over the next year, if they can't pull anything off, you got to think about getting rid of Curry and going OKC, because I just do not see this team putting something together that is going to be even approaching a championship team. If they come back with what they got this year, they're somewhere between the 8th and 12th best team in the league. And you're looking at, first round exit or play-in. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but
we hope you are.
Disaster for but I mean, what else are they going to do? I mean, I wouldn't mind KD coming back, but he's too old to really be super effective and sell tickets.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think Clay will accept the role that he should have, and he ain't going to Philly, man. It's too cold there.
I appreciate it, Matt. Yeah, no, I
that's the nightmare scenario for all of us Warrior fans. What he said, if we got to get Curry out of here and go for that. I feel we are so far from that. So it's about, I think we're optimizing and maximizing what you got left for Curry and go all in, and you deal with the future when you deal with the future. And this wouldn't be the first time that the teams had to deal with it after superstars moved on.
Yeah, I think it's I'm not ready to have the Curry conversation yet.
And I'm sure he's not.
But I don't know. That I don't know. I mean,
what did you make for his? You brought it up, and we heard it in its entirety. Real quick, his cameo on TNT, and I know you're putting on your best front there, but he sounded like a guy that knew why his team didn't qualify for the offs, and it wasn't going to happen again.
Well, this is where that's I think Steph. We don't give him enough credit. Like he knows what the writing on the wall looks like. He knows if they bring this team back, they're not going anywhere. I shouldn't say not going anywhere, but it's not good enough. And I don't know that Steph even believes they can win a championship in 1 year. anymore. So the real thing with Steph Curry, you got to ask is, what would you like? And it's Steph, what would you like? I want to win. Okay. What does that mean? Well, I want to get better players here. I want to stay here, and I want better players around me. Okay. Like,
I think that would be win a title. Not to cut you off. It wouldn't say win.
That's
win
fine.
A title.
But you can try everything under the sun, and it still most likely won't work. Why? Because of the situation you're in with the dynasty. So, okay, Steph says I want to stay and I want to win. Okay, well, does that mean trading? We're long past the days of if Steph says, well, I want to be here and I want to win, that means Draymond can't be traded. I don't think it means that anymore. I mean, if Curry had clout, I got to believe he's got less clout now. If he were the guy that was if everybody's right who says, oh, well, if Steph didn't want Draymond here, then he wouldn't be here. Okay, that's fine. But I don't think we're at the case now where if Steph says Draymond must be here, Draymond must be here. Because that's when you can look Steph Curry in the eye and say, how are we going to get better? How are we going to get better if we can't trade certain guys?
And it's almost like you owe us one because we didn't. We brought him back.
The other thing I'm also thinking about is I'm thinking about this team without one of its big three and that dynamic. And
I think we're closer than that now than we've ever been.
Well, and there's also a logic, believe it or not. If you're going to let Clay walk, then I would really try to move Draymond. I would really try to move Draymond.
So two of the big three out of here. Wow.
Because I got to tell you, I don't like the dynamic. I don't of Steph on the Warriors with Draymond, without Looney, without Clay, a bunch of young guys. I don't like that dynamic either.
I'll say this to that. I hear you. I feel it. But that looks like it's the leader. I guess where I'm saying, Dre's not going anywhere.
I wouldn't. And
maybe we don't know how much he's holding the team back.
I don't think that's a sure thing anymore. Obviously, we talk about who's tradable, who's not tradable, and we're willing to move Wiggins, we're willing to move off Clay, willing to let Chris Paul go, try to trade Wiggins, maybe even try to trade Draymond Green. But it's obvious you're not going to do all those things, so it's most likely guys don't get. I think we're past Draymond being untradeable.
I think in Orlando that changed that night. That's just me behind closed doors. I'll never have the proof.
So you don't think he's going anywhere because you don't think they'll be able to find a partner for him?
No, I don't believe they want to get. I don't think Curry. Let me get my thoughts together, Stoney. I think something happened in Orlando that night. We saw Steph emotional. And when I say something happened, it's more realistic now that Dre can be had more so now than ever, and he would have nobody to blame but himself. But I just think the Warriors, that's the last play on their playbook. That's the last thing they want to do.
Let's go to Austin and San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, spirited conversation. Let me just say a couple things, guys. And these are not personal comments to you guys. I just want to say something. I feel a little weird when guys talk about guys, particularly like Draymond and KD, who had a conversation about something that happened. They play. They're in the locker room. They have a relationship. I can feel a little queasy about people that aren't in their locker room and don't really know these guys commenting about what they're thinking and all that. I think relationships are very complex. We all know that. We all have friends that we pass through in our lives that we sometimes pass through and never see again. Maybe we get reacquainted, but I think we just have to be a little careful about making assumptions about people's relationships. I don't think that KD is coming back. With all that said, I don't believe he's coming back for a number of reasons. I think Steiny alluded to that. I don't think he loved playing for Kerr as much as we love Kerr. I don't think he did. I think that the team has changed. They're not the way they were years ago, so I think we have to stop living in the past. So that's where I'm at there. The other thing I wanted to say about the team next year, guys, first thing they got to do is no more drama. We spent a lot of time on the air talking about drama around this team. And we got to get back to basketball. You know, how can this team become a good basketball team? Forget all this drama with Clay, and Trey, and all this other stuff. I have a question, though. Did you guys, anybody hear the comments that Kerr made about J.K. and Moody? Coach Kerr told you guys, if anybody listens and you could run the tape back, he told you where they were in terms of their development. And everybody keeps saying, keep these guys, they're going to develop. Well, just because you're young and you're 20 doesn't mean you're going to be better when you get 23. So I think we've got to stop assuming that. Everybody doesn't develop and get better. So let's not assume that all these guys are going to get better because they're young. So I would challenge that assumption. But what he said about J.K. gives me pause, because he said, can he be a 3? And I'm paraphrasing. And he said, I'm not sure. So he's going into year 3, guys. And I know I'm getting long-winded here, but he's going into the year 3. If you don't know by now what the guy is, that troubles me. And then Moody, he said Moody's got to work on his decision making. Okay, and he's got to shoot better. He's got to shoot better. Okay, he's going into year 4. So we still when are these guys going to get there, guys? That's all I got. I appreciate the talk. Thanks again.
Well, I think the one thing, Austin, he also said about Moody was, I believe it was in the Tim Kawakami podcast when Kawakami made a reference, do you need to maybe clear some things up to allow Moses Moody some more playing time? And I think Steve Kerr said that's fair, meaning that if Moody is on the team next year, he's got to have more of an opportunity to play than he did this year.
If he's on the team.
Yeah, he's got to be a 7th man all the time instead of, a 9th or 10th man some nights when he doesn't get on the floor.
But Austin, I hear you. I love you. But Draymond Green is the drama. So I hear what you want, but what they signed up for is like an explosive. It can detonate at any time. And the last 2 seasons, Draymond Green has created the drama for this team. And this time, last year they got out of it and lost in the conference semis. This year, they didn't even qualify for the playoffs. But that thing about Kerr, and I heard it about Kuminga not being they want him to be a 3, and they don't know if he can. Stoney, that's why I'm putting him and mortgaging it all to bring in the guy on that list that would get us back to prominence sooner than waiting out Kuminga. Because you don't just get a jump shot overnight. Some never get it. And I didn't hear the Moses Moody in decision-making, but Stoney, that Kerr was saying a lot without saying a lot. I mean, JK's the Phil Handy effect, like he's got to work. Who doesn't need to work? But you would think they would be better and further. Now, open gym, Kuminga's a beast. When it's running, when you're up and down, but man.
I don't necessarily think Kuminga should be further along. I really don't. I think he's fine. I guess he could have come into the league and emerged more quickly, but I would never view Kuminga as behind schedule. I just not right now. And I think it's very simple for Kuminga. I know the ball handling is one thing, but to me, what Steve Kerr's saying is pretty simple. When he says, can he play 3? I don't know. Okay, why? Why does he not know about Kuminga's ability to play 3? Because at this point right now, Kuminga has not become a good enough 3-point shooter that they guard him out there. All right? He can't, right now, he can't make enough. Okay? He can't shoot it well enough where guys are going to push up on him on the perimeter when he's beyond the 3-point line. And that creates less spacing when Kuminga's on the floor, and usually 3s are the ones who can space the floor. So in other words, you'd have Kuminga playing 3, standing behind the 3-point line, but he's not really guarded closely because, of course, you're going to let Kuminga try to beat you from the 3-point line. So that's the reason I think Steve Kerr says, I don't know if he can play 3. Can he shoot the 3 ball well enough, Goo, that people will want to go guard him out there and then he can drive by?
He's had moments, so I'm not going to rob him of the opportunity, and the Warriors may get it. But I'll tell you what, forget Kerr just for a second here. The fact that Joe Lacob picked up that phone to call LeBron James, and if us idiots think that he didn't think that Kuminga's name would have to be a part of something, you're fooling yourself. So that there is an indication that he may be willing to mortgage the quote-unquote future or Kuminga's to go get the said guys we're talking about, Stoney. So it'll be interesting. And to answer your question, I just don't see Kuminga as just his form and everything, a natural three-point guy. Maybe he could go get better at it. We saw J. Kidd do it, and J. Kidd's not Jonathan Kuminga, but Magic Johnson, Bastani, I don't know.
Well, if he like, why are Warrior fans so hell-bent on calling him a 3 if there is doubt that he'll ever shoot it well from deep? Like, then it's going to be hard for him to be a 3 because those are the guys who need to spread the floor.
Yeah.
And 510, DeMar DeRozan doesn't shoot the 3. No, but he lives on the perimeter and he moves without the ball and he keeps his defender occupied.
And his handle is smooth as can be.
Definitely.
All right. Because that's it, Stoney. Creating your own. He needs work.
Let's go to May. May is in Florida.
Hey.
What's up, May?
Hi, how y'all doing, guys?
Right. Doing well.
That's good. That's good. I was sitting back listening to all the callers who were calling in and were talking about KD and, bringing him back. And I don't think he's coming back because he didn't want to come back. And then they were talking about LeBron. That's a no-no right there because LA has a lot of drama going on over there. We don't want no wolf in our house. And then Steve Kerr, he's got to make a decision about these young guys. And it's just like you all. I'm going to put this out. You all are on the radio, and you all have to be given a chance to prove yourself about handling and talking on the radio. Am I right? So he has to give these guys a chance to prove themselves. We need a big one. We need a big man. They need to stop all of that. We need a big one. And so if the team bring in other players, listen to this, if players come in, you got to worry about chemistry. And that's going to take you half of the season to start gelling together. Am I right?
You are not wrong.
I love it, May.
Appreciate it, May.
Hey.
Super chat. You read it. Super chat.
I created the guy.
The great Rich Mitchman. I like Moody. Trade Kuminga. Trade anyone, but Trace Jackson Davis and Steph Curry.
Yeah. So I'm asking the great Rich Mitchman. Dude, Stoney, go ahead, man. That is one that bothers me, man.
She said something.
She said she don't want no wolf in her house.
Can I suggest something crazy here? When we talk about chemistry?
Yeah.
Is it possible that, the Warriors need to get younger, and they've started to get younger a little bit. Is it possible they have chemistry issues because the core's a group of grown men and the rest of the team is a group of inexperienced players? And when did the Warriors have their best chemistry? Who was on those teams?
But they were in their primes, Donnie.
Jerry, David West, Barbosa,
guys that were older than the big
Zaza Pachulia, Andrew Bogut.
Look at Zaza.
It's all these veteran guys. So great. They had great team.
Look at Stephen Potts.
What I'm getting at is it possible that they got to work on chemistry? The big three, one of the reasons the Warriors haven't had great chemistry the last 2 years, as we talked about them the last 2 years, is because something's preventing them from meshing. What is it? Why haven't
Well, Curry took Pods under his wings.
Well, that's one guy. Why don't? But so
Kuminga did it.
If we acknowledge the Warriors have not had good chemistry the last 2 years, my question is why?
Well, maybe you had one guy hit another, and there was no disciplinary action. Maybe that might have something to do with it.
I'll bet it does. So, those problems just don't go away. Why don't the Warriors have better chemistry? If chemistry's an issue on this team, I get it.
But that wouldn't have helped them up there that night in sack. I'm not mad at that notion, but Stoney, they looked old that night, and that's what's scaring me. I want to sign off on, it's 90%, and I'm not saying you put a percentile on it, but what I saw in Sacramento was, oh my gosh, and only the young guys were able to kind of look athletic. That's scary tape to watch that Sacramento game.
And
It hurt. It scared Stoney. I put it on, and I got to stop it. I still do.
It didn't scare you so much.
Going into
it didn't scare you so much that you're willing to go away from older players thinking that they could get it done.
Well, older, better players.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, under the scenario, you're still gonna have to go beat somebody in the first round of the playoffs with a 36-year-old, a 35-year-old, a 35-year-old, and a 35-year-old.
What's scary about what you just said?
That's scarier to me than
you got to qualify for the playoffs.
Yeah, and
that's crazy.
How are you going to do that if you got guys missing games because of being load managed? Murillo is in Petaluma. What's up, Murillo? How you doing, man?
Oh, the sun is up. What a day, man.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey.
Let me tell you, Guru.
What's up, baby?
Let's turn the page. So we have three options here, right? According to the conversation I've been listening to through the whole day. You either stay pat, you run it back, or you try to mortgage whatever you have, which we don't even know the worth of it. You mortgage that to bring somebody big who's in that end of their career. And we don't even know how you're going to look like if you bring that guy, because you don't know who you're going to fill up your roster with. Or you can go young. You can say bye-bye to Chris Paul. Thank you. It was a good year. You can put Wiggins on the block. If Clay wants to sign and trade, good. If he wants to come for less money just for the end of it, good as well. Put Draymond on the block. Let's get young. Don't trade any of these young guys. I'm with you, Steiny. None of these guys are behind schedule. Kuminga's 21, but in his basketball mileage, he's much younger.
Well,
so he needs to be given a little more room to growth here. So I'm ready to turn it down, guys. I never called this a dynasty. I call this the winning years, and I think they're over. You look at the playoffs. I mean, look at OKC. They're loaded, and they have 100 picks still. So time to turn the page.
They got the highest. Joe Lakers paying the highest payroll in the game, and you're ready to just rip it up and go young? I don't think that's realistic.
Exactly. You have the highest payroll. The guy just broke it down. You're strapped. You can't make any moves because of the apron. And you know your ceiling is the first round? Oh, we could win 50 games? Oh, come on, man. Let's turn the page. If you're a winner, then let's break it down and try to win again with the new generation. That's my take. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Murillo. Appreciate the call. 888-957-9570 is the number. A lot to get into with the Warriors, and we've been getting into it. I see a bunch of people still want to jump in on the other side. We will get to Mike. We will get to Guru. What?
Now, real quick here,
there's another Guru.
What? On the phone?
Yes.
Evan shouldn't have took it. I'm out.
Evan probably did.
No, but listen,
you got. It's Chickering and K. You want to go rip somebody? Somebody put on the other side. We've got a Guru from San Jose. I'm just telling you,
and that's bothering me.
Well, you need to tell me how to deal with it.
I'll tell you during the break. But before we go to break, Snotty, real quick, Murillo said you're not opposed to trading one of the youngsters. Like, just say if it was Pods or Moody. You would be for that, all depending on who the player, and even Kuminga, all depending on who the player is. Like, you're not saying you're out on all. There's no way, because we don't know how many superstars or if any are in that bunch.
I've just generally called another old guy. Like, I'm not trading two of those guys. If Kuminga's one, I'm not trading Kuminga and another young guy for an old guy. That's just me. I think that would be a fool's errand. What do you think? 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment was brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department.
Want a career with purpose, great pay, outstanding benefits, and a promising future? The Alameda County Probation Department is seeking dedicated people to make
if I were Kamudi, what's funny?
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Well, back in the day, to date myself, there was a Seinfeld episode in which Jerry and Elaine and Kramer had to bring something to kind of a potluck. And they decided to bring a babka, which I guess is a German thing.
I know vodka.
No, it's called a babka.
Okay.
And I guess they got a chocolate babka.
Okay.
And then George had a vanilla babka. And nobody realized there was another babka. So I'm looking at our phone lines right now.
Oh, man.
And I'm looking at a caller from San Jose who calls himself Guru.
He's banned. This is his last call.
We have another Guru.
No, we don't.
Should
They
we
had
take
one
it?
on KTVU. I had to get rid of him.
Should we take it?
Yeah, let's take it.
All right. This is a gutsy move. Guru, what's going on?
Not too much. Oh, sorry.
I've called the show before.
Oh.
I'm surprised you don't know who I am.
Oh.
We've never heard a Guru call before.
It was about a year ago, but I have called.
It was probably a Thursday.
And Goo made a big stink about it, and I've called other shows too, so...
Hey, you're not supposed to laugh.
That means he's a P1.
Yeah,
if he laughed, he listens all the time. What do you got, buddy?
Okay, all right. So, I just wanted to talk about this entire conversation about who the Warriors need to acquire and who do they need to trade. My entire thing is this, right? When the Warriors signed Kerr to that 2-year extension, that told me they're pointing to winning now, and they're pointing to winning now in Steve Kerr's style, right? So where that gets me going is that I feel that they need to trade Kuminga. And the reason why is not because Kuminga is a bad player or anything, or that he's not going to be a star. I think he has the most all-star potential on the team, but I don't think he fits Steve Kerr's style. And the guy that Kuminga would need to play like in order to fit Steve Kerr's style is Aaron Gordon. That's the kind of guy I look at, a guy who rebounds, does the scrappy work, is a good defender, and I don't think Kuminga is going to hit any of those hallmarks over the next couple of years because Kuminga is still looking at rounding out his game as an offensive player. And so you need to trade him to a team where he has the ability to become better offensively by, playing, first of all. And then on a team that where the personnel around him fits better than where he is right now. So that's why I'm on the trade Kuminga train. Not to mention that he would get the most in a trade. So I'm actually leaning towards trading Kuminga. And as far as who the Warriors can acquire, I mean, obviously all the options are out there. And out of the four Simons put up there, I would pick Paul George just because he's a two-way guy. He's a backcourt made for Steph. He can hit the open shots that Andrew Wiggins was missing over the course of the year, and he just fits better with the roster and the style of play he plays. But I'm also open to smaller changes. Larry Nance is a guy for me that fits the team a lot better than Larry fit in New Orleans. And I think he can be a connector at center to where you can play him in the starting five and he would do pretty well. So I look at a guy like that. And I also look at other incremental changes as well. So that's my take.
All right.
I was going to ask you, did he have a gripe? That was long. But yes, Scotty, you got TJD. You don't need Nance. I mean, you got something in TJD.
I don't care about TJD. I care about what you thought of the Guru.
I don't like that he said he called a year ago, and we would have known.
You might.
Don't tell me if you ever. All right, I'm not here. You and Evan would have remembered.
No, I actually have a vague recollection.
Oh boy!
But I know if you were here that day, we would have talked about it.
No doubt
about it. I remember it more. Nevertheless, Here's one thing I'd like to say.
Are you eating?
No. I got something in my teeth. Okay, Aaron Gordon.
Good God, man.
Yes, good God. But this is the problem. That's
Size,
and I'm not saying the last call. I'm not saying the guru said go get Aaron Gordon. But he's like, let's go get a guy like Aaron Gordon. But Aaron Gordon, this is what you get. This is the price you have to pay. Aaron Gordon wasn't Aaron Gordon 3 years ago.
No doubt about it.
Aaron Gordon couldn't play against the Warriors when the Warriors were really good.
And a lot of other teams, Stein.
Exactly. So Aaron Gordon has gotten a lot better in the last 4 years.
And thicker.
To me, who's the next Aaron Gordon?
Wow. That's real.
Find a 22-year-old or 23-year-old guy you can turn into Aaron Gordon, and by 27 you'll have something. But Aaron Gordon didn't just get good overnight. He's gotten better over the course of his career, and now he's made himself into a piece on a championship team. Denver paid the price for that. They grew with the guy. They lived with his ups and downs. They probably weren't always crazy about him, but here we are however many years later, and now they got to have him.
Tell me if I'm wrong for this assessment on Kuminga to your Gordon comp. Aaron Gordon, to me, has accepted his role. I do believe 3 years ago there was a time he felt like he could do more, and maybe behind closed doors, Steiny, he was bitching about his role. Now he's solidified his role. He's worked on his body. He is perfect. I don't think Jonathan Kuminga, again, it's about the team. I don't think that to-do list, which is the Aaron Gordon to-do list, I don't think that's attractive to Jonathan Kuminga. I think Jonathan Kuminga wants to do the Kevin Durant type of things.
Oh, I got you. Well, I'm sure Aaron Gordon probably wanted to score more.
No doubt about it, but he accepted this is my reality. But I think Kuminga's so raw and young, Steiny, that he sees himself as Paul George.
That doesn't bother me. That doesn't bother me as much.
Well, then you got to shoot better from the outside, which he's going to work on. You got to get you're not there yet. And you got that one go-to spin move, but you're so athletic and great when you're on that you can get by until you play against dudes that are equal athletically or physically.
I just don't understand why it's hard for some people to understand that if you have two 22-year-olds in the NBA and one's been playing basketball for 8 years, or since he's been, let's say, 7 or 8 years old, so he's been playing for 15 years, and you have a guy like Jonathan Kuminga who's been playing 5 years, where do you think those 10 years goes? It's going to take him longer to develop. He came into the league with far less of a foundation than most players who've played their entire lives.
But I get that.
Right.
So sometimes you might be the victim of a circumstance because of that.
What are you talking about?
Like the Warriors are watching their dynasty, regardless of what you think or not, go down the drain, and they don't have the time for you to go through that. That's all.
Well, then that's a fundamental mistake by the organization to think that a 19-year-old who moved to America at 14.
That's heavy.
You know what?
They made a fun. They did it with Wiseman. They did it with Wiseman. They made an error.
It's common sense,
and it's not the only. They made an error with Wiseman.
Right.
So I'm asking you. You surprised? Don't tell me they didn't think maybe he would be polished maybe faster.
No. I don't think they were so dumb that they thought Wiseman and Kuminga were going to pop in a year or two. That would have been dumb. To draft two guys with no experience and think they're going to be ready in 2 years. I think that would have been stupid, and I don't think they're stupid. I think when they drafted those guys, they were saying they're 19 or 20. We want them at 25. That's why I believe they thought they were done winning titles, because they weren't really looking for immediate help. They were looking for two guys beyond the dynasty. And I'll never be talked out of that, I don't think, at this point.
Yeah, admin honor telling me Guru cut Kuminga slack. I love the guy. I'm just telling you, he's got to get to the lab.
Well,
I don't think he's a bona fide superstar like that. That's a big,
you know why? Because he hasn't had a basketball foundation. He hasn't played on a team long enough. He's not inherently unselfish. He never learned a lot of the basics of the game. It's going to take him longer to catch up.
Yeah, and Steiny, I get that, but my wagon is hitched to Steph Curry and trying to get one more than Kuminga's puberty.
And I'm not giving up on that for I'll call it pie in the sky. Yeah. You call it more realistic. Let's go to Sovi in San Francisco. What's going on, Sovi?
Hi, how are you all doing?
Good.
Hey.
It's Sabi.
Sabi, how you doing?
I'm fine. How y'all doing?
Hanging in there.
Okay, so we can't keep on drafting people into our team and then we suddenly let go of them. Look at Oubre. See where he's at now. It was a long time ago, but guess what? Look at Oubre. We can't trade Kuminga. We can't let go of Kuminga. Look at DiVincenzo. Look at him, where he is right now. We can't keep on letting go of people. And CP3 was a huge mistake. Number 3, we have lost 2 seasons because of Draymond Green. So those who say we can't wait for Kuminga, why y'all waiting on Draymond Green? We lost this year because of 20 games that he didn't play, Draymond Green. But guess what? Kuminga was there every single step of the way.
Yeah.
We can't get rid of Kuminga. We have to give him time to grow. But guess what? Everybody's giving Draymond Green time to act like a fool.
Thanks,
we all need to get rid of Draymond Green and CP3 and get Paul George.
Wow. Savi coming in hot.
Yeah, I mean,
nobody's asking for Oubre, even though he's playing good ball.
There's just no way. I don't know. There's just no way the Warriors drafted Kuminga and Wiseman and thought they would be starters 3 years into their career.
My question to that is, why is Wiseman gone? Why did you give up so fast then?
Because you won a title, or you were going for another title, and you won a title with Wiseman has a ring.
Right,
so you won a title with Wiseman, and you realized at that point he wasn't ready, and you recalibrated. You didn't expect to win in 2022. You did win in 2022. You went for a repeat in 2023, and Wiseman couldn't help you in 2023. So I think, they thought long-term, then they switched real quick back to short-term.
There we go. Okay.
And now we're still in the short-term deciding whether we're going to, keep kind of going for it now as opposed to maybe thinking a little more about the long-term future.
I think it's also as simple as they didn't want to pay him.
Who, Wiseman?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably part of it.
Or maybe they didn't have enough money to pay him because you got everything else locked up.
Exactly. Let's do another call, the opposite call. Nick in Berkeley. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man?
Good, man. Hey, you know what? The Warriors are worth a lot more since the owner bought them, and I'm telling you right now, man. I mean, luxury tax, whatever, pay it, bro. You got billions. You feel me? Get LeBron in here. I don't even care. The fans deserve it. Look at Tate Center. Look at all the support the Warriors got nationwide, globally, man. You cannot tell me that the Warriors ain't raking in bucks. You know what I mean? The equity of their team is gone. I don't even know what's gone exponential. But I'm telling you right now, we got to trim the fat, and then we got to sign some big names, man. Like, the world would go crazy if the Warriors signed LeBron. Think of the hype. You know what I'm saying? Players would sign for cheaper just to come here to play with LeBron and Curry. You know what I mean?
I wonder.
Like, I'm telling you, man, and I would love to see. I don't care what people say about LeBron. He's a beast, man. Or go get Kevin Durant for an encore. He's putting up numbers like LeBron. You know what I mean? Like,
All right.
whatever it takes to win, I don't even care no more, man.
All right.
My Niners stress me. Spend some money. Let's go.
All right, Nick.
Yeah, I like Nick. He got rhythm in his voice, Donnie.
Get them both. Get Durant and LeBron.
But it's not
Get
Joe
Paul
Lacob
George,
running
too.
out of money. It's the haters.
Well-
They got together and they put in rules, Donnie, and they put in rules to stop this like they did Eddie D.
That's the hometown narrative. Yes. The hometown narrative
Eddie D was
is
a
the
beast.
NBA went after, picked
Yeah.
on Joe Lacob.
Right.
Okay. Let's go to
who we got? It's easy. Pick one.
Jocko's in the oh no, let's go to Mike in Oakland. He's been waiting the longest. Hey Mike, what's going on, buddy? Mike in Oakland.
This guy in front of me. Thanks for letting this guy in front of me steal my thunder, man. I've been waiting for you guys all this time. But anyway, this is my take. The Warriors are very inconsistent scoring. So therefore, you need scorers, man. I want to see LeBron because LeBron is going to bring star power. He's going to bring some fouls in here, which we don't have with Steph Curry. You get Kevin Durant in here as well because he's going to bring scoring and consistency. So you get that right there will take the Warriors a long, long way deep into the playoffs because of consistency. We lost this year because of consistency. And that was the real reason. If you can get them in there just for a year, just say, hey, look, for a year, we'll take you guys both, and then get them out of here. And we're going for a championship that year. Okay. That's my take. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Mike. I don't even know what to say to that. How about we move right along to Jocko?
Yeah.
Jocko's in the city. What's up, Jocko? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for getting me back on. Yeah, I want to talk about how Draymond is the anchor, and I don't mean in a good way.
Okay.
He's got this ship moored in the harbor, and they can't get out to the open postseason. And he's got him stuck in more than one way with the contract, also with the style of play the team can play with him. I think finding players that fit in the old system, those days are done. The league's caught up. That was 10 years ago when they started it, and you saw how the Kings blew up that system. They just don't have the young guns to run that system anymore. And as far as like the players I would keep, I would trade Draymond if you could in a heartbeat. Send him to play with his BFF down in LA. Maybe get Rui back and Vando. But I would be hesitant to. Well, I would trade anyone not named Steph. But if I was going to keep anyone, it would probably be Kuminga, and it would be Wiggins, just because they're the right age, the right athleticism. And I would be willing to see what Wiggins looked like, not being stuck playing in the system and playing with Draymond. So those are my 2 cents.
Yeah, appreciate the call. I mean, yeah, I mean, as it relates to Kuminga, you know, do I think he's going to be a superstar? I have my doubts.
Okay, I appreciate the honesty.
Well, there's only about 6 to 8 superstars in the league right now. That's what I call a superstar. Does he have a chance to be a star? Maybe. It's very possible, but I don't believe he's going to be a star for a little while. Like, not next year.
Yeah.
Like, he has way too much to me, way too much to learn before we can ever start talking about him as like a 2 on a playoff team.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But your situation is...
So I'm sorry. I am not sitting here in 3 years after Steph Curry retires and watching Jonathan Kuminga in another uniform be a hell of a basketball player while I'm sitting here with nothing, not Kuminga, not draft picks, just because we pursued a long shot idea, which is what I think of it.
Yeah.
I think it's a long
if
shot.
they do it, Steiny, Lacob and company are thinking it's not. That's the difference.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Because we all win and lose at life, but it's all about the analytics to go into, like you said, they could bring LeBron James in here, Steiny, and they don't win one, but Joe Lacob in 10 years or 5 years can look back and say, you know what, I threw everything in the kitchen sink at that issue. We went and got LeBron. We thought it was right. It didn't work out, but I don't second guess anything. That's half the battle to me.
Yeah, I think that's like I look at it. Here's the way I look at it. again, I always allow for the worst case scenario because maybe it's because I covered the Warriors for 12 years when they never made the playoffs. But it is like Warrior fans cannot wrap their head around, like, even though the Warriors have missed the playoffs 3 of 5 years, many of them cannot even wrap their head around the idea that we could miss the playoffs for 3 or 4 years. That's not even in the equation. That's not even on the board. They don't even think that. They please, never in a million years. And all I'm telling you is if you make a move for a Durant or a LeBron or a guy like that, I think you increase the odds of that kind of disaster as opposed to pursuing something a little more rational, a little more incremental.
But how would the disaster happen with the talent you're bringing in? Now, down the road, when it's over, I get that.
One injury and no draft picks away from complete and utter disaster. And I get, but I also believe, because
injuries can happen to any young.
Right, yeah. But they're going. Do you believe the Warriors are going to have more injuries probably than most teams next year?
No, I don't.
Okay, I do, and I've got to plan on that. I can't run 35 years old.
But don't you do that when you put a team together?
But why have the Warriors run out of gas the last 2 years?
Well, I don't call a guy getting suspended running out of gas.
Well, he didn't, but what about Steph?
He had to carry so much weight because there was not a bona fide number 2 scorer, Steiny.
Let's go to Ray in San Jose. What's up, Ray?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
I've been a Warriors fan my whole life. Hope you guys can hear me.
Yep.
Yeah, we got you.
And awesome. Yeah, first time calling in. I just want to say I'll take my high basketball intelligence and IQ to try to, settle the course with all NBA fans. I'm going to repeat what Stephen A. Smith said on his YouTube channel. When Draymond Green is not on the court, the Warriors have the 27th rated defense. They're bad. When Draymond Green plays, they're 7th in the NBA. That basically means when Draymond plays, he's shoring up the defense. All the players that can't play defense on the Warriors. That's vital. So I want players and everybody to stand there and act like you're talking to Steph Curry. And I want you to tell him to remove his brother and arms, the shield of the defense that's helped the Warriors dominate for the past 9 years. Tell him not to be on the team. That's crazy. And if you want a second take, I can give you a second take.
Oh, yeah. I'm up for it.
I like how Paul Pierce said that he can see Donovan Mitchell go to the Lakers. And the reason being is because right now Donovan Mitchell's a steal. He can pay like $32 million a year. That's very accessible, easily financeable. The Warriors ownership group, they have like 19 owners, under Laker. They have the money and capital to make that happen. If you wanted to move the younger players, you can. If you wanted to trade Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, we all like them. But you could trade the 2 young players, have Clay go to the bench, and replace him with Donovan Mitchell. The moment I saw that, Paul Pierce brought up the idea that Donovan Mitchell can go to Lakers. I do not want to see Donovan Mitchell here on the West Coast dominate with the Lakers. I'd rather see him in the maize and the blue.
Thanks, Ray.
That's all I got to say.
Appreciate it, Ray.
Ray.
The numbers on defense, you can tell. Yeah, are they better with Draymond defensively? Yes, of course they are.
We left out offense,
but they ain't better enough defensively.
Right.
Like, I don't care what those numbers say.
And I'll put on the play-in game for you.
209. Anthony Edwards needed a couple years, so why doesn't Kuminga get that same time as a starter, not coming off the bench?
Anthony Edwards is getting 500 at-bats. Kuminga's getting 90.
Anthony Edwards is so much better than Kuminga, first of all. Secondly, Anthony Edwards got drafted onto a terrible team. Mm-hmm. Kuminga drafted onto a championship team.
That helps.
And Kuminga didn't earn his way into the starting lineup till his 3rd year. So,
where are you at on Donovan Mitchell as a player?
I like him a lot.
13 M's? I was like, that's
35.
Okay, I was just like, thank you, Evan. I was like, come on.
Yeah. Reciprocal. Yeah. That's all right.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number.
2 short segment.
Last chance to get in with a phone call at 888-957-9570. What's coming up next on The Game is presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also, don't forget, download that Odyssey app. You can catch all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo It's free. You can now download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. It's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union.
Let's go,
Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today.
The Big Three have provided.
I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, real quick, I want to address something, and then we got to get to Goo. There was a text I read, 209, Anthony Edwards needed a couple. Why doesn't and he 209 texted back, and I must have misread it, because he says what he's saying is, now that the Warriors aren't a championship team, it's time for Kuminga to get the necessary time he needs to grow. In other words, Anthony Edwards needed a couple years. He got him because Minnesota wasn't that good.
No doubt.
Well, guess what? I think the guy's saying the Warriors ain't that great now either. They're a 10th seed. We're out of the championship window, so let's get Kuminga. Let's see if we can accelerate his growth.
Well, let's just say if you were sipping on the syrup and you believe that, the politics of having icons like 3 future Hall of Famers in your way, regardless of where you think they're at, that's going to be that's an iceberg anyway for you to doodle daddle and kind of work on your rough draft. You know what I mean? Anthony Edwards was able to play actual live games. It was his rough draft.
Man, he had a little bit of more of a clue.
No doubt.
How to play basketball.
No doubt.
Go ahead, play that thing. I'm not on Twitter.
Do we have another guru?
Evan,
I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that. I don't like how you're looking at me, really.
Play it again.
Look, Steiny. I said, I'm a Pirate fan. You got to have more hope than that.
They got off to a good start this year. How are we doing? What's our record?
Oh, this is what it's bad.
What do you mean?
4 games.
Play it again, Evan.
I said, I'm a Pirate. You guys are wild. You got to have more hope.
No, you said you wanted to address something right now.
Yeah, I denounced my fandom yesterday on Twitter of the Pittsburgh Pirates, and mainly because of the owner. And I've never felt more freer. Some people don't believe me. My mentions blew up. I got personal texts. I'm done. I am done loving you when you got an owner, Bob Nutting, Steiny, that's his name, that said he is okay with being mediocre. You go 2 for 37 on a 6-game road trip and get swept by the A's? I am out, Steiny. I'm out rooting for crap, and especially when I know the owner is not in. He say what you want about Jerry Jones and these other owners. Steve Ballmer, they care. This dude don't care. I'm out. I've rooted for this team my whole my whole life. I'm done. I'm not playing. They could win the World Series. I'm done. And I've never felt more like, is my days dimmer in the night? I don't got much time left. I'm not wasting time on crap. The Pirates stink. The ownership stinks. And I've been there at every turn, numerous 100-game losing seasons. I'm done, bud. And I just put it on Twitter, and thank you, Twitter, for being there for me. And I love myself for using the word denounce. It's so powerful. That means I'm leaving you. I'm divorcing, Steiny. I am done.
All you're doing is saying you're done.
I didn't even look at the score today. They don't play. But I'm done, Steiny.
I mean,
I slept well.
Forget about me. Like, nobody believes you. Let's not make it about me versus you.
Well, let's put the right on the table.
Nobody out there believes you.
Does a fan have a right? It's my fandom to do that. A's fans, there's no question.
You can do whatever you want.
That's what I'm saying. So I did it.
Yeah, but I don't believe you're going to do it.
Why would you say that?
Because you do this a lot, this kind of thing.
Have I been married more than once? Do you know of?
Oh, no. That's not what I mean.
Evan, yeah, thanks.
What I mean is that in order for you to prove...
I stick around.
It's going to take years for you to prove that you really believe this. And I'll catch you slipping at some point. The minute they win
that's your job in life.
The minute they win 3 in a row, you're going to jump back on. I've seen it before.
Are you kidding? You think this is a joke?
Done it with the Cowboys a million times.
No, I say different stuff. I never say I denounce.
Oh, denounce is the...
that's powerful.
Pirates got a lot of winnable games coming up, Gil.
Against who? They had the A's and got swept. They got swept by the A's. What name on the schedule gives you any confidence more than the A's?
Colorado.
Oh, God.
I'll tell you what.
The Angels.
A couple.
No.
I got a couple. I got 1-4 and 1-5 here. 650, clearly a P1. Goo, I thought you were a Dodgers fan.
I'm not. Come on, stop. I don't even. Oh,
this is the best one.
That.
This is the best one from Carson Turner.
We'll decide that.
I know it's a 5. Guru with an eye patch and peg leg tomorrow.
Yeah.
You should be happy, Sonny. You always hate when he drops the bucko in the group.
Yeah, like he's not going to do that.
But remember how that was coming in fast and
still
frequent? They got... Dude, they went 2 for 36 with runners in scoring position on a 6-game road
Russell
trip.
Westbrook is gone 4 for 26. No, you know what he is?
Well, this is ownership. He was bad.
By the way, from the great Rich Mitchin on YouTube, donating $2 to say, this is the best show. May it live forever.
I don't know
Unlike
if I want to be
Guru's
with you.
fandom for the Pirates.
Do you?
Well, you had a longer run with me than I was.
Do you realize in the last 4 games of the playoffs,
I already know the number.
I want you to close your eyes and try to do that.
I'm out.
Russell Westbrook is 6 for 35.
Oh.
He is 6 for 35 from the field.
Man.
He's made that many?
In the last 4 games.
Evan, he had one point-blank range yesterday, and it was like, just CYO missed. Like, dude, what's going through your noggin?
I don't know. Maybe me throwing a dart at a dartboard left-handed.
Well, let's be
blindfolded.
Honest. Let's put another rat on the table.
Behind my back.
That was a moment in time for Harden and PG, and they failed together. You might win tomorrow. You don't get that back, Stoney. I cheer for guys and gals that give up on dudes. I'm unlike you. I'm not cold-blooded. Gosh, they were awful from the start. And I'm not talking about the ball going.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Oklahoma City Thunder.
No, I'm talking about PG.
Oh.
Whatever Evan called him today. PG 4 for 13. That's an 8.
I thought you were going to bring up one of my little pet peeves. When people say,
you got a million.
Can you believe the Oklahoma City Thunder traded James Harden and broke up those big 3? I'll tell you one thing I'm convinced now of more than I've ever been convinced of in my entire life. Those 3 would have never won a title together.
Well, they got there.
Yeah.
Miami
never would have won a title together.
Why do you say it like
because
that? You're holding
all
something
3
back.
of them need the ball.
Well, James wasn't really James then. And he was coming up.
Never would have seen. So he would have stayed in Oklahoma City and been happy to defer to Russ all. Yet James Harden deferring to Russ his whole career. It would have never worked.
Was Miami really a bit, and no shade at Chris Bosh. If my son, a lefty, if he had that game, oh my God, was that really a big 3?
Yes. Because Chris Bosh, look at his numbers in Toronto. He was a 1.
Wade was at a different point. He needed
the reason it's a big
LeBron
3 is because Bosh was a grown-up enough to say, you know what, I'll only average 17 or 18. Right. And you know what, I'll rebound better than I did in Toronto. Chris Bosh, I have a lot of respect for Chris Bosh.
And they lost 2 finals. Remember Bron got cramp gate?
D-Wade was the biggest
Turn the heater
up.
off. D-Wade bothers me.
Why?
Oh, no.
Flash.
See, if I said something like that, you'd be like, well.
You say it every day.
That's Steiny.
I can't wait for you to tell Willard you don't like all this. I ratted
you don't like a guy, but you don't even know why.
I know why. I can't say it.
Why?
I don't want to get in trouble.
90 seconds.
He's not a good parent. Yeah, see,
better be careful.
Yeah, no doubt. Get us out of here.
Okay, here's some support for you. The 415 Guru. I felt free as well when I gave up on the Raiders.
There you
and
go.
The NFL as a whole.
As a whole, I'm watching ball.
Yeah.
Would the Giant fans take me? Like, how do you apply to a new franchise? Speak to Shasky and Bonte. Dude, I live here, so technically I'm a fan.
Yeah,
Let's put the rat on the table. You got some 49er in you.
Any fan
You got a baseball team coming to your place next year, Goo.
Somebody's making fun of me. Ace coming to Sax, Donnie.
Cool. Yeah, any talk about like the way a fan should feel, I'm probably out on it.
Somebody said that today at the station. I won't say their name. I go, you know what? That's why it didn't resonate.
What?
The fan thing. Because you ain't a fan.
I'm not.
No, I know. So this means the retirement. It's like, let's move on.
Right. That's why I said fans can do anything they want. I don't know any rules. I'm not a fan. I don't know any rules.
I
don't have rules for fans.
I got it.
I can make judgments. You can make a lot of judgments.
Well, you do that every day,
and what you did, I have made a judgment on already.
I told Willard you're mad at him.
I was You know I was in back of you when you were talking to Willard, don't you?
That's terrible.
You said to
in
Willard.
prison, I'd
You
be
said
shanked.
to Willard. I know we got to go, but you know what? It's just coming out on the other side. You were getting food with Willard. And you said Steiny's mad at you. I heard you. I was writing back at you, and he said why? And then the door started to shut. So I know you tried to start something between Willard and myself. That segment was brought to you by Safeway. I'm scared of Willard.
This week at Safeway, get amazing digital deals. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Willard and Dibbs in the house. It's the crossover on 95.7 The Game. A lot of good stuff going on today.
Oh, yeah, especially the steak. Oh, gosh.
And he wasn't even going to bring it up. I prepped him.
It was delicious. It was really good. Did you guys get some?
I'll let my man answer that.
Dibbs. Guy's
Missed it all.
insufferable.
Yeah, and that's
Seriously,
just,
the guy's insufferable.
he really is.
What?
Because
What'd I do?
you knew that Steiny was a little bit, and I don't want
He was ready.
He was a little hurt over the fact that he missed out on the steak, and so you come in and you lead with, I like the steak.
I didn't know that he was hurt. I knew that he brought it up. I thought the whole thing was tongue-in-cheek. I mean, I had to scrape the bowl to fill one tortilla.
Oh, man,
it's not
what a
like
sacrifice.
That's actually not true.
It is.
Oh,
it's
not
like,
true.
It's not,
that ain't true.
If I had left some for you, I'd have like both of us would have gotten next to none.
Yeah.
Like yeah.
Was it good, though, Willard?
It was pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good.
He didn't get any meat.
Got a little kick to it.
It
Like a
goes
little
back
spice.
to the...
Steiny, you don't like spice, do you?
It goes back to the... I was really ready to eat that.
Okay.
It goes back to the old, just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. And by my calculation, you did finish it.
I did.
And it looked like a portion and a half. To me.
Okay.
Definitely not.
It looked like... And
I did
Willard, you spent 3 minutes tilting the bowl, trying to get everything out.
Didn't touch the bowl. I'm just really good with tongs. I'm able to get everything out of there. I just, it's like it's a gift. And
You're probably good at the game Operation back in the day with be able to get those tongs in there. There goes his funny bone.
I mean,
I couldn't do that now.
back.
No chance with the shaking.
Not now. Now
with the shake.
I wouldn't even want to, even if I could.
Yeah.
That game. Anyway, I'm kidding. I'm sorry, Steiny. I didn't even know you were right.
I'm kidding, too.
I didn't know you were right behind me. And
he was hurt.
Just like Guru didn't know I was behind him when he starts talking about it.
Now that scares me. I'm talking about Steiny to Willard. He's in there over by the sink. I got to be careful.
Yeah,
we were in prison. I'd have got shanked.
Well, we don't.
Shout out Oz.
It's not that big of a space around here. And so,
be careful.
You just have to make assumptions sometimes.
You got to keep your head on a swivel.
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
You absolutely have to. No doubt about it.
Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the chicken because that was good too.
Yeah, it was fine.
Yeah.
I missed out on everything. I got about
You're too skinny.
9 chips. Yeah, I didn't realize
I
it was
a couple chips and salsa with some black
That's what
beans
I have
on it.
right now.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was an 11:30 tip off. So
wasn't supposed to be.
Yeah, I got here at 1, thinking I might scoop and score on a little bit of chicken.
Yeah.
But if you were real,
They're packing
your
up.
guys would have looked out for you and had you a plate to the side.
But they know that I'm not about that life right now,
that's
so
right.
they didn't
That's
even
right.
think about it.
Dibs is trying
Nobody
to
thought
disappear.
about it.
Yeah.
For me.
Which means, and the other part of it is right now I'm on the hook for a dozen donuts, box of doughs. I lost a bet to Mark.
Which one? Tell us which one.
This was the stupid bet of we're going to find out why Andrew was gone.
The Boris 4.
Oh, this was the Boris 4 bet.
Boris
I already
4.
paid off the other one, which was a pizza.
Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
wow.
You did.
You owe me babysitting. I owe the crew a box of donuts, but because I'm on this AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com journey,
There you go.
down 23 pounds, I'm not sure if I'm ready to bring in a box of donuts and have the willpower to stay off.
I'm fine if you wait anyway.
Okay.
Let's have it be the celebration for when the Giants clinch a playoff berth.
Okay.
How about that?
Sounds good. 2028 it is.
And,
why don't
They didn't get swept.
I can solve this problem though. Why don't the box that you owe Willard, right?
Yeah.
Tell Guru to bring a box in for losing the Lakers bet.
Well, that bet is going to be paid off with me saturating my liver with alcohol.
That was an alcoholic bet.
Yeah.
That was an alcoholic
It
bet.
could be tomorrow if you guys are around.
It could be.
Cafeteria.
Speaking of 2028, that's probably when that one's going to get paid off too. That'll probably be the next time that I can go out after a show.
Good
but
call.
That's my own issue.
Yep.
So anyway,
I want you to come out.
I
You'd be
really
so much fun.
want
Seriously,
to as
Will.
well. I really want
Actually,
to as well.
2030, because then little man will be driving by 2030.
God, is it going to be that long?
Yeah.
Willard's crying
Yeah.
out loud.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, tell
you're
me
right.
about it.
You're right. He's only 10. Anyway, how you guys doing?
We're doing well.
You're doing well.
Now we have to apologize to the audience. I hate it when we're sitting here talking about our free lunch to everybody who's cruising around out there in the world.
Well, it's not free. We have to work here to get it.
That's a good point. I wish guacamole for all of you. I really do. Happy Cinco de Mayo, and I hope that
Sunday.
I hope that everybody knows what that's actually about.
Wow, good call.
Don't just go get drunk. Go find out what it's about. That's always my thing.
And while you're at it, figuring out what it's about, pour one out for the Chevys in Emeryville, which is going to be closing.
No.
Yeah.
So many memories there.
One of the great.
And they actually, Dibs, weren't in need of a closer.
No, they weren't. Thank you.
I had to interrupt you to get that.
No. And I've got other live reads we can get to. Fremont Bank got 22 branches around the Bay Area.
This whole conversation was a build up to that moment. I want our audience to know.
That was incredible.
Yeah, it was a long cruise.
It was unscripted. But as you're making your way through your Cinco de Mayo weekend, that's one of the great Chevys in the Bay Area. You're stuck in traffic, and you just don't feel like grinding it out anymore. You pull off a Powell, sit on that back deck with a view of San Francisco. Spectacular
Give me a
Chevys.
Cadillac,
But
too.
I don't know if it's closed already or if it's about to close, but it's...
A lot of the Chevys have gone by the wayside.
This one's on... Yeah, this one is closing.
The famous one in Dixon on the drive up to Davis in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I think we lost that one a number of years ago.
There's one in the Union City still
rocking.
kicking. Yeah, great margarita,
Man.
Willard.
Oh my!
My go-to is always the one in Greenbrae, which is... I mean, it hasn't been a Chevy's forever.
Yeah, that's gone.
Yeah, it's been long gone. But
I love their chips and salsa.
Their chips and
No
salsa
doubt.
were legendary.
Yeah.
I was never hungry when the meal came, ever.
Yeah.
You know,
If you were hungry when the meal came, you didn't do it right. You messed up Chevys. If you were still hungry when the enchiladas showed up. Period. That's my opinion, and I'm keeping it.
So you brought up, it's Cinco de Mayo. Don't just go out there and drink. Learn a little bit about it. I don't know why I get a kick out of this from the YouTube chat from Niner Gang 4. Don't be a hater, Willard. We turning up.
Go drink. Just don't say Happy Mexican Independence Day to anybody, because that's not what it is.
Right.
And you can actually impress some people if you're just like Clink. You're like Battle of Puebla, right?
Yeah.
Just do that. That's all I ask. It's the same thing on St. Patty's Day. Y'all are just drunk. You have no idea why. Get drunk, but just know why.
Yeah.
That's all I want from people. Make a line outside of the bar. I think that that bouncer should not be checking IDs. You should be interviewing people. Why are you here? And if you can answer, you get in. And if not, you take a lap. You Google, then you come in.
Take a lap.
That's all I'm saying.
de
That's all I'm saying.
Great hit.
Yeah, there you go. Anyway.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bottoms up. Soda. It's always
I was going to say,
flavored water.
As long as we're non sequituring,
it's time to put your lips on a farmer.
That is one of the boss's pet peeves. He does not. So just to set the tone, we had a barbecue in here with Mexican food. It was great, and they had a bucket of Modelo beer.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to wait till 2, but he makes sure, like
something happened.
Oh yeah.
He makes
something
sure,
happened.
like.
Oh yeah.
It actually pisses me off.
Does it?
When
Yes,
we're
'cause
on remote,
I don't
we've
like-
been on remotes
like-
before.
Like, it's like I told my high school coach once. Just tell me something one time. That's it. You don't have to repeat it. And I know he doesn't want anybody drinking when they're on the air.
Right.
Not even one. Not even for show. Not even at the summit. But damn it, the beer's sitting there and he's got to say it again.
I told you.
I think he feels like he's been defied a
Yeah,
time or
no
two.
doubt, Willard. Something happened.
I think
Well,
he
not
believes-
if I defied him. He didn't know it.
Yes, but he did. So he told
like,
you
look,
something
look, hey,
once and you didn't listen.
Look,
I
we
mean,
got it.
I mean, honestly, I swear to God, it does
We
kind of.
got it, boss.
There's about 4 things that bother me about that. One is that he keeps saying, "Don't do that." When he's now been a boss here 6 years. There's something else too. There's like an assumption by him that if I had one, I'd be obliterated or couldn't do my job, or even worse, he'll probably have to have 9 if he has one, and so we can't have that. Like,
Well, he knows what we do on Friday.
It's just
That's why I assumed he did
inferred we are not responsible,
Right.
And I don't like it, Dibs.
Yeah. Well, I think the part that would chap my hide is the part about you've already told me and the message was received. Let's just go ahead and leave that there instead of driving home the point. It becomes a reiteration sensation is what it is when, yes, you've spoken your piece. You're the boss, and I will be in line. I will not do that. So there we go. Said, and received.
That said, I would totally tune in for the Drunk Steiny show.
Well, you know what?
I would. Who would not?
Well,
come on, YouTube.
I would be open
would
to
you
that.
Tune in to the Drunk Steiny show.
I don't know about drunk, but like maybe
whatever, loose.
But no, I don't understand why we couldn't do that. And the reason do you ever see the thing? They used to have them up at Sears Point. It was. They would have a professional driver with a guy who was drinking.
All right,
and they would allow him to drive the car after each beer, and you would see how much worse he got. It was very, I don't know how, but it was in a safe environment.
Well, sure, contained.
And it was a way of showing how inebriated and whatever.
Yeah, no cross traffic.
Right. So if
the Don't Stop Believing show was the closest to, remember that, the King's Nightmare.
Look, there's different cultures.
Dibs ran a treadmill during a show.
Yeah, 4 hours. 4-hour treadmill.
Fairly recently.
Yeah, that was actually a long time ago. But
it couldn't be that recent.
Different station, different time. I did the entire show on a treadmill. I was training for an ultra marathon, so I thought it'd be a fun bit.
Get out of here, man.
So I'm doing track. We got troubles on the Nimitz. 3-car conundrum at Whipple.
So just traffic. You weren't hosting a 4-hour show.
No, traffic and sports.
Okay.
And the occasional, chiming in from the back room.
Me. Got it. Okay.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But as we look to spice things up in the summer, maybe that's a look, I've got an idea.
Man.
Drunk radio.
You would have to have a producer on high alert. The producer would have to be on high alert. He would have to have
exactly. For sure. Yeah,
he would absolutely have to. You're listening. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal's first class money market today.
So as far as Cinco de Mayo and getting drunk on the air and all the rest of it, what have you guys been talking about? Like, what's really hit you today?
Well, what's hit me is the big picture of it feels almost like free agency is starting, even though the playoffs are going on.
For the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we talked all year about the names that could. You never know. It matters how it ended. Somebody might become available. And sure enough, that's what's happened. LeBron is going to opt out. He's going to be a free agent. We pretty much knew that, but it's official. Phoenix is in trouble. They can't do nothing, you would think. And they've got players who are pretty good. I just saw today, Ramona Shelburne reported that the Clippers are reluctant to pay Paul George the max.
After a horrible game.
So
I would be
Paul George is a free agent at the end of the year. And just for kicks, I threw Embiid in there, and we kind of had some fun, knowing that any of these guys is going to cost you a bit, Kuminga and some picks. Who do you want? And there were quite a few Embiids, but it wasn't a landslide. It was fairly spread out among Durant, LeBron, Paul George, and Embiid.
Those are the four that you threw out there?
I didn't want to throw Giannis out because I thought he'd be the overwhelming favorite. So I kind of took him out.
He getting eliminated tonight?
No. I think they're going to win that series.
Really?
Yep, that's just me.
Okay.
People go, go put it all on New York. He goes Philly.
Yeah.
That's a little joke.
Dame has been upgraded to questionable.
Okay.
Oh, you're talking Indy. I think Indy's winning that one.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I was talking Philly over New York.
Oh, no. I was talking Giannis. I was asking Giannis. Giannis is still doubtful.
Oh, he is.
He's doubtful.
Because I saw Doc Rivers say after the last game they're getting close. Usually you don't say that unless that means next game in the playoffs.
Might play, might not. Sorry. I know. Sorry, Go.
Can you help? You know what? Why don't you ask Willard? He's your best friend.
Ask him.
Why don't you ask Willard what team to root for? I bet he'd have an idea.
No, I was just mad at
Guru needs a new team.
No, I was mad at the Pirates, Dibs. I've been there since.
Yeah, 79. I told Mark during the break yesterday.
I felt it, and I feel good about it.
You denounced your Pirate fandom.
Yeah, people laughing, thinking it's a joke. But as a fan, what do I have the license to do? And I think I have the license to. If the owner is not in, a la A's fans, Bob Nutting, he's the owner of the Pirates. You learned something today. He is horrible. He's on record as saying he's okay with the team being mediocre. He's had it since 2004. It's a joke. And They're 2 for 36 on this last 6-game road trip. You get swept by the I'm out. I'm out. Like, live my life. I'm out.
Are you really out?
If they win 5 out of 6,
Exactly.
Snidey's there. Now you win a little bit, come back knocking
Did
on
you
the door.
put your Clemente jersey on eBay?
No, none of that. That's still in the closet.
Yeah.
Then you're not out. If you want to get rid of the Clemente, which is a beautiful jersey, and
they win.
I love when you wear it because it's an homage. It's a nice jersey. You look good in it. You put that baby on eBay for $125 and it sells. Okay, then we can talk. But as a fan, and this is where some OG fans get mad, but for me as a fan, you get to do whatever you want to do. You're a fan. So if you want to give up Pittsburgh and become an Oriole fan or a Rays fan or whatever fan you want to be, you get to do that. It's a free country.
You can, but then know that people like me are going to judge what kind
It's
of fan.
funny because you're not a fan of anyone.
That's
right.
what we
That's
laughed
why
at.
I had this. Before you jump on
No,
me,
just real quick.
I said to Goo, I
did.
can't tell you how to be a fan. You can be any kind of fan you want. I'm not a fan.
I'm going to refer to the Bible to retort, and it's my favorite Bible phrase. I believe it's from the book of John. Judge not, lest ye be judged.
Yeah, I don't mind being judged.
Judge not,
No, I will
lest
judge.
ye be judged. If you're not a fan of any team, you don't get to tell anybody how they get to fan.
No, he said as much. He said it. We didn't have to say it. I said, you can't. He said it.
Yeah, basically.
Yet you'll come down his road if he becomes a fan of.
Well, that's what.
Well, I also know
that's
that
what we're doing here.
I got to get this
That's what
out.
we're doing.
All right.
No, go,
Speaking of fans,
I got one other thing on that, but go ahead.
Because this is super
go
random, but
ahead.
this was part of the show. So I didn't get out of bed to talk about a subject matter that's going to alienate fans. I don't like doing that. But I'm a lifetime Golden State Warrior fan. This past decade has been great, right? We played the Durant sound on the podcast with Draymond.
Yes.
And I wanted to give Kevin Durant a hug from my seat today because I heard it in a different context today where he wasn't just upset with Dre. He was upset that he felt like Kerr and the Warrior, everybody involved,
the whole thing,
they swept it under the rug.
Yep.
And now that we've moved on, I live a little bit, and it made me go, and I'm not doing this because I like it, to the Jordan Poole fiasco and how Draymond Green basically got away with assault. And I said to myself, if they interviewed me for a 30 for 30 on this run, it's all good. Everything was great. But I will say, as a fan and radio host, it does bother me that on these 2 incidents where Dre was wrong, the Warriors they failed Jordan Poole and they failed Kevin Durant in a sense of coming down on Draymond. Come on,
And
man.
don't forget-
that hurts me when I know the
threatening
Warriors
Steve
culture.
Kerr in
The
Oklahoma
Warriors
City.
culture is everything, Mark. But now it's like you learn something about your dad as you get an adult and you're like, hey, they can't ruin the relationship, but damn, Pop. I'm just making it up, but now you get where I'm going. Like, I can't let the Jordan Poole thing go, how they let Draymond get away with it. And just hearing KD, who was not perfect and all the way right, but hearing him say all he wanted was it to be talked about. And it was swept under the rug. Like, that's heavy stuff.
The curtain gets pulled back on this stuff for all of us, I think, at one point or another. So I can say to you the same thing that Dibs just said to you about the Pirates, which is, if that's what matters to you as a fan, I can't stop you. I can even agree with you that, of course, that behavior at times has been deplorable. Steve Kerr's even called it unforgivable, then joked that he went out there and forgave him anyway. But I think that this stuff gets romanticized to the point where we believe that those things are a priority to sports teams. And
when you say those things, stuff like the argument,
my point is this: that behavior has never gotten to the point where the Warriors felt like it was worth it to risk losing him versus the opposite.
Wow.
And you can hate that. I don't love it either, but you can't sort of ask them to kick themselves in the shin by doing something like they've never felt like what was best for Warrior basketball in the standings was to get high and mighty and all moral on Draymond Green.
See, I think there might have been a middle ground looking back at the whole
You're probably
thing.
right. You're probably right.
Just talk about it.
I mean,
And Draymond did get suspended for a game for the KD thing. So, one game.
Yeah, you're right.
Didn't get suspended for punching Jordan Poole, but he got suspended for confronting Kevin Durant.
did not get suspended for the locker room incident in Oklahoma City either.
Nope.
I don't think that Kevin, in listening to that, because I heard it today as well, like I don't think that Kevin wanted a punishment. What he wanted was right. He wanted everybody to gather and get on the same page. And that
act like it didn't happen.
Right,
that's heavier than
that's a different point.
Okay.
And that's one I agree with, because no matter who you are,
that hit me.
Just the success of whatever group you've got. If you're sweeping stuff under the rug, you're not communicating, and you're letting stuff fester, that's just bad leadership.
Well, yeah. I heard a guy that said, the problem was we never had closure on that incident.
Yep.
And sometimes the way the Warriors do it or did it that year it's kind of the path of least resistance, and you're rolling, but clearly it affected Durant and his decision making. I wonder if it's got any, like, I do think there's probably, sure, I don't know what the percentage is. Are there guys that probably don't want to come here because of Draymond Green? I believe there's probably a few or some. I don't know how many. But I'm more interested in, just, I've said this before. You come to the Warriors, and it's like the easiest. It's so easy to play basketball with the big three. Let's say 5 years ago, whatever. It's also like the hardest thing, you know what I mean, in the world, because they have such big reputations, and they've got a way of doing it, and it works, and you've got to fit in, and there's a constant assessing of playing with superstars and when to defer and when not to. It's not, I mean, it's what I mean. Like, your greatest strength is your biggest weakness. Yeah. I see it as very easy on the one hand and really hard, like, in the locker room and everywhere else.
I always had a lot of compassion for Kevin Durant. You look at that, especially that first year. You look at that first year, and you think about the national criticism he took.
Oh, he took it.
He was the laughingstock of sports. And I know how people react. Oh, cry me a $35 million river, whatever. I had a lot of compassion for that. Combine it with what you just said, Steiny. Imagine it. Any company, and they're number one. They're number one in the business. They do and they're rolling. And they've got superstars at whatever they do. And then you walk into the building. Okay? And by the way, you're great in your own right, but you've got to fit in to a wheel that's turning at a very, very high rate. Do it while being criticized. Do it next to a personality like Draymond Green. Not easy. Not easy. He had a very fine line to walk all the time. And oh, by the way, go score 30 a night and be awesome.
Right.
And win every time you play.
As the new guy on a team that's already won a chip, and you come in with your own ego and your own baggage as far as how you've done things, so it's not so easy to meld. I would never say that I had sympathy for him, because
compassion was the word I used.
I never had compassion either.
Okay, do you think I'm being overly dramatic though when I just not question, because I'm Dubs on mine forever, but I look at the team.
I mean, poor guy, $35 million to do bounce shoot.
But why do we do that with the money?
Why don't we do that with the money?
Because it has nothing to. It's been proven a billion times over that it has nothing to do with our mental health or our emotions. Nothing.
Well, I disagree with that.
It's been proven.
Give me $35 million, and we'll see how my esteem and my emotions and my self-worth feels.
Would you like the list of millionaires who've taken their own life? I can give them to you for the next 20 minutes.
Right.
What? Like, why on earth?
That doesn't mean that they did that because they were millionaires or because they weren't millionaires.
No, but it's been proven that does not just. That does not.
It does not automatically equate to mental health.
No, of course
or
not.
Eternal happiness.
No.
I would argue that it's easier to be in a space and get the help that you need if you are somebody who needs mental health help.
That's true. But I mean, and we're not even talking about like suicidal mental health. We're talking about the ability to function within a system with other people. And you can pay someone, you could be Jeff Bezos. And that does not mean that you're going to get along with the people you need to get along with and all be on the same page. Like it just doesn't mean that. I know that that's where our brains go. That's just, to me, that's jealousy. And I get it. But like for us to think, give me 30 mil and everything would be perfect. No, it wouldn't be. Because that's not being a human being. It's
not
how it
saying
works.
everything would be perfect,
Well,
but
that's all
when
I'm talking
I go
about.
to dole out my compassion, I don't look to a small forward who's got all the gifts in the world who has to join a new team. That to me is not worthy of my compassion.
I mean, we're talking about this within the framework of what we're talking
Exactly.
about. I'm not saying I
Yeah.
have compassion with him more than the person at the bottom of this building right now who has no home. I'm not
Right.
saying that. But with this conversation, like what Kevin Durant has spoken about in the past, I think that it's worthy of compassion instead of criticism. Like he's been criticized for largely what? Having somewhere that he wanted to go.
And he'll be criticized again for wherever he goes next.
Real quick, and I'll let you go on this.
We'll let you go.
What I'm hearing is
We'll be listening.
There's a piece of so how much money you make?
There you go.
Enough.
On 95.7. The game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, everybody, what's going on? Gosh, there's still a lot of Kevin Durant conversation.
And get used to it for the next 2 months.
And Monty Poole is going to join us later today, but not until about 5 o'clock. I think we wanted to take this conversation in a little bit of, I don't want to say a different direction, but like we'd like to start getting some facts. Let's get some reporting on this. And so we'll absolutely do that. 5 o'clock, Monty Poole. I think we felt like we kind of wanted to start with something else, though. And maybe a little bit of the emotions that I had when the day started, a little bit of them maybe have been robbed by a plucky 3-1 victory in Boston, Mass. Maybe. But
they shouldn't be.
Not all of them, not most of them.
And I'm going to goad and prod you back into the space where you were yesterday, where you were just maybe 2 sentences away from outright disgust.
I am frustrated. I am really frustrated.
About what, Mark? They're 2 games below 500. They're right there in the West. It's a good little club.
Let me start with a question.
Sure. I'm going to try to get you there.
Don't worry. We got time.
Okay.
Even when it was great, they had what was considered a dynasty, started 14 years ago. And even then, what was the nickname for the team or how they played when they won it all in 2010?
It was torture, Mark.
Torture. Okay. Why was it torture?
Seemed like every game was in the balance and, there's some back and forth nature to it, but everything was on that razor's edge of will they or won't they.
One of their great pitchers that year was named Matt Cain. Giants fans know what it means to be Matt Cained. What does it mean to be Matt Cained?
You lose 2-1 or 1-0. Your pitcher dominates and you still lose.
Why can't the Giants ever hit? That's my question. We have to have arrived at a moment where we can ask the question, why? I don't want to ask who. There have been too many human beings who have worn this uniform over the last, since they moved to Oracle Park or since Barry Bonds left town. And I really want to, can we get to the freaking bottom of this? Half their games are not in that ballpark.
Right.
So let me remove that right away. Is that a contributing factor? Sure. But can we have a real discussion on why the San Francisco Giants, who I see all your tweets and all of your messages, guess what? Here we go again. You all think they're boring. Again.
Yep.
Second highest spender in free agency, 2 of the Boris 4, a real middle of the order, an unbelievably interesting player who's young and from another land, the grandson of the wind, is running around in center field and, good God, made an absolutely brilliant play out there earlier today.
On the heels of losing a ball in the sun.
I love it.
A guy who's never played outdoor in his life, losing another ball in the sun.
The framework for what I think should be one of the best starting rotations in baseball. And you're still bored. What is going on? Why can't they ever hit? What is it? It can't be the uniform.
Nope.
It can't just be the ballpark.
Nope.
What is it?
Do you want my answer?
Yes.
It's pretty simple.
What?
They don't have very good hitters. And this year, you got Matt Chapman, who wasn't great last year from June to October. He's come back down to earth. Michael Conforto started out hot, and he's kind of normalized. Soler, it was a bad beat yesterday. He hit 3 balls over 100 miles an hour and went 0 for 3, and he smashed his bat on his own leg, which was a pretty impressive feat. But other than that, Jung-Hoo Lee, he's come down to earth. I think if you look across not only this year, but previous years, you don't have that many good hitters. And maybe that's oversimplifying it, but honestly, and I'm not trying to compare them to the really good hitting teams like Atlanta and the Dodgers.
Why not?
Because they're not even close to those teams.
But why not?
Because they don't have a very good farm system when it comes to producing position player hitters, and that's not just Farhan. That's before Farhan. They don't produce hitters, and maybe it's because of the ballpark that they don't emphasize that. Their farm doesn't produce. Free agents don't want to go and hit there, and that leaves you with a substandard offense.
Okay. So,
and I think that's just the reality of it.
But that can't be your reality. You're not allowed.
It's been their reality.
But you can't do that as a baseball team. You can't look at the fan base and go, well, so here's the thing. Our farm system doesn't produce hitters. Well, then it needs to change. Your farm system needs to produce hitters. Okay? This fan base still sits here and talks about Barry Bonds. Farm system didn't produce him. Our area did. Our farm system did not.
Right.
Farm system produced Buster Posey. That was an incredible hitter. And there have been players who've come through. Brandon Crawford was a great Giant. And Brandon Belt was a great Giant. And there are others who have found their way, like Patrick Bailey right now is an interesting Giant.
Adam Duvall, the farm produced him.
Brian Reynolds, too.
Exactly.
Came in here and ripped one down the left field line
Pablo
just last
Sandoval
week.
deserves a mention in this.
Sandoval, sure. But
think about it, though, from then to now.
24 years in this ballpark, 25 actually. This is the 25th year in this ballpark. How many hands do you need to count the farm-produced hitters who you're like, that guy's good?
The answer is one. One hand. One hand. And you named him. And you could add in Reynolds and Duvall, who went on to hit well elsewhere.
I don't care if you let him go. That doesn't do anything for you.
Right. You're looking at Belt, Posey, Crawford, and Sandoval. And Crawford, honestly, is a bit of a reach. He had a couple of really good years and a bunch of hey, he's a great defender years.
I moved back to my hometown in 2019. Thank God. Moved back to my hometown 5 years ago. I worked for the flagship station of the San Francisco Giants.
Don't talk about that.
I was at the ballpark every single night. I was doing my show based on when the Giants played baseball. 5 years ago, I did a segment one night. We got sound of a batting practice home run from Marco Luciano. And I played the sound. I go, I want everyone to listen to this because this bat has a different sound to it. And you all know the players who have that. When the bat hits the ball and Shohei Ohtani is swinging it, it sounds different. I remember being at Oracle Park when Vlad Guerrero Jr. was a rookie and the Blue Jays came to town for an interleague showdown.
Right.
And I walked in as he stood in the batter's box in the first inning and he whacked a ball into Triple's alley and I went, oh, my man's different. The bat and the ball, when they get together, when he's swinging it, sound different. I could not have been more excited about Marco Luciano in 2019. 5 years later, he's been beaten out by Nick Ahmed, Diamondbacks cast-off. And for those of you going, why don't you bring him up? In 119 at-bats this year with the River Cats, he has one home run.
One
more than Nick Ahmed. What is it? Do we got the plague? What on earth? The Braves have more good hitters in their lineup today than I think the Giants have farmed in like 20 years.
Say that again.
Like the Braves have more homegrown good hitters in their lineup today than I think the Giants have produced since they've opened the ballpark. And it's year 25.
I mean,
that's
wow.
What is it? And I'm sure this to some of you, some of it even to myself, sounds like selfish and odd. It's a phenomenal organization that gave us 3 world championships. 3 world championships. And other years that matter. There were early years at Oracle Park. JT Snow's home run. Even 2016.
02 mattered.
Like, it's not been this horrific run of disgust. It's not Guru and the Pirates.
Wow, that hurt.
I'm sorry. It's not. But as we get to 2024 and half the fans out there give up on these conversations because they just use their little phrase, baseball's boring, which I refuse to believe. Some of this is also, some of it's the game. Some of it is the fact that your fastball, when I was going to Candlestick Dibs, a 90-mile-an-hour fastball was like, ooh, this guy throws 90.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't throw 90 in warm-ups, they don't let you into the bigs. So some of it is that. Did you watch Doval today? Good God,
He's
good luck.
throwing aspirin. Yeah.
You got no shot.
They're going to lower the mound. So we can talk about that later. But.
Yes. So I'm going to acknowledge that it's some of it. But in about 5 minutes, wait till you hear the numbers that I've amassed. And they're not boring. They're not deep. They're simple. They're simple. They're easy to understand.
Yeah.
And it will give you an idea of where the Giants sit offensively. And with what they did in the offseason, we are now 20% done with the year.
No longer a small sample.
And they don't hit.
Nope.
5 runs. They went to Fenway Park for 3 days and scored 5 times.
Yeah, they're averaging about 3.7 a game.
What is it?
They're alongside Pittsburgh, Washington, and Miami offensively. And, you don't have to be elite to win. I just looked at the 10, 12, and 14 teams. None of them were top 10 in runs scored.
But that's even what I'm getting at.
They were 12th and 14th in those years.
Pitching and defense will do it.
Right now, you're 23rd in runs scored. So, I mean, this is... To use the B word boring is too simple because I still love baseball and faster games and more action more often. But when this team falls behind by multiple runs,
I'm a Giants fan.
You can go ahead and start to fade the Giants.
Look, I come to you with questions. It's a vulnerable position. Can you please, what is it? 888-957-9570. What is it. You know what I need, Dibs? I need to go to the Inn at the Tides. Relaxing days, stunning sunsets. Yeah. Every day's magical. This is true. We were just there a few months ago. Lovely Christy and I, Bodega Bay. It was great. Inn at the Tides, special midweek rates. Start at just $249 per night and include breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay now at InAtTheTides.
Thank you.
.com.
Bring it home.
Willard and Dibs.
I'm what you might call very good at hide and seek. This one time, my parents had to round up the whole neighborhood to track me down. It was a mess.
Yaz to right center field and deep. On its way, and it is gone at Fenway Park. Mike Yastrzemski.
It's just really cool. Obviously wouldn't have the opportunity without him doing what he did. So, it's just fun. I try to enjoy every chance I get to play here. Having a lot of family here is great. And, the first time I was here, it felt a little pressure to perform and play well. But this time I really got to enjoy it and just relax and see family and have fun.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
If I were the Sox, I would try to trade for Mike Yastrzemski. He homers when he goes there every single time. That was a cool moment. That was fun.
Always is to have Yaz be back there. And the only thing cooler would be if they put him out in left and let him play left field like the old man, or the old man, the grandpa used to. But I know positionally he's much more suited to right field, but having Yaz out there in left would remind me of my childhood.
That commentary, that sound that you just heard is from NBC Sports Bay Area. How'd you feel about he had homered? He's in Boston.
Yeah.
You got a tight game, and the Giants are rallying in the 7th, and with runners on, the Sox switch and bring in a lefty to face Yaz. So the Giants, they Kaplered that one right away. Slates. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good night. 3 pitches. Is Slater now under 100?
Nope.
What's the average?
100. I mean, how dare you disparage Slates? He's in a hundo. And
beard looks good, though.
That's a tough one because the book.
Yeah.
And virtually every manager under the sun would go to the righty in that spot. Slater's a better pinch hitter than he is an actual everyday hitter so far, at least this year. I know it's really hard to parse those two because he's been bad no matter what he's done. And Yaz had the homer. You got to take the Boston part out of it. Although that is the romanticism of it.
Do you take the previous home run that day out of it?
No, you don't.
Okay.
And you also add in a sprinkle of he's about the only guy hot right now on the team.
Does he qualify as hot? He hit a homer.
I think so. And let me switch computers here because I was punching up last 15 games, and going into today, Yaz has an OPS of 1,100. 1,100 for Yaz over the last 15.
Okay, before we go further on this, we've got some developments in the other room. Hi, other room.
Yeah, latest from Adrian Wojnarowski ahead of Game 6. Bucks and Pacers tonight. Must win for the Bucks. Giannis is out. Dame, though, is back. He will play.
Lillard is in. Must win for the Bucks, or else we get to interview Giannis again for another early bow out, and he gets to get furious at a reporter.
Yeah.
I don't know if it hits the same way if he didn't play in the series.
Right, and he won't be interviewed until exit interviews, which would be tomorrow if they lost today or the day after.
Someone might catch up with him, not at the podium.
They might.
Did you guys see what the Lakers did after the Game 5 loss?
What'd they do?
They told reporters after the game, we're not doing any exit interviews later on. We're going to do them all tonight, post-game.
What?
Yeah. Post-game exit interviews.
They didn't come back within the next 48 hours and do the thing?
No, they did the thing. We'll do it live.
They're so snooty. They're so snooty. They're so snooty.
I get it, but in this day and age
I've been there.
Right.
They're so snooty.
I can imagine. I don't know. In this day and age, I don't know if we really need to have like exit interviews the next day or 2 days later.
Sure we do.
Everything is always out there at all times. It's not like we need another news cycle to digest a 5-game loss to Denver.
We wouldn't get Klay Thompson saying, don't you want to talk about all the games that I played? You want to talk about the future already? Can we talk about now? We wouldn't get that. You got to go get that.
Do we really need that? I mean, we do in this business, but
here's what I would say. Yeah, look, this business is part of their business. Okay? I know sometimes we say things, it's like, oh, sure, you want that because you're media. Well, that's part of it. That's part of it. That's part of the whole deal. That's why they have the rules that they have with regard to talking to the media. It's why fans are as into it as they are, because there's a conduit, there's ability for them to talk about it and all that stuff. So, yeah, I do think you need that stuff. And I think doing it right after, especially being eliminated from the playoffs, is a horrible time to do it because you're exhausted, you're emotional, you're frustrated. That's not the time to start thinking about your contract extension or whatever people actually want to talk about. The whole point is like, dude, get a break. Go get a night of sleep, maybe 2. Go on a boat ride, and then come back in regular clothing, and let's have a conversation about where this leaves us. I don't think that's too much to ask. I think that makes sense for everybody involved.
Yeah, unless you want to just be done and go off to Cancun the next day or even that night. I can see where the players are like, I don't want to come back in a day or 2 days. You got any questions? Ask me now, and you can forget about me later because we just got knocked out in the first round.
Anyway, interesting. All right, so no Giannis, but yes, Dame, and the Bucks absolutely have to win, must-win situation. All right, is Yaz hot? He's not hot.
11 of 29.
Yeah, that's hot.
3 home runs and an OPS of 1,100.
In the last 29 at-bats. What are you going back to? Are you going back to the
last
18th?
2 weeks.
18th?
I just did I went to MLB.com and I did the sort of the last 15 days.
On April 18th, Mike Yastrzemski was hitting 135. 135.
April 18th.
With an OPS of 373.
That's not good.
That is some of the most disgusting work I've ever seen.
Even if that was your OBP, you'd still want your on base to be a little higher than that.
So that was on Thursday, April 18th.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 games later. Batting average is 233. OPS is 647. And yes, as you pointed out, all 3 of his home runs this year have come in that time. So there you go.
Patrick Bailey would be the only other hitter you could look at and say he's had a good run. His OPS is 822 over that same sample, but Conforto, 10 for 51. Soler is 8 for 46 over that same stretch with a couple of homers, but by and large, the Giants' offense has been putrid. Yaz has been a nice little boost, and Bailey's been pretty solid all year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, would it shock you if I told you that the Giants, that there's 30 Major League Baseball teams?
Yeah.
I know that part doesn't shock you.
Nope, 15 apiece.
Would it shock you if I told you, especially those of you who've watched them play, they are dead center, middle of the pack in terms of batting average in the major leagues? They are 15th in batting average.
Okay. It's not stunning because I know, and I've been tracking this because I gave you my lower the mound argument before, and one of the arguments was going back to 1968 when they last lowered the mound. The big metric was 7 teams in Major League Baseball that year were hitting 230 or lower. So I've kind of had my eye on that number as a big reason to lower the mound. So I know that currently there are 9 teams in Major League Baseball hitting 230 or lower. And I know the Giants are hitting better than 230, so they're probably hitting about 240.
Might be a touch under that. Give me a second.
Yeah.
And we can do that. But yeah.
I guess that's my way of saying 15th. I figured that they're right about 240, which is about the middle of the pack.
Team batting average for the Gigante is 239. Yeah. 239. There you go. And that, by the way, that was all going into today. All these numbers that I'm about to give you are all going into today. Okay? The 15th in batting average, half the league, more than half the league, 15 teams are actually hitting worse. Can you imagine? Have you watched these games? Have you watched the parade of ground balls from this baseball team? Half the league is worse.
Right.
So that is a point that I want to make today. Part of this is the game. Part of this is the filthy 101 mile an hour cut fastballs that are coming at these dudes. They are human beings, and oh my God, it's impossible.
Impossible.
So that is one of the points I want to make today for sure.
Can I just give a brief perspective on that fact?
Let's go.
2010, Giants won the World Series, and that year they were league average. In batting average, they hit 257.
257.
There was one team that hit lower than 239 that year, and it was the Seattle Mariners. And so 239 in 2010 was good for 29th. This year,
15th.
Dead average.
15th.
So that shows you just over that course of time how much harder it is to hit now. And I know approach has changed, but also you've got 9 real hitters now, as opposed to back then you had 8 real hitters in half of baseball.
I spent years fighting off the whole, like the pitch clock has been wonderful, but I spent years saying that I don't mind if your game is 3 hours. The Niner game is 3 hours. I have no issue with giving you 3 hours of my time.
It's funny because we never once say, how long was that football game?
Never.
Never.
Oh my God, it was 3 hours and 5 minutes? I got to get, you don't got to go anywhere.
Totally.
You're at a game. You're just going to go sit in the parking lot.
Oh, boy.
And sober up, whatever the hell y'all do post-game. Y'all ever left a 49er game before? None of you are going home.
I've tried.
You're just going back out there to keep doing whatever the hell you were doing before the game. That's all everyone's doing. You don't have anywhere to be. I know baseball.
And if you do, you're not going there anyway.
Like, I know football's not at 7 p.m. on a Tuesday night. I understand. I really understand. But the way I look at entertainment, if I'm going to break off the hundreds of dollars it takes to do this, I got you 3 hours. We're good. There have been games where like this pitch clock era starts, and I'm like, hold on a second.
Slow down.
It's the 4th inning. I've been here for 27 minutes. Like, what am I supposed to do if this thing ends in an hour and 20? Just go home? I just got here. So I've got your 3 hours, but what are you filling my 3 hours with? What are you filling it with? So the pitch clock helped, but I think it's fake love. I think it's totally fake. The reason we all love the pitch clock is because we want it to only be 2.5 hours because we don't love what they're filling the 3 hours with. But what if they were filling the 3 hours with something that was fun? Okay? So very much so. Part of this is the game. And the pitching is just, it's getting too good. And you can say, oh, well, that's boy, what would take the easy way out? That's whining. No, they're human beings. And like, they can't see the ball. You can't see the ball. Do you know what it's like to stand next to a 101 mile an hour cut fastball and try to hit it?
Right.
I mean, it's just absurd.
Well, even if you know it's coming.
Right.
Like if the pitcher say, hey, I'm going to throw a 101 here. Yeah, okay, you can gear up for it and you have a better chance. But these guys are mixing that in with 92 mile an hour sliders. And 88 mile an hour changeup.
I'm watching these guys against Doval in the 9th. He faced 3 hitters, and they were totally guessing. They're just like, I'm swinging. You have to predetermine it. It's the same way I play Madden. This is why my son beat me every time whenever we would play Madden, because I'm predetermining where I'm going with the ball. Because I don't have this little thing that they've got.
X square, R1, R2.
Just like, he's like, Dad, duh, you hit the Y and then put the bottom. Like, what? I don't know. What are you doing with your fingers? Do you have 17 fingers over there? I can't work this controller that fast. I'm hitting A and I'm throwing it to that guy. And if he's open, great. If you pick it off, I lose. I'm going to live. Let's go eat. But that's what they've got to do. They've got no shot. All right, listen to this. They're 15th in batting average. It goes down from there.
Oh, yeah.
The San Francisco Giants, with their fancy new lineup, are 21st in home runs. They are 22nd in runs scored. They are 19th in total bases. They are 18th in OPS. They are 17th in hits. They are 21st in drawing walks, supposedly a staple of the Farhan Zaidi analytics system. Drawing walks, they're 17th. I'm sorry, they're 21st. They're 21st.
Yeah.
And this one is oddly standing out to me. They're 26th in stolen bases. That is your new and improved, exciting, very expensive, free agent acquisition San Francisco Giants 2024 offense. That's who they are. The whole organization went out, they had meetings, and they went out this offseason and said, we've got to fill this ballpark. I think there's some of this going on with the Warriors. Let's not worry so much about winning a title, but we've got to be interesting. How can we ignite our fans? Someone in the room went, how about a light show? Great. Let's do that. What else you got?
It's good for one inning and home games only in a particular situation.
Well, if
with
someone,
one guy.
If someone would ever hit a home run, it would go, the light show would happen more.
Okay.
But 21st in home runs, and it feels like maybe 2 of them have happened at home this year. I'm exaggerating, but not by much.
Right.
Okay. Someone else in the room went, let's go get some players with power. Sweet. Then they put on that uniform, and I don't know what happens. They put on the uniform, and you can't hit anymore. That seems to be it. You put the Giants uniform on, that's it. You can't hit anymore. You it just doesn't happen. Jorge Soler, I'm not doing my job. Matt Chapman looks exactly like the guy who had a broken hand all last year with the Toronto Blue Jays. Like, they're not like the worst you've ever seen, but Jung-Hoo Lee's numbers aren't sparkling. But like, to me, of all the players that I watch come to the plate, that's the one I enjoy watching the most.
Yeah.
Enjoy watching the most. He hit 3 balls today that could have been home runs. None of them made it out. And
his opening at bat, he hit it about 417 to the deepest part of the park.
Would have left 10 ballparks.
Yeah, I heard
had
that.
An expected batting average of 800.
Yeah, tough break. Not today.
Not today.
Not in that ballpark where you get out to 421 in deep, deep right center field. Soler is on pace to hit 25 home runs, and his 162 game average is 31. So he's just a little bit behind where he should be. But you're asking for guys to do things that they have done maybe once or twice in their career, but it's not like this is Pete Alonso, a guy who you can pencil in for 40 homers a year.
By the way, the whole stat about the Giants not having anybody who's hit 30 home runs since Bonds, I'm not obsessed with that. If Soler does hit 25 and were to hit 250, and I don't know if any of them were ever well-timed, like, you know what? I'm in. Like, if it's all combined with winning, cool. Give me 25 home runs and the playoffs over 35 home runs and 4th place, for sure. But I don't know, man. It feels like a disease. It feels like a disease. They've been in the ballpark for 25 years, and we are struggling to get beyond 5 people who this team has drafted that came up and excited you with their bat. And we're actually being loose with that because we're putting the Brandons in there,
right,
who often frustrated you more with the bat than anything else.
Exactly. And so you can look and you can draw the line wherever you want on the list. The bottom line is what you said last segment that really hit me. And the Braves have more of those people in their lineup on the regular right now than the Giants have had in the 25 years. And I think about the 2021 season where the Giants were second in baseball in home runs. And yeah, you had career years from guys like Brandon Belt and Brandon Crawford, but you also had contributions up and down the lineup. Yaz with 25, Wilmer with 18, Lamont Wade had 18, Austin Slater had 12 home runs. So even those guys who just 3 years ago were legitimate contributors to the number 2 home run hitting team in baseball, they have all fallen off. So your farms produce next to nothing, and the guys who were mainstays over the last few years, they've really hit the skids, and now you're left with Soler and Conforto and Chapman as your 3 big bats, and, you know, Soler is 5 home runs. Nice, 5. Yeah. I mean that'd be great if he wasn't your leading home run hitter.
Thank goodness for Bailey. But as I said, like, we're just spotlighting the last 5 years, kind of the Farhan era, if you will, and listen to who we've been excited about. Luciano, top of the list. Oh, my God. Wait till you see him. Still waiting.
Yeah.
Elliot Ramos. There's another name. Oh, this guy. He's got all the tools. He's toolsy. Still waiting. We get cups of coffee. Organization feels like they might even be out on Ramos to a certain
How about
degree.
Luis Matos?
Luis Matos.
Call him up.
Where'd he go? How about Hunter Bishop? I couldn't even tell you, and I stare at this stuff all day. I couldn't even tell you what the hell's going, what his story is. So there have been pitchers. Kyle Harrison is here, winning pitcher today. Looks like he's starting to boogie a little bit, by the way, now. Okay, let's talk pitching. Mark, 15th is okay if you combine it with great pitching. San Francisco Giants this year, 24th in ERA.
That's, to me, a stunner.
29th in strikeouts, 22nd in whip, 23rd in hits allowed, 28th in opponents on base average.
Yeah.
Now, it's largely fueled by the middle relief and Blake Snell's outings.
And also the long relief, Kaiwei Tang, and
Sure.
I mean, some of those outings where.
Right. The Diamondbacks, 17 runs.
Exactly.
Yes.
And I wonder what the starters' numbers are.
They're not bad. I mean, you can even just feel it. Like, Jordan Hicks has been incredible. Harrison's starting to boogie.
Logan's had one, maybe two bad outings in the 7.
But Logan's been largely good.
Yep.
Expected, and Keaton Wynn has been nice. Keaton Wynn's been nice. Cobb obviously re-injured. Snell hurt, and his outings have stunk. But we're all a little bit optimistic. I would hope that that's going to start to turn a corner when he gets back here in another couple of weeks. But those are the numbers.
Yeah.
Those are the numbers for your brand spanking new, exciting San Francisco Giants.
And you use the E word right there, exciting San Francisco Giants, and they haven't really been that much more exciting. Like yesterday, the most exciting thing that happened, you could argue, was Jorge Soler breaking the bat over his leg after he got robbed following a line drive. Jung-Hoo Lee's been exciting. He made a great play today with a diving catch in center field. Yaz with the home run. There have been moments and dollops of excitement, but this team, they don't excite you over the course of 2 hours and 20 minutes.
They averaged less than 2 runs a game when they went to Boston.
Yeah. And got a win, one win.
Or presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Here for your calls. FP Santangelo in 20 minutes. Oh, but wait till you hear this. Okay. Honestly now, if you haven't heard what Mad Dog said about Farhan Zaidi on NBC Sports Bay Area, if you have not heard this, it did not happen all that long ago. If you haven't heard this, don't move. You're going to want to hear this. This is pretty intense audio. That's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of
on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
The 0-2. Line to right. Slater is there, and he's got it for out number 3. And the Giants find a way to get a win here at Fenway.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we have got a tremendous amount going on. I'll tell you this. FP is going to join us in 15 minutes. Monty Poole later on, and I'm not going to announce it yet, but I think we're going to have something real special for you here in the 4 o'clock hour that we are moments away from confirming. And John Lynch was on the Pat McAfee show today, and he addressed the wide receiver position.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Someone on the move?
Well, everybody's on the move every day.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Aren't you on BART? Yeah, usually about 6:02.
Yeah. 6:08 if I can catch the train.
On the move.
Pittsburgh Bay Point. Oh, look at us.
That was nice.
Randy.
A little simple.
Whoa.
Yeah, that was actually frightening. Did you guys plan that?
No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Excuse me, stewardess. I speak Grandy.
That's flight attendant. Come on, come on, man.
You understand it's a reference from a movie.
I do.
Where the
You have to
line
change
is,
the line.
excuse me, stewardess.
Yeah, you got to change the line.
Not going to
Change the
do
line.
it.
Yeah, you have to. Sorry, I didn't make the rules. Anyway. Mad Dog Russo on NBC Sports Bay Area. He would like to talk about Farhan Zaidi.
He's been there now 5 years. How many good years has he had? 1, correct? Now, if I'm on the radio for 5 years and I have 1 good year, am I getting a new contract? Nope. If you're a manager of a baseball team and you're there for 5, Belichick was in Cleveland. Belichick. He had 5 years. He had 1 playoff year. What'd they do? They fired him. That's Bill Belichick. Zaidi's not Bill Belichick. And they had Brady. Eventually, you got to win.
Okay. Eventually, you got to win is obvious. I think that it's a little simplistic to come at it the way he did with regard to these are the rules, 5 years, 1 good year means you're fired. I'd much rather look at this contextually. I understand there are plenty of Giants fans who share this belief. However, you also listen to what we're talking about today. We're not just talking about the last 5 years.
Right.
We're talking about literally the entire time this ballpark is open, even during which wonderful championships happened. I just want to know why they can't hit.
Right. Well, and why they can't hit and other teams can hit, even though hitting is down. This is what he was really brought in to do, right? Was to turn the farm system around, resurrect the farm, and this is now year 5 where the guys he drafted, the guys who he pinpointed should be coming up and they should be making an impact. And you and I were chatting during the break about some of the names, Luciano and Ramos and Matos and Bishop and even Casey Schmidt. Most of these guys are still at AAA. Some are doing well, some aren't doing that great, but at what point do we start to churn some of the major league failing guys and bring up some of these youngsters and give them a chance to at least show if they can do it at the major league level or not?
Well, there is a fair, if you want to get into that, there's a fair conversation right now, literally as we speak, as Slates strikes out again on 3 pitches in a pinch hitting performance as a right-handed hitting outfielder. Fair conversation if somebody said, oh, what about Ramos? I know people are going to be like, what about Matos? That was what people were saying at the beginning of the year. Peep the numbers in Sacramento. Matos is struggling. Ramos is not.
No.
Ramos is stinging the ball. His OPS is barely below 1,000. He's got 7 home runs. The average is just shy of 300. Ramos is swinging it. I don't know that we're that far off from at least that conversation starting. It gets complex. It gets complex because that's 40-man roster stuff. Austin Slater is a signed major leaguer. You can't just be like, okay, we cut you. We cut you. Like if it was someone where you're like, oh, let's take a look at Ramos and send this other guy down. Can't do that. So are you just, it's like if you let him go, you got to be sure that whoever comes up is taking the reins the rest of the way.
Yes.
I don't think they're ready to do that.
No, but you do have the use of the IL that you can go with. And,
True.
This is kind of what we do in the NBA with load management. It's like knee soreness or tendonitis or some of these other things that you can concoct. You can go to Slates and say, Slates, I mean, can we just be frank here? You're 3 for 30. You've had 30 ABs. You have 3 hits. The Giants played 3 games in Boston. They had 3 runs. You've got 3 hits, my brother. It might be time for you to take a 10-day powder and see if we can't get you some rehab ABs or more time in the cage or something, because this is not working.
The Giants need a bag boy. That's what they need. Walk over to Slate's locker. Slate, you're hurt. No, I'm not. You are now. Pow. I mean, just step on the foot. Ramos is up. Let's take a look. Mad Dog wasn't done. NBC Sports Bay Area.
If I was the owner of the San Francisco Giants and the GM with a big payroll has had one good year, and is this year 5?
It's year 6. This is year 6.
He would not be running my team anymore. Sorry, I'm not doing it. I got to have more than 1 year, and he's got 2 more years. Does he have a job for life? I mean, my goodness.
Yeah, there it is. So didn't hold any punches, and I know that there's plenty of people who agree with this. I will say the whole extension thing, short extension, I think that seat is hotter than we realize. Let's just put it that way.
Yes, and the only reason why he got an extension was because you brought in a new manager, and so you wanted to make them coterminous. You wanted to line them up with each other so that if this doesn't work out, then you get to a spot where you get rid of both of them. And I thought last year would have been the opportunity to remove Farhan Zaidi. When you were removing Gabe Kapler, they came in together virtually, and so you would show them the door together, but Farhan was able to convince the powers that be to give him another chance, and so here we are.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing about Farhan. Like, did you like the offseason? Did you like the moves that they made? How'd you feel about it?
Felt good. Felt better than I had at any other time.
I agree with you. They finally landed some big names. Quite frankly, the only people that were like real misses were Ohtani and Yamamoto, and obviously those were highly difficult. And, I'm told the Dodgers are a thing. All right, fine. So I can get my head around that if you can pivot and do something else. And I felt very strongly that they did. So here we are having the Farhan conversation again, when in actuality, he finally went out and did what everybody wanted him to do. Now, look, them's the breaks. The boss is usually the one that's going to pay when things are not going well. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be that, but kind of interesting to look at it from that perspective. It's like he went out and got the people you wanted him to get.
Right.
They're not doing it. Whose fault is that?
Farhan Zaidi.
Okay.
It's not his fault, but, it's a results game. And the thing that is becoming more and more his fault is the lack of farm production. And, he didn't draft all these guys, but the guys who we all have been waiting for have not come up and produced. So at some point there will have to be a fall guy. But the thing about Farhan is he's getting this year for sure. And he's probably getting next year as well.
We could be having this conversation and they could win 10 in a row.
Correct.
And right, do you know what their playoff odds are right now? What would be your guess?
Probably.
The Giants are 2 games under 500, but they're also in second place.
Their odds are probably 47%.
Oh, wow. Gosh, I thought you'd guess lower.
No.
It's not quite that high. It's not quite that high.
But they're only like 5 back of the Dodgers. Right. And in the wild card, if there is such a thing right now, they're probably a game out of the card. I'd have to look at the actual standings, but
I could tell you here pretty quick. In the wild card race, the Giants are a game and a half out.
So there you go.
But there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams ahead of them. That just means everybody's right there.
Pretty much.
That just means we've only played whatever we've played, 30 games or so.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, there's 7 teams within 2 games of 500 in the National League.
A few things to let everybody know about. FP is going to join us here in a couple of minutes. If you want to win a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp so you can get the kids out of the house this summer. I mean, let's be real here. Make sure you're listening at 4 o'clock to find out how to win. La Garza Sports Camps are fantastic. My kids have gone. They'll go again. Really, really good. You're going to want to win that. So that's in an hour. We're also sponsored by Alameda County Probation Department, and we can go ahead and confirm our little announcement here. In exactly 1 hour, Alex Smith is going to be on the program on a day when John Lynch spoke about the offense. Alex Smith's going to be a part of the big event that we are going to be at later this month.
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today.
Yeah.
Can't wait. That's exciting. So more on that coming up around the bend. But here comes FP. The Giants get a win, but still ticked everybody off. That's how they do it. Here comes FP on Willard and Dibs.
Want a career with
to the right side and through, base hit. Giants go ahead 2-1 on the play. Chapman around to third. That's how you do it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's how you do it, but they don't do it very often. And so the Giants win today. It's great. Get out of Boston on getaway day with a little something. They've got to go to Philly now. This one's going to be tough. And I think FP is going to be there for part of that series, and he's going to join us here in just a second. You can stream the show always, live Twitch, YouTube, twitch.tv/957 The Game. youtube.com/957 The Game. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You can also download the free Odyssey app by scanning the QR code that is now in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams. Hi, FP. How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, man? How we doing? I'm just sitting here in my hotel room in Philadelphia talking to you guys.
Okay. Are you doing that whole series? What are you doing here?
I will be on the Giants radio network Monday for Monday's game, but I figured, I had to have some reference, and I love the town of the city of Philadelphia, and I'm on the 57th floor of this hotel with the most amazing view. I forgot how cool big league hotels are, man. It's really cool.
Do you hate Joel Embiid just because you're there? Like anyone in Philadelphia right now has got to be mad at Embiid.
Yeah, with their owner buy 2,000 tickets for the game tonight because the Knicks fans have been taking over. And yeah, everybody's got their stuff on, walking around town. The Knicks are in the hotel. I think they just left or whatever. So, yeah, big game down the street tonight.
Yeah, I was wondering if you had gotten your mitts on one of those freebie tickets because the owner's trying to fill the place with Sixers fans. Are you going tonight, FP?
No, I'm not. I'm not going to the. I wasn't on the streets of Philadelphia early enough today to get the free tickets that they were just handing out, apparently.
FP, I'm going to surprise you a little bit. It's a good day for the Giants, but I'm still annoyed. I'm a little annoyed. I know that they're only 2 under 500. I know they won today. They went to Boston. They scored 5 runs. And we're sitting here talking about this, and it feels like even when the Giants had these great years, 10, 12, 14, we still had to nickname them torture because they they would have to grind out 2 runs a night. I want to know from someone who actually wore this uniform. Does it have a disease attached to it? Why can't they hit? Why can't they hit? What's the deal?
The at-bats were better last night. I only got 2 runs on 4 hits last night. But they Soler had some good at-bats. And I didn't see a whole lot of the game today because I was flying from San Francisco to Philadelphia. I just caught bits and pieces of it. But it's one of those things where if you start hitting with runners in scoring position, then everybody relaxes and you start scoring runs, or you start hitting without runners in scoring position, everybody relaxes. The Phillies right now are on fire. Like Trey Turner, Alec Boehm, 2 of the hottest hitters on the planet. They're runners with 2 outs with runners in scoring positions off the charts. And sometimes it's just a small sample size. Like if you look at the Phillies at the end of the year, are they going to be this hot all year? Or is it just a snapshot of a team that just believes in itself? But I think the longer you stay hot, guys start to believe in it. And then on the other end, if you're not, and you see that guy struggle in front of you, and then you feel the pressure to pick him up, and then you're struggling. The thing I don't like, Mark and Dibs, is I don't like all the called third strikes. I like you guys know this. It's my thing. Stick your nose in there, stick your whatever in the dirt and battle. And fight and foul some pitches off. And I think a lot of times you have such in-depth scouting reports nowadays that his out pitch is the slider, his out pitch is the split, and he throws it 90% of the time with 2 strikes, that inevitably a crappy fastball right down the middle is the best pitch in baseball right now with 2 strikes because there's so much analytics, there's so much scouting. The last pitch you're looking for is a crappy fastball right down the middle, and you're seeing all these hitters just take fastballs right down Broadway for strike 3, and it drives me nuts. So the old adage used to be you tell yourself, you get in the box, fastball, adjust. I'm never getting beat on a fastball because that's when I go to bed at night. When I wake up and go, it's because I took a fastball right down the middle. And so you can adjust and look. You can make me look stupid on a slider, a split, or a changeup, but I'm definitely getting beat on a fastball with 2 strikes. And I think it's an epidemic in baseball right now. Turn on any game, and guys are just taking fastballs right down the middle with 2 strikes. And I think maybe it's because they're overthinking things.
Are you looking at the Giants as a team that needs to produce more runs like they did last night with Yaz pulling out the bunt? And Mark mentioned this earlier, your bottom 4 in baseball in stolen bases. Is there a different way to kind of skin the cat with an offense that's not producing the big home run?
Yeah, offensive diversity, and the good teams have it. The Arizonas and the Philadelphias and the Dodgers and the good offensive teams. If we're not hitting home runs on a given day, like, how are we going to find a way to beat you? How are we going to find a way to win? It could be a stolen base. It could be a 7-pitch walk, a sacrifice bunt. Today we're going to do a little hitting and running because we're going to try to spark things up a little bit and get the offense going. I've seen more hitting and running this year. Hit and runs is back in baseball, so that's always a good thing. So I don't know. You have to adjust on the fly in baseball on a day-to-day basis. Because, I mean, let's face it, until this team gets hot, they're not going to outslug anybody. They're not. Until Soler locks in, until Chapman locks in. Yastrzemski's looked a lot better. His home run today, that was one of the coolest things all year in front of his grandfather, who was in the locker room, and Bob Melvin got to meet him before the game. How cool is that? But, like, until they lock in, there has to be another way to beat you. But I just see all these guys striking out and going back to the bench like it's okay. And it never used to be okay to strike out. I mean, that was the ultimate loss as a hitter, if you will, is having to, like, walk back to the dugout. Especially in Fenway, the dugouts are, like, all the way down by third base. So you have to walk a long way back to the dugout there. And we used to joke all the time, like, the farther the walk was back to the dugout, the less you wanted to strike out. But I just think I don't know. I'm hoping that the strikeout and guys start taking pride in not striking out. That's why I like Jung-Hoo Lee so much. He puts the ball in play.
FP, are the Giants athletic enough?
Well, I mean, I think Nick Ahmed's something that needs to be talked about a little bit more. If you watch him play defense and you watch him play shortstop, and he's making really hard plays look easy. He got the clutch sack fly today with 2 strikes. He's gotten a lot of clutch hits and a lot of clutch RBIs. I think Matt Chapman's maybe the most athletic third baseman in baseball, or one of them, and then Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. So, and Patrick Bailey's easily the most athletic catcher. So I know what you're talking about. You're talking about speed and just like A to B and getting down the line and stealing some bases.
Yep.
And they don't necessarily have that. But if you're talking about athleticism versus 2022 and 2021 and 2023, even last year, they're way more athletic than they've been in the past. But they don't have a Corbin Carroll. They don't have a Trey Turner. I mean, maybe Jung-Hoo turns into that, but I don't look at him as a burner. I mean, he can run a little bit, but he's not going to steal 60 bases.
How soon or how much longer until we can end the Austin Slater experience?
Ooh, man. I mean, I don't know. That was a tough at-bat today, and he hadn't hit in a week. And then you ask somebody to go up and win a game that hasn't hit in a week, and there hasn't really been a lot of opportunity there. But I would think that maybe some adjustments are going to be made. I don't know for sure, but you have to play in this game to be able to contribute. I used to joke in L.A. when I was a Dodger that I was a football player down there because I played every Sunday, like once a week, because it was a day game after a night game. I was like, I'm in the NFL, not the major leagues. Like, and it's hard to get a rhythm. So in his defense, he's always had a lot of tools, but he's always been hurt a lot. And you have to be able to be available. But yeah, he went up there and he just took a lot of strikes today, and then he swung through one. So that was a rough at bat for him. But in his defense, if you're going to defend a guy, I've been in those shoes before. When you're not playing, there's no way to get out of a slump when you're not playing. There's just no way.
We're hanging with our guy, FP Santangelo, here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. The Giants defeat the Red Sox earlier today to salvage one, 3-1. FP, what can you tell us about the farm system and why offensive players do not seem to graduate out of the system with any regularity? We've been hearing about Luciano for 5 years, Ramos, 5 years, Matos, 2 years. What's going on?
Well, I mean, without crushing the minor leagues, I was talking to somebody about this last night, as a matter of fact. AAA used to be a high level of baseball. Like AA, I mean, there's 3 A-ball teams that bottleneck into AA usually. And if you get to AA, all of a sudden you're a prospect. And that was the biggest adjustment for me when I got to AA. Now guys are throwing 97 and they're throwing their off-speed for strikes. And their off-speed's pretty damn good. And then you get to AAA, and you have a mix of big leaguers coming back from the big leagues. And then you have the AA prospects getting to AAA. And all of a sudden you get to AAA, and you're like, holy cow, I mean, this is really good baseball. And you had to bust your ass and show that you were a good base runner. You had to show that you had command of the strike zone. You had to show that you were better than that level offensively. And you definitely had to show that you were better than that level defensively to get to call the big leagues. And I think now when I go down there and I kind of look at the brand of baseball, and this is no knock because the Giants probably have one of the better AAA teams in all of baseball right now with the lineup that we saw a lot last year in San Francisco. And they're doing fairly well. But like, it's not the same process it used to be. Like, you had to be better than the level that you were at. You had to dominate A ball to get to AA. Then you had to dominate AA to get to AAA. And then you had to dominate AAA in all facets, not just your batting average, not just your OPS, not just that you threw 98. You had to command the strike zone as a pitcher. You had to throw strikes. You had to work ahead. And you had to go deep into games. And as a position player, you had to catch the ball wherever they put you. And you had to get on base and show that you could run the bases and you could help a team with a bunt or a hit and run and just be an all-around player. And I think the need right now to win at the major league level is so great that you're seeing a lot of guys get rushed to the big leagues. And then once they're there and they're rushed and they don't perform, like Holiday for the Orioles, for instance, like he comes up, doesn't do well, now he's got to go back. And that back and forth thing and never getting a rhythm and coming up as a 21 or 22-year-old and not playing every day, like it used to be a sin to take a prospect, call him up and not play him. You get a prospect, you got to come up and play. Like if you're taking that gamble as an organization that this is your guy or one of your guys, when he comes up, he's got to play. He's got to play every single day because he's not going to develop. He's not going to get better just playing once every 3 or 4 days and then sitting on the bench or coming up for 3 weeks and going back to the minor leagues for a month. Like Matos was hot in spring training, probably should have made the team. Then he went to AAA and got a little bit cold, and now I don't know what the plan is. And when you have younger players and you make that decision, that gamble, if you will, to call up a Bryce Harper or a Juan Soto, who I was witness to, those guys coming up at 19 years old, when you make that decision as a front office, that's a huge gamble and a huge decision to say this guy can play at the highest level and help us win baseball games at the highest level on a competitive team that's ready to win right now. And to take that chance, you got to know it's going to work. And if it doesn't, now you might set the kid back 2-3 years. Who knows, if they have to go back to the minor leagues. So for me, it's like the back and forth and the I don't know, and he's up, and then he's injured, he's healthy, he gets called up for a couple of weeks, but in those couple of weeks, he only starts 3 games, and he sits for 7 games. That part's hard to develop a player. So, like, it all gets back to, like, you have to remember that there's human beings in those uniforms. And even just, overnighting a guy to be, like last night, to be your feature guy and fly through the night and get to Boston, and then you get in the game and it's 30 degrees and then you fly back to AAA. That's hard to do, man. That's hard to do for anybody. So I think there's a way to do it where to develop these players in the minor leagues, you got to be 100% sure they're ready to get to big leagues. And when they're ready to get to big leagues, in my opinion, you got to leave them in the big leagues and you just got to run with it. Like, here we go. We made this decision. Let's see what happens.
If you're not going to the Sixers game tonight, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't know. This hotel, I would live in this. If I could buy this hotel room, I would live here. I mean, is it for sale? Like, I wonder how much this hotel room costs.
Listen,
there are helicopters flying below me right now. This is so cool.
You have me so jealous right now, and you know this. Everybody here has been a parent. Like, if you could give me a solo flight across the country and a solo hotel room, yeah, I'd pay $8,000 for that. I would,
just for the peace and quiet.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
And you're not paying anything for it,
dude. I'm very lucky, and this is going to sound really weird to the listeners right now, but I love Philadelphia. I freaking love this city. I think they're great sports fans. I know people they don't like the football part of it, but I've only been exposed to the baseball part of it. It's like when you walk into Citizens Bank, all the ushers, all the security, they've been working there since the Vet, when the Phillies were at the Vet, and they know every player's average. They know what place they're in, what their record is in, who got called up, who got sent down. They know the wives, the kids. It's just a baseball town. It's a good sports town, man. And if you play hard here and you win here, you're a rock star. And if you don't play hard and you suck, they let you know. I don't know. I just think it's a great place for sports. I love being here. It's a great town. It's a gritty town. It's hard hat and lunch pail. Reminds me a lot of San Francisco, really, when you think about it, and the fan base. That's why I love it here so much.
Yeah, they probably gave you an earful over your career. I'm just looking, 12 of 61. You batted 197 at the Vet with no home runs.
All right, Dips.
Have a good trip, buddy.
All right, yeah.
I love the internet, FP.
No, you know what I was going to ask you, though, bud? If you were a player in Philadelphia and the owner had to come in to buy a bunch of tickets so that the place didn't fill up with road fans, how would that make you feel?
I don't know. I mean, not that anybody out there wants to hear this, but when I was in D.C., they had a thing that said "Take back the ballpark" because Philadelphia fans used to come down to D.C. and overrun Nationals Park, and it would be like 90% Philly fans and 10% National fans, and they did some sort of promotion where if you had a credit card that wasn't in the DMV, you couldn't buy a ticket to Philly's games in D.C.
Wow.
The team got so criticized for it. It was one of the worst. And they even had slogans like "Take back the ballpark." I was like, this is so cringe, man. I can't believe we're doing this. and then in a city in like Philadelphia, where I think some of the best sports fans in our country, in all of sports actually, in this town, and that they apparently not. But the way somebody explained it to me today is that like you can get floor seats here in Philadelphia for the games on what it costs for nosebleeds at Madison Square Garden, so that most of the people here can't afford to go to the Garden to watch the Knicks play. So it's like a 2-3 hour drive, whatever it is, from New York to Philadelphia. So that's why they're taking over all the tickets here.
Yep. No, it makes sense. I just kind of found the whole thing a little bit embarrassing for Philadelphia, but I get it. Hey, man, go get in that big old bed that they got there for you.
I will. And Dibbs, you faced Kurt Schilling when you went out till 2 a.m. the night before and tried to get a hit. All right?
Yeah.
FP, you know I love you, and you know I have deep, deep respect for the fact you made it to the show.
He's not easy to face hungover, okay?
I get it. Or dead sober, no matter what. I just having some fun with Baseball Reference. Next city you're in, I'll make sure to highlight how great you were. Like that time you went to Busch Stadium and hit 258.
I would never ask you to do that much show prep, Dibbs. There's not too many cities I was great in.
You hit 305 in the Astrodome, FP. That place couldn't hold you.
Astrodome? That was amazing.
417 at Camden Yards. Baltimore had no answer for you.
I hit 310 at Ebbets Field.
Yeah, there it is.
How'd you hit 150 at Bank One Ballpark? That place is a cracker box.
I don't even know where that is.
Some guy named Randy Johnson.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, that's fair.
And Kurt Schilling was there, too.
That's a good point.
Yeah, he's following you everywhere. All right, buddy. Have a good night. Thanks for doing it.
All right, guys. Good talking to you. Have a great rest of the show.
All right, you too. There goes FP. That was actually a really good line. Next time I'll bring up Busch Stadium where you hit 258.
Dude, no problem. He hit 182 at the Collie.
He did?
Yeah.
He played for them.
Yeah, 11 for 62, or 11 for 44, I'm sorry, at the Collie.
That's got to be as a road hitter.
That's just all appearances at that ballpark.
How? He played for them.
Yeah, but he only played, I think, 1 year for him, and he didn't play a ton that year.
42 at-bats? That's not possible.
Okay.
No, let's look up the year that you got all of it in front of you. How many at-bats did he have the year that he played for the A's?
He had 71.
The whole year?
71. He played 32 games for the A's.
Oh, jeez.
71 ABs. Yep.
What?
Mark, I'm just...
He must have been hurt.
Or he did a lot of...
Slates barely plays.
Down.
He's already got 30 at-bats in the first 30 games.
Slates. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 2001.
Anyway.
For Frank Paul. Santangelo.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
I'm just, the internet. The internet's undefeated.
Well,
not really.
I don't know about that, but
he played from August 1 to October 7 with the A's.
Oh.
So yeah.
You didn't join him until August.
Yeah, he was in the minors.
Got it. Got it. I thought he spent the whole year with him. Alex Smith's going to join us in a little bit over a half hour.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Monty Poole's going to join us at 5. It's time to get some freaking answers, okay? It's time to get, no, for real. For real.
No, for sure.
Like, no, for real. It's time to get some answers.
And Monty has the answers.
Yep.
And coming in today, and I knew we were going to have Monty on, I was thinking about getting ready for my apology because we were talking, I think, Monday, and we were talking about Darvin Ham.
Yes.
And you said, I don't like to be the guy to call for someone's job. And I said, well, I do.
Right.
He's getting fired. And I go on Twitter like 4 minutes later, and Monty had sent out a tweet to the effect of, all y'all out there coming for Darvin Ham who think that somehow a different coach could have, and I'm paraphrasing, somehow somebody could have done more with that Laker team. I don't see what you're seeing. And so I responded to the tweet and I just said, thanks for listening. And he liked the tweet, so I know that he was listening.
Okay.
And I think he was pointing that at me. And now
the one pointed at me.
Well, now the report comes out today from a Laker beat reporter from The Athletic that the expectation is that Darvin Ham will be relieved of duties at some point this week.
Well, what if I play Switzerland for a second?
You can.
You can both.
Shout out Roger Federer.
You could both be right about that. In other words, I don't know that there was anyone who was going to get the Lakers further than this. And Darvin didn't do a great job. However,
are you saying two things can be equally true?
I am.
Ralph Barbieri?
And then I'll give you a third thing. Neither opinion matters. If LeBron wants him to go, he goes. If LeBron wants him to stay, he stays. And them's the rules. I didn't make them.
Yeah.
You didn't make them. Monty didn't make them. Them's the rules. So, like that's the other thing about coaching LeBron. By the way, stir this into your coffee drink for all of those of you who want to daydream about LeBron on the Warriors. Remember that now. I don't know if at age 40 and on this particular team, if we want to play Fantasyland, would it be the same? I don't know. But everywhere that man has ever been, he makes the rules. He's in charge of the whole thing. Do you want that? Those of you who like the idea of LeBron on the Warriors, he's never been anywhere where he doesn't run the show. So are you having this 40-year-old outsider walk into Chase Center, toothpick in hand, new sheriff in town, and his name is LeBron James? Steph, step aside. I'm the one now calling the shots.
Steph Curry has played for 2 head coaches in his professional career.
Right.
Do you know how many LeBron has played for?
Oh, God. Game show music.
Randy, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that's, okay. How many has he played for? I'm going to say, God, there's Mike
I'll give
Brown,
you plus or
there's
minus
Ty Lue.
1.
Yeah, so I'm going to say there's at least 3 with the Cavs. There was 1 with the Heat. There have now been multiple with the Lakers. I'm going to go 3 plus what is that? It's either 6 or 7. I'm going to go 7.
In the clutch. Yeah! The correct answer is 8.
Oh.
So 6 would have been incorrect. I gave you plus or minus 1. And, he's played for Luke Walton with the Lakers, Darvin Ham with the Lakers, Frank Vogel with the Lakers, Eric Spoelstra, at Miami, he's one of the longest tenured coaches. Cleveland, Ty Lue,
Mike Brown,
David Blatt. You forgot about David Blatt from Russia?
No, I knew it was 3.
And Paul Silas.
Oh.
Paul Silas, yes.
I forgot about Luke Walton.
Paul Silas was his rookie coach from 03 to 05. I thought you might have forgotten about David Blatt.
No, I knew there were lots with the Cavs.
Blatt. I give myself a 4 for my David Blatt.
Pay him. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Coming up next, if you have not heard what John Lynch said today about Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel on the Pat McAfee Show, you might want to hear this. Alex Smith in a half hour, Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley right now. Alex, you're going to have to wait because I'm here to talk about
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I had a dream, Dibs.
You did?
Yeah. I'm not about to give a speech or anything.
Thankfully. There is copyright protections if you would have continued down that road.
Yeah, no, I'd never do that.
Nor should you. Hate to see you go out like that.
Great speech.
Phenomenal.
I mean, maybe the best.
Mount Speechmore, for sure.
Any speech you liked better than that one?
I gave a speech in junior college that I'm... You weren't there. You weren't even born yet.
I don't need to be there.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I think I got a B anyway. Wasn't that good?
Oh, gosh. Grades don't matter anymore, by the way. They're just, I don't know if you know that.
They matter to get into college, don't they?
Nobody's doing grades anymore. Yeah. It's all fluid, Dibs. It's all fluid.
Man.
Yeah. Everything's optional. You do it when you do it.
Well,
you chew it and do it.
By the time because I have a junior in college, turning 21 here in a couple of weeks. By the time my baby.
Really?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm going to be broadcasting live from San Jose is what I'm doing.
Well, but that's
his birthday.
Yeah, but that show ends.
That show will be dedicated to my son Keon.
You damn well better believe
on
it.
His 21st.
We're going to see someone named Keon that day.
We sure are.
Not your son.
Different spelling.
Thank you.
Not quite as tall as my son either.
Well, pretty tall.
Yeah.
Pretty tall.
My kid goes about 6'2" and change now.
He's close.
Close, all right.
Anyway, point being, what are you doing? When the show ends, what are you doing?
Well, he's in Santa Barbara, so I'm not going to...
Better go get him.
I'm not going to drive down there and hoist one. I actually was thinking about figuring out which watering hole he and his friends are going to go to, and one of his good friends actually shares the birthday. He's also turning 21. I thought about calling that watering hole and just putting like a C note on the bar for him and saying...
Oh, that's nice. I thought you were going to send some flowers or something.
No. Call the bar and say, look, rack me up for $100, and when the crew comes in...
That'll buy 2 drinks.
First couple rounds on the old man.
I like
something
that.
like that.
No, that's nice. However, if your son is doing it the way we used to do it back in the day...
Oh, vomitosis.
Yeah, he ain't waiting for that night to go out. He going out the night before.
Yeah, he's not...
Midnight.
He's not wired like that.
Wednesday. Be there. Be there.
He's actually just now sticking a toe into those waters.
Oh, great. Man. Let's drink.
Even though he goes to Santa Barbara. UCSB, lives in Isla Vista.
Dude, I got carried into that place at midnight the night before.
And
let's go to Dibs, half in the bag.
Carried out.
Yeah. And then carried to bed, and then carried to dinner the next day.
Oh.
That's the thing about that, is the birthday.
I'm going to eat it.
Thank you. I did. The birthday the next day, it took me all the way to dinner time to be ready to actually stand up and put clothes on. Yeah. Ooh, it was rough. It was so rough. Those jerks. Those friends of mine.
Yeah.
They're awful human beings.
The worst.
Terrible.
Mine happened to be a guy who I've known my entire life. It's called my brother.
Well, that makes more sense, actually. Oh, God.
One of the things he had me drink was called a Prairie Dog. 151 Bacardi rum and Tabasco sauce.
If you've ever
151.
Oh.
I'm going to eat it.
And Tabasco. And
I'm going to one-up you.
They light it on fire for you.
Well, no, that's different. That's
just for make sure it goes down nice and smooth.
I drank
burns both ways, by the way.
I
Hit
bet.
that S again.
On the way,
Brandy's in his bag.
This place is kind of the 21st birthday place in San Luis Obispo.
Sure.
It's called Bull's Tavern. Still there today. They made something called a Bull's Sweat. Bull's Sweat. Not sweaty bulls.
Okay.
That's enough for me, Doug.
Bull's Sweat.
Yep.
It's kind of just like whatever's on the bar all into a glass.
Yeah.
And then you drink it.
You drink the rail.
Hey.
It's called the rail. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So dinner time the next night, by the time I could get out there, and we went to a Mexican place called Izzy Ortega's, and we're sitting there, and everybody's like, okay, you ready for another drink? I'm like, if you talk to me again, I'm going to punch you. I hate you. Do not put anything other than water in front of me. I'm barely here. And they convinced me. They're like, but what about like a foofy one, you know? Like, let's go get, what's the little yellow one? Not a tear, like a lemon drop.
Oh.
Let's go get a lemon drop. Let's go get a lemon drop for Mark. I'm finally like, fine. Give me the stupid lemon drop that just tastes like lemonade. Dibs, the motion.
Oh.
The head snap. Whack. Straight to the bathroom.
Oh.
The head snap was all it took. I did it with my lips closed. There you go. It's time to put your lips on a farmer.
It was an evacuation sensation of your stomach contents.
All right. Cha-ching! We talk about the 49ers now. I started this by saying that I had a dream. I don't know how the hell it ended up there, for goodness sakes.
It's a great question.
Yeah, good one. Thanks, Doc. I had a dream that heading into the NFL draft, the 49ers would walk out with Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel still on the team, because there was one priority for me that was above all others, and that is you win the Super Bowl this year. As I said to you, as soon as these rumors came up, I'm failing to figure out how any trade of either of those players makes you immediately better. I understand the finances. I understand the long play. Boy, I'm not in long play mood right now for the 49ers at all. So, kick the can down the road. Well, that seems like that's what they did, except for then the draft happened and you and I came in here and Bryant McFadden, who used to play for the Steelers for at least one afternoon, got the whole world in a tizzy about the fact that the Niners could still make a deal. Well, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, as we've mentioned a lot, they will be as honest as they can be, I think, in public comments. So when they firmly say something, I tend to believe it. Here's John Lynch on the Pat McAfee Show on conversations about trading Brandon Ayuk and or Deebo Samuel.
When you talk about guys like Brandon Ayuk and Deebo, they're guys we drafted. They're guys we take a lot of pride in what they've become, who they've become, and we couldn't be more proud of those guys. You know, during the course of drafts and off seasons, do conversations happen? Absolutely they do. We're past that now. And, you know, we're thrilled to add to that group Jawan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, Chris Conley, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray, and now you add Ricky Pearsall, Jake Cowing. I think we made an already strong group even stronger.
Okay. We've had those conversations. That's over now.
Yeah.
So that statement for me, I know that all the Rappaports and the Schefters of the world have stated very likely they're going to be on the roster, but anything could happen. Anything could happen. I don't think anything can happen anymore. The fact that he decided to go on Pat McAfee and say that, lock it in. Your starting receivers on week one are Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel.
It's done, yeah.
Unless Brandon doesn't show.
Or somebody gets hurt, certainly. That's always a possibility.
So put those you know what I mean.
Right.
They're both on the roster.
And I would imagine that Brandon is going to show, and I don't think that I don't think the 49ers would have gone through the draft and had John say what he said to Pat McAfee if there wasn't a strong sense that Brandon Ayuk is going to get signed. I don't think that John would have been that public about them, you know, him saying, these are our guys and they're going to be here. I think that, you know, they had offers, they had conversations, and they got to a point where they didn't get back what they were hoping to hear in a trade. And so now they move on to trying to work it out with Brandon Ayuk.
I will tell you this. You remember the deals that came out that week that got us going, A.J. Brown, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I look at the Amon-Ra deal, and when the Twitter side of it, 4 years, $120 million, you're like, oh, crap. But then you go deeper into it. I think the 49ers saw those deals, and maybe you're right. They probably looked at Amon-Ra and went, oh, yeah, no, we can do that. Because Amon-Ra's guarantee is very low. That's all. It's a very high level of funny money in that deal. It's all about the guarantee, which is definitely what the negotiating point is for Brandon and his representatives. And I think that comp might have helped the 49ers. Because Amon-Ra, if you're just going by numbers, he's better than Brandon. That's a more productive receiver.
But a good comp.
Is it?
I think so. Because what Brandon Ayuk does for the 49ers and what he does with fewer catches is as impactful. And you've mentioned this before. Yards per reception, Brandon Ayuk is number 2 behind George Pickens. And in just raw yards, Ayuk was 4th, right? Among wide receivers?
No, Ayuk was 7th.
Oh, 7th.
Amon-Ra was 3rd.
Right, with how many targets for Amon-Ra? 150 targets?
164.
Yeah. So
and Brandon had 105. But Amon-Ra had 119 receptions, only trailed CeeDee Lamb.
Right.
Had the exact same number of receptions as Tyreek Hill. Brandon only had 75. So you can spin those numbers any way you want.
And where was Amon-Ra in yards? Was he ahead of Brandon Ayuk?
Yes, third
he was
third in the
in
league.
just yards.
1,515 yards.
Yards per catch, only Pickens was ahead of Ayuk. I think there are good comps, and you look at Amon-Ra's contract, and he got $120 million, but 77 is guaranteed the total, but the actual guaranteed at signing is only 34.6.
That's low.
So those numbers, yes, even the 77. If you're the Niners and Ayuk wants, let's just put it at $27.5 million per, which would be 4 years and 110. If that's where you settle it, 4 and 110, and the total guaranteed number is $70 million, even if the guaranteed at signing is about the same, $35 million, that's workable for the 49ers.
Before we play the other part of what John Lynch said, do you want to have some fun for a second?
Sure.
All right, let's have some fun for a second. First, I'm going to tell you that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today, and your chance to win $500, a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp is coming up very, very shortly. And you, boy, again, you're going to want to win this. It's a great camp, and it's going to get you some free time and a breather, and your kid will come home tired and happy. Plus, even if you don't win, we'll tell you how you can get $50 off of a La Garza camp this summer, even if you don't win. So that's all coming up very, very soon. But Mark Grandy, if you please, game show music. We mentioned that Brandon Ayuk was 7th in the league in wide receiver yardage. Amon-Ra St. Brown was 3rd. How many of the other top 10 can you name? That's 8 other players, and I'll give you 2, not 3, 2 strikes.
Only 2.
I'm only giving you 2 strikes.
Man, I'm starting in an 0-1 hole here. How many other receivers in the top 10?
In the top 10.
Can I name?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, some of them are super obvious, so that's why I'm narrowing it down to to less wiggle room.
Okay.
All right. So you have St. Brown and you have Ayuk. There are 8 others in the top 10. Who are they?
Well, you mentioned CeeDee Lamb was ahead of him, so I'll say CeeDee Lamb is one of them.
CeeDee Lamb number 2.
Tyreek Hill's got to be one of them.
Tyreek Hill's number 1.
Okay. Puka Nacua? He had a big year.
Number 4.
That's what gets tough.
Puka Nacua.
Yeah.
Sorry, contractually obligated to sing his name whenever I hear it.
It means no worries.
It means I won money. That's what it means.
Boy, it means I'm out of the fantasy league. Bunch of crap and stupid Lucas. Crappy rules. Oh, Steiny, here's an extra 20 minutes because you're a senior citizen.
Well,
where were we?
Not wrong. We were, so now you've gotten you've got half. You only have 5 more.
Oh, I'm rolling.
You're killing it.
AJ Brown?
Number 5.
Okay.
You have the top 5 off the board. Now you got to get the bottom 5.
I got to dig deep.
And Brandon Ayuk is number 7. So you need number 6, 8, 9, and 10.
6, 8, 9, and 10. How about Stephon Diggs? He had a pretty good year.
Number 13. Number 13, Stephon Diggs. So that's it. You get one more strike, and this game is over.
YouTube is
use YouTube.
Well,
I mean, get some suggestions in there, YouTube.
The last thing I see is something about Danny Gray. I don't think it's Danny Gray.
Well, that's the other point I want to make about what John Lynch just said. But anyway, he did lie about one thing in that comment that we just played. So we'll have that in a second. But go ahead.
DJ Moore from Pierce Evans. I'll throw that out there.
Number 6.
Attaboy, Pierce Evans.
Moore, 1364. DJ Moore. So now you got to get the bottom 3.
Yeah.
With no wiggle room.
He says Nicole Collins. I don't think that's a real person.
Nicole.
He's going Nico. I was going to say Tank Dell.
He got hurt, though. He missed a lot of time.
I love that.
I'm going to go with Nicole Collins.
I love that Pierce wrote Nicole Collins, and
Nico.
Dibs cannot even, figure out who he's trying to say.
I can figure it out. I thought I was curious.
Nicole Collins, that's not a person.
I didn't think she had that great of a year.
Nico Collins is number 8.
Let's go,
by the
Pierce.
way, Pierce, if you've got the internet and you're just going to spell these out for him,
Pierce?
This is not that fun. Anyway, go ahead. 2 more. Can you do it? Number 9 and number 10 still on the board.
Jeez.
Got to get them both right or else it's a big old buzzer in your face. In the face!
Michael Pittman Jr.
Michael Pittman Jr.
Yes!
Number 14, Michael Pittman Jr. And Dibs, you are a loser. But thank you for playing.
Ondus Brown, DJ Moore. I should have. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Mike Evans, number 9. We were looking for Mike Evans.
Okay.
And we
Thanks,
were looking
Pierce.
for Amari Cooper. Number 10.
There you go.
Amari Cooper.
It's better for the bit when I lose anyway. Nice. Let's give you 2 for your Jim Carrey.
Oh, gosh. All right. Can I tell you the part that actually stood out in John Lynch's little commentary on Pat McAfee? Let me play it again.
When you talk about guys like Brandon Ayuk and Debo, they're guys we drafted. They're guys we take a lot of pride in what they've become, who they've become, and we couldn't be more proud of those guys. You know, during the course of drafts and off seasons, do conversations happen? Absolutely they do. We're past that now. And, you know, we're thrilled to add to that group Jawan Jennings, Brandon Ayuk, Debo Samuel, Chris Conley, Ronnie Bell, Danny Gray, and now you add Ricky Pearsall, Jake Cowing. I think we made an already strong group even stronger.
Okay, so it wasn't a lie, but what about this? How many receivers does an NFL team keep?
Do they keep?
Yeah, how many make the roster?
6 or 7, somewhere in there.
I think that's about right. I mean, he just named everybody. It sounded like he was going through the Bell Biv DeVoe roster there. Like, no, they didn't join all. Like, you drafted those guys for 2 reasons. One, a couple of the guys at the bottom of your group aren't any good. Danny Gray is going to be gone. Danny Gray's not making this football team. Okay? Like, if you've got Debo and Brandon and a first-round draft pick and Juwan, that's already set. That's 4. Those guys are locks.
And usually you have 5, maybe 6 up on game day.
Right, so up on game day.
Correct.
And yes, you can keep guys on practice squad and things like that. So people might be around. But I'd argue that Cowens is very, very highly likely to make the squad from Arizona. Okay? And Chris Conley is very, very likely to make the squad. I think Ronnie Bell is probably someone who's going to be around. Could be a practice squatter type of a situation.
He's a special teamer, so
yep.
He's a guy who probably will be up on game day just because he can play a lot of the teams.
I don't think Danny Gray's making this team. I don't think Danny Gray's going to be on the 49ers this year.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense when you look at last year and how often he played on offense, which is to say he didn't play on offense.
Yeah.
So, you know, even Ronnie Bell got just 6 catches, but he played every game. He played all 17.
He did.
He's a special teamer. And Chris Conley came in late, and he still played just 8 games. And you have a wide receiver core where if your name is not Brandon or Debo, then, and Juwan, I'll throw him in that mix too, although he also played special teams. You've got to be able to do a lot of other things to be active and make this team, because when it comes down to special teamers, they're not going to play Brandon ever. Debo is only an emergency. We need a big play kick returner. And other than that, if you're a receiver, you got to be ready to go.
Pearsall and Cowing, the 2 rookies that were taken by the 49ers. The other thing I was going to say about it is obviously they are bolstering and bracing themselves for the future. But I thought this was interesting that Lynch also said on the McAfee show.
part of my job is to think about the now and then to think into the future as well. Think out. But we don't do that without thinking, can these guys contribute right away? And we have a vision for both those guys, how they can contribute and be a part. They represent a lot of the qualities that we like in our players. And they were the best players there for us at the time. And so we're thrilled to add those guys to an already strong room. And we're ready to roll forward. And we've got to find a way, like I said, just to get that much better. And we think we really helped our roster throughout this offseason, free agency, into the draft, and we're fired up about our team.
That is one thing I find interesting. So what he's saying is that those guys have a role this year, like right away. And to a degree, especially with Pearsall, I'd expect that. I do. This is, to me, a fascinating thing to think about. What is his role this year? What is Ricky Pearsall's role this year? And take out the understanding that someone could get hurt and it could grow.
Right.
But he said, we've got a vision for how he will contribute this year. What do you think that is?
I think he's a super two. He's a super backup. And it doesn't mean that he'll never play unless somebody gets hurt, but I think that he is a guy who can back up all three spots. In the slot for Juwan Jennings, out wide for Brandon Ayuk, and also on the other side for Deebo Samuel. You can use him in a number of different ways. If you want to have some packages where Deebo Samuel lines up at running back, you can have him out wide in 11 personnel where you got three wide receivers. You can go Jennings, Pearsall, and Ayuk with Deebo as a running back. If you're going to give McCaffrey a break, you can play him in place of Brandon. You could put him out there in place of Juwan. He's a very versatile receiver. I think he winds up about where Juwan was last year, playing time-wise, which was 33.8% of snaps. I think that's what you're looking at for Pearsall this year.
That would be great. That would actually be great, because I think that this question is a very, very, or the answer is a very, very important one, because I know what happens going into a draft, and I know what happens going out of a draft. Largely going out of a draft, if you're a fan of a football team, you've convinced yourself that all the picks were good. That's largely what happens. You're going to
I like the pick, Mark.
Yeah, you're going to work your way through the internet. You're going to find some YouTube. You're going to find somebody who said, these guys, like I saw the listing today, the Niners had 9 picks, right? Was it 9 or was it 8?
It was 10 and they went down to 8.
Okay.
They took 8.
They have 8 players. Of those 8 players, 6 of them were rated as quote-unquote elite athletes. I found that hilarious because I'm like, well, who's deciding that, number one? Number two, they just got drafted into the NFL, so I'm pretty sure all of them are elite athletes. But that kind of content gets us excited. And we've all decided now these picks were all good. They've been explained to us. You start to imagine it. You see CJ Stroud go, Ricky Pearsall's elite. He's elite. He's elite. Okay, it's done. Ricky Pearsall is going to go for 700 yards this year, and then he's going to go into a big role in year 2. I'm telling you, it's a big old, I don't know. Like the year that Brandon Ayuk was taken in the first round, we went through this. CeeDee Lamb, massive hit. Justin Jefferson, massive hit. Brandon Ayuk, pretty massive hit. Jalen Reagor, total bust. Henry Ruggs, total bust. Jerry Jeudy, super disappointing. Those were the 6 guys.
Yep.
And by the way, the last 2 taken were 2 of the hits.
Exactly.
Jefferson and Ayuk. So I'm as excited as the next guy about Ricky Pearsall, but dude, I got no idea if this guy's going to make his way to the field this year or not.
I put the over-under, I think yesterday or the day before you asked me, at 450 yards, and that feels a little bit high.
It feels hot.
Especially when you look at what Juwan did last year, and he didn't even get to 300 yards. And you were stunned at how small his numbers were, because it felt like every catch he made was a big catch, and many of them were. But the 49ers play 2 receivers a ton, and if Ayuk and Deebo are healthy, and you fancy yourself a championship team, which they do, you're not just going to play around and go with Pearsall and Conley a bunch. It's not what you do.
You want to ask some of these questions to Alex Smith?
I'm dying to.
Yeah, let's roll, man. Okay? Alex Smith is going to join us next. Plus, as soon as Alex is done talking, you're going to want to hear all that. And as soon as he's done talking, we're going to be giving out a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp. Okay? So you can send your kid to camp. he or she can have a ton of fun, and you can have a damn break, okay? That's all coming up next. Don't move a muscle on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this party's just getting started. It's just getting started. We got some Warriors stuff later on. Monty Poole's going to join us. We'll get into his conversations about Kevin Durant ideas and others. But this is fantastic. And for us, this is the continuation of a big build for the next 2 weeks before we are out at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, which we're going to tell you more about. It's 2 weeks from tonight. You have the opportunity to be there yourselves and get in on not only the fun, but you'd be helping out a lot of former 49ers. It's really a great event. And to help us do that, really looking forward to this conversation. Alex Smith is here, everybody. Hey, Alex, what's going on?
What's up, fellas? Good to be here, man. Glad to be on with you guys.
Yeah, it's really great to have you, man. We're excited about the conversation. Would love to start off by finding out what you made of all the conversation about trading wide receivers. Like, how different do you think this 49er offense would be if you removed one of those veteran receivers right now?
Oh, man. I mean, I think, listen, I'm kind of glad I don't have to do TV in the off season, strictly in season, because there's just so many of these hypotheticals that you can go down rabbit holes, and that's kind of what the off season's about. And I'm kind of glad that I don't have to discuss that. I know obviously there's a lot of phone calls that get made behind the scenes that none of us know about between GMs, and a lot of things that stay confidential. And who knows what those are? We probably will never find out. But listen, I'm glad both those guys are going to be wearing jerseys next year. They're both unbelievable players. One of them happens to be one of my favorite receivers in football. Not just because he wears number 11, but Brandon Ayuk, man. I mean, I think he really showed that he's an elite receiver in the NFL. And then I think Debo. I mean, listen, is he a receiver? Is he running back? Like, this guy, there's certainly a huge difference when he's not out there on the field and this offense and the energy he provides, the momentum he creates, the game-changing plays. I think his energy is infectious for this entire offense. I think he's kind of the tone setter, one of them for the team. And so certainly glad they're going to both be back with the team. And, obviously an opportunity for this organization to be on the doorstep, a couple times now and to see if they can get it done. Glad that the core of this team and certainly those two guys will be back next year.
Is there any fence mending that has to happen? Because both these guys heard their names publicly shopped, not only before the draft, during the draft, but then earlier this week, their names were both being thrown out there. What's that like as a player to have to go through that and then return to the team that maybe tried to shop you?
Well, I mean, I hope there was obviously open communication going on this entire time. And I think if that were the case, which good organizations are doing, you don't have to mend anything, right? I mean, I think as long as you're open, listen, both these guys get it, that it's a business. I think everybody in it, they've been around long enough to understand that. And I think all that a player can ask is that the team and organization is always up front. And I think that's the way Kyle and John operate. Listen, they've both been there as well. They've been around a long time. John was a player. Kyle's been around the game forever. Since he was a kid, and I'm very confident that that's how they do operate. So I don't think there needs to be a ton of mending. Listen, when you play, you understand how it goes. And listen, this is coming from a guy I got shipped off twice and traded. And again, I think having gone through that twice, that's what you do appreciate. Honesty, being upfront, open communication, and so I listen. You don't have the success that the 49ers have had under John and Kyle by not operating that way. So I think those guys will be just fine. I think once OTAs start, minicamp, those guys will get back in and start rolling. And they're looking forward to next year and probably glad that this is all kind of behind them.
Alex Smith is with us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. It feels, Alex, like you're linked to Brock Purdy in a little bit of a way. Same jersey, and I've heard you talk a lot about him in recent years, and maybe it is because of the way people labeled you and the way they label him. So you dealt a lot with this game manager, product of environment stuff, and so does he. What do you make of that label?
It's funny. Yeah, I mean, well, listen, he and I couldn't be in different circumstances when it comes from being obviously the number one pick in the draft and having every leg up on the competition that I had and multiple opportunities to screw up and second chances. And listen, this guy was the last pick in the draft. I mean, there are no guarantees. You know, a lot of these guys don't even make the roster drafted in his position. And to see what he's done, honestly, it's the best story in the NFL, the best story in football, one of the best stories in sports. And it's the real deal. Brock is the real deal. Like, I mean, I think for everybody out there trying to say he's a product of the situation, listen, is Kyle a great offensive coordinator? Of course. Are there great weapons there? Yes, but they're half the league you could say that about. Listen, you go into every, not just the main stats, but you go into the deep kind of, you know, some of these more underlying stats for, you know, accuracy, throwing under pressure with a defender in proximity of him, you know, passing outside the pocket, throwing the ball downfield. I mean, Brock was number one in the NFL in about every category there was. This guy does it all, and then you just turn on the tape, and the eye test, he passes it as well. I mean, this guy, I think, plays with more courage in the NFL than about any quarterback, and that's saying a lot. I mean, he's not a big guy, but man, he stands in there, and that's something you just can't coach. I'm sorry, like you know, guys have it or they don't. You know, you can look good in shorts and throw it all around the yard, but when you put the pads on and 350 pounders are bearing down on you, to have that kind of courage and stand in there and still have the poise and accuracy to keep his eyes downfield, again, it's just a really, really rare. And obviously, he can process and he can hit his spots. So, man, he's going to be playing a long time at a high level. He's got that in him, and obviously, it's just so rare for a guy to have dropped that far in the draft. And you know, I think so many people just can't get over the fact that it doesn't add up for him, right? He's not 6'5". He's not throwing it 80 yards. Like, they don't have the measurables. They can't quantify it. But in the end, that's not what playing quarterback's all about anyway. And again, it's about accuracy and processing and toughness. And this guy has all those things. And so I certainly love contradicting. There's a lot of people out there that love to hate on him and knock him down. But man, it's he is the real deal, and incredibly happy for him. And he couldn't be to a better kid, man. This guy's as humble as they come, and just has a great, quiet confidence about him.
Former Niner QB Alex Smith here on 95.7 The Game. You obviously lived this life as he is, so how much pressure is there being the 49ers starting quarterback? You know, from Montana to Young to Garcia to yourself, Kaepernick, all the way through. He's wearing a uniform of a franchise that's had some pretty great quarterbacks, yourself included.
Yeah, I mean, listen, no organization sets the bar higher when it comes to quarterback play than the 49ers, period. And I struggled with that. I struggled with it for a lot of years. You know, listen, I was a young kid that maybe wasn't quite ready for that, to be honest. And it definitely loomed over me, and I felt like I had to be perfect, you know, living up to those guys. And kind of became my own worst enemy, you know, for my first few years. And I'll say this, that's certainly what's been really, really impressive about Brock is he's just so unwavered. He has such a great balance of life and perspective, and the opportunity in front of him, and he again really matured beyond his years. And I think it's kind of a credit to he was ready for this. You know, this is a guy that had a really, really great high school career. Again, 4-year starter in college. Like, he was ready for his opportunity. And again, hats off to him. I mean, you don't get many shots, you know, being in his position, and to make the most of it and see what he's done has just been unbelievable.
Alex, it's good to hear like the comments you even made about Ayuk and Debo and being glad that they're going to be back. But it's life in NFL where your replacement gets drafted and you have to deal with that. No one knows that better than you. Like, what was it like for you when the Chiefs drafted Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, I mentioned before that the thing that was going on the entire time was, you know, I was on the phone with Andy Reid. I knew exactly what the team was doing. I knew we liked him. I knew we were going to potentially move up and get him. So there weren't any surprises. I knew also that, you know, I was the starting quarterback. It was very, very clear to me that, you know, that was my year, my team, and I didn't need to look over my shoulder. And I think so that certainly made that process easier. You know, I think also going to it was year 12 for me. You know, when you get up there that many years, like, there's no guarantees beyond the year you're in anyway, right? Like, if you don't go play winning football, whether or not your replacement's behind you or not, they're going to find somebody that can if you can't do it. So certainly I think I'd learned a lot up to that point and was determined, again, to not be distracted, right? Whether it be myself or certainly looking over my shoulder at my eventual replacement. And, you know, I don't think it's a coincidence that that was my career year either. You know, obviously with Patrick there, and certainly pushing each other. And, unfortunately, obviously, that season ended with a playoff loss, which kind of describes my time in Kansas City. And, obviously found myself getting traded again.
You mentioned pushing each other. I wonder not only what it felt like when he was drafted, but what did it look like in camp and in practice? Like, could you see something special in him?
Yeah, the quarterback room in Kansas City is special. The way Andy Reid sets it up, you do everything together. Everything. I mean, you work out together, treatment together, you eat together. Obviously practice, everything, film. It's done as a group. And so, and you compete at everything. I mean, I don't care if it's pre-practice, hitting the goalpost after practice, in the film room, and everything's kind of a competition and meant to foster that and done in a really healthy way. And so, yeah, I mean, obviously, you spend more time with those guys than you do your family in season. That's the reality. And I think the thing that jumped out to me really quickly about Patrick, I think everybody gets enamored with the sidearm passes and the no-look passes and certainly the creativity that he plays with. But I think sometimes it's easy to ignore. I mean, man, this guy, watch him at the line of scrimmage. This guy's in command. He is so good with protections. He processes so well, and he works at it. And as a young kid, he came in. He beat me in almost every single day into the meeting room, into the film room in the morning. This guy asked a lot of questions. Was incredibly hungry, and he wins with his head first, right? I mean, this guy wins with his brain first. Like, again, I think we all can get fooled into some of the crazy, silly plays he makes and the talent that he does have, but he can get you in so many different ways, and I think that's what really separates him. It's not just the physical talent. He's beating you with his head most of the time first.
8 years with the Niners, 5 with Kansas City, Niners and KC square off in the Super Bowl. Where did you watch it? And you can be honest with us. Which team were you pulling for this last time in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, twice. This is twice this has happened to my two teams. Unfortunately, the Niners have been on the wrong side of it. Man, it's it's so tough. Like, listen, 20 years ago I got drafted. I was a 20-year-old kid.
Wow.
Getting drafted by the Niners, and these are relationships. Listen, I've known the York family and a lot of people in that building for half my life, and will always hold a special place in my heart. I live here. My whole family Niner fans. So, and I love everything that this team's about and what they embody, the energy they play with. And then again, I got a ton of still close friends. Obviously, Andy Reid and Patrick and Kelsey. These are Chris Jones. These are guys that I played with and was in the locker room with and know intimately well. And so incredibly torn, both of those. Unfortunately, somebody had to lose. This last game was unbelievable, though. To go to overtime and both teams put on a show. Unfortunately, again, one of them had to lose. So I'm hopeful the Niners will get theirs, though. Listen, they deserve it. Kyle deserves it. This team deserves it. So I'm hopeful they'll get back and get it.
Alex Smith with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Alex, maybe this isn't fair because you talked about the closeness with the quarterback room in Kansas City, and you've never shared a quarterback room with Brock Purdy. But the expertise that you do have, when you look at him, I know you're a fan of him. You say he's obviously very good. But do you see even more? Do you see greatness in Brock Purdy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe I was probably being too understated with him. Listen, for a second-year player, I mean, you're top 3 in every major category in the NFL last year, and throwing the ball downfield, standing in the pocket under pressure, again, outside the pocket, throwing. Like all these kind of substats. This guy's the best in the NFL at all this stuff. And I think the thing that jumps out to me that is incredibly elite. Again, I think this guy has more courage than anybody in the NFL, and I know that maybe doesn't sound like a lot, but standing in the pocket with all these guys trying to kill you, there's so many guys that don't have that. And man, to be unrattled and unfazed and keep your attention downfield. This guy can beat you from the pocket, one, and then obviously I think he showed everybody what a good athlete he is when he does get a chance to use his legs. So, yes, this guy's going to be doing it a long time. I expect him I expect no different. Only continue to keep ascending this next year.
You famously held Camp Alex during the lockout year, which was off-season work, and this time Brock Purdy gets to be the off-season QB for the first time in his career. How important will that be to his development entering year 3?
Yeah, I mean, it's again, that's the only way you get to advanced level quarterbacking and offense, right? Yep. I mean, he's rehabbing all last year, even into training camp, obviously, kind of throwing every other day and all that. Here to kind of have his first full off season. Third year in a system. Again, this is where you get elite level quarterback play and offense. And again, I think we saw a lot of that last year. I look for that to only continue. Again, so many pieces still in place, and that's what you want. Great organizations are stable. That's what it's about. And so, again, that goes back to obviously the original question with the 2 receivers. Glad that they'll be back. And I think we'll see kind of the fruits of that stability this next fall.
So, Alex, we're going to see you 2 weeks from tonight. We hope to chat with you that night as well. We're going to be out there doing our show, and we're going to tell all the listeners about how they can be involved and some of the details of it. But why don't you just give us a little bit from your perspective, the idea of being at a round table and the subject matter being natural-born leaders, you, Steve Young, Brock Purdy, Jeff Garcia.
Yeah, it's all part of, kind of the Dwight Clark Award ceremony 2 weeks from tonight at the California Theater in San Jose. It's awesome. All the proceeds go to the Golden Heart Fund, which is this awesome organization. It's only here for the 49ers. All the proceeds go to benefit, former Niners that are, struggling with life after football in some regard. And it's an awesome organization, and it'll be an amazing night. Listen, I'm fortunate enough to know Steve really, really well. I got to work with him at ESPN these past several years as well. And so it'd be fun to take the stage with him. I've gotten to know Brock really well as well these last couple of years, and Jeff too. So to get up there and have kind of a QB roundtable, a bunch of guys that have worn the jersey and sharing stories and talking ball will be really exciting. It'll be nice. Trey Greenlaw is also going to get presented with the Dwight Clark Award, which will be unbelievable. I think there'll be some other awesome speakers and roundtables as well. So, and all raising money for a great cause. So, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to talk shop with those guys and hear their perspectives on playing QB for the Niners.
You were teammates with Trent Williams in Washington for a bit, yeah?
Yeah, and Trent and I are good buddies. Yes.
Okay. What was that like? His presence in the locker room.
Trent's an awesome leader. I was really, really blown away when I first got to Washington. I had no idea. Obviously, new guy into that team and what to make everybody. And Trent, I mean, I think again, obviously, he's one of the best tackles of all time. But just a great, great leader. This is a guy that cares. It comes from his heart. He's authentic. Man, he and I are good buddies. So it's been so fun to watch him, his time here at the Niners and to see him rolling and obviously getting so close and to still be playing at the level he is, which is ridiculous at that position. And the Niners have been spoiled, man, to go from Joe Staley to Trent Williams for what the last 2 decades is, it doesn't get any better than that. So again, I'm pumped that Trent is still going and hopefully he can get that ring.
Alex, I apologize in advance if this is too personal, but your comeback story from the life-threatening leg injury moved all of us. So I just want to ask you, how's the leg doing after, 18 surgeries and just a triumphant return to the field that led eventually to retirement?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I'm pain-free, which is,
Wow.
I never say those words ever. I have permanent damage, and there's things I have to adapt and overcome every single day. But to be pain-free and feel like I don't have any limitations, I got to put on a brace or I got to do different things to go about my business. But man, I can be active with my kids. I can travel. I can play golf. I can work out. I'm incredibly lucky, and it's certainly not lost on me.
Favorite club in the bag?
Oh man, that's a good question. I hit them all very average. I'll take a 7-iron.
Okay.
I had you for the 8-iron, but 7's the 8. Yeah, I guessed 8. That's
yeah.
What do you hit it, like 220 yards?
Seriously, right?
No, I wish.
Alex, thanks for doing it, man. What a ton of fun to talk to you, and we look forward to seeing you out there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, Mark, Dan, ton of fun. See you guys in a couple weeks.
Okay, beautiful. Alex Smith, and yes, let us give you a little bit more about what this is all about. He mentioned California Theater in San Jose. 2 weeks from tonight, it starts at 7 o'clock. You can go out there and see Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt, too, because they're going to be the hosts of this whole thing. And then the roundtable about natural-born leaders will include those 4 quarterbacks, Jeff Garcia, Alex Smith, Steve Young, Brock Purdy. This is the annual Dwight Clark Award presentation as well, which is given to the current 49er player who best exemplifies Dwight's spirit of teamwork and camaraderie. And you heard Alex talk about this. 100% of the proceeds go to the Golden Heart Fund, and the Golden Heart Fund is a player-led community where former 49ers support one another. And as Alex mentioned, a lot of his former brethren, you know the deal. After football, it's tough. It's tough for a lot of guys. A lot of guys didn't make $200 million or whatever, and football beats you up. So this is Niners supporting Niners, and you as a 49er fan can be a part of it. Tickets are $87. I think you get that. That's Dwight Clark's number, of course, and they are available now. And all you got to do to get one is go to the website, which is www.dwightclarkaward.com.
Yes, and it's one of those events that you go to and you realize, man, this was on my bucket list and I didn't even know it. To be around those legends and a chance to rub elbows with some of the greats, these are the events that make you realize how great it is to be a Niner fan.
And then don't forget the highlight of the night if you go, you get to meet Willie and Dibby.
Yep.
Okay, you better come say hi to us if you go. So we'll see you there. We're doing our show there 2 weeks from tonight. Hey, parents, get yourself a break and put a smile on your kid's face. Summer's right around the corner, and it is time to keep the kids busy so you can work or, I don't know, go for a walk or something. La Garza Summer Camp has got you covered. This place is great. My son Jude went last year. He'll go again this summer. Sports camps, you can get creative in the STEAM lab, have some fun in the kitchen there. They've got all kinds of different styles of their camps, and they've got great coaches who are dedicated to building confidence in your child, not just watching them for a few hours. So this is a great thing to do for a week or more this summer coming to you. La Garza Sports Camp, lagarzasports.org is the site, lagarzasports.org. If you use the code THEGAME, you get $50 off. Use the code THEGAME, you get $50 off. But one of you lucky suckers is going to get the whole dang thing comped right now. Caller 5 to our contest line, not the regular line. Contest line 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. The contest line 415-523-4652. Caller 5 gets a $500 credit to La Garza Sports Camp, plus is qualified for the grand prize, which is an $800 credit if you don't win. All good. We're doing it again tomorrow. lagarzasports.org. Good luck. Monty Poole with answers about KD is 18 minutes away on Willard and Dibs.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it.
for a second-year player, you're top 3 in every major category in the NFL last year. And throwing the ball downfield, standing in the pocket under pressure, again, outside the pocket throwing. Like all these kind of substats. This guy's the best in the NFL at all this stuff.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We asked Alex Smith if he thought Brock Purdy was destined for greatness, and he made a noise. He was like, okay. Maybe I undersold this the first time you asked me.
He's mad at you. Come on, Mark.
He's like, are you listening to me?
Totally.
It's interesting, man.
Here's how he answered that. The very beginning of the answer after you followed up
let me
with
hear.
Brock. Here's what he said.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe I was probably being too understated with him.
Yeah. There was a noise.
Like, I got to go through this again with these two?
This guy is freaking
Mark and Dan, do me a favor. How about you listen this time?
Right.
Stop celebrating me saying that's a good question.
Odds on Alex walking by our table in 2 weeks and going, you again.
I got a minus 200.
Hey.
I like the chances of that happening.
Crying out loud.
You two again.
I'll say this, man. This Brock Purdy character, this is just going to be the gift that keeps on giving for the rest of our freaking lives. And here's what I mean by that. I don't just mean because we're in media. Sports is about talk. It's actually what it's about for most of us. And I don't mean because we're on the radio talking. What do you do? Not you, Dibs, or as Alex called you, Dan.
It's all right. I'll allow it.
Wow. I was like, he doesn't like you. He called you Dan.
He and I go way back.
Yeah,
so he can call me Dan. I mean, I've been talking to him on the radio for darn near 20 years, off and on. I mean, I've been doing it, and he mentioned it, and that kind of floored me.
Yeah.
You know, the Niners drafted me 20 years ago, and I went, huh?
Hey, I know.
And he's like, yeah, I was 19. It's like, that's right. Because I was looking at some of his bio info, and he turns 40 on Monday.
That guy's not even 40 years old yet?
Not even 40, Mark. Because I was thinking, Alex has got to be coming up on, maybe where you are.
Don't you?
Maybe not quite that old. It's the F word. It's the real F word. 50. He turns 40 on Monday.
On Monday?
May 7th.
Oh, shoot. We should have wished him a happy birthday.
I had one question left, and it was either going to be some schlocky birthday thing, or I really wanted to know about the leg.
We'll ask him.
How's the leg?
Yeah, we'll ask him in 2 weeks how he celebrated. His 40th birthday, that's a big one.
It is.
It's a big one. Do you remember yours?
Okay. Actually, I do.
That's a great question.
I was at a place called Barclays in Oakland.
Where the Nets play? Oh, okay.
No. Is it I think it was Barclays. Yeah.
Okay.
Great old pub, rest in peace, out on College Avenue in Oakland.
Isn't it the worst? That's like every food and beverage place, every small business in the world.
Yeah.
When you mention it, you're like, yeah, it's not there anymore.
Yeah. We're coming up on
Chevy's
16 years ago.
Started the whole show.
Barclays actually has been 2 other places since then.
Jeez.
It just got converted from the place that replaced Barclays.
Yeah.
Which, funny story about that. Quick aside, as you'd like to say.
Quick aside.
This is 2008, so 16 years ago. And my current wife's supper was a bartender there at that time.
You're kidding me.
Never knew her.
But you didn't know
Never
her.
met her. I mean, there had to have been, and we went to this place probably 40 or 50 times.
Wasn't meant to be yet.
There had to be a time when we were at that place at the same time.
But wasn't time yet.
No.
It wasn't time yet.
It wasn't, but
Because Mila was like, I want my daddy to be
super old. I want my daddy to be a grandpa daddy.
I want my daddy to be sitting down at my graduation.
Totally.
Not standing up.
I want my daddy wheeled in to my wedding.
Who is it that gives this woman away?
What'd you say? Bingo! Bingo! The hell's this thing gonna start? I gotta pee. Seriously.
Oh my God. Oh, that's gonna be so funny.
I just need to make it there, bro.
If it even happens.
Just got to get there.
Exactly.
Which is why I'm losing all this damn weight.
You're going to be the first guy she brings home from high school. You're going to be like, looks like marriage material to me.
I'm running out of time.
Shop. Let's get it done. Son, you ready to go? Do you have a job? Oh,
sir, it's junior prom.
You work at the drugstore? Sounds good. Minimum wage will be plenty. Let's do this thing.
Totally.
Oh, my God. That's funny.
So much material. So little time.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Few reminders for you. Money Pool is going to join us in 7 minutes. Remember, every Friday, we're going to bring you the big 3 throwbacks. Check out our social media platforms every Friday. Whitley Sandrano's crushing it on this. Go see Whit. She gets the big 3. Steph, Clay, Dre talking about the non-basketball topics, like who is the most famous person you have in your phone, or what is your favorite club in the bag? And then Steph looks at Whit and goes, that's a great question. It's the big 3 throwbacks, and it's brought to you by Alameda County Probation Department. Are you ready to make a lasting impact in your community? Visit joinacpd.org or start your journey today. Together, let's make a difference. Your community needs you. Speaking of a community needing you. All right, let's get ready for Monty Pool. How are they going to help Steph Curry? How are they going to do this? Because I feel like all roads sometimes are leading right now to the same place. We start with a big name, and then we go down the road of like how and if, and then where you end up is a debate, and this is what I was talking about, whether you're on the radio or not. Sports is about talking about it with your people. You talk about it, you watch it, you talk about it. And it all ends up in a debate over whether or not the Warriors can realistically compete anymore or not, which is related to the conversation of should they go all in on the big 3 or should they go all in on a youth movement? And what I want to tell people about that is there's all kinds of room for dialogue and there's all kinds of room for debate. And you can disagree with the team all you want. I don't think the team is having the same debate that we are. The team is going Steph. The team is going the Steph route. That's what they're going to do. I think they feel obligated to do so. I think they feel a desire to do so. I don't hear from anyone in the organization, to Steph and Dre saying, we ain't done, to Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy saying, we need Clay back. We don't just want him back. We need him back. I think that the team is all in on helping Steph. So how? How do they do it? One of the interesting things is that idea of wanting Clay back. Well, if you want Clay back, it probably sort of limits anything else dramatic that you can do.
Unless you get him back for a super, super bargain that he may or may not be interested in taking. Because if he comes in for, I don't know, let's just say $18 million a year, then I believe you would have room to use the mid-level, assuming you get rid of Chris Paul, and you could bring in another player in that $12 to $15 million range. Is that enough to really, quote, help Steph Curry? And I don't know if those two things can coexist. Bringing back Clay and, quote unquote, helping Steph Curry. Does Clay help Steph? Sure. Clay's a good player still. He's a good shooter. But would bringing in someone like Kevin Durant be more helpful? Of course it would be.
Yeah.
So there's really, for me, only two ways you can go, because you're not just going to blow it up and really try to retool it. That's not happening.
Can we focus on that phrase for a second?
Blow it up?
You know what I want to do?
Is blow it up?
I want to blow it up. Do you know what I mean by that? I'd like to blow up the phrase blow it up. What does that even mean? I want to challenge anybody who, when talking about the Warriors in the last 6 months of your lives, what does that mean?
Well, what would that mean?
Give me an example of this Warrior group and blowing it up. What does that mean?
Well, and keeping Steph Curry or completely blowing it up?
I'm asking you what blow it up means.
You would trade Steph Curry. You would trade Steph. You would let Clay walk. You would trade Draymond. You would trade Wiggins. You would trade them all for picks.
Then why are we talking about this?
Because you can blow it up without getting rid of Steph Curry.
Now tell me about that. What does that look like?
You would trade Draymond, and you would let Clay walk.
Okay.
Chris Paul's going to walk.
Sure.
You would trade Andrew Wiggins.
Sure.
And then you would go with the young guys. You'd bring back picks and some vet min guys and let Steph go out there and toil with a bunch of young pups.
And how's Steph doing if that happens?
Probably not happy, Mark.
Okay.
He's probably playing a lot of golf. A lot of DNP 18 holes.
If we can all come to an agreement that the Warriors don't think Steph Curry stinks. They don't think he's done. And we can also agree they have no interest in trading him or making him want to be traded.
Of course.
We all agree on those things?
Absolutely.
Then what does blow it up mean?
Well, you're not going to blow it up.
You can't.
Of course not.
You literally can't.
Like Phoenix can blow it up, and some have argued that they should that they will.
Yeah, they have to
blow it up. They don't have to, and that's where. And I don't want to get into this Phoenix debate again because if they want to keep paying through the nose, they can.
Sure, but at some point,
and if Ishba or Sheba thinks that they can win still, then. And turns out he played at Michigan State. I did a little homework on the Phoenix owner. He played with Mateen Cleaves and company.
Does that impress you? Because so did Day.
It does impress me.
Okay.
And it impresses me more than the fact that he inherited hundreds of millions from his father. That's just winning the lottery by being born.
Yeah, good for him.
Which is kind of cool. So, yeah, they don't have to blow it up. But if they do, Phoenix can blow it up. The Warriors don't have that as an option. They really don't. You're not going to blow it up. So the other piece of it is, okay, you're not going to blow it up. How can you get better around Steph Curry? That to me is a more difficult question.
Absolutely. It is very difficult. I will acknowledge that.
If you keep Clay and Clay gets what Clay can probably command elsewhere, end of offseason moves.
I want to erase the phrase blow it up when it comes to the Golden State Warriors. It's not happening. It can't happen. There isn't even a feasible way to do it. It's offensive to Steph Curry. I've already said I'd rather lose than trade Steph Curry, and you're certainly not going to trade everyone around him. Drive out to Atherton. Hey, Steph, we need a meeting. Your oldest teammate is Brandon Pajemski. Congrats.
TJD.
Let's have fun.
TJD's coming up on 25.
Can't do it.
He's an old soul.
Can't do it.
Well, I don't think that you can get significantly better around him. So you're really kind of stuck in run it back mode.
Well, that is much more debatable. And even if you are stuck, too bad you're stuck. There's no blow it up. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal first-class money market today. NBC Sports Bay Area Dubs Talk podcast. This is what Monty Poole said this week.
If you're the Warriors, you would be in on Kevin, and the question is whether Kevin would want to come back, because he has said, I don't really regret anything I've done. Didn't regret going to the Warriors. Didn't regret leaving the Warriors. Didn't regret going to Brooklyn. Don't know if he regrets leaving Brooklyn, but apparently not, because he doesn't. I don't do regrets. I just do what I do, and whatever's supposed to happen is going to happen. I've even seen that KD might go back to OKC. Wow, that would be a serious turn. But yeah, if KD is on the market, the Warriors are shopping.
And Monty says if he's on the market, which apparently he's not yet. However, this is why I sort of flatly reject when everyone says, haven't you heard all the Suns front office? Haven't you heard them say they're not changing? They're not making any major moves. I feel like KD's upset, which means that request could come every day. How do I know that he's upset? I don't know. Here's how I feel he's upset. Listen.
Oh, this is great.
Listen to the GM of the Suns.
Figure out how to maximize Kevin Durant. No one's done it yet. I believe we'll be the first team to do it because we can maximize him. We can maximize our entire roster. We're a better team. But that's not an issue. I think Kevin had a phenomenal season this year offensively. And when he's playing at the highest level, he makes us a really, really good team, and we're damn near unbeatable. And you saw that at times this year. But like every great player, what we may view as being like awesome, Kevin thinks isn't good enough because he wants to be great. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. And so the moment he becomes satisfied with the way he's playing, I think that'll be the moment he'll tell you that it's probably time to think about something different.
I mean, it's a fascinating comment from James Jones because he's literally begging Kevin to not be mad at them anymore. He's also saying no team has ever maximized Kevin Durant before. That's debatable. If I'm Devin Booker, how do I feel about those comments? This team is all about Kevin Durant. When he's good, we're good. If he's not at his best, we're not good enough. My goodness, they're begging him to not be mad. So let's bring in Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. Monty, great stuff this week. How do you see this thing playing out? Let's start there. Do you think Kevin Durant at some point becomes available?
I think it's still possible. I was listening to James Jones earlier today, and I was thinking, I go back to 2018-19 season, KD's last season with the Warriors, and how much they did to try and convince him to stay. From the beginning of the season, even before the season, they weren't sure, if he'd be back, but they had a preseason game in Seattle. Now, that was for a couple of reasons. One, Rick Welts was still on the team, and Rick got his NBA start in Seattle. But also, it was like a homecoming for Kevin Durant because that was his first NBA team, the Sonics. And that week, that few days in Seattle, KD was like the man. I mean, he had a lot of ovation, the biggest cheers. The crowd was all about KD, and he enjoyed being the center of attention. And he said before and since that, hey, if there's anything ever going to happen in Seattle, I want to be a part of it. So they feel the love. They gave him love. So that was just one example of the Warriors trying to do whatever they could to sort of satisfy Kevin and try and persuade him to stick around. And then when they had the groundbreaking for Chase Center, Steph wasn't there. Kevin was there. Put on a helmet, had a shovel, the whole nine. They wanted him to be a part of their future. They were pulling out every stop they possibly could to let him know that, hey, we want you here because this thing gone to 3 straight finals, and we think we can do it as long as you're here. But Kevin had other ideas, and that's the thing. In Phoenix right now, they can do all they want, but if Kevin has a different idea, that's going to create a problem if he stays. So that's what needs to unfold. Let's see where that goes and how Kevin feels about whatever gets said in the next few days.
And if he does want to leave, hypothetically, let's just say that he does and he wants out of Phoenix, are the things that drove him away from here still in existence, or is it water under the bridge and you think that KD could let bygones be bygones and be open to a return here?
Yeah, I think that's possible. He and Steph have a good relationship and have always had that, really. And so I think that's one factor. And, to hear James Jones said nobody has really kind of known how to use KD. When I heard that, I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Right?
No one? It's like they went to 3 straight finals. The 2016-17 team was as much of a machine as I've ever seen in the NBA. And that includes the Jordan Bulls. That includes the Shaq Kobe Lakers. I mean, that team was just a monster. And, they came within one game of a perfect postseason. And so, I think Kevin was pretty much maximized that during that time. So, I think for Kevin, the only question, he doesn't have it. He always says, I don't regret. I don't do regret. And I kind of believe that. But on the other hand, I don't think he's closed-minded to many things. You may recall that he and Draymond had a dispute, very public, in L.A. that season. Everybody saw it, and there was bad blood. But yet, here you are, a few months later, going on a podcast with Draymond to talk about it and to discuss it and the reasons behind it and what could have happened, should have happened. If KD goes on a podcast with Draymond, he could have said, no, man, I don't want to deal with you, but he didn't say that. And again, Kevin had plenty of time with Steve Kerr when Steve Kerr was Greg Popovich's staff for Team USA last Olympics. And that was not much of an issue at all. And now you're going to look at this Olympics. You got Kevin, you got Steve, you got Steph. They're all going to be going to Vegas in July for training camp. They're all going to be going to Paris for the Olympics. And so I don't think there's a situation where Kevin will say, no, I don't want to deal with the Warriors. I don't believe that. And when he came back to Chase Center for the first time with fans last season, got a huge ovation, loved every minute of it, expressed his gratitude. I don't think KD would say no just because they're the Warriors.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us here, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Monty, let's fantasize. Let's say he becomes available. What are the Warriors offering?
Well, they got to start with Andrew and Jonathan Kuminga. That's where it starts, and they got to keep going. And so that's where it gets tricky. People say, well, what about Chris Paul? Well, Chris Paul can't be traded right now. His contract has to be guaranteed before they can trade him. And so that is something that they got to figure out if they want to do that. So that they got to figure out what they want to do about Klay Thompson. So there's some other things that are in play here to figure this out. But if there's a will to get it done, and if Kevin wants it done and the Warriors want it done, I think there is a way to do it. So the question is whether they both sides want to do it, whether he wants it, whether the Suns are willing. Because I'm pretty sure the Warriors would be willing to dive right in on that based on everything I've seen and heard, not just in the past few days, but really almost since Kevin left. I mean, Joe Lacob never wanted him to leave. So I believe that, they can package a deal that would have to include Kuminga because he's young, 21 years old, and you see the upside there. But, you have to start with there and go and keep going from there.
What's your sense of the Warriors' commitment to Jonathan Kuminga? It seems like they like the progress, the third-year leap, and all the rest of it, but then you have the cautionary tale of Jordan Poole, who got the deal and then got dealt. Are they still kind of somewhat on the fence as to whether or not to keep Jonathan, make him unavailable, or possibly ship him?
I think Jonathan is safe unless there's a deal they can't resist. They won't trade Kuminga unless they think that the person coming back to them is an immediate upgrade and someone who can help get back to the finals. I don't see them doing that. I mean, Joe loves JK. They like his progress, and again, and I think in the back of their mind, and that goes for Joe Lacob, that goes for Mike Dunleavy, that goes for the entire front office. In the back of their mind, they're also thinking, okay, if we trade Jonathan and we don't get something we love in return, what have we done with our two chances to kind of, sort of reset the Warriors? We've already traded James Wiseman. It was supposed to be Wiseman. Remember Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody, the Warriors of the future? Well, if you trade Kuminga now, you're saying, no, the future's gone, which is kind of might be anyway. But the future's gone, and we're going all in now, which if you're going after Kevin Durant, it would make sense. I'm not sure there are many other people that you would look at and say, this is a good deal, good move to make right now. We're going to trade Kuminga and Wiggins and whoever else, So I think Kuminga's situation is pretty safe unless there's a deal that they just can't say no to.
Monty, it's so interesting because the organization does need to think about its future, but then there's also Steph Curry, and the clock is ticking. Does Curry's career and his desires, do they match what's best for the organization right now?
The key phrase there is right now. yeah. I think this offseason is about getting all they can squeeze out of the next 2 years. And that means Steve Kerr, that's his contract, got 2 more years. Steph Curry, 2 more years. So that's what they're looking at. And to do that, to me, that says, okay, you're going after someone who's going to be of immediate help, an immediate impact player right now. Yeah, Kevin's 35 years old, and will be 36 in September. But you watch him play, and you see he's still got it. He's still very good. You watch Steph play. First half of the season, he was tremendous. Second half of the season, he was below his standard. And you worry about how much wear and tear that took on him the first half of the season when he was pretty much carrying the load for this team. So I think they are on. I think the Warriors and Steph are in accord in the sense that we got to do all we can to make sure that we're getting the most out of this piece of fruit that we possibly can. And that means for the Warriors, this offseason is crucial, and it's going to be so hard because you see how good Minnesota looks. You see how good OKC looks. You know San Antonio is going to get better. Houston's going to get better. Memphis is going to get healthy. The Denver Nuggets are going to be good. I mean, you got all these other things going, and the Warriors were 10 seed this year, so they're looking to make a big leap next year. You can't do that without making impact moves, and that's what they're trying to do right now. And the question is, which moves will they make? But they are definitely determined to make impact moves.
Where do you see this last season, Monty? Do you see him in Steph's eyes 3 wins away from a 6 seed, or the reality of them being so dreadful against the top 6 that they really were more like a 10 seed fighting to avoid 11?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the latter. When you look at it from with a sober eye, that's what you see. They were dreadful against those guys. They literally, they got worked by almost all of them, and so if you're the Warriors, you look at that, look at all the teams that were above you, and how many of those teams were you honestly, truly superior to? Name one. You won the season series against the Lakers. After that, it's kind of like, well, let's see. No, you didn't win the season series against New Orleans. You didn't win the season series against the Kings. And you lost the season series against most of the other teams above you. And in some cases, you got swept by the other team. So I think if you're the Warriors, you got to say, look, we were a 10 seed this year, and we kind of got what we deserved. We got what we earned. And so, you can look back and say, well, if we'd won this game, if we won that game. No, but you didn't. You didn't. And there were many games which you couldn't say that about. But the bottom line is you came back and you let those other teams get back in the game by playing bad basketball. And that's how you ended up with 46-36 record, which you can say, it's better than the year before, but so was the West by a lot.
Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area, with us here on 95.7 The Game. Monty, obviously, you've talked about Kevin Durant. We've had a lot of conversation about Kevin Durant this week. He's not the only good player in the NBA. Ramona Shelburne mentioned some things about Paul George. Like, how do you see the landscape of what you call impact moves? Who else might be on the table?
Well, Paul George might be on the table. He's a little younger than Kevin. And again, I think the difference between Paul and Kevin, besides the age, is that the Warriors already know how Kevin fits with them. They already know that, and so they've seen it work before. Now, granted, these guys are all older now, but the normal adjustment period that you get when you see a star player come to a new team won't be necessary with Kevin. It's going to take him an hour, 3 hours. When he first came to the Warriors, and back in 2016, it took about 2 months for them to really kind of get a rhythm, and for him and Steph to kind of learn how to play with and off each other. But once they got it, look out. And if Paul George were to end up with the Warriors, which again, I think Paul George is probably going to leave. He could leave the Clippers, and if he does, the Warriors would definitely look at him if he's available. But Paul George, you can't. Paul's situation is different from Kevin's. Kevin has a hard contract. Paul does not. So the question is whether Paul wants to bolt. And the Clippers already re-signed Kawhi, so that commitment's already solid. But Paul's commitment is, that's still kind of hazy. And from what I understand, that's hazy on Paul's end as much as their end. So Paul's a possibility. And you hear the LeBron talk too, and the Warriors did sniff around at the trade deadline about LeBron, but I don't know if that really is going to help the Warriors that much, what he does. I mean, LeBron's still great, but on a team with Steph, what you really need is superior guys who can play off Steph. And when LeBron's on your team, everybody plays off LeBron. So it's a little bit different. I'm not saying it's impossible, it can't work. But what I'm saying is that one of the things the Warriors realized this last season is that in today's NBA, you need shooters. And the old championship team of 22 that won with playing two non-shooters and Draymond and Looney, you can't do that anymore. The Warriors realized that early this season. The old 3-out system doesn't work in a league where it's all 5 out and 4 out. And if you got Kevin Durant, he can go out there. He can be a 4 or a 3. Either way, he's got that shooting range to spread the floor. So Paul George, LeBron James, Kevin Durant. These are all big names that could be on the move. But if you're the Warriors, among those three guys, the first guy on your list has got to be KD.
And you have a shooter already on your team in Klay Thompson. What do you think about how you replace him or what it's going to take to maybe keep him? Because if they pay him what they reportedly offered him before, $24 million, wouldn't that take them out of any other possible moves?
Well, it's all about timing, too. It's when you do it, And so, technically, they can technically offer Klay a new deal today. Technically, they can. Now, but I think they still want Klay. I don't know if they're certain that they will be able to keep him. I think Klay wants to check out the market and see what's out there and then make a decision. And that's where the timing comes in. That means you're looking at July. Obviously, there's the moratorium period doesn't come until then, but come on, let's not kid ourselves. People talk. People talk, and so we'll see where it goes. But I think in an ideal world, Klay would be with his team next year as the sixth man. I think they realize that his defense isn't what it used to be as point of attack. He was there were 10 guys on the team that had better defensive ratings than Klay did, and that's not the old Klay. Klay can't do what he did 5, 6, 7 years ago, and we all understand why. So. But as a sixth man, I think he could be brilliant.
Monty, can I ask you something from Klay's perspective? We always answer that question from the Warriors' perspective. Why do you think that he is potentially interested in exploring the market?
Well, because going back to last summer, when they couldn't get anything done last summer, he was clearly disappointed by that, and the fact that Draymond got a new deal. Last summer, Steve Kerr gets a new deal during the season, and Steph was already set. So if the core is supposed to be me and Steph and Draymond and Steve, how come I'm the only one that didn't get a deal? So I think that's where it starts, and that's why I think Klay is at least curious about wanting to go out there. He's always said he wanted to be a Warrior for life, but that has not been said lately. And I think that means, he's willing to look at what's out there, not saying he wants to leave. He loves it here, but also saying that he thinks he owes it to himself, and he does, to be able to see, okay, what else is out there? Who else might be interested, and what role might I play on a different team?
Monty, great stuff, man. Thank you so much for coming on.
All right, boys, take care.
Yep.
Thanks, Monty.
Talk to you soon. Monty Poole, NBC Sports Bay Area. What's so fascinating, and we've watched sports teams do this before. The 49ers did it. I reference this all the time. It was the year that Trent Williams needed a new contract, and the Niners were like, we're up against cap. We can't afford anybody. We're going to lose like all these guys. And they kept them all. When someone says, yeah, Paul George, how? You've been feeding us constant flow of, the Warriors cannot afford to go out and get a big-time free agent. We need to worry about our aprons. We're getting below our aprons. We're getting this all gussied up. And then everybody who's in the know, whenever you ask them if any big name is available, are the Warriors in? They're like, yep, absolutely. I can't wait to see how this thing plays out.
Well, let's just play with the Paul George for a minute, because right now on the books, you got $174 million next year. That includes Chris Paul's 30, so you take the 30 off, you're at 144. Paul George is probably going to get $50 million a year, roughly. Might be a little bit more.
Maybe a little bit less.
Okay, let's just call it 50 for the sake of easy math.
Yeah, I don't think he's a max player anymore.
If he's $50 million, let's just put it at 45 then. He gets $45 million. Already you're at $189 million on the books for next year. That includes a GP2 opt-in at 9.1. I think the GP2 is going to end up taking his 9.1 and turning that into 12 over 3 years, something like that.
Maybe.
I think that it's going to be a case of, look, GP, I know you want to be here for a long time, and we can't really pay you $9 million and get better around you. What if we gave you 4 this year, 5 the next, and then 6 down the road. We'll give you 3 years and 15 instead of 1 year at 9 and who knows what. We'll give you 3 and 15. We'll spread it out. They can do that because it's a player option. So you could work Paul George in. That would mean Clay is gone. CP we know is gone. So it would be Paul George and a couple of vet mins and whatever second round pick you're able to use. That would be your team.
Klay Thompson's feelings are still hurt.
I thought that was an interesting answer from Monty Poole.
I
add that in with what we heard from Eric Pincus yesterday, which Eric Pincus said the teams that have money aren't great fits for Klay other than Orlando. And I don't know if you have the actual sound there. I see you're scanning for it.
I do.
Because Pincus is your guy, and I don't want to do too much Pincus. If you got Pincus, you got Pincus?
I got extra Pincus. Eric Pincus, Bleacher Report on Klay's market.
I could argue Orlando could use some shooting. Wouldn't hurt to get a shooter. Is Klay the right age and fit for them right now? It may be on a short deal. I could squeeze my mind into it. Maybe the Sixers strike out with Paul George, decide they don't want Buddy Hield back, think they want a shooter that has more experience in the playoffs. Maybe it's Klay. Maybe they go for Klay for 20 and somebody else for 20, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a pathway where he might get paid. But, I mean, the reality is he's had some serious injuries, and he's probably worth more to the Warriors than he is probably to anyone else. The idea of Klay, I mean, hell, everyone loves Klay. But the reality of, 6, 7 teams that have very limited time to use that money, and they're going to, rebuilding teams just have no interest. And why Klay Thompson? So, and that's without even looking at, who else is out there? There are other guys out there that might get paid. So is Klay the number one guy who's going to get that money, or is it going to go to someone else?
So it's not just Pincus. There's a little bit of Dibley in there, too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard that. A little bit Dibley.
Yeah.
You got a in there.
Well, I was into it.
Yeah.
So I was trying to keep Pincus going.
We were into Pincus when he was on yesterday.
And that was a great answer because, there aren't a ton of teams out there with the cap room. And he mentioned Philadelphia, Mark. And do you know how many players they have under contract for next year?
Philadelphia?
Yes.
2?
One man.
One
man.
Joel Embiid?
Yes. They've got Paul Reed in italics, an amount not fully guaranteed. Tyrese Maxey is going to put the max in Maxey. We know that.
Yep.
So he'll be under contract. But the rest of those guys, Hield and Harris and Batum and Rocco, Robert Covington, they're all going to be up. So Philly might be a spot, but what you said, based on what Monty Poole said, he is up in his feelings. If that's really how he feels, and I don't blame him.
No, I don't blame him either.
Steve got a deal.
I mean,
and Draymond got a deal. Dad, how come I don't get a deal?
We had his dad on.
Right.
And he acted like they don't talk about it.
Ever.
So you're talking about what Monty said, what Eric Pincus said. I want to remind everybody what Klay said, or more importantly, what he didn't say. And Monty referenced it. You haven't heard him say, I want to be a lifetime Warrior very much recently. Used to say it, doesn't say it anymore. And every time that the idea of his future comes up, what do you hear Klay do? He gets playful. He gets abstract. Oh, well, you want to talk about my future? Why don't we talk about the present? Why are you always, this ridiculous, man? Why are you talking about the future? Right. Hey, Michael, what's going on with Klay? Oh, we don't talk about that. We never have conversations about what's going on in his life or his work or his future. Dads don't do that with sons.
Right.
I've never done that before in my life. I don't even know the man.
We talk boating.
Listen to all of you. Every time this subject comes up, Klay will be like, the most he said is he one time threw this little thing in on Draymond's pod and goes, of course I want to be with the Dubs. Other than that, everything gets all abstract, and I got to see what's good for my mental health.
Right, my mentals.
When you say that, that tells me you're not sure if staying here is best for your mental health, and that's not because you suddenly don't like the water or Steph. It's because you're mad. I think that, I don't know. I'm not reporting this. This is my read on the situation. Monty feeds into it right there. I think Klay... We know he spent the first half of the year upset about something.
Right.
He's talked about it.
It took Steve Kerr 4 meetings with him for Klay to get through it.
Good pull.
Yeah, Steve mentioned that to us. And
so
what Monty says, I get. I totally get it. And everyone can just say, "Oh, you made $240 million. They gave you $70 million to get better in a hospital. Why are you so angry?" Bottom line is the core 4: Steve, Steph, Draymond, and Klay. Contract. Here's a lowball offer. And it's not that low, but lower than what he's making.
Remember when Klay Thompson won the Comeback Player of the Year award and got up there on stage and was like, who does that? They came and paid me in the hospital.
Yeah,
who
good
does
poll.
that?
Yep.
And then in exit interviews this year, that came up again. And Klay goes, well, I mean, yeah, can you imagine them not paying me with what I've achieved for this organization? Do you hear the switch? You hear the switch. So
that was a year where he was second team all defense, made his 5th consecutive all-star game, and helped his team get to its 4th NBA finals.
Correct.
And boom.
So I just look at it this way. What Pincus says matters because Klay may not find on the open market what he wants to find. But if he does, I think there's a really good chance that he takes it.
Agreed.
Yeah. Let's go to Drew Down. Drew Down in Tracy. What up, Drew?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dibs? Man, my man Dibs looking like a New York style pizza, baby, thin.
Look at that guy. Nice. Look at that guy.
And then talk about James Jones. I don't know if this man's been under a rock for the last 7-8 years. No team has ever been able to maximize Kevin Durant. Did he miss the 3 years where Kevin Durant won 2 championships and they went to 3 straight finals? I'm not sure if the man's delusional or if he's under the influence, but he might want to check YouTube to check on that. But I might come off as a homer here, but I'm not a fan of blowing it up. This team was 3 games away from being the 6th seed. Draymond, if he wasn't suspended, and obviously that comes with a caveat that Draymond has had a lot of incidents. But if he doesn't get suspended, this team has a great chance of being in the top 6. The Suns, I don't think they're moving Kevin Durant. Obviously he could try to force his way out with the owner's comments. I don't think Kevin Durant's on the move. I don't think LeBron's going anywhere. He's going to be able to get the most money from LA. If anyone knows LeBron, he is one of the cheapest guys and always tries to maximize his earnings. So I don't see LeBron going anywhere. And I think the best chance for this team is for their internal guys to make a leap. That's Moses Moody. That's Jonathan Kuminga. That's Podziemski. If they re-sign Klay Thompson, he might have to come off the bench. Maybe add a veteran on a minimum. They struck gold with Otto Porter Jr. in 2021, 2022. You always got to get a little bit of stroke of luck, to get to the mountaintop. So they might have to get a little lucky. And the playoffs are a crapshoot. Look at the Heat. Jimmy Butler's injured. The Bucks are injured. With the Celtics, Kristaps is injured. So I'm not a fan of blowing it up. I don't think this team is necessarily, maybe not a championship favorite, but if they can make some tweaks and they can get some, internal improvement, I want to rock with this team. I don't think blowing it up is an option, and I don't think Joe Lacob, is ready to blow this team up. So call me a homer if you want, but I'm rocking with internal improvements and see what happens next year. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, Drew, thank you. A couple things on that. First of all, that whole maximizing Kevin Durant thing. I know all of us go, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure he was maximized with the Warriors.
Yeah.
Don't forget, he won an MVP before he even got to the Warriors.
Right.
Guy won the MVP of the league. That wasn't being unlocked. That wasn't maximized. He was the MVP. So
and then 2-time finals MVP here. 3 straight finals appearances in 3 years, 2 chips, and a third one that might have happened or probably would have happened if it wasn't for he and Klay both getting hurt.
Right. So why would you make a stupid statement? Because you're begging him to not be mad at you.
You said that yesterday, and it stuck with me all the way into today. Like the nature of that comment. It would have been easier if he just came out and said, KD, please. I mean, please. I got a family, and I like my job. Don't go. Please, baby, please don't go.
That's literally all I heard him say. That's all I heard him say. Now, as far as Lacob not wanting to blow it up, look, we already just banned the phrase blow it up on this show about a half hour ago. So there's no blowing it up. But I believe what Monty said. I do think that the Warriors may well encounter a market that doesn't have a huge name impact move for them. they may encounter that, maybe even probable. And therefore, there is whether you want to call it run it back or not, but a mentality of just continuing to elevate the people who are there. But if the big name presents itself, especially if Klay Thompson hears something out there on the market, and he knows, his agent knows right now what offers are going to be out there for Klay. If Klay's going elsewhere, would Joe, who I think is very hesitant, would hate to move Kuminga, but would they take a big swing? There's no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
Like, if anybody wants to know what the Warriors are thinking right now, ask those in the know. Monty just said it. 2 years. The next 2 years.
Yep.
Nobody's even thinking about anything after that. And by the way, they shouldn't. They shouldn't. I'm not saying it's the most responsible thing. I'm not saying they may not pay for it down the road. That's sports.
And that's their approach.
Tough cookies. You have Steph Curry. You have Steve Kerr. You have Draymond Green. That's what you're doing. You're not doing a youth movement.
Well, and if you're the Warriors, the statement is, we love Jonathan Kuminga. We're not trading Jonathan Kuminga. Hold on a sec. I got to take this call. Hello? Kevin?
Durant?
Okay, hold on. Jonathan, pack your things.
All right.
We're getting Kevin Durant. We still love JK. We think he has a bright future in the association, but you know what? They made us an offer we couldn't refuse. They're taking Wiggins. We got to give him Kuminga and only one first-round pick, but darn it, Durantula's back. Get your spider webs ready. Katie's back in the building.
Good Lord.
I mean, Wiggins, Kuminga, and one first-round pick in 2027, whatever faraway year you want to make up for Kevin Durant. Yeah, we're doing that. And I know it's not that easy. Salaries, trade machine, blah, blah, blah. But the nuts and bolts of the deal, if it costs you Kuminga for 2 years of KD, unfortunately, Klay probably is going to be leaving anyway. Steph, Dre, and KD and the kids, I'm here for it.
Hell yeah, you are.
I'm here for it.
Hell yeah, you are. And so are they. I mean, look, they're always going to say good things about the people they have until they have to change what they're saying about those people. What do you think the Warriors would have said 2 nights before Kevin Durant in the Hamptons went to bed and had an epiphany? What do you think they would have said if you had asked them about Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut? Oh, what do you think about their future? What do you think about them as players? Oh, my God, they're champions. We love Harrison Barnes and Andrew Bogut. Big pieces of championship squad. We got a lot of building to do, and they're under contract, and we absolutely expect them to be here for a long time. And then somebody flew to the Hamptons, and they renounced the rights to these players and kicked them out the door in one day. So, yeah, man, of course this can change. It could change in an instant. Let's go to Greg in San Jose on Willie and Dibby. Hi, Greg. What are you doing?
What's going on, fellas? How you guys doing?
What's up?
Hey, man, been listening for the last couple days. Here's my take on it. Kevin Durant's not coming back here. I think if he can be described as sensitive at best, I don't think you can pull what Draymond did, calling that man out his name, and then expect him to come back and rock with him for another 2 years. I just don't see that as something that man is going to do. I think when the Warriors were ahead of the curve in terms of their style of play and their innovation, and Laker being ready to go over and above the cap, while that benefited us, I think we're behind the 8 ball in terms of moving forward. Like, there's no transition plan. It's just we're going to try to rock with Steph for 2 years, and then I'm scared that it's going to fall off the cliff, and it's going to be like the Cohan days again. And I know he's got a cash cow in Chase Center, but I got to imagine he's trying to Band-Aid this together, because as soon as that place starts not selling out, then it's a money problem. So I think we've got no choice but to rock with what we've got right now. I think personally, you got to find a big. I think we went with shooting for so many years, but you look at the teams that are at the top, they at least have a big who can score, if not rebound. And we lack that. I feel bad Looney's body's quit on him, but I don't think KD's coming back, and we better find another solution and find it quick before the wheels fall off this thing and everybody loses their mind.
Well, Greg, thank you. It's a good call. However, this is what I would say in response to that. It's easy to say I don't think KD's coming back. You're probably right. There are actually a bunch of hurdles, way past whether or not Kevin wants to.
Right.
The Phoenix Suns have a say here, and they have clearly stated that they have no interest in him moving on. Now, he could force their hand, and he could get to the point where he forces his destination. But those in the know have looked at this from a lot of angles, from Steph and KD's relationship to KD being with Steve Kerr on the Olympic team. Same thing will happen again from him going on Draymond's podcast. I think there are those in the know who feel like at minimum that bridge could be crossed. At minimum, the bridge could be crossed. The other point that you made that really stood out to me is that you're worried that if the Warriors go all in right now, they could end up having a Chris Cohan era type situation. Let me say this very clear. As long as Joe Lacob is owning this team, that will never happen. I'm not saying the Warriors won't have years where they won't be good. That happens to any NBA team. Any NBA team could miss the playoffs. Let me think. When was the last time the Warriors missed the playoffs? Oh, wait.
This year.
Right now. Yeah. So, yes, you can have bad years, but please don't compare now to anything with the Chris Cohan era. It sort of feels like you don't really remember what the Chris Cohan era was like. That was irresponsible. It was dumb. It was just poor management.
Completely.
All the time, every day, every year across the board. This group is too smart, too activated, and too aggressive to have a situation like that happen.
If they have an era after Steph Curry and they find themselves without a couple of draft picks because they went all in on KD and it didn't work or whatever happened, and Draymond's 38 and Steph is 40 and they're all gone, they're all retired, and Clay's an Orlando Magic, and you look around and you got Pods and TJD, the only ones left in the building. Well, Joe Lacob is going to take his free agent money and go out there and try to buy the best player that he possibly can, and he's still going to star hunt while he tries to build it. I don't think Joe Lacob would ever sit on his hands and just throw his hands up and go, well, you know what? We're going to be a couple of years of being 22 and 60, and that's just the way it's going to be around here.
All right, 888-957-9570. We ain't done yet. We are not done yet. And also, don't forget to subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. That's Sam Lubman and Joe Shasky. Best Giants talk out there every single week, all season long, win or lose, and hear exclusive interviews with players like today's winning pitcher, Kyle Harrison. Actually, I don't think he got the win, but whatever. He pitched really well. And that is coming out tomorrow. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you listen to podcasts. More coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate exactly how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800-PACIFIC for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply.
done, and if Kevin wants it done and the Warriors want it done, I think there is a way to do it. The question is whether they both sides want to do it, whether he wants it, whether the Suns are willing, because I'm pretty sure the Warriors would be willing to dive right in on that based on everything I've seen and heard, not just in the past few days, but really almost since Kevin left. I mean, Joe Lacob never wanted him to leave. I believe that, they can package a deal that would have to include Kuminga because he's young, 21 years old, and you see the upside there. But, you have to start with there and go and keep going from there.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Steph. You take it away. This whole thing's all about you. I'm comfortable with that. I know some people don't like that. Wait. You're letting Steph run your organization? Uh-huh. Any questions?
That's kind of how it works in the NBA when you get to that level.
Again, this has been our favorite sound of the week by far. Listen to James Jones, okay? He's running the Suns. A report comes out. The Suns get swept, and a report comes out that Kevin Durant doesn't like how he was used. You've got two other incredibly high-priced stars on your roster. One of them is your guy, your drafted, young, growing star, Devin Booker. Yet you hold a press conference. And have you ever heard a GM, an exec, literally make it sound like, dude, we're just, you can have our team. Take it. We don't want it. Listen to this guy.
Figure out how to maximize Kevin Durant. No one's done it yet. I believe we'll be the first team to do it. Because if we can maximize him, we can maximize our entire roster, we're a better team. But that's not an issue. I think Kevin had a phenomenal season this year offensively. And when he's playing at the highest level, he makes us a really, really good team, and we're damn near unbeatable. And you saw that at times this year. But like every great player, what we may view as being awesome, Kevin thinks isn't good enough because he wants to be great. That's why he's a Hall of Famer. And so the moment he becomes satisfied with the way he's playing, I think that would be the moment he'll tell you that it's probably time to think about something different.
He literally admits, he's like, we may think it's awesome, but it wasn't good enough for Kevin. It wasn't good enough for him. And that's because his standards, he's a Hall of Famer. He's just better than us. Hey, Kevin, take our team. You tell us what to do.
Right.
Help us, Obi-Wan. You're our only hope.
Our only hope.
Wow. I don't know, man. If I'm the owner, I'm right behind. What are you doing here? Is Kevin in? I'll pay Kevin. Is he in charge now? We're just going to do what... All right. You're fired.
You're fired. Well,
what are you doing here?
He's doing all he can to get Kevin Durant to want to stay because Devin Booker is going to stay. He signed for 4 more years at an exorbitant amount. He's got the max. And Bradley Beal, when you acquired him, he had a no trade. So he okayed being traded to Phoenix, but when you get traded, your no trade comes with you. It's like a carry-on bag. So he shows up, and it's all right, we got Beal, Booker, and Durant. What could go wrong? Well, 49 wins and getting swept out of the first round, that could be something that goes wrong. And now all 3 of those guys have their salaries go up, up, and up, and are you going to run it back with those 3 that clearly didn't work? And you keep Booker, and Beal's got a no trade, so what do? You beg Kevin to be happy. Please don't force your way out, Kevin.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah, man. This is going to get so interesting. It's going to get so interesting. There's already a handful of names that are in the, I don't know which way this is going to go category. LeBron is one. Kevin is another. Paul George for sure. And it certainly feels like there will be additions to the party. There's always a couple that we didn't see coming. What like you mentioned, that Philadelphia roster, how's Joel Embiid feeling about the fact that he's got no teammates? No teammates.
And his city is lightweight turning against him.
Well, you know what? Let's go there for a second. I don't know if many of you got this story, but the current ownership and one of the former minority owners of the Philadelphia Sixers did something so reactive, and I found it, quite frankly, if my team did that, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be embarrassed if Joe Lacob did this. In other words, Joel Embiid gets mad. This was back-to-back games. He gets mad because there's too many Knicks fans in Philly. Then he goes to New York and calls it his favorite city. So
that was games 4 and 5, right?
So the whole city is turning on the guy. And what do the Suns owners do?
The Sixers owners.
I'm sorry. The Sixers owners then buy up 10% of the arena. They buy up 2,000 tickets, make sure everyone knows about it, hold a press conference to talk about it, and hand them out to local healthcare workers and first responders. Oh, you're a hero. Amazing. That's so nice that you're doing something for all of those people who work so hard. If only that were the reason you were doing it. You're actually doing it for PR. You're doing it to placate Joel Embiid. You're being reactive and opportunistic and annoying. Like, that is so embarrassing that you have to, in Philadelphia, you have got to take all the tickets off of the market to prevent it from sounding like something you don't want your star to hear.
Right.
Imagine if that happened here. Imagine if that Game 6, Steiny's singing, and we're all heading to Chase Center, and Joe Lacob announces, by the way, I didn't want any adorable Kings fans in the building. No cowbells allowed. I got all the tickets and took them over to the fire department and handed them out. Didn't want Steph getting upset again.
Yeah, don't want any purple at Chase Center.
What? That's so embarrassing.
Super embarrassing, but it's the reality of the situation because New York invaded Philadelphia, and considering where the series is, Philadelphia's got its collective backs against the wall, but it doesn't feel like that the Sixers fans are that invested in the likelihood of them winning that series and prolonging this playoff run.
I don't know, man. That whole thing. And so that's another situation to watch because what leads to players finally saying, you know what, I'm going to throw my hands up. This isn't what I want anymore. Joel Embiid is getting crushed out there. He's getting crushed right now.
Crushed.
Now, then maybe that's just, that's the moment. Maybe he's got the thick skin. Maybe he's built for this, like Steve Wilkes. I don't know.
I have to say I'm built for this.
But I can't think that things are feeling real good right now. And by the way, we might be hours away from them being eliminated. What if this all leads to them being eliminated on their home floor tonight?
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Well, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Embiid is getting 51.4 next year, 55.2 the year after. Then it's a player opt for 59. So he only has 2 years left in his deal in all practicality. And if this thing does end tonight and Philly fan continues to be less than pleased with not only his countenance, but his availability, because that's been the biggest issue with Embiid, is the guy doesn't play enough basketball. He's always hurt. So 2 more years in Philly, maybe he gets to mid-May and you start to see some reports of Embiid maybe thinking about other pastures.
Now, if you are a listener of 95.7 The Game, you know the goal of these shows. It is not your engagement. It is not for you to listen. It's not for you to have fun. It's not for you to connect with us. It's none of those things. It's to see if we can put together content that's good enough for Grandy to want to start with it at 6.
I'm hoping.
That's it. That's all we do.
We had a pretty good show, you and I.
I think we offered you a lot, Grandy.
I've got an awful lot to sort through and choose from here.
I know you got a lot.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You're on in 5 minutes. You're still working this out?
I got to figure it out.
What are your candidates?
Monty Poole. And Alex Smith was also great.
Who did you guys think was a better conversation?
That's a great question.
Between Alex Smith, you want us to start rating our own guests?
I do, yeah.
Well,
content-wise.
Monty Poole is a P1 listener. I know he's listening. And Alex Smith, probably not, with 3 kids, very busy life. Therefore, I'm going to say Monty Poole.
The Morning Roast also talked to Eddie Johnson, Suns color analyst.
Yeah, but
they had a good conversation.
But he says the same thing all the time.
He also just randomly off the cuff spent like 2 minutes raving about Ricky Pearsall because he apparently knows him.
That's
from
amazing.
Arizona. Great.
I like the pick.
Eddie's a former drinking buddy of mine, so I stand behind it.
Who isn't?
Well, NBA Finals, and we're sitting in the upper press, and normally when you sit in the press seats, you don't sit there and drink beers, but my seat happened to be next to Eddie Johnson.
Yep.
And halftime ends in game 1. I'm going to have a beer. And so I said, duly noted. So game 2, halftime ends, and there were two of us having a beer.
I heard a little bit of Eddie earlier today, and all he did was poo-poo the whole Durant thing. So,
what are your other candidates?
If you want to start with that, you can.
Steiny and Goo talking about which potential frustrated star might be the best fit for the Warriors. That's a candidate. I got a lot to choose from here. I don't know which way to go.
Oh, you're down to 4 minutes. What's the current lean?
It might be Alex Smith.
Yeah.
Really good.
Hold that, Dibs.
Yeah.
That's right. You're going to eat that.
That was my booking.
No, and then you dismissed the booking by saying Monty Poole outdueled him.
And I told you why I chose Monty Poole, you morons. Because Monty's listening.
It's one thing for you to joke about Alex Smith being your booking off the air. For you to do it on the air, now I'm offended.
I'm victory lapping it.
Now I'm offended.
Who brought that baby home? Who landed that plane?
I'm sorry. Say again now.
You were the pilot when the plane took off. Lucas rushed into the cockpit and screwed it up. And then
that's his job here.
The flight attendant, not the stewardess, the flight attendant rousted me from bed in seat 10A and said, dude, sober up. You need to land this mother jumper.
Stop it.
I did.
I think Alex Smith, if you missed any of it, is coming up momentarily.
My guy.
But if not, YouTube, Odyssey app, Monty Poole, Eddie Johnson, Steiny and Goo, all of it, okay? It's all coming up on The Game with Grandy, and it's brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
I do. This was fun.
All right, let's do it again tomorrow. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, even for Chickering. I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
The Big Three have provided us some incredible memories.